enhancing the emotional depth, flow, and readability while preserving the original essence. Chapter 1, Fate's Cruel Hand. The bright, sterile corridors of the pediatrics inpatient department bustled with activity, but even amidst the routine chaos, one figure stood out, a woman of elegance and grace, her presence commanding quiet admiration. Good morning, Mrs. Mew. You're here to visit the children again. Mrs. Mew is so beautiful and kind. Mr. Mew is truly blessed to have a wife like her. The whispers of admiration followed her, yet she paid them no mind. Dressed in a flowing Chinese-styled gown, Mrs. Mew walked with effortless poise, her faint smile warm yet distant. Though her features were youthful, seemingly untouched by time, her gentle, knowing eyes betrayed her true experience. They had witnessed far too much. Behind her, a respectful middle-aged woman trailed closely, glancing at her mistress with quiet reverence. As they strolled through the corridor, every doctor and nurse they passed instinctively paused, greeting her with quiet respect. Mrs. Mew responded with a polite nod, composed yet approachable. She had just passed by the emergency ward when the steady hum of the hospital was suddenly shattered by hurried footsteps. Emergency patient? Please move out of the way. A nurse rushed forward, clearing the path as a team of doctors and medical staff hurriedly wheeled a hospital bed toward the operating room. Mrs. Mew and her companion instinctively stepped aside, making room for the emergency team. And then she saw him. A small, frail child lay on the hospital bed, his limbs bruised, his legs bent unnaturally. His chest rose and fell weakly, each breath a struggle. The mere sight of his condition made her heart clench in pain. But when her eyes landed on his face, her world tilted. Her breath hitched. Her body trembled. And then, in a voice filled with raw disbelief, she whispered, "Xiaoqi." The strength in her legs faltered, and she nearly collapsed. "Madam," the middle-aged woman beside her turned pale with alarm, rushing to support her before she could fall. Mrs. Mew shook her off, her usually calm demeanor crumbling as she staggered forward, desperately reaching for the bed. "Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi." One of the nurses pushing the bed turned, startled by her panicked reaction. "Mrs. Mew, please stay calm," the nurse urged. "This child is in critical condition, he needs immediate surgery." But Mrs. Mew was beyond reason. She grabbed the nurse's wrist, her voice breaking. "That's my son." The nurse's expression froze. "Your son," she repeated, confusion flickering in her eyes. You're certain?" Mrs. Mew's tone sharpened. "Do you think I wouldn't recognize my own child?" The nurse hesitated before reluctantly replying, "But, that's impossible." Mrs. Mew's heart stopped. "His name is Yixi," the nurse continued cautiously. "He's 6 years old, lives in Zhang Village, Alley 3. He's an orphan, raised by his grandmother, Huil Jiao. Everyone in the hospital knows him." Mrs. Mew staggered back, her mind whirling. "Not Mew Yuki?" A chill seeped into her bones. As reason slowly returned, she forced herself to breathe. Now that she looked closer, she could see the subtle differences. His face, though eerily similar to her son's, wasn't quite the same. The resemblance had been so striking that, for a moment, she had forgotten everything else. But the truth remained: this was not Mew Yuki. Yet, her heart ached all the same. Chapter 2, The Weight of the Past. Inside the dimly lit private ward, the rhythmic beeping of medical monitors filled the air, a sharp contrast to the suffocating silence in the room. Mrs. Mew sat beside the hospital bed, staring at the motionless child before her. A 6-year-old boy, but so small and fragile he could easily be mistaken for a toddler. His body, barely covered by the hospital sheets, was riddled with bruises, fractures, and scars. His legs, broken beyond recognition. His breathing, painfully shallow. He looked like a discarded doll, abandoned and left to rot. Mrs. Mew's hands clenched in her lap. She had read his medical file. An orphan, his mother had abandoned him after birth, leaving him in the care of his grandmother, a woman known for her drunken rages and violent outbursts. Beaten, starved, neglected. He had been in and out of the hospital too many times to count a regular victim of domestic abuse, yet still unwilling to leave the only family he had left. This time, his injuries had been worse than ever before. This time, he had almost died. Mrs. Mew swallowed the lump in her throat, her hands trembling. Because she knew about this child. She had always known. Her real name was Fang Zhen, and she had married Mew Zhurong in an arranged union to strengthen family ties. In the beginning, they had been strangers, indifferent to one another. Before their marriage, Mew Zhurong had had flings, brief and meaningless. He had been careful, severing ties before their wedding. But there was one exception. A woman named Hu Qin. 3 days before Fang Zhen's engagement, Hu Qin had come to her with a smug smile and a pregnant belly, hoping to drive a wedge between her and Mew Zhurong. But Fang Zhen had been unmoved. She had handed Hu Qin over to Mew Zhurong, who, furious at the betrayal, had ordered an abortion and exiled her from his world. That should have been the end of it. But Hu Qin had escaped. And now, 6 years later, this dying child lay before her, a living reminder of the past she had chosen to ignore. Mrs. Mew's throat tightened. Was this karma? Was this the price for turning a blind eye? She reached forward hesitantly, her fingers brushing against the boy's swollen cheek. Her voice trembled. I'm so sorry. As if responding to her whispered apology, the boy's fragile body trembled ever so slightly. Then, slowly, his eyes fluttered open. Dark, pitch-black eyes, dull with exhaustion and pain, gazed up at her. And then, in a voice so weak it was barely audible, he murmured, "Mom." Mrs. Mew froze. Her entire world came to a halt. Her chest tightened, an unfamiliar ache gripping her heart. At that moment, she realized, this child, this broken child, had never known a mother's warmth. And in his delirium, he had looked at her and seen hope. Tears burned behind her eyes. For the first time in her life, Fang Zhen felt something she had never expected. A deep, unshakable resolve. Because whether fate had intended it or not, this child was now hers to protect. Mother. The word was barely more than a whisper, soft, weak, yet heavy with undeniable emotion. At that single utterance, Mrs. Mu froze. So did Yixi. Lying there, still aching from his injuries, he couldn't comprehend what had happened. Moments ago, he had been in excruciating pain, his body failing from kidney failure, left to rot in the sterile, indifferent walls of a hospital. He had believed he would die alone, abandoned by the very people he had betrayed. And yet, here he was, alive, and staring at a younger Mrs. Mu. She wasn't the frail, heartbroken woman who had refused to see him on her sickbed, the one he had hurt so terribly that she had cut him from her life. This was the kind Mrs. Mu from before it all fell apart. The woman who had loved him like a son, before he ruined everything. A lump formed in his throat, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out, "Mom." His voice trembled, laced with grievance, longing, guilt, and pain, a mixture of emotions that overwhelmed him before he could even process them all. Mrs. Mu's lips parted in shock, but before she could respond, Yixi, still lost in the confusion of his memories, leaned forward and rubbed his face against her hand like a child seeking comfort. "Mommy, Mommy, I finally get to see you again. That's great." Mrs. Mu stiffened. Her lips formed words, but they never fully escaped. She sighed softly, instead placing a gentle hand over his head in comfort. "You're hurt. Let me call the doctor." She rose to press the call button, but Yixi panicked. "No, don't go." In his fear, his small hand clutched at her sleeve, tugging too hard and pulling at his wounds. Pain shot through him, causing a groan to escape his lips. Don't move." Mrs. Mu quickly pressed the bell, her other hand gently holding on to his trembling fingers. Her touch was warm, comforting. It was then that Yixi realized something was very, very wrong. His hand so small. His body so weak. His pain so real. Do dead people feel pain? His thoughts raced. Would they be reborn as children? Shouldn't hell be different? Panic clawed at his mind. What was this? Chapter 4, A Life Restarted. As he slowly accepted reality, Yixi found himself obediently drinking the porridge Mrs. Mu had made for him. She praised him for eating well, and without thinking, he smiled shyly in return, a subconscious reaction. Guilt twisted in his stomach. Now, with clarity settling in, he finally understood. He had been reborn. He had gone back in time to when he was 6 years old, back to the moment he had almost been beaten to death by his grandmother. Mrs. Mu, as he remembered, was just as gentle and kind as she had always been. Despite knowing he was her husband's illegitimate child, she had still wanted to adopt him in his past life. But back then, his birth mother, Hu Qin, had intervened, pretending to be a loving parent and manipulating him into rejecting Mrs. Mu. Back then, he had pushed away the only real warmth he had ever been given. Now, Yixi silently grabbed onto Mrs. Mu's sleeve as she wiped his face, clinging to her touch. Mrs. Mu paused, looking at him with softened eyes. She didn't realize it, but Yixi knew. She had begun to care for him already. Chapter 5, A Mother's Choice. Does your leg still hurt? Mrs. Mu asked gently. Yixi's injuries were severe, and as the anesthetic wore off, the pain became excruciating. Yet, he bit his tongue and didn't cry out. Even the doctors and nurses pitied him. Some glared at the medical file, furious at the so-called grandmother who had done this to a child. But Yixi just shook his head. He didn't want to worry her. If he showed weakness, she might feel guilty. If she felt guilty, she might hesitate. And he didn't want her to hesitate. Because this time, he would never let go of her kindness. If it hurts, don't hold it in, okay? Mrs. Mu patted his head lightly. Tell mommy or a doctor if it does. She had accepted it. She had accepted being his mother. Because according to the doctor's diagnosis, Yixi had suffered from a concussion, causing memory loss. He had latched onto Mrs. Mu, instinctively recognizing her as his mother. The doctor believed this was good. It was a coping mechanism, a way for the brain to protect itself from trauma. So Mrs. Mu did not correct him. Instead, an idea took root in her mind. Chapter 6, The Choice That Changed Everything. Yixi fiddled with his fingers, his voice barely above a whisper. Mommy, don't hit me. Mrs. Mu froze. Her heart ached as she gently held his small hands. No matter what you do, mommy will never hit you. His grip on her tightened as he pressed his face against her arm, silently seeking comfort. And then, in a soft voice, she spoke. Xiaoxi, there's something I want to ask you. Yixi lifted his head, his trustful eyes shining. Would you like to come home with mommy once you've recovered? The word struck him like thunder. His chest tightened, and for a moment, he forgot how to breathe. Even with all his shamelessness, even knowing what would happen, he couldn't stop the tears that welled in his eyes. Because even though he had lived this moment once before, he had never understood it. He had been too blinded by hatred, too filled with resentment, to see the sincerity in her offer. He had believed she was taking him in for ulterior motives. But now, knowing everything he did, he understood the truth. Mrs. Mu had always wanted to protect him. She had always wanted to be his mother. And in his past life, he had thrown it all away. But not this time. Not in this life. Yixi nodded firmly. I'll go wherever mommy goes. Mrs. Mew's expression softened, her lips curling into a genuine smile. Good boy. She kissed his forehead, gently stroking his hair. Mommy will take care of you. Mommy is the best. Yixi giggled. Mrs. Mew laughed softly. Are you tired? Lie down. I'll tell you a story. With her help, he lay back comfortably, savoring the warmth of her presence. As she began reading The Little Prince, his eyelids grew heavy, exhaustion pulling him into sleep. Before drifting off, a thought slipped from his lips. Mommy, will brother and sister like me? Mrs. Mew's voice was gentle. Yes. You are all good children. You will love each other. Yixi smiled. This time, they would be a real family. But peace never lasted long. Because the next morning, Yixi was jolted awake by a furious shriek. Feng Zhen, you bitch. First you stole my man, and now you want to steal my son.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Yixi suddenly opened his eyes and a tint of sternness flashed by. He naturally knew whose voice that was. Besides Huqi, who dared to act that confident? No matter what she did, she always blamed it on someone else and said that it had nothing to do with her. In her past life, Yixi was deceived by Huqin's image as his biological mother. Even when there were clues that proved that everything was fake, he refused to believe in it. Instead, he believed in her because she was his real mother. Who knew? Huqin, this is the hospital. Be respectful. Leave. Mrs. Mew's angry voice rang. Yixi watched as she stood in front of his head. He knew that she wasn't angry by Huqin's false accusation. Mrs. Mew was well-mannered and would definitely not be angry over these rumors. She was angry that Huqin barged in and disturbed Yixi's rest. Because Yixi was heavily injured, he needed sufficient rest and nutrition. Mrs. Mew looked after him closely. Whenever they were done eating, she had him go sleep after digesting. Even more, she told him bedtime stories. Plus, Mrs. Mew tried her best to avoid letting Yixi know about the truth of his real mother. What right do you have to talk about me when you stole my son? Hand him over, you bitch. You should be the one leaving. Huqin shrieked, walking over and wanting to hit Mrs. Mew. The doctors and nurses in the middle hurriedly stopped her. Miss, please calm down. Mrs. Mew arranged a superior quality single-person ward for Yixi. Nobles and influential people lived on this floor. The patients and relatives were people that paid attention to their manners and actions. When had they seen such a shrew? The doctors and nurses all sweated. Let me go. What do you guys want to do? Stop justifying yourself when you guys stole my son. I'm going to call the police. Don't think about bullying me just because you guys have more power. Huqin didn't let this go. The doctor is hitting someone? The doctor is hitting someone? So what if you guys have money? You think you can casually bully someone? A thick and coarse female voice rang. Okay. Even her good grandmother that beat him to this point, Hul Jiao, was here. Yixi clenched his teeth as he listened. She only knew that someone was trying to steal her son now, but what had she done 6 years ago? He couldn't remember anything about Huqin before he was 6 years old. However, the past 2 lives were the same. Huqin only appeared after Mrs. Mew wanted to adopt him. Wait, how come Huqin only appeared after Mrs. Mew wanted to adopt him? Yixi suddenly thought of this point that he neglected. Was it that much of a coincidence? Who told Huqin that Mrs. Mew wanted to adopt him? However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Seeing the group of people pushing one another, Yixi needed to think of an idea. He knew that Mrs. Mew hadn't completed the documents to adopt him yet. However, Huqin suddenly appeared. As his birth mother, she had an advantage if she wanted to fight for custody. It was clear that Huqin wasn't fighting for custody so that she could take good care of him. He must not let her prevail. An idea bloomed in his heart. In a weak and muffled voice, he called out, Mommy. It was noisy in the ward and it covered Yixi's voice. However, Mrs. Mew was closest to him and she slightly trembled. She immediately turned around and asked, Xiao Shi, you're awake, Nov, L, B /JNN. If it weren't that her attention was mostly on him, Mrs. Mew wouldn't have reacted that quickly. Only the kind-hearted Mrs. Mew truly cared about him. Yixi tugged on her sleeves longingly. Before he could say anything, Huqin pounced over when everyone was in a daze. Seeing Yixi's emotional state, her tears fell down. Yixi, my son, my baby, Mommy is here to pick you up. Mommy won't let anyone steal you. AHH. An extremely tragic shriek interrupted Huqin's confession as a kind mother. Yixi glanced at Huqin's face and suddenly curled up into a ball. He let out a terrified scream and exclaimed, don't hit me, please, please. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Mommy, save me, save me. I didn't hit you, Huqin blurted out in shock. Glancing at Yixi's crazy state, a glimpse of apprehension flickered through her eyes. However, she looked around and gritted her teeth, reaching over to hug him. Don't be scared. Mommy is here to save you. She just touched Yixi when the latter started shaking violently as though bitten by a poisonous snake. He lifted his head up hastily to look at Huqin before his eyes widened and he frantically started to struggle free from her grasp. AHH. Don't hit me. Hurts so much. Mommy, he kicked at Huqin despite a thick layer of gauze wrapped around his legs. He begged for Mrs. Mew to intervene, his face full of tears. For a moment, Mrs. Mew was deceived by Huqin's sincere emotions. However, she immediately pushed Huqin away in the next second and hugged the trembling and terrified little boy, kissing the tip of his hair non-stop. Good boy, baby, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. Mommy will protect you. Yixi couldn't stop trembling, trying to suppress his tears. Anyone could hear the pain and fear in his voice. Save me. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Doctor? Mrs. Mew teared up and hurriedly asked the doctor for help. However, she kept hugging Yixi, trying to comfort him. Seeing that Yixi was going into shock, the doctor immediately commanded, the patient is too emotional. Prepare the sedative. What's the matter? Is he crazy? Huqin suddenly grabbed onto a doctor's collar and asked. Her waist was faintly hurting from Yixi's kick. You're the crazy one. Didn't you see that Xiaoxi only went into shock after seeing you? A nurse couldn't help but say. She already disliked this vulgar and rude woman for a long time. Yixi had been in and out of the hospital a few times and everyone felt pity towards this well-behaved and sensible cute child. They were displeased with the abusive Hu Jiao. This time, Yixi almost lost his life. They were holding in a ball of anger. Thankfully, Mrs. Mew appeared and treated Yixi kindly. No matter the inside story, at least she treated him genuinely. They trusted Mrs. Mew's personality. Everything was improving, but Huqin suddenly appeared and caused trouble. Thinking of how the so-called mother never took care of Yixi in the past 6 years and even tossed him to his grandmother to abuse, the nurse couldn't help but be angry. I never hit him, Huqin argued. The doctor that Huqin stopped saw that his colleague was handling the little patient, so he patiently stood next to her to prevent her from suddenly acting on a rampage and going to upset the little patient. He glanced at the beautiful Huqin and then at the gloomy-faced and old Hu Jiao. The two were clearly ages apart, but their looks and voices were quite similar. He was disgusted by them. He said, you guys look too similar. You should be the one that had beaten Yixi into the hospital, right? He pointed at Hu Jiao. Panic flickered over Hu Jiao's face. She argued, he accidentally tripped and fell. I didn't hit him. She carefully looked at Huqin. He accidentally tripped and fell, landing him with a concussion, broken ribs and legs, and a body full of bruises. She didn't even think through her lies. One could tell that there was an issue when the little patient almost went into shock just seeing Huqin's face. She acted like a kind mother, but in the blink of an eye, she asked fearfully if her son was crazy or not with lingering fear. Did she think they were blind? The police will find out whether you beat him or not, the doctor said coolly. Hu Jiao nervously said to Huqin instantly, you said I'd be fine. Shut up. Huqin suddenly shouted and stopped Hu Jiao from blurting words out. She looked around in alarm. The majority of the people's attention was on Yixi, so not many were looking at them. However, the doctor talking to them looked at them mockingly, as though he had seen through their plans already. Huqin was nervous in her heart, but she couldn't let this go. She could tell that no matter the reason, Fang Zhen cared about her cheap son a lot. This was her chance. She didn't believe that an ignorant child that had been abused at a young age could reject his birth mother's love. As long as she had time, she could control him just like how she had deceived the crafty Mu Zhirong. Thinking of this, Huqin covered her face with her hands and cried out loud, Yixi, my son, my baby, mommy loves you. Don't be scared of mommy. Mommy will definitely protect you. She said this with deep feelings. The doctors and nurses surrounded the bed, so she couldn't tell how Yixi was. Yixi was originally comforted by Mrs. Mew, but now he started trembling and shivering in fear again. People couldn't help but feel suspicious towards his birth mother and whether she had taken part in abusing him either. Mrs. Mew finally couldn't hold in anymore and hollered, enough. Kick them out of the hospital? Mew family's bodyguards had been staying still because they hadn't received Mrs. Mew's order, but now they immediately moved. The two tall and sturdy men lifted the two women without a care, forcing Hu Jiao and Huqin out of the ward. What? What are you guys doing? It hurts. Let go. Yixi, don't believe her. She's the bad guy. I'm your birth mother, Huqin shrieked, her voice off tune as she was being roughly manhandled. However, Mrs. Mew was hell-bent on making them leave. Hu Jiao and Huqin's voice faded into the distance and silence in the ward finally returned. Yixi hugged Mrs. Mew tightly. He gradually stopped shaking now that he couldn't hear Hu Jiao and Huqin's voice. He just shook from time to time. But after this, sweat drenched his body and his clothes were soaked. Mrs. Mew and the nurse gently pried his hands apart and helped him wipe his sweat and change his clothes. Yixi was still and his face was still wearing a fearful expression, making others feel bad. When the doctors and nurses saw his state, they all couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful child. He's so unlucky to have such a treacherous and abusive relative. Rest well, child. Mrs. Mew, if something happens, please call for us at any time. Thank you. Mrs. Mew nodded. The doctors and nurses left the ward successively, leaving only Mrs. Mew and Yixi. Yixi laid in bed and closed his eyes, but the moment Mrs. Mew moved, he would immediately widen his eyes and tear up, as though begging her not to leave. Mrs. Mew felt bitter in her heart. She held his hands and said gently, Mommy will stay with you. Don't be afraid. Mu Yixi looked at her longingly and said in a soft voice, "You're my mother, right?" Mrs. Mu said without hesitation, "Yes." "You won't hand me over to them?" "Yes." "Promise?" Mrs. Mu kissed his forehead and said, "I promise." Mu Yixi felt head die without regret. Ever since that day, Hu Qin still didn't give up and made a fuss a few more times. She even hired a lawyer, wanting to challenge Mrs. Mu, but the latter kicked them all out bluntly. Hu Qin couldn't even enter Mu Yixi's ward, so don't mention trying to achieve them by acting like his mother. The doctor said that because Mu Yixi was abused, he severely feared his abuser and anyone similar to them, in reference to his grandmother, Hu Jiao, and his birth mother, Hu Qin. Whenever he saw them, it was a repeat of mental abuse to him and this would further hurt him. The doctor warned and suggested to Mrs. Mu that they must separate the victim from the two relatives to prevent shocking him. Otherwise, if the victim repeatedly looked upon this memory, it might cause him to have a mental disorder or something similar of the sorts. Based on the doctor's observation of Mu Yixi, as long as he didn't see his grandmother or birth mother, under Mrs. Mu's care, he would still be under a calm mood. He's a very strong child. Please protect him. The doctor said this seriously to the police. Even though the police had seen many similar cases, they couldn't help but feel compassion towards the victim. This was the natural feeling that people had towards children. Even more, Mu Yixi was definitely one of the pleasing ones of the victims. Mrs. Mu kept on reflecting on her mistakes. That day, she had silently allowed Hu Qin to enter the ward. It was true that she wanted to adopt Mu Yixi, but she must obtain her husband, Mu Zhurong's approval if she wanted to bring Mu Yixi into the Mu family. She and Mi Zhurong were respectful to one another, but that was it. Mu Zhurong focused on his career and spent most of his energy on his work, the remaining on his family. He spent most of his energy on his children and rarely on Mrs. Mu. That was the style of high-class families. Mu family members had an okay relationship with one another as well. Thus, Mrs. Mu didn't complain much about it. Mu Zhurong also gave her face normally. He normally didn't object to any decisions she made. Even when she wanted to adopt Mu Yixi, his illegitimate son, this time, he hadn't rejected her idea. In reality, his silence and indifference towards her decision led Mrs. Mu to know that he must known about Mu Yixi's existence. However, he just didn't want to acknowledge his son because he wasn't eager for his birth since he was a product of Hu Qin's schemes. It represented humiliation to him. He wouldn't do anything to Mu Yixi, but had treat him indifferently and coldly. Mu Zhurong sent people to monitor Mu Yixi to prevent his existence from impacting his legal family. As the one benefiting from this decision, Mrs. Mu couldn't criticize her husband's action because he was protecting her and her children. On the other hand, she realized that he could be ruthless and do nothing even though he knew that his other son was being abused and living under terrible conditions. Mrs. Mu didn't want to argue over this point, but she felt apologetic towards Mu Yixi. Therefore, she tried her best to compensate him. She couldn't accept a child with a similar face as her son being tortured once again and dying. Mu Zhurong didn't stop Mrs. Mu. He just told her that Hu Qin returned. News of Hu Qin's mother, Hu Jiao, abusing Mu Yixi had garnered a lot of attention. The police couldn't just let go of Hu Jiao because of Mu Yixi's wishes anymore. But considering that Hu Jiao was Mu Yixi's only relative, they went to find his birth mother, Hu Qin. If it was just Hu Jiao, Mrs. Mu would definitely go according to her plan. After Mu Yixi was arranged to be placed in the orphanage, she would adopt him through legal means. However, Hu Qin came back. Mrs. Mu was forced to consider another stance. In her heart, no matter one's personality, once they become a mother, they should treat their child differently. She didn't know how Hu Qin was as a mother and why she left Mu Yixi for 6 years or Mu Yixi's impression of her mother, but she wasn't Mu Yixi's real mother despite him calling her mother in the end. Mrs. Mu would be blamed for everything if Mu Yixi grew up and thought that she purposely caused him to be separated from his mother. Therefore, she gave him the choice. If her great and meticulous care towards Mu Yixi still couldn't be compared to his feelings for his unfamiliar mother, Mrs. Mu felt that there was nothing more to say. She would let go. However, Mrs. Mu didn't expect that the meeting she deliberately set up would lead to Mu Yixi's intense reaction. Hearing the doctor's diagnosis of Mu Yixi, she regretted her decision greatly. When he cried and begged her to save him, Mrs. Mu's heart felt bitter. Damn his choice. This child was hers and no one could steal him from her. Since she made her decision, Mrs. Mu immediately reacted swiftly and decisively. She won't let Hu Qin have any opportunities to be near Mu Yixi anymore. Since Hu Qin dared to talk about law, the Mu family had a whole team to go against her. Hu Qin had disappeared for 6 years and she hadn't assumed the responsibility of a mother for even a day, as well as the fact that Hu Jiao had abused Mu Yixi were both great points to bring up in court. Since Hu Qin said that she was taking advantage of her status to bully her, show her. Mu Yixi hugged his teddy bear with his left hand and lifted his right hand to touch the corner of Mrs. Mu's lips. Her smile deepened and a dimple revealed itself. It made her beautiful. Mrs. Mu looked at her. Mommy is very happy? Mu Yixi asked. For the past few days, Mrs. Mu seemed energetic and in high spirits. She was pretty already, but there was a brilliance that made her face lit up. He guessed that it had to do with Hu Qin and the others. Hu Qin placed benefits as her priority, and she viewed him as her property. Her instinct told her that because Mrs. Mu attached importance to Mu Yixi, she could gain something out of this. With that, she didn't easily give up. However, it has been quiet these days. It must be because Mrs. Mew stopped them from coming over. Mrs. Mew came from a wealthy background, and after she became the Mew family's madam, everyone affirmed her performance. She was definitely intelligent and capable. However, she easily suffered losses because of her pride and kind heart. She was proud and believed that there was no need to explain anything, and she was always kind-hearted to people close to her. Mrs. Mew didn't plan on being polite towards Hu Qin and the others. She had her own ways of dealing with this. He didn't feign madness in vain now. Xiao Shi is getting discharged today. Mommy is very happy. Mew Yuxi's condition was steady now and he just needed to recuperate. Mrs. Mew decided that he'd be discharged today and she'd bring him back to the Mew family. As long as Mommy is happy. I like it when Mommy is happy, Mew Yuxi said. Good child. Mrs. Mew ruffled his hair. Mew Yuxi lifted his hand and covered the hair that Mrs. Mew touched, smiling shyly. Mrs. Mew appeared to be cold, but she didn't put up her guard against children. After she became familiar with him, some actions were an instinct to her. She would hug and kiss his forehead. Each action contained her love towards him. As a person used to this since they were young, they might not think so. However, it was different for Mew Yuxi. In his past life, when Hu Qin was pretending to be a kind mother, she would also approach him. However, the precondition was that he had done something to satisfy her. She trained him like a pet. When he entered the Mew family, he was already 12. Mrs. Mew watched him grow up, so she naturally wouldn't be that intimate with him. At most, she would gently pat the back of his hand when she was happy. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Mew Yuxi noticed that he wasn't against pretending to be a 6-year-old again. He got to experience a mother's love towards a child. He even took pleasure in this. Madam, everything is packed up. The amiable middle-aged woman, Mew family's female housekeeper, Aunt Wang said. She had been packing up Mew Yuxi's things. When Mew Yuxi entered the hospital, he didn't bring anything. Yet, when he left, he had 2 large suitcases. One contained the clothes, books, and daily items Mrs. Mew prepared for him. The other bag contained the gifts that Mrs. Mew, doctors, nurses, police, lawyers and etc. gave him. The teddy bear that Mew Yuxi was carrying was gifted by Mrs. Mew. Thank you for the hard work, Aunt Wang. Mrs. Mew slightly nodded. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Mew Yuxi clutched the teddy bear and said politely and seriously. You don't need to thank me, young Master Shi. This is what I should do. Aunt Wang glanced at his pale fingers. After Mew Yuxi was injured, he feared and guarded against strangers. Besides Mrs. Mew, even Aunt Wang, who he frequently saw, made him nervous. Mew Yuxi clearly recognized that his attitude was off, so under Mrs. Mew's guidance, he tried to overcome this. It made people feel bad seeing such a young child trying hard to be polite although he was scared. Aunt Wang couldn't help but soften her tone towards him as well. Aunt Wang was originally Mrs. Mew's nanny. She had worked in Mrs. Mew's maiden home, the Feng family, for many years. Later on, she followed Mrs. Mew to the Mew family. She was Mrs. Mew's most trustworthy aide. Seeing Mew Yuxi's face, she knew that this child must have some sort of relation with the Mew family. Seeing that Mrs. Mew insisted on adopting him and bringing him into the Mew family, she couldn't help but worry. But during this period of time, either Mrs. Mew or her was the one taking care of Mew Yuxi. Since she had gotten along with him for a while, it was difficult for Aunt Wang to have bad feelings towards this pitiful and sensible child. Mew Yuxi's heart brightened. He was very satisfied with Aunt Wang's attitude. In his past life, she hadn't given him a good attitude. Ever since he entered the Mew family, she guarded against him. She would secretly watch him as he talked to Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan as though scared that he might do something to her 2 young masters. Because of Aunt Wang's attitude, Mew Yuxi felt humiliated, believing that what Hu Qin said about no one in the Mew family treats you sincerely was correct. Even the servants didn't place him in their eyes, isn't that right? Now that he thought about it, with how on guard he was when he first entered the Mew family, it'd be strange if Aunt Wang wasn't apprehensive of him. In reality, it wasn't that hard to please her as he imagined. Like Mrs. Mew, Aunt Wang had a soft heart. As long as she was comforted by his presence, he could do anything. Mew Yuxi smiled faintly at her. Besides Mrs. Mew, he was afraid of everyone else. He spoke from experience. However, this would make Mrs. Mew protect him even more and show more concern, making Aunt Wang treat him kindly. As expected, Aunt Wang returned a gentle smile. See, Mew Yuxi knew that it wasn't wrong to be soft towards women. Mrs. Mew and Aunt Wang helped Mew Yuxi sit on the wheelchair and they covered his legs with a quilt to keep him warm. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's go, Mrs. Mew said to Mew Yuxi. Okay. Mew Yuxi nervously clutched the teddy bear. In a soft voice, he said, Mommy, let's go home. He said the last word softly as if scared that Mrs. Mew might correct him. Mrs. Mew looked gently at him and said, right, go home, to our home. Mrs. Mew's family was situated in Xinan City's wealthy residential area, Yulian Garden. Mrs. Mew and Mr. Mew had moved in after they got married. Yulian Garden was in the suburbs and it occupied a lot of area. There were comprehensive facilities including the school, hospital, playground, large-scale supermarket, and such. It had formed an area itself. Even more, security was top-notch. The buildings in Yulian Garden were all individual villas that occupied more than 200 square feet. Each had its own private garden, parking lot, and servant's room. Each villa was at least 100 meters from the next one. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. The car stopped in front of a beautiful European-style villa. Yixi sat on the wheelchair and tightly hugged the teddy bear in his arms, his body stiff. He lowered his head and his face was pale. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Seeing this, Mrs. Mew had Aunt Wang push the wheelchair while she walked to Yuxi's side. She reached over and held his hands, saying, "This is Mommy's home and Yuxi's home in the future as well. Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Mommy's Yixi is very brave. Lift your head." After a while, he lifted his hand and held onto Mrs. Mew's hands tightly as though trying to get power from her hands. Then, he slowly let go of Mrs. Mew's hands and raised his head looking in front of him firmly. Although from the posture of him hugging the teddy bear and his stiff expression, one could tell that he was nervous and ill at ease, Mrs. Mew was already satisfied. They'll work on it step by step. There was no way they could achieve their goal in one go. Mew family was a large and influential family for hundreds of years. It wasn't easy to claim connections with the family. From Mew Zhurong's tiny family to Mew family's residence, Mrs. Mew could protect Mew Yuxi, but she still needed to take care of her two children. There was no way she could take care of all aspects. If Mew Yuxi wanted to stand his footing in the Mew family, he needed to become independent. Mrs. Mew encouraged and guided him mainly, unable to pamper and indulge him as she did in the hospital anymore. Mrs. Mew brought Mew Yuxi into the residence. The moment they entered the living room, her pair of daughter and son ran over to her, calling out, "Mommy, you're back?" Yet, their eyes were on Mew Yuxi sitting on the wheelchair, full of curiosity. Likewise, Mew Yuxi was looking at them too. The 6-year-old Mew Yuki looked very familiar to Mew Yuxi. They both inherited Mew Zhurong's thick and dashing eyebrows, deep and narrow eyes, tall nose bridges, and red moist lips. They had slender figures, but didn't appear that weak either. They were basically a young handsome version of Mew Zhurong. If they stood next to him, one could clearly tell that they were his sons. He was born premature and younger than Mew Yuxi by 5 months, but he was much stronger and taller than the latter. The 4-year-old Mew Yuxuan had both parents' strengths. She had an exquisite and cute face. She carried a fat little chicken doll and blinked her big eyes, tilting her head while looking at him. She appeared to be a cute and sweet little doll. However, the moment the two children opened their mouths, Mew Yuxi knew that. Mew Yuki said rudely, "Mommy, he's the big brother? Why is he so tiny?" "I'm the big brother." Mew Yuxuan knitted her brows in annoyance and said in a soft voice, "He looks very similar to Big Brother Chick, but he's smaller than him." "What animals are smaller than chicks?" "Oh, a mouse. Big Brother Mouse." "Ah, Xiaoxian doesn't like mice though. I don't want to hug him to sleep." If this was the 12-year-old Mew Yuxi from past life, he definitely would have exploded from anger and cursed them out loud. Listen to their words? Small, mouse. Had he not known any better, he would have thought they were doing this on purpose and specially came over to show him who was boss. Thinking from a worse perspective, what could 5 years old know? Clearly, they were taught by adults. Wasn't this a hint that Mew Zhurong didn't welcome him? Either that or Mrs. Mew didn't really want him to enter the Mew family as she showed. Nov. L.B//JNN. This pair of brats. If he hadn't had his past lives memory, Mew Yuxi would have held a grudge against them in his heart. However, he knew that they didn't mean that. Mrs. Mew wanted to change their opinions about Mew Yuxi. Since she decided to adopt him, she wouldn't let her children ruin his image. In contrast, she'd guide them to like him. Although he didn't go through the same experiences with this pair of siblings, Mrs. Mew had done a lot of work for them to peacefully get along with each other. She had once told him about Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan's interesting childhood events. For example, Mew Yuki was annoyed with Mew Yuxuan, his cute little sister, because she was a girl. Therefore, she couldn't play along with him. Even more, she dragged him down. He had to let her in everything. It just so happened that Mommy said he was the big brother, so he needed to take care of his little sister. Mew Yuki sullenly assumed his responsibility as the big brother. At that time, Mew Yuki wished for Mommy to get him a big brother. That way, he could make his big brother take care of his troublesome little sister. Besides, he could also have a big brother to play and take care of him like he did for his little sister. Mrs. Mew knew that he wanted a big brother. Mew Yuki was already eager to meet his big brother when she mentioned that he had one. Therefore, Mew Yuxi understood why Mew Yuki acted as though he was seriously shocked. He must be screaming in his heart, "Where is my tall and almighty big brother?" Mew Yuki looked similar to Mew Zhurong, but his personality was much closer to Mrs. Mew's. As for Mew Yuxuan, don't look at how soft-looking she was, but she had inherited Mew Zhurong's craftiness. She wasn't aware because she was young, but she had total control over her big brother, Mew Yuki. What a pity that she was a girl and like Mrs. Mew, her heart softened towards people she trusted in, causing her to suffer in the future. The future cold-hearted ice beauty was still a cute and adorable girl right now. She was still distressed over Mew Yuxi's address. This was because she had the habit of sleeping with someone at night. However, there was no way that her 3 family members would indulge her in this habit. Therefore, Mrs. Mew made a compromise. She had Mew Yuxuan pick 3 dolls from her collection, representing her daddy, mommy, and big brother. That way, Mew Yuxuan would be able to hug her family to sleep every night. The latter agreed with this method, so she carefully picked out her daddy dog, mommy rabbit, and big brother chick. Daddy dog was a dog doll bigger than herself. She could wrap her arms around it and sleep. Mommy rabbit was smaller than daddy dog, but still a bit bigger than her. She could spoon and sleep with it. Big brother chick was a fat little chick, only half the size of Mew Yuxuan. She could hug and squeeze it however she wanted to. Meanwhile, she was the little rabbit that was just a bit smaller than her big brother chick. But no matter the animal, only her family had this treatment. Mew Yuxuan naturally wouldn't pick an animal for an unfamiliar kid that she just saw for the first time and then hug him to sleep. It was probably because Mrs. Mew told her that her big brother was part of her family that Xiao Xian started to ponder over which doll to represent him. Therefore, Mew Yuxuan was in distress right now and had trouble choosing. She thought of a mouse in the first moments when she thought of an animal smaller than a chick. However, she hated mice. Mew Yuki exploded first. With a red face, he said, I already said I'm not a big brother chick. He had objected to this name many times. Why was he a little chick? Why couldn't he be a lion or tiger, but rather a weak and slow little yellow chick? He opposed this strongly, but even Mew Zhurong couldn't escape being the daddy dog. Mrs. Mew also looked on without saying anything. She lightly said, then you can sleep with your little sister at night then. The underlying words were that he didn't need to be big brother chick if he decided to sleep with her. Then he'd be tortured by Mew Yuxuan like the big brother chick? No, he'd rather have big brother chick suffer for him? It was one thing to say it on a normal basis, but why did she have to say that in front of his new big brother? Mew Yuki felt that his dignity as a masculine boy had been hurt. Mew Yuxuan pursed her lips and said, but big brother is big brother chick. Mew Yuki quickly glanced at the confused Mew Yuxi and said angrily, I'm not. Mew Yuxuan stumped on her feet. You are? Mew Yuki said out loud, I'm not. The siblings started fighting. It was unclear whether one should laugh or cry at this development. Mew Yuxi snorted, causing everyone's attention to be on him. Mew Yuxi didn't realize. He looked at Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan, wearing a small smile. He shyly said to Mew Yuki, little brother, I'm not small. I just hurt my leg, so I can't stand up. When I recover, I'll play with you. Then he turned to Mew Yuxuan and delivered the teddy bear in his hands to her. Little sister, this is my favorite teddy. Can I be your big brother teddy? Hearing that Mew Yuxi's leg was injured and that he couldn't stand up, Mew Yuki immediately glanced at his leg in pity. I know. When I was running last time, I fell and hurt my knee. It hurt a lot and I also bled. He scrunched his face, having lingering fears. Don't be scared. Once you recover, I'll play with you, he generously said. In young Master Mew's mind, playing was the most important. As long as he didn't need to bring his cumbersome little sister. He didn't realize, but after seeing that the small Mew Yuxi was injured, he unconsciously started to act like a big brother again. Mew Yuxuan was originally observing Mew Yuxi and assessing how similar he was to a teddy bear. However, she became anxious after seeing that her big brother and the new big brother became companions. They looked so similar that they seemed like the same person. She grabbed Mew Yuxi's teddy bear and said, I want to play with you guys. Seeing that her big brother's face fell immediately, she looked at Mew Yuxi and miserably called out, Big brother Teddy. Mew Yuki widened his eyes and looked at Mew Yuxi, scared that had agreed to take his little cumbersome sister. Then, they wouldn't be able to play. He didn't dare to openly oppose, otherwise Mew Yuxuan would definitely create a big disturbance. Therefore, he tried his best to give him a look, hoping that Mew Yuxi could understand his hint. Otherwise, he won't play with him if Mew Yuxi agreed. Had have him take care of his little sister? He was already in elementary school, so he was an adult. His friends would definitely laugh at him if his little sister came to his school and followed him around. Mew Yuxi carefully thought about it before saying, I want to play with you guys. How about this? I'll play with my little brother for one day and then I'll play with my little sister the next day. On the third day, you guys can play together and the day after, well, all play together, okay? Okay, Mew Yuki said happily. He was great in math and immediately noticed that his days of playing with his little sister would decrease from 4 to 2 days. It was much better than playing with her every day. Plus, they got to play together on the third day. He could make his new big brother take care of his little sister, so he'd be free. He just needed to take care of his little sister for one day. That's amazing. Yay, okay, Mew Yuxuan said, not backing down. She was actually confused by Mew Yuxi's explanation and didn't understand. However, Mew Yuxi didn't seem to be abandoning her to play with her big brother, so she agreed. Mew Yuki always disliked her, so she wasn't happy about this either. Now that she had a new big brother, it wasn't like she must play with Mew Yuki. She won't let his big brother steal her new big brother away. The two siblings glanced at each other and they gave each other a daring gaze. Mew Yuxi became a bestseller right now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this result. Seeing that they were getting along fine, Mrs. Mew happily said, Are you guys done discussing? Aren't you guys going to introduce yourselves? The three children were stunned. Right, they hadn't introduced themselves yet. Besides Mew Yuxi that was acting dumb, Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan both lowered their heads in embarrassment. This was because their mother had told them to do so before, but the moment they saw Mew Yuxi, they forgot. In Mrs. Mew's eyes, this was disrespectful. Mrs. Mew said, Then, Xiaoxi, you're the oldest. You can introduce yourself first. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dylan Foster. Mu Yuxi's face flushed. He said softly, "My name is Hu, Mu Yixi. I'm 6 years old." Hi. Mrs. Mu had long changed his surname. Mu Yuki just remembered what his mother told him. He coughed and acted proper like a little adult. "I'm Mu Yuki and I'm also 6 years old. Mother said that you're 5 months older than me, so you're the big brother. But I think I'm the big brother. Can I not call you big brother and call you Xiao Shi instead?" Mu Yuxi glanced at Madame Mu and the latter smiled back at him. However, she didn't say anything. He thought about it before nodding. "Okay." Mu Yuxuan said in a soft voice, "I'm Mu Yuxuan and I'm 4 years old. You can call me Xiao Xian. Big brother Xiao Shi Teddy, welcome." "Thank you Xiao Xian." Mu Yuxi said sincerely. Mu Yuxuan sweetly smiled at him. During their first meeting, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan both had a good impression of Mu Yuxi. "You guys are all good kids. You guys have to get along and take care of each other, okay?" Mrs. Mu said softly. "Okay," the 3 children said in unison. "I'm the oldest. I'll take care of them." Mu Yuki patted his chest and said responsibly, "I'm the big brother. I will take care of my younger brother and sister." Mu Yuxi thought this was hilarious, but expressed his loyalty. Mu Yuxuan huffed, she didn't know what to say. The smallest big brother Teddy was also bigger than her. Even more, she was the youngest too and usually the one being taken care of. She normally thought that it was expected. But at this time, it made her seem pretty useless. Younger sister can take care of big brother Teddy. Mu Yuxi looked at the teddy bear in Mu Yuxuan's arms and slowly said. Mu Yuxuan followed his gaze and looked at the teddy bear. When Mu Yuxi thought that she would follow his words, she raised the teddy up instead. "I don't want big brother Xiao's eyes teddy bear. It's your favorite teddy. Let me return this to you. Mommy, come and pick a teddy bear just like big brother Xiao Shi with me, okay?" She looked up at Mrs. Mu. "Of course, baby." Mrs. Mu patted her hair. Her daughter took Mu Yuxi's favorite teddy. She planned on talking to her and having her hand the teddy back later on. Who knew that Mu Yuxuan was more sensible than she imagined. Mu Yuxuan placed the teddy on Mu Yuxi's lap and happily counted on his fingers. "I will take good care of Daddy Dog, Mommy Rabbit, Big Brother Teddy, Big Brother Chick, and my little rabbit, more than Big Brother Xiao Shi and Big Brother." She puffed out her chest and acted proud as though looking to be complimented. Xiao Xian is so capable. Mrs. Mu couldn't help but laugh. Mu Yuxuan stood next to Mrs. Mu, her face flushed as she twisted her body. "It's that lively today? Can someone tell me what happened?" The mature and composed man walked in, with a slight smile as he asked. "Daddy?" Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan called out in unison. Mu Yuxi raised his head and saw his birth father, Mu Zhurong, as expected. Before the man opened his mouth, he already stood by the side. However, everyone's attention was on Mu Yuxi. Even more, Mu Zhurong observed him with a deep and profound gaze. Mu Yuxi pretended like he didn't know, but had long recognized him. He had encountered Mu Zhurong 6 years in advance in this life. The other party's face didn't change much. He was still handsome and composed, acting like a gentleman. However, in reality, he was selfish, ruthless, and cold. He and Mrs. Mu and the children are from completely different worlds. When Mu Yuxi met Mu Zhurong's gaze, he looked down as though frightened. He hid the coldness in his eyes. Mrs. Mu seemed to have detected something. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, silently comforting him. Mu Yuxi's heart felt warmed and he didn't act startled anymore. "You're back," Mrs. Mu faintly said. She persisted in adopting Mu Yuxi. Mu Zhurong didn't object to it in the end. However, his indifferent attitude revealed his disapproval. Mrs. Mu didn't expect for Mu Zhurong to specially stay and look at him although Mu Yuxi was entering the Mu family today. Now that he was back, it didn't seem like he harbored any good intentions. He observed the 6-year-old child in that gaze, making even bystanders feel uncomfortable and unhappy. Mu Zhurong nodded. "I came back to see you guys." He patted Mu Yuxuan's head and looked at Mu Yuxi. "This is your new big brother?" "Yes, he's big brother Xiao Shi and big brother Teddy," Mu Yuxuan said in a childish voice. "Xiao Xian, then introduce him to Daddy, okay?" Mu Zhurong asked. Mu Yuxuan said oh. She pulled on Mu Zhurong pants and said to Mu Yuxi, "Big brother Yuxi, this is Daddy?" Mu Yuxi looked shyly at Mu Zhurong before saying nervously, "Hello." Mu Zhurong said, "Since you are going to be living in our house and you are calling Xiao Xian's mother as your mother, you should change the way you call me. What do you think you should call me?" "Mu, Yuxi?" The invisible pressure assaulted him. Mu Yuxi's face paled and he subconsciously trembled, holding the teddy bear tightly and unable to say anything. He gradually forgot about his grandmother, Hu Jiao, in order to protect himself after he was injured. He had no memories of his birth mother, Hu Qin. Even more because she looked similar to Hu Jiao, he seemed to be rejecting memories of her. Mrs. Mu treated him sincerely, so he accepted her and treated her like his mother. He was very excited and delighted that Mrs. Mu adopted him, but it didn't mean that he lost his memory. He knew that Mrs. Mu wasn't his birth mother in his heart. The fragile him wanted to behave good and obedient, so that he could be acknowledged by Mrs. Mu. If Mrs. Mu's representation as a gentle and kind mother led Mu Yuxi to accept her without putting on any guard, then Mu Zhurong's representation as a stern and strict father led Mu Yuxi to fear him. His father had been missing from his life and now that he suddenly appeared, it was expected for Mu Yuxi to panic. He was unable to confidently call out father like how Mu Yuxuan and Mu Yuki called him. But if he called him uncle, then his status in the Mu family would change completely. This was Mu Zhurong. No matter whether in his past or current life, he had never truly accepted Mu Yuxi, even if they were blood related. Because he didn't accept him, he could ruthless test the waters and guard against a 6-year-old Zhurong. Mrs. Mu looked at Mu Zhurong, slightly blaming him for his action. She patted Mu Yuxi's hair and said, Xiaoxi, call him daddy. Mu Yuxi looked over at Mrs. Mu, his eyes teary. Mrs. Mu encouraged and nodded at him. Mu Yuxi looked down and clutched his teddy bear, saying weakly, Daddy. Mu Zhurong stared at his black hair and finally said something after a long pause of silence. Since your mother brought you back, then listen to her. Take care of your younger sister and brother. Yes, Daddy. Mu Yuxi responded in a soft voice. Daddy, I'll also take care of my big brother and young sister. Mu Yuki summoned the courage to say that, looking at Mu Zhurong in admiration. Compared to being close to Mrs. Mu, the little one could tell that Mu Yuxi actually feared his gentle father on the surface. However, seeing how Mu Zhurong valued Mu Yuxi, Mu Yuki couldn't help but part his lips, wanting his father to pay attention to him. JNN. Me too? Mu Yuxuan said this hurriedly, choking on her words. She said softly, I'll take care of daddy dog, mommy rabbit, big brother teddy, big brother chick, and my little rabbit. She raised her 5 fingers towards Mu Zhurong, swearing. I'll take good care. She was much closer to Mu Zhurong than Mu Yuki to him. Mu Zhurong glanced at his children and a smile floated on his lips. He caressed Mu Yuxuan's face and said, Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian are good. Listen to your mommy, okay? Yes? Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan both nodded firmly. Then I'm heading back to the company. I'll come back for dinner. Mu Zhurong said to Mrs. Mu. Okay. Mrs. Mu sent him out of the door. After Mu Zhurong left, Mrs. Mu gathered all the servants in the room over. There weren't many people in Yulian Garden. Besides the family of 4, the residents included housekeeper Aunt Wang, driver Uncle Rong, cook Aunt Zhang, nanny Su Qingli, janitor Sister Shu, and the gardener Uncle Chen. However, he was an hourly worker, only coming 2 days a week. Besides driver Uncle Rong, Aunt Wang could dispatch the servants as she saw fit. Coincidentally, all the servants were here today. Even driver Uncle Rong stayed. The driver that drove Mu Zhurong back to his company was his assistant, Su Zhao. Mrs. Mu specially did this for Mu Yuxi. Mrs. Mu held Mu Yuxi's hand and stood by him. She announced in front of everyone, he is Mu Yuxi. Starting today, please address him as the elder master and Yuki as the young master. You guys must treat him as you would to Yuki and Yuxuan. If you guys neglect him, I'm warning you guys right now. Don't blame me for looking into it later. Yes, madam. Everyone said in unison. Clearly, they had been told this beforehand. No matter what their genuine thoughts were, they wore calm expressions right now. Please look after me. Mu Yuxi's gaze swept across all the servants, saying shyly as how Mrs. Mu had taught him. It's what we should do, elder master. As the representative of the servants, Aunt Wang respectfully exclaimed. Mu Yuxi smiled gratefully at Aunt Wang. The latter's expression didn't change, but there was a gentle look in her eyes. You guys must have worked hard. You guys can go now. Mrs. Mu slightly nodded. Everyone returned to their positions. Mrs. Mu said to Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian, take your big brother on a tour in his room, okay? Okay. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan said together. Mu Yuki tilted his head and added, is Sister Qingli coming too? Each child in the Mu family had a nanny. They were fired after they were 6 years old. Mu Yuki's nanny had left already, only Mu Yuxuan's nanny was still here. Mu Yuxuan and Su Qingli had a great relationship. If Mrs. Mu wasn't here, Mu Yuxuan couldn't leave her nanny's side. Su Qingli took a step forward, waiting for Mrs. Mu's order. She was about 20 or so years old with long hair, wearing a simple short blouse and a skirt. She was clean and good-looking, young, and beautiful. Qingli can go along too. Look after the 3 of them. It was clear that Mrs. Mu treated Su Qingli. Mu Yuxi held the teddy bear and raised his head to look curiously at Su Qingli, his gaze confused and innocent. Mu Yuxi remembered Su Qingli. She was one of the important figures that helped Mu Yuxi beat Mu Zhurong. After several generations of effort, the Mu company right now was well known within the S province. It could be said that just a stomp on the feet would lead the country to shake. However, this family was quite low profile, especially the sons and grandsons of the Mu family staying domestically. They must accept strict and elite training, paying attention to their actions. It was due to this that there were rarely any hedonistic and arrogant young masters in the Mu family. Even if they couldn't shine in their careers or professions, they could find a suitable job and live steady lives. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Su family was mentioned whenever Mu family was. In the past, Su family was Mu family's servants. Su family's ancestors were born as Mu family's servants. Because they were loyal, they were valued and supported by the head of the Mu family. After hundreds of years of development, there were countless of them. However, Su family's background couldn't be compared to Mu family. This was because their scattered grandsons and sons didn't value family nor were they united. They did their own things and couldn't unite to develop the family. During that era, they suffered a lot as a result. The Su family's ancestors' only great decision was that each generation always served upon the Mu family. The decision was to thank Mu family's leader for their protection, but also to leave a backup route for the Su family. Truth proved that this decision had a lot of foresight. Though the Su family wanted to break free from their lowly status for hundreds of years, they were still servants of the Mu family in the end, getting the best treatment at least. Now, the generation serving the Mu family belongs to Su Qingli father. Su Qingli grandparents died in order to protect the Mu family back then. Their only son, Su Heng, received the treatment as half a member of the Mu family. He was Mu Zhurong's father, Mu Jingwei's trusted aide. However, Su Heng died early on due to overexhaustion, helping the Mu family to the best of his ability. He left his wife, Tang Yanhua, along with one daughter and son, Su Qingli and Su Zhao respectively. Tang Yanhua stayed in Mu family's residence for Mu Zhurong's mother, Shui Jing. Su Zhao obtained his father, Su Heng's 3% of Mu family's shares. However, he still obeyed his ancestors' teachings, staying by Mu Zhurong's side as his assistant. Su Qingli was Su family's precious daughter as her mother had her at an old age. She was pampered and spoiled by the family. The two families never thought of limiting her. After she didn't do well on her college entrance exam, she coincidentally became Mu Yuxuan's nanny. While taking care of her, she self-learned the college courses. She was very hardworking and ambitious. She meticulously took care of Mu Yuxuan. Even more, she protected Mu Yuxuan during a kidnapping incident, injuring herself in the process. As a result, Mu Yuxuan relied on her very much. Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki also liked her. Even Mu Zhurong treated her kindly. However, she adhered strictly to her rules, not becoming arrogant nor using her status to bully others. She didn't attempt to get power over Yulian Garden either. Besides learning, she devoted her time to taking care of Mu Yuxuan. Although she didn't request anything, the generous Mrs. Mu naturally wouldn't treat her unfairly. In the Mu residence, Su Qingli's status was only second to the masters of the Mu family. This was only on the surface though. In reality, ever since Su Qingli matured, she started to fall in love with Mu Zhurong, who was 10 years older than her. When she was young and innocent back then, she had said that she would become Brother Zhurong's wife in public. However, the elders of the Mu family thought this was due to a child's temperament, so they smiled and treated it as a joke. However, Su Qingli mother, Tang Yanhua, didn't dare to neglect this. In private, she scolded her daughter harshly. At that time, Su Qingli realized their difference in status. Every generation of the Su family viewed themselves as servants for the Mu family. As servants, they shouldn't think about seeking connections with their master. They'd be disrespecting their superiors and considered disgraceful behavior. In the ancient time, some servants were able to become concubines of the master, but they were in the modern world where they had to abide by the new rules. Seducing their masters was considered breaking the laws and ethics. Although there were men that had affairs even after they got married, with Mu family's upbringing, they would never allow their grandsons to do so. Mu Zhurong wasn't the type of person to do this either. The most important thing was that Mu Zhurong looked down on Su Qingli. Mu Zhurong was the typical young master. He didn't mean acting kindly to Su Qingli because of what her ancestors had done for them. He treated her like a half-sister. But in terms of marriage, he cared most about their status, lineage, and appearance. Su Qingli was nearly younger than him by 10 years. She was a servant's daughter. In addition, he didn't feel touched or moved by any of her features. Mu Zhurong never placed her in the list of possible marriage candidates. After recognizing this, Su Qingli didn't expose her feelings for Mu Zhurong anymore. She didn't give up and instead, waited patiently in secret. She was successful. Not only was she Mu Yuxuan's nanny, she also became one of the many competent assistants of Mu Zhurong in his career. When Mu Yixi was scheming against the Mu company, Su Qingli was one of the first ones to support him. Since Su Qingli was unable to obtain Mu Zhurong with her status right now, then she'd pull Mu Zhurong down from his throne and let him drop to the deep bottom. Mu Zhurong suffered a paralyzing stroke. According to their deal, Mu Yixi allowed Su Qingli to take him away. Mu Yixi would never forget how Su Qingli caressed the dead Mu Zhurong's face. She murmured as if in a trance, "You're finally mine." That scene made his hair stand up straight even now. She was a smart, gloomy, terrifying and stubborn woman. The woman right now was looking at him with a gentle and pitiful gaze. If Mu Yixi hadn't been reborn and was really just a tortured and beaten 6 years old, he would definitely be deceived by her actions and even harbor good feelings towards her. Mu Yixi lowered his head bashfully. Mu family's children's rooms were on the 3rd floor. Mu Yuxi's room was next door to Mu Yuki's. Mu Yuki's room was facing Mu Yuxuan's. Her room was pink and the typical princess-styled, full of dolls. Meanwhile, Mu Yuki's room was mainly blue and white, his style bright and clear. The furniture in his room was simple. Mu Yuxi's room was basically arranged the same way as Mu Yuki's. However, Mu Yuki's room was mainly filled with his personal items. Since Mrs. Mu chose to adopt him, she made sure to treat them all equally. One could tell how much effort and thought she placed into decorating Mu Yuxi's room. Even if she was facing a 6-year-old and knowledgeable little boy, she didn't treat him carelessly. Mu Yixi tightened his hands into fists, his eyes slightly reddened. People thought that he was just touched and emotional because of what Mrs. Mu had done for him. The latter patted his head. Su Qingli smiled, though it was unsure what she was thinking. "Do you like your room?" Mu Yuki eagerly asked, his eyes sparkling. "I do." Yixi nodded firmly. Yixi smiled too, jutting his chest out. I like it as well, he said with authority. Boys like us have blue rooms while girls like our younger sister have pink rooms. Yixi acted as though he just understood. He looked at Yixi admirably. Yixi was even happier now. He pushed Yixi's wheelchair ahead and said, we didn't put the things in your room yet. Let me show you my room first. Nov, L.B//JNN. Yixuan responded too slowly. She could only watch as her new big brother was stolen away by her other big brother. She stumped on her feet. I want to bring big brother Teddy to pick out his big brother Teddy? Yixi pretended like he didn't hear, trying hard to push Yixi into his room. Humph. Big brother Chick is a bully? Yixuan tugged on Mrs. Mew's clothes and pointed at Yixi's room, complaining. Mrs. Mew smiled and said, go play with your big brothers. Yixuan hurried into Yixi's room and called out, you guys have to play with me? In the world, Yixi was enthusiastically showing Yixi his collection. He had a shelf full of all sorts of toys, mostly of the intellectual type. Thinking of how Yixi's room was bare and empty, he generously said, which one do you like? You can have it. Yixi looked around before his gaze landed on the limited edition advanced robot that was about half his height. This was one of Yixi's favorite collection items. Up until he grew up, this robot was still in his room. Yixi scrunched his face up. You also like Tiger? That was the name Yixi gave the robot. Because he had been called Big Brother Chick by Yixuan for a long time, he gave everything that he could name fancy and powerful names. I don't like seeing Yixi's expression. Yixi shivered and said in a low voice. Mommy said it's not right to lie. Yixi wore a straight face and said to Yixi, I know you like Tiger. Of all the toys, you only look at that one. Yixi panicked and his eyes became teary. Sorry, it's my fault. I like it but it's yours. I won't take it. Don't cry. You're not a girl. You can't cry. Yixi was startled by this, feeling guilty. He hurriedly said, I told you that you can have whatever you choose. I don't lie. He took the robot out from its shelf and shoved it into Yixi's arms. Here. Yixi shook his head frantically. No, it's yours. You like it. I can't. Take it. Yixi said with a domineering manner. You're my big brother in the future. I'm giving you Tiger. You have to accept it. Yixi's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling touched. He wanted it but at the same time, he felt embarrassed. You have to take good care of it. You can't break it. Yixi told him, not wanting to part with it. Yixi finally reached over to hug the robot, nodding farewell at Yixi. You gave me this, so I'll treasure it. You can come to my room to visit it. We can play together. Yixi agreed. Yixi's room was next to his. Even though he gave him Tiger, they could still play together. He didn't feel as gloomy anymore. Yixi was in a happy and splendid mood once again. When Yixuan walked in, she coincidentally saw this scene. She watched as the sensible Yixi gave his Tiger robot to Yixi and the two formed a harmonious relationship as a result. The two of them foolishly laughed at each other. Yixuan thought about it before she ran back to her room. She dragged her Barbie doll over and lifted it at Yixi, saying, Big brother Xiao Shi, I'm giving my Lulu to you. You can't just get along well with my big brother, but also me too. Mrs. Mew stood by the door and watched the siblings interact with each other peacefully, sighing in comfort. Su Qingli stood behind her, looking as well. She seemed to be in deep thought. Yixi stayed in the Mew family just like this. Besides recuperating, Yixi needed to go to school. Because it wasn't time for summer vacation yet, after seeing Yixi, Yuki, and Yixuan returned to school the next day. The two were students in Xinan City's noble schools Yan Elementary School and Kindergarten. Yixi was in first grade while Yixuan was in the medium class for kindergarten. Students could dorm in the elementary school, so Yixi only returned home once a week. However, Yixuan returned every day. They arrived at 8 in the morning and left at 4:30 in the afternoon. Su Qingli was in charge of bringing Yixuan to and from school the majority of the time. After they returned, she would look after Yixuan too. Yixi and Yuki were about the same age. Mrs. Mew wanted to put Yixi in the same class as Yuki, so they could be classmates. She was originally worried that Yixi had never been in a school before, so that he couldn't follow the course. However, she noticed that he had some knowledge when they were in the hospital. She asked him about it and he said that his aunts and sisters taught him it. Mrs. Mew guessed that he was probably referring to his neighbors and volunteers. Coincidentally, they had a summer vacation's worth of time. Mrs. Mew wanted to hire teachers to tutor Yixi. Su Qingli volunteered to take on this job. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Madam, don't worry. Elder Master is obedient and smart. It definitely won't be a problem, or are you worried that I can't teach him? Su Qingli said. She had already gotten a teaching license. Her last sentence, however, was said in a teasing tone. Mrs. Mew treated her like a half-sister. Even more, she took good care of Yixuan. Therefore, Mrs. Mew wasn't worried. However, she still asked about Yixi's opinion. Are you fine with Sister Qingli teaching you how to write and read? Yixi's face reddened and he nodded seriously. Thank you Sister Qingli. Su Qingli took out her materials to teach Yixi. She made it easy to comprehend and she was patient and gentle. She didn't teach him half-heartedly just because he was an elder master that suddenly appeared. Even if she was in school, she was probably the most popular teacher. Did Mu Yixi like her? He obviously liked her just like how Su Qingli liked him. The others must question his background, but Su Qingli wouldn't. Seeing his age and appearance, she immediately guessed that he was Mu Zhirong's illegitimate son. She probably knew about his birth mother, Hu Qin, as well, and her motive too. Mu Yixi couldn't eliminate the possibility that Su Qingli was behind Hu Qin's sudden appearance and the ruckus she caused. He was the evidence that proved that Mu Zhirong didn't just belong to Mrs. Mu. Su Qingli was naturally happy to see him. His existence pierced Mrs. Mu's heart and she loved that. She put in her best effort to teach Mu Yixi, probably hoping that he might even surpass Mu Yuki. She waned Mrs. Mu to see his son being beaten down by an illegitimate son. Mu Yixi had pretended in front of Mrs. Mu for 12 years and his acting could be mistaken as real. It was easy to deceive Su Qingli. This was also because Su Qingli didn't place the shy 6-year-old that had been subjected to harsh torture and finally lived a good life in her eyes. Because she was young, she would occasionally reveal her true face in front of a harmless person at home. In his past life, Su Qingli didn't hurt him, so the latter allowed her to do whatever she wanted. In this life, he was hell-bent on protecting Mrs. Mu, whom had reluctantly protect Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan as well. He would monitor Su Qingli. If she dared to overstep her boundaries, he'd chop her hands off first. Mu Yuxi was never a nobleman nor a gentleman. He was used to being shameless and crafty. Therefore, Mu Yuxi and Su Qingli got along well. Su Qingli had become one of the people that Mu Yuxi liked the most besides Mrs. Mu. Mrs. Mu was comforted. As the future female head of the Mu family, Mrs. Mu was actually really busy. She needed to handle and learn lots of things. Even so, she still made time to become close with the children. Even though there was an extra Mu Yuxi now, she still treated him the same as her other children. Because Mu Yuxi was injured, she took even more care of him. Su Qingli was great at teaching, so Mrs. Mu gave her all the power. Without Mrs. Mu's constant close attention, Su Qingli's attitude had slightly changed. To a real 6-year-old little boy, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Mu Yuxi immediately felt it. That was a type of jealousy that rose after a moment of triumph. After Mu Yuxi came to the Mu family, Su Qingli took pleasure in Mrs. Mu's sadness. But seeing that Mrs. Mu didn't care at all and treated Mu Yuxi as her own child, Su Qingli gradually became disappointed seeing that Mrs. Mu wasn't in pain nor did she fight with Mu Zhirong. Not only was Mu Yuxi's existence a shock to Mrs. Mu, but it was also a shock for her too. Mrs. Mu wasn't Mu Zhirong's only woman nor was she the only one to bear a child for him, but Su Qingli was never in his list of potential women. Mrs. Mu was prettier and had a nicer background than her. However, how was Hu Qin any better than her? Yet, she had a fling with Mu Zhirong and even had his child before. This piece of knowledge led Su Qingli to look at Mu Yuxi gloomily as she stared at him practicing his writing seriously. It wasn't obvious, but she seemed to say naturally, "Madam cares about you a lot. She treats you as her actual child." Another example was, Xiao Shi will be in the same class as the second young master in the future. He definitely knows how to answer this question. Xiao Shi needs to work hard. Or, second young master performs outstandingly in school. He's the madam's pride. The two main points were that Mu Yuxi wasn't Mrs. Mu's biological son and that Mu Yuki was very outstanding. He was Mrs. Mu's precious son. When one heard it, it didn't seem like a big deal. After all, it was the truth too. Even if someone accidentally heard it, they wouldn't think that she was trying to drive a wedge between him and Mrs. Mu. They would just think that she was teaching Mu Yuxi to be grateful and was encouraging him to work and study hard. But when the target was an adopted son living under someone's roof, who knows if this may secretly influence him after accepting the words. This was Su Qingli's motive. She didn't want to achieve her goal in one step but rather to plant a seed in Mu Yuxi's heart. She wanted to let it sprout and grow into a huge tree. One day, had be of use to her. Therefore, she was extremely patient. Mu Yuxi acted as though he had listened well. This pleased Su Qingli. Besides putting in effort on Mu Yuxi, Su Qingli also tested Mrs. Mu's attitude. Mu Yuxi was close to Mrs. Mu and valued her too. The result was much better if Mrs. Mu said something wrong to Mu Yuxi. Elder Master is very talented. He basically got it after I taught him once. He is obedient and diligent. He's not any worse than the second young master. No wonder Madam likes him. Su Qingli reported to Mrs. Mu when she asked about his progress. Mu Yuxi was just by his side. She compared Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki because she didn't think that any legal wife would like someone saying that their husband's illegitimate son was stronger than their son. They probably wouldn't even believe that they were on the same level. Xiao Shi is very good. Troubling you to put in more effort. Mrs. Mu said to Su Qingli, not overthinking at all. Elder Master is outstanding. He'd definitely be the second young master's great assistant when he grows up. Su Qingli replied. Why do we have to talk about the future that early? Let them decide for themselves. Don't say something like this anymore. Mrs. Mu thought that she was just casually saying this, so she didn't place this in her heart. She didn't think of cultivating Mu Yuxi into Mu Yuki's follower either. She waved at Mu Yuxi, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Shi, take your time to learn. Don't pressure yourself too much. Mu Yuxi lifted his head. Sister Qingli said that I'm as great as my younger brother. Hearing this, Su Qingli was secretly happy. She thought that her teaching had an effect now. Mu Yixi was the one who brought this up, comparing himself with Mu Yuki in front of Mrs. Mu. Mrs. Mu caressed Mu Yuxi's hair and said, Sister Qingli is right. Since Mu Yuki went to school, Mrs. Mu barely saw him anymore. She missed him more or less. Seeing Mu Yuxi's similar face, it gave her some comfort. Mu Yuxi happily responded, I got 4 math questions wrong yesterday, but only 2 today. He lifted 2 fingers. Su Qingli's smile froze. With Mu Yuki's level, he definitely would be able to get all the elementary school level math questions right even with his eyes closed. Although Mu Yuxi said the truth, after she just praised him for being outstanding and not any worse than Mu Yuki, shouldn't he accept the praise quietly? After all, his honesty was like a slap to his face. However, Su Qingli suddenly realized that this was a 6-year-old little boy whose background couldn't even be compared to ordinary families. He wasn't trained at a young age, nor was he smart and tactful like the young masters of influential families, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Mrs. Mu said, You improved a lot, Xiaoxi, continue to work hard. As a reward, you can have an extra pastry, okay? Okay. Mu Yuxi leaned on Mrs. Mu longingly, nodding at the encouragement. Su Qingli felt that her effort during this time period had gone to waste. Just a slice of pastry could make him become devoted to her. Was there anyone more superficial than him? It seemed like he had taken in her words, but didn't understand it. As expected, this was the attitude of a bastard. He was useless. Su Qingli cursed in her heart. After seeing how confused and slow Mu Yuxi was, Su Qingli didn't treat him as sincerely anymore. Although she would try to drive a wedge from time to time, she was scared that he'd repeat the words to Mrs. Mu without thinking through. He had done so, barely stopping before he said those ambiguous words. This made Su Qingli, who was standing by him, terrified. Therefore, she didn't dare to say much. Even if she did, she had to carefully pay attention to her words before saying it. However, if she kept it too vaguely, Mu Yuxi definitely wouldn't understand. She had hidden her thoughts from Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu, but it was unsuccessful on a 6-year-old boy. Su Qingli was clearly irritated and annoyed. She accidentally took it on Mu Yuxi, but the latter didn't react at all, as if he didn't feel it. Su Qingli unconsciously relaxed around him after a while. There was not a single stupid person in the Mu family, including Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. Su Qingli was usually cautious, scared that she might expose her trace. Who knew that she could casually deceive this useless Mu Yuxi? Su Qingli tested the waters and neglected him, but he didn't say a word to Mrs. Mu. It wasn't that he didn't dare to complain, but that he didn't detect it at all. Mu Yuxi thought that he was still in a dream, since he went from having to serve his family and being beaten up to being served and treated kindly. He was most grateful towards Mrs. Mu. As long as she was the one that arranged it, had accepted happily. He didn't put his guards on at all. He couldn't distinguish between his foes and friends. Because Su Qingli was his tutor, they interacted the most. She quickly got a feel for his temperament. She wasn't afraid to reveal her true feelings now. The neglect due to her disdain for him was concealed by Su Qingli, and he barely detected it. However, someone did. And it was someone Su Qingli would have never thought. It was Mu Yuxuan. Mu Yuxuan was young, but she inherited Mu Zhurong's intelligence. She was wise and clever as a child, her mind meticulous. However, under her family's pampering, she couldn't put her talent to use. But seeing how Mu family's servants had treated Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, they all knew that compared to the noble young master, they needed to treat the young miss with more care. In the past life, Mu Yuxuan trusted Su Qingli completely because she had saved her twice. Once was when she was 3 years old and just went to nursery school. Someone wanted to kidnap her and Su Qingli did everything she could to save her. The other time was when she was 9 years old. A sports car out of control had crashed into her. Su Qingli had pushed her out of the way, saving her, but she was heavily injured. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. No one would be suspicious of someone that saved themselves with their own life. Otherwise, with Mu Yuxuan's sensitive and meticulous thoughts, she wouldn't trust Su Qingli that easily. Truth proved that she trusted the wrong person. When Mu Yuxi entered the Mu family, Mu Yuxuan was already quite trusting towards Su Qingli, and she also relied on her a lot. This was probably due to the kidnapping incident a year ago. This time was a bit strange. Mu Yuxuan was too young back then, so she didn't realize just how important the fact that Su Qingli saved her was. However, Su Qingli was her nanny and had been taking care of her. Therefore, Mu Yuxuan subconsciously wanted to be close to her. However, Mu Yuxuan's instinct made her quite suspicious of the perfect Su Qingli. Su Qingli and Mu Yuxuan got along well the most, and she also understood her. Therefore, she unintentionally found out some things that others didn't. Mu family's children had started learning when they were 6 years old. Before that, they wouldn't be restricted and could live a worry-free period of life. Mu Yuxun was only 4 years old right now. She was innocent and didn't know any worry. She lived each day happily. She usually returned from nursery school around 5 p.m. It was a while before dinner, so she played the entire time. However, girls were more quiet. She sometimes watched cartoons and sometimes played with her dolls. Sometimes, she drew, and Su Qingli would occasionally come draw with her too. Ever since Mu Yuxi came, Mu Yuxuan enjoyed being with him. Children all like having companions, especially when the new big brother also very liked her. Children were extremely sensitive. Although Su Qingli would also play with her, she had to be patient when it came to playing dolls with a 4-year-old. After all, she wasn't her daughter anyway, so she wasn't happy with playing with her. The atmosphere was different from when Mrs. Mu played with her. Mu Yuxuan felt that and subconsciously didn't want to play with Su Qingli anymore. She had deep and reserved thoughts. In the end, she wasn't a mother, so she didn't pay attention to these details. Mu Yuxuan was still close to her. She could sigh in relief from not having to play this childish game anymore though. Mu Yuxuan was different. Mu Yuxuan needed to work hard to catch up. Even when Mu Yuxuan came, he couldn't play with her. But as long as he played with her, he was very patient. He wasn't like Mu Yuki who disliked Mu Yuxuan's games because they were for girls. He wasn't like Su Qingli either, always letting her have her ways. When they played dolls, Mu Yuxi said that he was a boy, so he wanted the boy doll. Additionally, Mu Yuxi assumed the roles of father, uncle, brother, or something or the sort, taking on the responsibility of protecting the girls. He was completely different from the playful, mischievous, or stupid boys in class. Mu Yuxuan thought that he was as strong and reliable as her daddy. Even when he couldn't play with her, he would occasionally glance at her from doing homework. The care and concern in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Even more, Mu Yuxi would secretly give her pastries. Mu Yuxuan was a fan of sweets and loved the pastries that the cook made at home. However, Mrs. Mu didn't let her eat too much. Mu Yuxi was sensible and obedient, not acting cute and spoiled to get her way. However, she craved sweets. When she saw Mu Yuxi's pastries, her eyes were glued to them. Mu Yuxi noticed this. Therefore, whenever she came, he would give her half a piece or more whenever no one noticed. He secretly saved it for her and it wasn't much. However, it eased her craving. Mu Yuxuan always thought that the pastries he gave her were extremely yummy. There was a time when Mu Yuxuan came to secretly eat pastries and then Su Qingli came. In a moment of desperation, Mu Yuxuan hid under Mu Yuxi's desk. After Su Qingli left, she crawled out with a flushed face. She made eye contact with Mu Yuxi and the two laughed together. The pastries became Mu Yuxuan and Mu Yuxi's secret. The two siblings' relationship improved greatly. After she spent a long time with Mu Yuxi, Mu Yuxuan noticed some details. There were several times when Mu Yuxuan noticed that Mu Yuxi's glass of milk was cold. It was a habit of Mu family's children to drink milk. But before drinking it, it must be warmed up. The milk that Mu Yuxuan drank at home was always slightly warm. She and Mu Yuki never drank milk that wasn't warmed. In the beginning, Mu Yuxuan didn't place this in her heart. Whenever she came home, she would come to Mu Yuxi's room. Su Qingli would always eagerly bring warmed up glasses of milk for them. But if she came to secretly eat pastries, Mu Yuxi's milk was always untouched. When she touched it, it was cold. Mu Yuxuan couldn't help but ask Mu Yuxi about it. However, Mu Yuxi stuttered and attempted to cover up. After he was shook back and forth by Mu Yuxuan, he said that he didn't dare to drink cold milk because he was scared of getting a tummy ache. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//om. Su Qingli gave Mu Yuxi a lot of homework at once. Mu Yuxi would spend the entire afternoon working on it and Su Qingli normally wouldn't stay in the room. Either she went out or she went to do her own thing by the balcony. Mu Yuxuan saw Su Qingli on a call talking in a low voice by the balcony. Su Qingli would correct Mu Yuxi's homework. However, there were a few questions that she corrected wrong. Even Mu Yuxuan could tell. There was no way that Su Qingli could solve elementary school questions wrong. The only solution was that she was careless in her corrections. Mu Yuxuan found this to lose her face. She and Mu Yuxi were pretty good friends. But after all, Mu Yuxi hadn't been here for a long time. She was unable to treat him as a very important relative. However, at least she treated him as a very important guest. Su Qingli's difference in treatment made it seem like Mu Yuxuan had invited a companion home as a guest. The servant brought out 2 trays of pastries. The better quality one was for her while the worse one was for her companion. In Mu Yuxuan's family education, this was very disrespectful. If Su Qingli was a normal servant, she would have put on an attitude already. But in her heart, Su Qingli held some status. Mu Yuxuan reluctantly held this in. There was no way she could directly tell Mu Yuxi about this either. That would only put him in a difficult situation. He felt conflicted before Mu Yuxuan secretly told Mrs. Mu about it. The 4-year-old girl couldn't speak clearly. However, the information exposed surprised Mrs. Mu. She specially made time to visit Mu Yuxi a few times. Most of the time, however, was when Su Qingli wasn't there. It was then from Mu Yuxuan that she found out the truth. Mrs. Mu didn't find it surprising that servants would neglect Mu Yuxi. After all, an unknown little boy with a similar face as her actual son, Mu Yuki, would definitely cause discussions and gossip. Although Mrs. Mu said that they needed to treat Mu Yuxi the way they do with Mu Yuki, they thought Mrs. Mu was just saying this for the sake of saying this. Who knew if she actually meant it? What if they really listened to her and Mrs. Mu decided to settle accounts with them later on? Everyone had their own plans in their heart. They obviously wouldn't follow their master's directions just because they received their money. To the servants, they needed to carefully take care of their masters. It was obviously easier to take care of fewer of them. But it depended on Mrs. Mu's attitude the most. Inevitably, it required some probing to see if Mrs. Mu really treated Mu Yuxi as her son. At first, the probing wouldn't be too excessive. But if Mrs. Mew didn't care, they'd definitely become more and more excessive until it reached Mrs. Mew's bottom line. Everyone would know how to treat this new elder master then. Mrs. Mew originally planned on punishing an individual to serve as an example for others. However, Su Qinggli's suggestion of tutoring Mew Yixi led Mrs. Mew to be quite shocked. Su Qingli was a smart woman who played her duty, caring for her daughter meticulously. She had quite a good impression of her. Mrs. Mew thought that Su Qingli probably saw through her plans and didn't want her to break the peaceful atmosphere with the servants, so she stood up. After all, Su Qingli had a higher status than the servants in the Mew family. If she accepted Mew Yixi, the servants that were testing the waters would have to be somewhat apprehensive. Due to this, Mrs. Mew had placed high hopes for her. Who knew that Su Qingli treated Mew Yixi like the normal servants? She had mistaken her intentions, thinking that she knew about her thoughts. It seems like Su Qingli didn't care for Mew Yuxuan that much either. It was only because Mew Yuxuan was the legal young miss of the Mew family. After knowing this, Mrs. Mew's attitude didn't change that much, but her expectation for Su Qingli had lowered a bit. Clearly, it wasn't good enough to have Su Qingli be Mew Yuxuan's nanny and Mew Yuxi's tutor. Mrs. Mew made a decision right then and hired a new tutor. The new tutor's last name was Ji. She was a woman in her 30s with a gentle personality. Mew Yuxi wasn't against her, so Mrs. Mew gave her the position. Seeing the new tutor, Su Qingli knew that it wasn't good for her. However, Mrs. Mew said in a good tone, "You need to take care of Xiao Xian and study, and even tutor Xiao Shi. It's my lack of consideration that put you in this difficult position. I'll have teacher Ji handle Xiao Zai's teaching, troubling you with Xiao Shi." What else could Su Qingli say? She could only clench her teeth and nod. She even apologized for not doing her best. The new tutor came for the day and then left. After she left, Su Qing found Mew Yuxi and interrogated him, wanting to see if he complained. However, Mew Yuxi knew nothing. He only said that Mrs. Mew came in once when he was working on homework. She stayed for a while to look at his homework. Su Qingli looked carefully at his homework and found the issue right away. She had carelessly corrected his homework, which wasn't even at the elementary school level. Mrs. Mew probably thought that she didn't pay attention to this and that she had neglected Mew Yuxi, thus hiring a new tutor. Su Qingli couldn't help but feel vexed. She didn't think that she had put down her guard to this point. Thankfully, this was no big deal. Otherwise, who knew what the consequences would be? She started to reflect on herself, being alert. Plus, Mrs. Mew actually really paid attention to this illegitimate son. She wanted to incite Mew Yuxi to argue with the new tutor. After all, she thought that she had controlled Mew Yuxi. But from the start, Mew Yuxi had already accepted the tutor. If they started fighting, she might be implicated. Plus, Mew Yuxi was stupid. Who knew if he might unintentionally reveal something? Recalling how useless Mew Yuxi was and how easily coaxed he was, Su Qingli thought that it was fine to let him do what he wanted. If she was willing in the future, she could easily coax him back. After all, with Mew Yuxi's status, it was easy to drive a wedge. After this event, Su Qingli made sure to be careful and cautious. However, this left a mark in the sensitive Mrs. Mew and Mew Yuxuan's hearts at the same time. Mrs. Mew judged Su Qingli wrongly, leading Mew Yuxi to suffer as a result. Instead, she decided to take care of Mew Yuxi personally. Detecting how the female owner of the family had treated the young master kindly and even Su Qingli had been reprimanded, the other servants didn't dare to neglect at all. Likewise, Mew Yuxuan treated Mew Yuxi very nicely too. She always called him big bro whether in front of or behind everyone. She was like his little tail. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Because of the female's attitude in Mew family, Mew Yuxi's status became important. On a certain morning, Mew Yuxi was just resting after he finished studying. Aunt Wang brought him over to see the guests in the living room on the floor below. She said it was Mrs. Mew's order. Before he reached the first floor, he heard a female voice say calmly, "He isn't someone you guys should bring out in public. Only you treat him like your legitimate son. Who knows whether he will accept your kind favor in the future. Be careful of raising a thankless wretch." She said this all high and mightily, seemingly advising Mrs. Mew, but was actually taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Ruijin?" Mrs. Mew interrupted her words surprisingly, disregarding her manners. "He's my child. I don't like hearing these words. I hope you won't say that again in the future." Mew Yuxi slightly narrowed his eyes. When they arrived at the living room, Aunt Wang carried Mew Yuxi to Mrs. Mew's side. Mew Yuxi's legs were mostly recovered. A family doctor would come every day to help him do physical therapy. However, he needed someone to help him up and down the stairs. Even more, he couldn't walk for too long. Mew Yuxi longingly called Mrs. Mew mother as he sat next to her. He looked down and pretended to be shy. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw the woman sitting across Mrs. Mew. The other party was a noble woman wearing glamorous clothes and exquisite makeup. Her detailed eyebrows made her look harsh. She seemed to be only a few years older than Mrs. Mew. Right now, she was looking down upon him with a disdainful gaze. A strange and complex smile floated on her lips. This made Mew Yuxi think of Su Qingli right away because their attitudes were quite similar. Speaking of, Mew Zhurong didn't just have flings with one woman. Even more, these women weren't that easy to deal with either. The woman in front of him was Zhong Ruijin, the eldest young miss of the Zhong family. She was also one of Mew Zhurong's candidates for marriage. She always liked Mu Zhurong, but because of Feng Zhen's existence, the title of Mrs. Mu slid past her shoulder. Later on, she married Mu Zhurong's distant older cousin, Feng Quan. Because the Mu and Feng family were close business partners, Zhong Ruijin and Mrs. Mu frequently met as well. Mainly, Zhong Ruijin came to visit Mrs. Mu. Zhong Ruijin gave birth to a son, Feng Kun, for the Feng family. Unlike Su Qingli, who still wanted to become Mrs. Mu, she just wanted to take pleasure in Mrs. Mu's misfortune. As long as Mrs. Mu was unhappy and didn't live well, she was happy and delighted. Of course, she hid her thoughts deeply in her heart. She normally just acted friendly with Mrs. Mu as well. In his past life, Mu Yixi didn't like him. Although she treated him quite well, he thought that she was just a sharp and unkind person in general. He didn't think that she held malicious intentions towards Mrs. Mu, up until her son, Feng Kun, became Mu Yuxuan's fiancé. She instigated Feng Kun to cheat on Mu Yuxuan. After Mu Yuxuan got pregnant, she was ridiculed and laughed out. The Feng family didn't admit her child. Zhong Ruijin smiled and said to Mu Yuxuan, "You can choose whether to give birth to your child or not. After all, Feng Zhen's grandson is just an illegitimate son." Because of this, Mu Yuxuan went to abort her child. During the process, she lost a lot of blood and her uterus had to be cut off. She narrowly escaped death, but she lost the chance to become a mother ever since. Mu Yuxi hated the Mu family to the core. Seeing how Zhong Ruijin and Feng Kun abused Mu Yuxuan like that, he wanted to beat them up badly. However, Mu Yuxuan wouldn't accept his favor. After all, he had something to do with Feng Kun's affair. "Xiaoxi, call her auntie." Mrs. Mu patted Mu Yuxi's head and said this. Mu Yuxi placed his thoughts away and raised his head shyly. "Heh, don't make it sound like I'm so old. Mu and Feng family are close friends. Just call me Miss Zhong just like how Yuxuan calls me." Zhong Ruijin waved her hands and said affectionately as though her look of disdain didn't exist. She even took out a box of chocolate from her bag. It was imported and written in English. "I specially got this for you. It's very expensive. Enjoy it." The gifts brought for Mu family's kids were all exquisite and expensive, definitely can't be compared to a box of chocolate. Zhong Ruijin was just bullying him, seeing that he came from an ordinary family. She thought that he was ignorant. He would definitely see the box of chocolate as a rare commodity and become wild with joy, revealing his childish spirit. Mrs. Mu saw Zhong Ruijian's action and she already wore an unhappy expression. However, she didn't reprimand Zhong Ruijin in front of Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi was a child, so Mrs. Mu didn't restrict him that much. If he liked it, he could accept it. As to how he should accept it generously and fittingly, she'd teach him slowly in the future. However, Mu Yuxi was able to do so expertly. He looked up at Mrs. Mu, his eyes clear and bright. There was not a glimpse of desire. He seemed to be asking, "Should I accept it?" Mrs. Mu was satisfied in her heart. She smiled and nodded. "Your Aunt Zhong gave you this, so just accept it. Remember to thank her." Zhong Ruijin liked her close friends to call her Miss Zhong. Mrs. Mu didn't care about this. She would teasingly call her that sometimes. But this was the first time Mu Yuxi had seen her, so she shouldn't be lacking in manner. Mu Yuxi received the box of chocolate and placed it to the side. He said well-behaved, "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." He only listened to Mrs. Mu's words, naturally ignoring Zhong Ruijin. Zhong Ruijin smiled faintly before continuing, "Why don't you open the box and taste it? You must not have eaten this kind of chocolate, have you?" "No." Mu Yuxi honestly shook his head. "I'll wait for Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian to come back before eating it together." He said this without hesitation, nor did he act ravenous like a child should have. One needed to know that when Zhong Ruijin told him to eat chocolate, she wanted him to eat it alone and not share it with anyone. It was a slap on Zhong Ruijian's face with how Mu Yuxi responded. She stayed silent for a moment before half-smiling at Mrs. Mu. "You've done a good job teaching him. He just has a nice personality. He just considers his siblings. I told you before that he is a good child." Mrs. Mu smiled and looked at Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi happily bounced to her side like a certain cute animal. "He looks quite similar to Yuki. If some people don't know the backstory, they would have thought you gave birth to a set of twins." Zhong Ruijin couldn't help but mock. "It's all fate." Mrs. Mu responded calmly. She detected Zhong Ruijian's unkind intention. However, because the two families were close in touch, Mrs. Mu just allowed her to say a few words. After all, they'd have to see each other in the future as well. But the moment she overstepped her boundaries, Mrs. Mu won't just let her have her way. Even more, Zhong Ruijin was useful to her in other ways. Seeing that Mrs. Mu got annoyed, Zhong Ruijin stopped this topic. She was just stepping on Mrs. Mu's bottom line, but she didn't dare to overstep it. After all, the Feng family needed to rely on the Mu family for a lot of things. She naturally wouldn't really fall out with Mrs. Mu. If she did, her husband, Feng Quan, wouldn't let her go. "I know you're kind," Zhong Ruijin said. "However, not everyone is like you. There's a huge ruckus in the Qin family. The reason why people were jealous of Mrs. Mu was because she married a good husband and lived a good life. There were lots of issues within affluent families. Mu family was a rare, proper and noble family domestically. The offsprings were all mature and well-versed. They also behaved well. There weren't many men like Mu Zhurong who just concentrated on their family after they were married. Even more, he never womanized with people. He protected his wife and family from external factors. Mu family was cohesive and had a strong sense of unity. The family extended for several centuries. Even if it encountered hardships, it quickly recovered. Just by briefly operating the businesses, it was prospering and flourishing greatly. With Zhong Rui's hen's methods, her husband, Feng Quan, had listened to her. However, it was inevitable for them to put on a show outside. They fought and had love debts as well. Don't mention how hard Zhong Ruijin worked for her and her son's profits, but she also did some illegal things. In contrast to Mrs. Mu's idle state and her husband's support, who wouldn't be jealous of her. Both of them were married for business, and both parties didn't have feelings for each other. Therefore, why did Mrs. Mu get to live a better life than her? Especially when she almost became Mrs. Mu back then. Of course, Zhong Ruijin only complained in her heart. She paid attention to the Mu family, seeing if there was something she could make a laugh about. An illegitimate son finally popped out, but they claimed he was just an adopted son? Zhong Ruijin didn't believe a single word. However, Mu Yixi was the product of an affair before Mu Zhirong got married. He just didn't say anything about it, clearly not recognizing him as his son. Mrs. Mu pretended to be kind and caring, bringing him back home. He was cultivated into a well-behaved and gentle child, completely controlled by Mrs. Mu. Zhong Ruijin was quite interested by how obedient he was. If one were to say that the Mu family was the role model for noble families, then the Qin family was the opposite. Qin and Mu family had around the same background. They had all gone through lots of hardships to achieve this position. Qin family's head, Qin Shishang, and Mu family's lord, Mu Jingwei, were remarkable figures during that period. However, different from Mu Jingwei's clean and honest self, Qin Shishang was a womanizer. He had 4 wives and concubines, as well as 9 offspring. In order to fight for the right of inheritance, Qin family's siblings all fought madly. In the end, several actually died. There were only 3 sons and 2 daughters left. Each of them were ordinary and unremarkable. They had caused quite a bit of trouble towards the lands Qin Shishang had worked hard to obtain. Qin Shishang was only 63 this year, and had the majority of power over the Qin family. He didn't dare to neglect or let down his guard. A while ago, Qin Shishang was hospitalized because he suddenly had a heart attack. His most capable third son, Qin Zhenfeng, and second son-in-law, Yan Kai, took this opportunity to fight for power. They unmasked each other's scandals. Qin Zhenfeng was similar to his father, both were womanizers. It wasn't strange if there was a break in the news saying that he had a lover and illegitimate son. But it was unexpected if the good husband and father, Yan Kai, also had an ex-wife and son.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yan Kai's wife, Qin Zhengxin, Mrs. Mu, and Zhong Ruijin were all young ladies of note with similar backgrounds. The 3 had an okay relationship. Different from Mrs. Mu and Zhong Ruijin, Qin Zhengxin worked in the Qi family. Her support towards her husband was the reason why Yan Kai could fight Qin Zhenfeng. Once this was exposed, with Qin Zhengxin's personality, it was a deadly blow to her and Yan Kai's marriage. Speaking of, they were in the midst of getting a divorce. This was Zhong Rui's hen's advantage. She knew everything in the noble women's circle. She knew what was going on in all families. Mrs. Mu naturally wouldn't mind other people's businesses, but she knew what she needed to know. After all, she didn't want to accidentally rip a bandage off someone's wound or unintentionally offend someone. Mu Yixi was already getting sleepy just listening to the women's conversation. Mrs. Mu originally didn't want him to listen to these random things, but seeing how he leaned against herself in peace and was half sleeping, clearly not listening to the conversation, she couldn't bear to tell Aunt Wang to carry him away. Therefore, she let him have his way. Later on, Mu Yixi fell asleep while next to Mrs. Mu. He didn't even know when he was carried to bed. To students, vacation was freedom. In the past, Mu Yuki would return home in a happy mood, eager to eat, drink and be merry. However, it was different this time. The newly second young Master Mu came home wearing a handsome and cute face. He even walked home steadily and earnestly than usual. Mu Yuki thought of his past life when he saw Mu Yuki. That year, the 12-years-old Mu Yuki acted like a proper young man. His behavior and conduct was so much better than kids his age. The 2 similar brothers would always be put together and compared. Mu Yuki originally hated how he paled in comparison against Mu Yuxi. But who knew that before he was 6, Mu Yuki was just a normal, playful, and mischievous boy. It was because of Mu family's education that restricted his behaviors. These were the hardships heirs faced when they were born in rich and powerful families. With a different mindset, Mu Yuxi glanced at Mu Yuki in a brotherly manner. He felt a bit bad for him. However, when he didn't receive a response as he smiled and greeted Mu Yuki, the feelings had changed. He could tell that Mu Yuki instinctively wanted to return a smile. They only meet on the weekends, but the 2 brothers had a great relationship. Mu Yuxi had the intention of coaxing him, so he naturally did his best. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan both liked the new big brother. They were good and kind children, naturally returning the friendly gestures. He suddenly thought of something and Mu Yuki forced himself to stop smiling. He tried his best to give Mu Yuxi a cool expression. Then he turned around and refused to look at Mu Yuxi. However, he still couldn't help but look from the corner of his eyes at him worriedly. Mu Yuxi smiled inside, revealing a weeping expression on the surface. As expected, a tint of helplessness flashed by in his eyes. He was very scared of people crying in front of him. Every time Mu Yuxuan cried, he would let her have her way. He even made his new big brother cry now QAQ. What should he do? He felt very guilty. In order to keep his heart hardened, Yixi walked upstairs stiffly, purposely ignoring Yix's existence. Yixi followed over and asked grievingly, Xiaoqi, why are you ignoring me? His legs haven't fully recovered yet, so he was limping. He almost fell a few times. Yixi turned his head to the side, ignoring him. However, he subconsciously slowed down. The two kids walked slowly into Yixi's room. Then, Yixi was shocked when he didn't see his room's decorations. I was clearly not going to be friends with him anymore. Why did I walk into his room? Because his attention was on Yixi, afraid that he might trip and fall, he subconsciously was brought to the wrong room. Yixi was now standing in front of him, teary-eyed. He was confused. Get out of my way, Yixi said coldly and expressionlessly. Yixi sniffled and extended his arm, looking at him stubbornly. Why are you ignoring me? Mommy said we need to be polite. Yixi jumped up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. My mommy isn't your mommy? Yixi widened his eyes, seemingly saying, how can you hurt me like this? Yixi wasn't experienced enough. He felt uncomfortable after seeing Yixi's expression. You're a mistress, child. Yixi tried his best to wear a taut face. Seeing Yixi's confused expression, he explained, a mistress is a villain. They destroy families and hurt mommy's feelings. You're a villain's child. I don't want to play with you. If Yixi was just pretending and teasing Yixi before, then he was serious right now. To the public, Mrs. Mew said that he was her adopted son. Although people couldn't help but question his and Yixi's overly similar appearances, it could also explain why the indifferent and reserved Mrs. Mew wanted to suddenly adopt a child. It was because he was very similar to his son. She couldn't accept a boy whose appearance was that similar to her son's to endure such hardships. At the same time, it was also to protect Yixi. After all, on any occasion, having the title of an illegitimate son wasn't good. She didn't want Yixi to shoulder that title as he grew up. Plus, her kids were born in an affluent family. They were familiar with the term, illegitimate son. Mew family's education led its children to be against illegitimate children and affairs. If they knew that Yixi was an illegitimate son, the three siblings probably wouldn't be able to get along well. Even Yixi didn't know his real status. He only thought that Mrs. Mew adopted him out of kindness. Where did Yixi get the news from? Why did he believe this firmly and without a doubt? Head sentenced him without explanation. Yixi was confused. Who's a mistress? Why is she a villain? Why am I a villain's child? Your mommy is a mistress, Yixi said upsetly. He knew this truth was shocking too. He originally quite liked Yixi and was very happy to get a new playmate. But his mother would destroy his family and make his mommy upset. Yixi needed to protect his mommy. I never saw my mommy before, Yixi said upsetly. I've only seen my grandmother before. She always beats me. Mommy adopted me. He asked worriedly, how did you know my mommy is a mistress? How are you sure that I'm a mistress, child? Yixi felt miserable as he listened to this. He couldn't help but think back to Yixi's weak state. At that time, he thought that he should be the big brother. He was born in a happy family. He didn't know that Yixi lived a tragic life. He didn't have a mother and he was also beaten up by his grandmother. When facing Yixi's interrogation, he felt very restless and apprehensive as if he had done something wrong. Someone told me, Yixi refuted weakly. Yixi said upsetly, if Xiaoqi believes him, he must really like Xiaoqi. He must be Xiaoqi's best friend. Yixi acted as though he had just eaten a mouse. This was because not only wasn't the person his best friend, but his biggest enemy Feng Kun. The two of them were enemies as children. However, luck was not on their side and they had been classmates from nursery to elementary school. The two families had a close relationship as well, so they met often. They were frequently compared, leading the two to hate each other some more. In school, they were the leader of their own little group. Under their influence, the two groups frequently fought. To kids, vacation was something they had been looking forward to. Yixi was no exception. His heart had been soaring in the sky, but Feng Kun just had to pour a cold bucket of water on him right now and tell him that Yixi was actually his father's illegitimate son. This stunned Yixi and ruined his good mood. Yixi knew what an illegitimate son was. His playmates were all from affluent families, and they had lots of quarrels at home. Don't mention how the parents each had their own lovers outside, but it was also very common for the legal and illegitimate sons to study in the same school too. Everyone discusses Mew family's upright and honorable manner enthusiastically. Yixi was proud of his parents' great relationship and how united the family was. Therefore, Yixi didn't mind Yixi being the big brother, nor did he think further. Then someone suddenly told him that the happy family he believed in was just an illusion. The father he admired was actually the same as those womanizers that had been gossiped about. Yixi naturally exploded right then. He deeply thought that he was lied to. He couldn't intervene with the adults' actions. However, he had treated Yixi kindly. Although they weren't blood-related, he genuinely treated him like his big brother. However, Yixi was actually a mistress son that destroyed his family. Even more, he hid the truth from him, playing him like a fool. Big liar? Yixi was going to cut relations with him. He won't play with him in the future. Yixi had originally planned to act cold towards Yixi the moment he returned home. However, Yixi's words made him touched and hesitant. Yixi asked in a sobbing tone. Did I make mommy upset? It seemed like he couldn't help but wish to vanish right there had Yixi nodded at his question. He never wanted to hurt Mrs. Mew. It was clear how much he respected and looked up to Mrs. Mew. Yixi calmed down and couldn't help but reflect. Yixi knew nothing. He had never seen his birth mother before and he was also abused by his grandmother. There was no evidence behind this. He trusted his enemy's words completely. He came back home and fought with his new big brother. Then, Yixi gave him a deadly blow. Let's go and ask mommy. I don't want to be a bad guy's child. I don't want to hurt you guys. Yixi felt incredibly guilty. Seeing Yixi's teary eyes, he also began to tear up. He stammered. Don't cry. It's my fault, sob. Let's go find mommy together. Yixi was stunned. He had originally tried to gain the upper hand by crying, but now he glanced at Yixi who was sniffling and crying, not knowing what to do. He had never made Yixi cry in the past. What should he do? He didn't know how to comfort him. What's the matter? Mrs. Mew came searching for them. Seeing Yixi and Yixi sobbing, she was slightly stunned. Mommy? Yixi and Yixi pounced on her at the same time, asking for help. I don't want to hurt mommy. Yixi kept on repeating this sentence. Yixi felt very bad. He angrily told Mrs. Mew what happened. Feng Kun said that my big brother is an illegitimate son. He looked up at Mrs. Mew, wanting her to give him a firm response. Mrs. Mew was unhappy inside. The Mew family hadn't made Yixi's existence public. What could Feng Kun, a child, know? He definitely heard this from his mother, Zhong Ruijin. She wanted him to gossip about it in order to influence the two children's relationship. Mrs. Mew carried one child in one hand. She gently patted Yixi's back, comforting. Then she asked Yixi about the details. Finding out that the two brothers just wanted to protect her, her heart softened to puddles.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Does Xiaoqi like Xiaoxi? Mrs. Mew asked. Yixi said, embarrassed, I do. How about Xiaoxi? Do you like Xiaoqi? Mrs. Mew asked again. I do. Yixi said this whilst choking on his words. Mrs. Mew had them look into the mirror. The two similar faces reflected on the surface of the bright mirror. Yixi and Yixi both felt a strange feeling as if an invisible string had tied them together. Mrs. Mew said seriously, look at how similar you guys are. This is fate. You guys are destined to be brothers and inseparable. Don't mind what others have to say. As long as you guys acknowledge each other as family, you guys are family. Xiaoqi only has Xiaoxi, this one big brother, in this life. Xiaoxi only has Xiaoqi, this one younger brother, in this life as well. Mommy is very happy to have you two babies. Mrs. Mew kissed both Yixi and Yixi's face. Don't mention Yixi, but even Yixi, who had the mindset of an adult, glanced at Mrs. Mew, incredibly touched. Mrs. Mew pulled their hands and linked them. Don't fight with each other, okay? Understood, mommy? Yixi and Yixi both nodded firmly. The crisis vanished in the air just like that. Although Mrs. Mew didn't tell the kids that Yixi was an illegitimate son, her performance convinced Yixi. To Yixi, he was just worried that Mrs. Mew might be hurt, thus the intense reaction. He didn't dislike Yixi. Even more, he liked him. Since Mrs. Mew genuinely accepted Yixi and his family didn't quarrel because of his existence, then Yixi wasn't an illegitimate son. The little Yixi didn't care then. In affluent families, kids like Yixi were able to accept lots of things easily. He didn't have a lot of understanding about illegitimate sons, so he didn't make any connections. He only regarded Mrs. Mew as a priority. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Yixi was also comforted by Yixi trying to protect Mrs. Mew. After that, Yixi even went to apologize to Yixi. It's my fault for insulting you before getting a clear understanding of the situation. The little boy pursed his lips and said this, glancing at his weak and miserable little big brother nervously. He was really scared that he wouldn't forgive him. Mrs. Mew said that Yixi was his only big brother in this life. It was the truth. Mrs. Mew only gave birth to him and Yixuan. Yixi's father, Zhurong, was the head of the family. He had two little brothers. His second brother, Juan, also had one son and one daughter. The son was 5 years old and the daughter was 4 years old. They were both younger than Yixi. The third brother, Juking, still wasn't married. He only had a 5-year-old adopted son. He hid him from the public. Now that Yixi came to the Mew family, he was everyone's big brother despite being younger by a generation. Yixi was quite worried that he hurt his big brother's feelings and he won't play with him anymore. Yixi responded by extending his arms and hugging Yixi. He said generously, it's okay. He didn't hold a grudge at all. Yixi thought that this new big brother was awesome. He wasn't stingy at all. The two brothers happily played with each other again. Mew family had the habit of taking the whole family abroad for vacation while the kids were on holidays. This year was no exception. Although there was an extra family member now, Yixi naturally went along. They went to France this year. Yixi was rather excited. In his past life during this age, Hu Qin had been raising him. Every day, he either studied or was brainwashed. He never got to go out and play around like a normal kid. After he entered the Mew family, although he went on vacations with Mrs. Mew and the others, he had lots of thoughts inside, so he wasn't interested in playing or enjoying himself at all. He sometimes reluctantly played with the rest, but he was unable to experience the worry-free happiness of his childhood. It was different now. Mrs. Mew protected him. Even more, people weren't on guard when talking to him because he was young. Yixi also had a lot of hidden trumps. With someone to depend on, he wasn't as dispirited and depressed as he was in his past life. He became much more relaxed. Sometimes, he pretended to be a child and could even temporarily forget that he was actually an adult. He lived carefree days. Naturally, he was in a better mood as he went on vacation with Mrs. Mew and the others. France led Yixi to think of someone. When he thought of how he could see the weak and young him, Yixi was delighted. But before going to France, Yixi needed to pass an obstacle first. Mrs. Mew planned on taking him to the Mew family's residence to meet his grandparents. Their grandfather, Mew Jingwei, was already 61 years old. After his 60th birthday, he officially retired and handed the Mew company to his oldest son, Mew Zhurong, and his second son, Mew Juan. Right now, Mew Zhurong had majority of the control over the company while Mew Juan assisted him. Mew Jingwei brought his family to Mew family's residence and enjoyed his later years there. Mew Jingwei was known during this time. Back then, he was an influential and essential figure. Even though he retired, he still held a lot of influence over many people. He was a very peculiar man. He was different from people his generation that say that they were going to retire, but in reality, criticized their grandson's every move. He actually retired and stopped managing the company. He brazenly left the generations of hard work to his sons to handle. The trust funds he set up was enough to maintain the Mew family's offspring's lives even if the Mew company collapsed. But if they wanted more, they needed to earn it themselves. In his past life, Mew Zhurong and Mew Juan fought for the ability to have a say in the company. In the end, Mew Yixi beat them all up. As the head, Mew Jingwei stayed silent and just watched it. However, up until death, Mew Yixi didn't understand his grandfather's thoughts. When he was scheming to steal the Mew company, he spent half his efforts guarding against him. After he achieved his goal, he realized that it was unnecessary. It felt like he was punching cotton. Because he couldn't see through Mew Jingwei, Mew Yixi was quite apprehensive of him. Now that he was reborn, Mew Yixi had confidence that he could deceive Mew Zhurong. However, he was forced to give it his all when facing Mew Jingwei. The two siblings, Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan, also tagged along. The nanny, Su Qingli, didn't come along because she had other matters to attend to. They arrived at the residence along with Mrs. Mew during the afternoon. The residence was in the neighboring city of Zinan City's suburbs. It was in a village called Ningxiang. The Ningxiang village used to be known as Zhuangyuan village. As time passed, people moved away from the village and it became remote, deserted. Because people's beliefs changed later on, the call for nature increased and the lands here became high in demands. It was waiting to be developed. Mew family had already regarded Ningxiang as a treasured place and set their homes there. After a century of development, Mew family became Ningxiang's most well-known family. With the residents there, the villagers were able to live peaceful lives and could protect the culture there. It was a special scenery in big cities. Mew family's residence was in the center of Ningxiang village. There was a huge courtyard with green tiles and short walls. Trees and flowers bloomed everywhere. There was a small bridge inside with flowing water. There was a pavilion with interesting and appealing decorations. When they walked in, they felt as though they were washed of their annoyances. They became calm and peaceful here. Mrs. Mew held Mew Yuxi's hands in one and Mew Yuxuan's in the other. Mew Yuki barged into the room and said happily, "Grandfather, grandmother?" After that, he just recalled the elite education he had been receiving. He hurriedly pursed his lips and pretended to walk elegantly. Mew Jingwei and his family were in the front courtyard. Mew Jingwei was wearing his presbyopic glasses as he cut the tree branches. Grandmother Mew was sitting in the pavilion, enjoying the coolness. She was fanning herself with a fan every now and then. Hearing Mew Yuki's voice, the two elders both turned around at the same time. They both laughed in unison seeing him trying hard to be an adult. When Mew Yuki saw them, Mew Yuki acted as though he had been lifted from a prohibition. He became playful and carefree like he had been back then. He was climbing up Grandmother Mew's back of the chair and talking to her. He was radiant with delight. Grandmother Mew smiled and looked at him. Mew Jingwei placed his hands behind his back and stood to the side, smiling. Everything seemed harmonious. Mrs. Mew respectfully came to greet them. Mew Yuxuan also greeted her grandparents in a soft voice. Mew Jingwei and grandmother smiled, acknowledging it. They incredibly adored Mew Yuxuan. Then, their gazes naturally landed on Mew Yuxi. Mew Jingwei stood up straight. He was tall and sturdy. Even though he became older, his figure didn't change much. He naturally gave off a dignifying and powerful imposing manner. When grandmother Mew was younger, she was a well-known well-bred young lady. She was beautiful and had an elegant temperament. Her smile faced. She was still kind and caring towards Mew Yuki, but she became eminent and unapproachable. They had been astute their entire lives, used to containing their expressions. The clear change in attitude was done on purpose. They clearly expressed their feelings regarding Mew Yuxi's existence. Mrs. Mew was slightly stunned. She was about to introduce Mew Yuxi, but now she found it hard to part her lips. She brought Mew Yuxi back to the residence after telling the two elders about it. They said it was okay, which is why she brought him over. Mrs. Mew didn't expect for her parents-in-laws to reveal this kind of attitude however. Mew Yixi shyly greeted, "Hello grandmother and grandfather." He held Mrs. Mew's hand, half hiding behind her. He appeared to be really nervous and afraid, but he tried his best to keep his manners.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Mrs. Mew calmed down and said, "Mother, father, this is Xiaoxi. I mentioned him to you guys before. Why are you so shy? Lift your head so we can see you," Grandmother Mew said. Mew Yixi shook a bit. Under Mrs. Mew's encouragement, he shyly lifted his head to look at Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew. Mrs. Mew observed him for a moment before saying in an unclear tone, "You look really similar to Xiaoqi. Those that don't know would have thought you gave birth to a set of twins." Mrs. Mew's heart slightly tightened by the similar words she'd heard before. "Yeah, we look really alike, right? He's also my big brother, but he's smaller than me," Mew Yuki said, scrunching his nose. He ran over to Mew Yuxi and pulled him out from behind Mrs. Mew's back. "Don't be afraid. My grandparents are very nice." Mew Yuxi faced him, his expression softening. Mew Yuki pressed his face next to Mew Yuxi. He smiled and said to Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew, "Grandparents, look at us." Then he wore a comic face. Mew Yuxi laughed at the sight. His silhouette made Grandmother Mew think of Mew Zhurong. She became silent right then. "Does Xiaoqi like Xiaoxi that much?" Mew Jingwei asked. "Yes." Mew Yuki nodded firmly. "I also like him." Mew Yuxuan understood this, saying it in a soft tone. She was just begging for someone to notice her. Her impatient expression was quite cute. Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew didn't expect for the kids to have such a great relationship. They looked at Mrs. Mew strangely. They naturally knew that Mew Yuxi was an illegitimate son. This had happened in the Mew family before as well. However, because Mew family had a strict upbringing, the chances of this happening was slim. Yet, the one that was subjected to this had to be the outstanding eldest son, Mew Zhurong. Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew found it quite surprising. They didn't know how to handle this. As the one in the wrongs, they valued Mrs. Mew's reaction. Although the child was innocent and pitiful, there were rarely any legal wives that viewed illegitimate sons pleasant to the eyes. They didn't want to influence the eldest son's family because of an unknown child. Mew family was still wondering why Mrs. Mew actively decided to adopt Mew Yuxi. Yet, no matter Mrs. Mew's motive, Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew made it clear that they were on her side. They didn't expect Mrs. Mew to be really forgiving and generous, not holding grudges to Mew Yuxi. However, Grandmother Mew felt fortunate but regretful at the same time. She acted proper, but when Mew Yuxi raised his head, Grandmother Mew's heart softened a bit when she saw his appearance similar to that of her eldest son. It was the eldest son's fault for causing this scandal. But since it had happened already, Grandmother Mew was selfish and didn't want their bloodline to wander about outside. It sucked that she couldn't say this out loud with her position. After all, Mrs. Mew gave birth to her eldest grandson and granddaughter. The pair of grandchildren were the most important to her in her heart. Grandmother Mew didn't want an unknown child to influence their status. Therefore, their opinion is priority. Mrs. Mew had a kind and generous heart while Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan loved their new big brother. Grandmother Mew was extremely satisfied with this result. But seeing that Mrs. Mew wasn't jealous or anything, it also showed that she didn't care about her husband that much. In short, marriage by business didn't meet people's expectations. Other than that, Mrs. Mew was flawless as a daughter-in-law. Grandmother Mew secretly sighed and praised, "You guys are good kids. Go inside and don't just stand foolishly outside." The arrangement in the room was comfortable and stylish, the scented rosewood furniture emitting a faint fresh fragrance. Grandmother Mew had already prepared snacks and tea for her grandchildren. She brewed the sour plum tea herself. The sour and sweet feel was extremely tasty. For snacks, they had yam and glutinous rice cakes, freshly steamed. There was a layer of shredded coconut on top, the fragrance assaulting the nostrils. After Grandmother Mew resigned, she enjoyed staying at home and baking these snacks. However, she only made them for her grandchildren. Outsiders didn't get this opportunity. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuxuan both liked sweets. Grandmother Mew baked her snacks using natural materials. It was sweet but not greasy. In his 2 lives, had always liked these snacks. He didn't get to see Grandmother Mew that often. She had been protected by Mew Jingwei for life. Despite wearing an upper-class woman's temperament and she was also intelligent, she was in fact just a simple woman. She treated her grandchildren kindly. Grandmother Mew adored Mew Yuki the most. Because Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuki looked similar, she treated him pleasantly. Therefore, Mew Yuxi didn't place her probing in his heart. He knew that Mew Jingwei and Grandmother Mew wanted to see Mrs. Mew's reaction. He was still young, so they didn't place him in their hearts. Mew Yuxi ate the snacks with Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan in comfort. Likewise, both of them enjoyed Grandmother Mew's snacks a lot. The 3 ate the snacks in satisfaction. "Slow down. Don't choke on the food." Seeing that the children enjoyed eating the food, Grandmother Mew revealed a smile. She patted each one of their backs and told them to slow down. When it was Mew Yuxi's turn, she did the same. Mew Yuxi's cheeks were puffed up from the food. Shredded coconut got on the corner of her lips. He smiled shyly at her, leading her to feel tender towards him. Grandmother Mew couldn't help but pat his head. Glutinous rice was hard to digest. Grandmother Mu didn't want them to eat that much. Each person had 2 pieces before she told the servants to take the plate away. She then had them drink tea and digest the snacks. Mu Jingwei waited for them to finish eating before calling them over one by one to make inquiries. He basically asked them what they had learned and if they made any friends, as well as any interesting events that happened recently. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan answered the questions casually and simply. They were lively and easy to get along with. Clearly, they had answered these questions before. Mu Jingwei asked in a gentle tone. He didn't prompt them nor did he tell him to sit up properly. It was relaxing. They seemed like ordinary grandchildren and grandparents. Mu Jingwei was knowledgeable and talented, open-minded and intelligent. He received Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan's admiration in just a few simple words. No wonder Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan never refused to come to the residence to meet their grandparents. After all, they viewed Mu Jingwei as their role model. Mu Yuxi wore a straight and stiff face. He couldn't help but make remarks inside his heart in order to shift his attention and become less nervous. He was a bit scared of facing Mu Jingwei. After Mu Jingwei finished asking Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, as expected, he smiled and indicated for Mu Yuxi to come over. Mu Yuxi's heart thumped rapidly and he subconsciously turned around to look at Mrs. Mu. She sat by Grandmother Mu's side, encouragingly nodding her head. But she clearly couldn't help him with anything else. After all, M. Jingwei was Mrs. Mu's parent-in-law. As his daughter-in-law, she couldn't really question his decisions. At this time, Mu Jingwei had taken off his presbyopic glasses, looking at him carefully. He wore a gentle smile as if the indifferent and interrogating expression on his face before was Mu Yuxi's illusion. If Mu Yuxi was really a 6-year-old boy, he'd definitely be deceived. However, Mu Yuxi wasn't. At this time, he clearly realized that no matter how hard he pretended to be 6 years old, he wasn't really 6 years old. Don't be nervous. I won't eat you. Mu Jingwei blinked his eyes in amusement. You're Yuxi, right? Mu Jingwei faced Mu Yuxi, not asking the questions he'd done for his other 2 grandchildren. Yes, grandfather. Mu Yuxi suddenly calmed down. Ming Jingwei asked, do you like Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian's family? Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian's family. Mu Yuxi's heart skipped a beat. He looked at him openly and replied, I do. Mu Jingwei's white brows slightly moved. Do you like Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian? Mu Yuxi nodded. I do. Do you like father? I do. The conversation sounded simple, but it also held profoundness. Mu Jingwei smiled like a kind grandfather. After he thought deeply for a moment, he slowly said, since you like them, then stay in the family. You're the elder brother, so you need to take care of your younger brother and sister? Okay, Mu Yuxi responded. You're a good kid. Mu Jingwei patted his shoulders and asked Mrs. Mu, where does he go to school? Mrs. Mu replied, he was previously injured, so he had been at home recuperating. I hired a tutor to tutor him. When school starts, I plan on taking him to Yan to do a test. I'll have him be put in Xiaoqi's class afterwards. Mu Jingwei lifted his head. You're in charge since you're raising him. Teach them well. Don't let him go on the wrong path. If you have any problems, just ask Zhurong to help you. Okay, thank you father, Mrs. Mu said. She knew that he approved Mu Yuxi. Compared to Mu Zhurong who was arrogant, her grandparents had done everything perfectly no matter what thoughts they held towards Mu Yuxi. As a result, Mu Yuxi became Mrs. Mu's responsibility. Of course, this had to do with Mrs. Mu actively going to adopt Mu Yuxi. After all, Mu Zhurong had been putting this to the side, clearly not recognizing Mu Yuxi as his son. Mrs. Mu couldn't accept this, however. She brought him into the family. As for Mu Jingwei and Grandmother Mu, they had made sure to present their position clearly, prioritizing the family members. Therefore, they reluctantly recognized Mu Yuxi as their grandson as well. Mrs. Mu had adopted her husband's illegitimate son, and even needed to thank her husband's family for letting her do so. They didn't even have a chance to feel depressed as Mu Yuxi was their grandson. They indicated that they would take responsibility. If Mrs. Mu couldn't take care of him, Mu Zhurong will naturally help along. Everything was set up perfectly and they definitely won't have to deal with any losses. However, since Mrs. Mu had married into the Mu family for several years, she knew how powerful the family was. She never expected the Mu family to comfort her for adopting Mu Yuxi. After Mu Yuxi passed the 2 Mu elders test, outsiders naturally couldn't question his status anymore. This was the most important. As for whether he could genuinely obtain their approvals in the future, he needed to work hard for it himself. Mu Jingwei said, bring Xiaoxi over more often. I think he has some talent in calligraphy. Mrs. Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mu Jingwei enjoyed writing, so he had perfected his handwriting. When he had to raise his son, he was busy with work. Therefore, it was his regret that he couldn't let his sons learn calligraphy with him. In his later years, Mu Jingwei retired. As a result, he had a lot of free time, so he enjoyed making his grandchildren lean with him. From the oldest Mu Yuki to the second son, Mu Juan's youngest daughter, Mu Yayun, none of them escaped his clutches. His opening line was always I think he has some talent in calligraphy. Mu Yuki immediately became happy. I want to go with Xiaoxi. He finally wouldn't be the only one suffering. Mu Yuki liked to move around. Forcing him to write with the writing brush was basically a nightmare. But this was the homework his grandfather gave him. He and his cousin couldn't escape from it. Since they couldn't escape from it, it'd be nice to have an extra companion too. Okay. Seeing how happy Miyuki was, she smiled beautifully. Her unhappiness that rose from the two elders' methods had vanished. Mu Jingwei patted his thighs and said, instead of setting up a date, why don't we do it today? Come here and try writing something. He smiled and indicated for Miyuki and Miyuki to come to the study with him. Miyuki enthusiastically pulled the confused Miyuki over with him. In an incomparable passionate voice, coming? Miyuki, the bum beetle, immediately said, I'm coming together. She was determined to do the same thing as her big brothers. Mu Jingwei thought that since his two granddaughters were still young, it would be hard for them to hold the writing brushes. Therefore, he didn't count them in. It was rare for one of his granddaughters to walk right into his trap. Mu Jingwei nodded happily. Okay, come along. Although you can't hold the writing brush right now, you can watch by the side and learn too. Therefore, following a lively and hearty old man was a group of small children. They walked towards the study majestically. They passed by a private room in the process and a wooden door carved with pine tree patterns had creaked open. The person inside walked out and clearly froze after seeing the scene in front of him. He was an extremely exquisite child, about 4 to 5 years old. He had light brown soft hair with brows only seen in painting. He had smooth and fair skin like a perfect porcelain doll. His expression was quite indifferent, it didn't seem real. The group of people were all stunned when they saw him. Especially Miyuki. He never thought that person would appear here. Shouldn't he be in France? Thankfully, everyone was very shocked and their attention was on the boy that suddenly appeared. No one noticed Miyuki's abnormalness. After all, Miyuki probably shouldn't know that person nor should he reveal such a shocking expression. Weiming, you're awake. Mu Jingwei snapped out of his trance first and asked in a gentle tone mixed with concern. There was a slight difference in the way he treated him versus the other children. Feng Weiming was the adopted son of Mu family's third young master, Mu Juking. He was 5 years old this year, and his birth parents' whereabouts were unknown. He experienced an accident when he was 3 and was saved by Mu Juking. He lost his memory, and became emotionless and quiet. He was more indifferent and cold than kids his age. He was quite reserved. He and Mu Juking had been living in France for a long time. This time, Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu decided to take the kids to France so that they could also visit Mu Juking and Feng Weiming, who knew that they returned before they could go to France. Grandmother. Feng Weiming greeted expressionlessly, little Qi, little Xian. He didn't even look at Miyuki. Mingming, you're back. Brother Mingming. Miyuki and Miyuki said at the same time. Mingming was the nickname Miyuki gave him because Feng Weiming refused to respond when he called him Little Ming. Under his adopted father's guidance, he reluctantly accepted Mingming. Miyuki originally didn't like how Feng Weiming's closed-off personality, but his third uncle, Mu Juking, had requested him to take care of him. Therefore, Miyuki braced himself and tried to get close to Weiming. After a while, he ended up being immune to Feng Weiming's indifference. Right now, he wasn't affected by Feng Weiming's coldness. He walked over and patted his shoulders. The latter subconsciously ducked it. He had serious misophobia and disliked people touching him. Miyuki didn't get to pat him as he wished, but he tried again, seemingly not affected. Only when he finally did get to pat Feng Weiming's shoulder did he give up. The latter stiffened and his expression became colder, as though being invisibly angry. Miyuki laughed in his heart. When Feng Weiming grew up in the future, he still acted like this. There was always a sense of pride surrounding him. Yet, he could do nothing about Miyuki trying to be close to him. Only Miyuki could make him act more like a human. As for the others, he never placed them in his eyes. It was because he lost to Miyuki in the future that his expression became unwell. Feng Weiming thought that he could save Miyuki, but the latter ended up messing up his plan, making this arrogant and heartless young master battered. Miyuki was in an extremely good mood. Even though he was ignored, he wasn't angry. He was itching to bully someone. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. What a pity that he was supposed to act well-behaved and shy right now. Miyuki poked Miyuki shyly, asking in a small voice, Xiaoqi, who is he? Mingming is my third uncle's son. Miyuki introduced orderly, Mingming, this is my new big brother, Miyuki, and also your big brother. You guys have to get along well. In Miyuki's heart, Miyuki was weak while Feng Weiming was aloof. They both needed to be taken care of. Right now, he stood up responsibly. Mu Jingwei placed his hands behind his back and looked at them in interest. He was pleased with Miyuki's performance. The legal eldest son was taught considerably well. Feng Weiming said nothing. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Miyuki looked shyly at Feng Weiming and softly said, Hi Mingming. Seeing that Feng Weiming didn't even look at him, he tried to please, when in fact he teased, You're beautiful. Can I be friends with you? That Miyuki immediately revealed an expression as if something bad was going to happen. Feng Weiming was the most beautiful amongst all the children in the Mu family. This led him to frequently be teased by people the first time they met him. They said that he was like a girl. Therefore, Feng Weiming hated it when people praised him for being beautiful. He wouldn't show that he was unhappy, but he wore a cold and exquisite face. He ignored those who called him beautiful, not even caring that he placed them in an awkward position. That was how Feng Weiming usually acted. The Mu family was used to it. Firstly, he was too young, so they couldn't really argue over this issue. The young masters from aristocratic families each had their own distinct personality. It was never good to restrict them too much at a young age. Secondly, because Feng Weiming was Mu Juking's adopted son, Mu Juking had a unique status in the family. 2 people would be chosen from the Mu family every generation. They were in charge of domestic and overseas affairs. Although they were both from the same family, different subfamilies fought and competed. Mu Jingui was the head of the Mu family. Because Mu Jingui and the 2 generations were strong and powerful, the entire Mu family looked to Mu Jingui as the leader of the family. Mu Zhurong was initially set as the new leader of the Mu family and mainly in charge of domestic affairs. Accordingly, after the main family picked out the candidates in charge of the domestic affairs, the overseas affairs would be handed to the subfamilies. But the Mu family's previous generation and person in charge of overseas affairs unexpectedly liked Mu Juking. They insisted on training him into an heir. That way, the main family can be in charge of both domestic and overseas affairs. That way, the main family could be even more powerful. The subfamilies weren't willing to, however. The main family did its best. Mu Juking started living abroad since he was 6 and received training to become heir. His performance lit up people's eyes. He won the other competitive candidates from the subfamilies and successfully took over overseas affairs. Compared to Mu Zhurong and his second brother, Mu Juan, who fought against each other, Mu Juking was about to thrive on his own, overseas. His support was very important to Mu Zhurong and Mu Juan. Mu Juking was 28 years old but didn't plan on marrying at all. He only took in an adopted son, and pampered him very much. As a result, Mu Zhurong and Mu Juan ordered their children to get along well with Feng Weiming. Mu Jingui and grandmother Mu had sent their young son abroad early on. They felt bad, so whenever they met him, they tried to make it up to him. They never talked to him loudly. Mu Juking was an adult now, and he didn't need anything. It was rare for him to take in an adopted son. The 2 elders transferred the regret over to his adopted son, loving and pampering him dearly. If it weren't for the fact that one could count the number of times Feng Weiming returned domestically, with how much the elders let him have his ways, the children would have been extremely jealous and envious of him. Thankfully, Feng Weiming wasn't unruly nor was he arrogant. He just didn't like to talk, nor did he like to be close to people. Everyone let him do his own thing. Feng Weiming maintained the basic manners in the Mu family. Mu Yixi said the words that Feng Weiming hated the most. Mu Yuki thought that Feng Weiming would coldly refuse to be his friend. His big brother was weak and sensitive. What if he cried as a result? Mu Yuki looked worriedly and anxiously at Mu Yixi. Because of the word beautiful, Feng Weiming finally turned around to look at Mu Yixi. The stare made Mu Yixi feel as if he was shorter than Feng Weiming for some reason. It was the same exact feeling he felt when he saw Feng Weiming for the first time. He disliked both the 5 and 12 years old Feng Weiming. Mu Yuxi looked down n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Feng Weiming looked at him and then at Mu Yuki quietly. He parted his lips and said in a childish voice, "What are you guys going to do?" He actually didn't get mad at Mu Yuxi, and even more, was interested in what they were going to do. Mu Yuki blinked his eyes and replied honestly, "Grandmother is taking us to practice calligraphy." Feng Weiming expressionly closed the wooden door carved with pine tree patterns and quietly walked in between Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki. He stared at Mu Yuxi, chasing him away with his cold gaze. He wanted him to go away. Later on, Mu Yuxi was sure that Feng Weiming liked Mu Yuki. It was not his fault. But right now, Mu Yuxi's heart thumped rapidly by Feng Weiming's action. Other people may not understand the reason behind his action, but he knew right then. Feng Weiming was protecting Mu Yuki. He thought of him as a threat. Mu Yuxi didn't know when he had revealed himself. Even Mu Jingui was unable to see through him for now. He planned on placing him by his side to observe him. However, Feng Weiming seemed to have detected something, walking to Mu Yuki's side without hesitation. It was shockingly similar to his past life. Once he set his eyes on a certain person, he stayed with them until the end, no matter right or wrong. Underneath his arrogance and ruthlessness was loyalty and stubbornness. It was strange but valuable. If he could use him. Mu Yuxi hurriedly stopped his thoughts. He had considered this in his past life as well. However, Feng Weiming defeated him easily just like that. In this life, his mental state had changed. He didn't prepare to take in Feng Weiming for his own use. It was actually a good thing that Feng Weiming continued to protect Mu Yuki. Thinking of this, he didn't dislike Feng Weiming as much anymore. Mu Yuxi prepared to act like he didn't understand Feng Weiming's gaze. He stepped back as he wished and let Feng Weiming stand in between him and Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki just realized and asked, "Ming, you're going to learn calligraphy with us?" Feng Weiming ignored him. He looked up at Mu Jingui and asked, "Grandfather, can I?" "Of course you can." Mu Jingui said happily like a grandfather with a good attitude and granted his grandchildren everything they wanted. "You can all come, all come." Therefore, in the group, there was an extra expressionless icy little boy walking about half an arm's distance away from Mu Yuki. The latter held Mu Yuxuan's hands, absent-minded. From time to time, he glanced at Feng Weiming before turning around to look at Mu Yuxi who was at the back of the line, in concern. He felt like there was something strange between Big Brother and Ming. As he was walking, Mu Yuxi suddenly tripped and fell forward. Mu Yuki turned around in time and instinctively supported Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi fell on Mu Yuki. "Xiaoxi, are you okay? Does your leg still hurt?" Mu Yuki knitted his brows and asked. Mu Yuxi hadn't completely recovered. He couldn't walk for too long. Therefore, Yixi immediately thought of his condition. Yixi leaned against him and said weakly, "My leg feels weak." Yixi immediately said, "I'll support you." Then he skillfully supported him by the arm. Yixi had stayed in the Mew family and recuperated there for a while. He had grown up a bit, but was still shorter than Yixi. Based on this height difference, despite Yixi calling Yixi his big brother, he treated him like his younger brother. "Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want me to bring you back to rest?" Mu Jingwei asked Yixi. Yixi shook his head. Then he looked at Yixi trustfully. "It's fine. Troubling Xiaoqi to support me for a while. It's fine." Yixi replied, not minding. The two brothers helped each other. The atmosphere was harmonious and they treated each other fairly. Yixi leaned against Yixi, feeling no pressure. He allowed him to drag him. When he passed by Feng Weiming, he looked down. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Deng Weiming, and his expression coldened some more. Mu Jingwei's study was spacious and bright, arranged in an ancient style. On the wide and sturdy desk, there were all sorts of writing brushes. The refreshing fragrance of ink was mixed with a faint orchid fragrance, assaulting the nostrils. There was a side hall by the study. The rooms were connected. There were chairs and desks for children to practice writing. There were essentials of calligraphy sitting on a four-sided rack. There were some names carved on it. Yixi recognized two sets. One of them had Yixi's chi carved on it while the other one had run from Juan's son, Yuren's name carved on it. Mu Jingwei took out 3 sets and gifted them to Yixi, Feng Weiming, and Yuxuan. The quality was top-notch. Mu Jingwei would make his grandchildren learn calligraphy after reaching 5 years old. Feng Weiming rarely returned home and even more, he liked to stay clean. Therefore, Mu Jingwei didn't force him to learn. At first glance, one could tell that Yixi had never interacted with this type of study. The youngest Yuxuan was still here. Besides Yixi, none of them had experience. Therefore, Mu Jingwei started teaching them from the most basic, grasping a writing brush. Feng Weiming comprehended things quickly. Mu Jingwei had taught them once and he already did a good job holding the writing brush. His clean and slender hands grasped the deep brown writing brush. Mu Yuxuan's hands were too soft, so she couldn't hold the writing brush correctly. She started writing with the writing brush with the way she drew with crayons and pencils. Mu Jingwei patiently corrected her. Mu Yixi was the worst of the 3. His fingers holding the writing brush seemed like it was knotted. He didn't get the gist of it. Mu Yixi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Seeing that he had learned for a while and got some foundation, he volunteered to teach him. Hold the shaft of the writing brush with these 2 fingers. Hook it with your middle finger. Use your ring and pinky fingers to hold the 2 sides. One will hold. Mu Yixi guided him, bending over to fiddle with Mu Yuxi's fingers, correcting his pose. Mu Yixi smiled and looked at him. For a moment, his expression was extremely similar to that of Mu Jingwei's. Because of how slow Mu Yixi took to learn, Mu Yixi helped him the entire time. After his patient guidance, Mu Yixi finally learned how to grasp the writing brush. It made Mu Yixi feel very accomplished. Mu Jingwei helped Mu Yuxuan. Because Feng Weiming got the gist quickly and finished learning the pose, he became alone again. Mu Yixi unintentionally left him out as he was helping Mu Yixi. It was hard for Feng Weiming to not notice Mu Yixi at this point. Mu Yixi felt him looking over and shooting darts with his gaze. Mu Yixi felt his hair standing up, cold as if he had just eaten a ginseng. Mu Juking treated Feng Weiming, his adopted son, as treasure. He carefully took care of him. His nanny, driver, and bodyguards were all carefully chosen by him. The reason why Feng Weiming returned all of a sudden was because the nanny taking care of him got into an accident. Mu Juking was unable to find a suitable candidate to replace her, and also had urgent business matters to handle domestically, so he brought his adopted son to the residence, requesting his parents to take care of him for a few days. Mu Juking had been very busy during this period of time. He flew back to France again now. He originally planned on personally returning to pick up Feng Weiming after handling the matters. However, after finding out that his elder brother and sister-in-law would be going to France for vacation, he handed the task of bringing Feng Weiming back to France to them. Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu didn't mind. They were going to head out in a few days. Mrs. Mu invited Feng Weiming to Yulian Garden. Although she knew that Feng Weiming didn't like crowds, it wasn't good for a young child like him to be alone and indifferent. He still had a long life to live. She had 3 children at home and they all had considerately okay personalities. They'd be nice companions for him. Feng Weiming and Mu Yuki had gotten along well either way. However, Mrs. Mu was prepared to be rejected. Although Feng Weiming was young, he had his own thoughts. If he didn't want to come, no one could change his opinion. Even more, he never stayed overnight at his uncle's place. Unexpected, Feng Weiming thought about it before replying faintly, "Okay, sorry to trouble auntie," after receiving the invitation. Mu Yuki was delighted. He thought that he had the best relationship with Feng Weiming, but the latter always treated him indifferently. This made his proud self not want to approach him sometimes. This time, Feng Weiming broke his own rules and decided to live in his house. Mu Yuki thought that he was responding to his previous efforts. Besides Mu Yuxi, this big brother, he also got another companion. His days in the future would be interesting and refreshing. Mu Yuki looked forward to this. But he quickly realized the difference between reality and expectation. In Mu Yuki's imagination, Feng Weiming would follow them and play along. However, that didn't happen. Instead, Feng Weiming acted like a warden. His body followed an orderly schedule. Besides that, he wouldn't play any games with Miyuki or Yixi. Instead, he'd coldly stand by a corner and watch them, making Miyuki's hair stand up. What does Mingming want to do? Miyuki scratched his head and asked Yixi. Yixi returned an innocent and confused expression, probably saying, I'm not close to him. I really don't know. Go ask him. This is the first time he came to our home. He probably isn't used to it, which is why he is acting like this. Yixi patted Miyuki's shoulders like how a big brother would do, encouraging him. Because of Feng Weiming, Miyuki felt embarrassed towards Yixi. Feng Weiming and Yixi were both Miyuki's playmates. Originally, Yixi and Feng Weiming were supposed to become friends under Miyuki's guidance. However, Feng Weiming clearly disdained Yixi. Not only wasn't Yixi angry, he even spoke up for Feng Weiming. He was really kind and generous. Miyuki felt as if he was losing face for Yixi. He subconsciously wanted to make it up to Yixi. He listened to Miyuki's suggestion and summoned the courage to ask Feng Weiming, Mingming, why do you keep looking at us? Come and play with us? Feng Weiming stared fixated on him for a while before saying coldly, stupid. Yixi swore that a disdainful expression flashed through Feng Weiming's clear eyes. Miyuki was unhappy. Mingming, that's rude. Feng Weiming responded, stupid. Miyuki, taught. He ran towards Yixi, asking for comfort. Feng Weiming was being too excessive? He liked his big brother better. Yixi gently and kindly welcomed Miyuki into his arms. He comforted Miyuki's hurt feelings, a clear contrast to Feng Weiming's indifference and heartlessness. Feng Weiming glacéed at the pair of brothers that got along happily, his expressions coldening some more. Up until they were about to head out, Miyuki was conflicted. He wanted to approach Feng Weiming, but was scared. In contrast, his relationship with Yixi improved drastically. Miyuki would even play doll with Yixi and Yixuan, which he despised in the past. After Yixi tried to trick him into how playing doll wasn't that bad, Miyuki didn't mind playing it either. His relationship with Yixuan had also gotten a bit better. He wasn't as biased anymore, thinking that sisters were delicate and would drag him down. He thought that Yixuan was considerately cute as he watched her play doll with Yixi. The Mew family got on the first-class cabin as they got on the plane. The seats were spacious and comfortable. Each row sat 2 people. Mew Zhurong and Miyuki sat next to each other. Then, Mrs. Mew sat with Yixuan. After that, it was Yixi and Feng Weiming, this surprising pair. As the nanny, Su Qingli, and Mew Zhurong's assistant and also Su Qingli big brother, Su Zhao, both sat on the second to last row. The last row sat 2 bodyguards. One for Mew Zhurong and the other for Feng Weiming. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Neglecting the uncle, Mew Zhurong, the only partner Feng Weiming could accept was Miyuki. However, that stupid fool was scared to approach him. He sat next to his father instead. Mrs. Mew needed to take care of the youngest Yixuan. Feng Weiming naturally needed to let the girl. He strangely found Su Qingli unpleasant to the eyes. The extent was much more serious than how he felt towards Yixi. In the end, Feng Weiming reluctantly allowed Yixi to sit next to him. Feng Weiming was small. He was delicate and exquisite. He was like a ball sitting on the navy blue plane seat, giving people the urge to hug him into their arms and cuddle him. However, his small self was about to make people feel the air around them was freezing. He sat next to the window. Yixi sat next to him for a good 15 minutes. He either looked out the window or ahead, making Yixi feel like he was invisible. After he was reborn, only Feng Weiming made him feel the same in both lives. Yixi was a bit annoyed at first, wanting to provoke him. He wanted to stop Miyuki from having a great relationship with Feng Weiming. Yixi had to act like he was great friends with Miyuki while trying to steal his attention in secret. Even more, he easily won Feng Weiming because of his advantage in age. He got Miyuki to be distant from Feng Weiming. He could tell that Feng Weiming clearly treated Miyuki differently than the others, but not the fierce protection he held until later in the future. Feng Weiming was quite angry at how Miyuki couldn't distinguish the situation, although one couldn't tell. Miyuki didn't treat Feng Weiming in a special manner. He just thought of him as his younger cousin who was hard to deal with, but had to take care of. If Yixi continued to shift Miyuki's thoughts, his status in Miyuki's heart would quickly surpass Feng Weiming's. However, when Feng Weiming arrived at Yulian Garden, the first thing he said was to Su Qingli coldly, "Servant, move out of the way." He knew that Su Qingli was trying to curry favor, so he refused to let her come close or touch him. Su Qingli was in an awkward position right then. She attempted to act stupid like she didn't hear it when the bodyguard that always followed Feng Weiming rudely showed her off. With the Su family's status in the Mew family, only Feng Weiming dared to give Su Qingli attitude without care. Yixi was quite stupid to act serious with Feng Weiming who meant no harm to him. He was Mrs. Mew's loyal fan. Those who went against Mrs. Mew were his enemies. After the plane steadily flew into the sky, the flight attendants started giving out breakfast. The reason why Mrs. Mew chose this airline was because the breakfast made was okay. Both Yixuan and Miyuki were able to accept it. L/B//JNN. Feng Weiming didn't even need to ask when Yixi already got a glass of warm milk without sugar and almond bread for him. The temperature of the glass of milk was only slightly burning. It was suitable to drink it like that. Yixi ripped the almond bread into pieces. There was a thin layer of original hazelnut paste on the soft bread. It looked very delicious. Yixi quickly and skillfully prepared the breakfast, placing it in front of Feng Weiming. With a faint smile, "You can eat now." Feng Weiming looked expressionless at him. He could accept the breakfast Yixi chose for him and the way he chose to handle the bread too. Even more, he wore disposable gloves when he ripped the bread into pieces and added the hazelnut paste. It was convenient and clean. He considered Feng Weiming's misophonia as well. The latter couldn't even find any faults. In the past life, Yixi was able to deceive the intelligent Mrs. Mu and win against tons of people, snatching the Mu company for his own. He naturally had his own ways. Yixi even knew Feng Weiming's likes and dislikes, although he despised him. "I don't want milk." Feng Weiming reluctantly tried to pick faults despite it being perfect. Mu Juking and the nanny weren't here. Mrs. Mu didn't watch him either, so he expressed his opinion. "They have Yoplait yogurt here, do you want it?" Yixi asked. He knew that Feng Weiming liked yogurt, but the Yoplait brand was very sweet. Feng Weiming, who didn't like sweets, probably wouldn't be able to accept this. As expected, Feng Weiming shut his mouth and wore a cold expression. Yixi ordered hot chocolate and a croissant for himself. He added honey paste on it. It was incredibly sweet. Yixi smiled happily. Feng Weiming slightly moved, staying far away as if he could avoid that scary scent like that. The two were taught to keep quiet while eating, so they stopped talking and focused on eating breakfast. During this time, Mrs. Mu turned around to look at them. Seeing that they got along well and knew how to take care of themselves, she turned back around to continue taking care of Yixuan in satisfaction. When they were done eating, the flight attendant came over to tidy things up. Feng Weiming suddenly said coldly, "I heard that those who like sweets are bad guys." Yixi was covering Feng Weiming's legs with a thin quilt when he heard the words. His hands itched to pinch him. "Sleep," Yixi said in a firm tone, covering the quilt to his neck. Feng Weiming glanced at him. His eyelashes flickered like a fan. They were incredibly beautiful. Yixi thought, if the brat didn't talk and just sit there quietly, he would be quite a pleasant view. What a pity. 11 hours on the plane was very boring and dull to children. Yixi and Feng Weiming were considerately calm and unflustered. However, when Yixi couldn't sit still and wanted to stretch his body, he specially walked over to the two boys, noticing that his elder brother and younger brother sat next to each other harmoniously. It was unbelievable. Feng Weiming wore a sleepy eye mask and had a thin quilt over him. He was sleeping properly, probably. Meanwhile, Yixi opened the Petit Prince. Yixi remembered this story. Mrs. Mu had given him that and he liked it very much. He slightly turned his body towards Feng Weiming and softly read it to him. Seeing Yixi smiled happily before lowering his head to continue reading the story. Yixi was shocked. Not just with the atmosphere, but mostly because, "You recognized all the words in there?" Yixi was really shocked. Of course, he didn't forget to lower his voice in case he disturbed Feng Weiming's sleep. Yixi heard Mrs. Mu tell him the story of the Petit Prince frequently as well. However, to a 6-year-old boy who didn't recognize all of the words, reading it was a very hard challenge. Yixi had learned how to read for a while and was praised as being clever and smart at a young age. However, he only recognized of the words in the story. Yixi shook his head. "I remembered it from when mommy told us the story." "Oh." Yixi understood. "Xiaoxi, you're amazing." He mimicked Mrs. Mu's encouraging tone. Yixi remembered when Su Qingli mentioned that Yixi didn't do well on his homework. He automatically thought of it as him needing to give Yixi more encouragement. Yixi shyly smiled. "Thank you, Xiaoqi. I will work harder." Although Yixi was the big brother, Yixi thought that he was more like his younger brother, a good younger brother who had never had before. Yixi glanced at Feng Weiming with lingering fears. The contrast was in front of their eyes. Yixi wanted to continue chatting with Yixi, and the latter clearly didn't mind either. The two brothers were about to continue talking when a clean and slender hand suddenly reached out from under the quilt, covering Yixi's mouth right on the spot. "Stop talking." A clean childish voice ordered with a tint of annoyance and sleepiness. The strength coming from his hands wasn't powerful. His hands were soft, a tint of faint hazelnut paste spread, causing Yixi to become quiet. Yixi immediately covered his mouth, widening his eyes as he looked around. He glanced at Feng Weiming, who kept the same position as he covered Yixi's mouth. He thought that if he continued to chat with Yixi and disturb his sleep, Feng Weiming would definitely take off his eye mask and glare coldly at him. Yixi didn't want to offend Feng Weiming, so he lifted his index and middle fingers, indicating that he was going to slip away. Yixi smiled and gestured okay. Yixi walked back to his seat, turning his head to look at him every few steps. The surrounding quietened down. Feng Weiming slowly withdrew his hands, but Yixi clutched it. He tried to struggle free, but failed. He tilted his head over as if questioning, "What are you doing?" Yixi took out a napkin and slowly wiped the palm of his hand which had previously covered his mouth. In a gentle voice, "There's saliva." Feng Weiming's hands froze. Clearly, he was only half conscious before, so he hadn't thought of this question. After Yixi reminded him, his misophobia quickly flared up. Yixi let go of his hands after wiping it. Feng Weiming quickly withdrew his hands as if he was bitten by a poisonous snake. As though it wasn't enough, he quickly slipped under the quilt and was determined to not take his hands out anymore. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Do you still want to listen to the Petit Prince? Mu Yixi picked up the storybook again, asking in a brotherly manner. Feng Weiming felt wronged. He never said that he wanted to listen to it. Mu Yixi just kept on reading it. Because the voice was somewhat pleasant and he didn't find it annoying, he didn't stop him from reading it either. Subconsciously he even fell asleep. Yet, Mu Yixi didn't need him to respond. In a clear and low childish voice, he began to start reading the Petit Prince again. A long time ago, there was a small prince. He lived on a planet that was about the same size as him. He hoped to have a friend. In order to express how much he hated Mu Yixi acting on his own initiative, Feng Weiming quietly turned around and ignored him. JNN. Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming spent the entire plane ride bantering and arguing with one another. But in outsiders' eyes, Mu Yixi had taken good care of Feng Weiming. He was a shy but considerate big brother. Meanwhile, Feng Weiming always wore a stiff and beautiful face. Though he was indifferent and quiet, he appeared unruly and dominant when compared to Mu Yixi. He only knew to suppress his nice and kind big brother. Therefore, Mu Yixi received many compliments from Mrs. Mu to the flight attendants. Feng Weiming was speechless. From the start, he didn't really hate Mu Yixi. Feng Weiming was a child with a meticulous mind. The moment he interacted with Mu Yixi, he detected a type of strangeness coming from Mu Yixi that didn't fit his age. Because Mu Yixi was an expert in disguising and he was too young, Feng Weiming didn't really see through anything because he was a bit worried of his stupid cousin who treated him quite well. Feng Weiming broke his rules and agreed to live in the Yulian garden, so that he could observe Mu Yixi. He and Mu Yixi didn't interact that much. He didn't approach Mu Yixi nor did the latter have the intention of approaching him either. However, Feng Weiming could still feel the sincerity coming from Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki when they interacted with one another. This calmed Feng Weiming down and he was surprisingly curious about Mu Yixi now. Clearly, Mu Yuki took care of Mu Yixi and Mu Yuxuan the most. However, to Feng Weiming, it seemed like Mu Yixi was the one taking care and being lenient on them. It was strange. Feng Weiming definitely didn't feel envious seeing how Mu Yuxi got along well with Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. Feng Weiming didn't object to Mu Yuxi sitting next to him on the plane anymore. Then, he became muddle-headed because of Mu Yuxi. From outsiders' perspectives, Mu Yuxi took good care of him and he knew that for himself as well. He didn't even need to say anything and Mu Yuxi already ordered the food he enjoyed eating the most. He paid attention to the temperature and read him the Petit Prince, a story he never heard of before. Even more, he coaxed him to sleep. He was gentle and considerate, not any worse than the nanny that had taken care of him for a year or so. But Feng Weiming just didn't like him. He didn't know whether he didn't like Mu Yuxi or how he took care of him. But in short, he just didn't like him. However, he felt like he was making a fuss out of nothing by acting like this. He shouldn't be like this. Feng Weiming's indifferent state of mind was suddenly challenged. Therefore, he became even colder towards Mu Yuxi. He didn't want to play with him at all. After getting off the plane, the car sent by Mu Juking was already outside waiting. Mu Zhurong went along with Mu Juking and brought the family to the villa Mu Juking had purchased in France. Mu Juking traveled all over the world at a young age. Therefore, he bought properties in a few countries that he often traveled to. After he adopted Feng Weiming in France, he specially bought a villa for him to live in. Even more, he tried his best to stay in France to accompany him. He made sure Feng Weiming didn't lack anything. Mu Juking really treated Feng Weiming well to the point the Mu family were questioning whether Feng Weiming was his illegitimate son or not. But he wasn't. However, there must be a reason why Mu Juking would treat a boy whose background was unknown that well. Mu Yuxi had investigated deeply before, but he was unable to find out the connection between Mu Juking and Feng Weiming. By the time they arrived at the villa, it was already 10 p.m. Mu Juking was inside waiting. He and Mu Zhurong were similar in height. He was a bit skinnier than Mu Zhurong, but he was still a handsome guy. He had a candid temperament, but acted noble and generous. Compared to Mu Zhurong's gentleness and profoundness, Mu Juking was more refined. Mu Juking stood up to welcome them after he saw them come. He faintly smiled and greeted, "Big brother, sister-in-law, welcome." Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu nodded. Mrs. Mu said, "Sorry for bothering you, Juking. Treat this as your own home, sister-in-law. You don't need to be so polite." Mu Juking respected Mrs. Mu a lot. Mrs. Mu had great relations with people within the Mu family. Even Mu Juan, who had fought Mu Zhurong openly and covertly, treated her considerately politely. Therefore, Mu Juking was comforted in letting Mrs. Mu take care of his treasure for a few days. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan chirped, "Uncle." Mu Yuxi also said, "Hello uncle." Mu Juking left the house at a young age and he wasn't that close to his two big brothers. However, he treated the kids kindly. He walked over and patted each one of their heads. "You guys are all good kids. You've grown up and become more handsome and beautiful. When this must be Xiaoxi, right? You're very cute too." Mu Yuxi bashfully smiled. Feng Weiming looked at him subconsciously. His body was lifted up when he wasn't paying attention. "Why do you keep on looking at your big brother? How come you don't look at your father?" A voice wearing a hint of a smile said in Feng Weiming's ears. Feng Weiming looked over to see his adopted father, Mu Juking, pretending to be upset. He looked down and said calmly, "Father." Mu Juking didn't mind his son's cold face at all. He kissed his son's soft and fair face, feeling the little one stiffen immediately. He couldn't help but laugh at the sight. "Did you have fun with your brothers and sisters these days?" Mu Juking asked. Feng Weiming held in the urge to wipe his face. Otherwise, his father would definitely kiss him again. He reluctantly nodded. Mu Juking said to Mrs. Mu, "This child is reserved and shy. Sorry to trouble my sister-in-law these days." "It's no trouble. Ming Ming is very well behaved. Xiao Shi and the rest got along well with him." Mrs. Mu didn't dare take credit. "Oh?" Mu Juking raised his brows and glanced at Feng Weiming. His son is indifferent and aloof. He rarely got along with kids his age. Only Mu Yuki was able to get a reaction out of him. But his son had never played around normally ever. However, Mrs. Mu wouldn't lie. If she said they got along well, then they did. Feng Weiming wrapped his arms around Mu Juking's neck and buried his head in his neck. Tired. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. Mu Juking was even more shocked. Did something happen that he didn't know? However, since his son said he was tired, he naturally needed to let him rest. Mu Juking said, "Big brother, you guys must be tired. Just place the luggages here and go rest. We can talk about the other matters tomorrow." Everyone agreed. Mu Juking called the housekeeper over and brought them to settle down. Meanwhile, he personally carried his son to his room. The whole family went on vacation in name, but in reality, Mrs. Mu brought the kids along while Mu Zhurong had to handle some matters with Mu Juking. Because they hadn't found a suitable nanny for Feng Weiming and it turns out that the latter wasn't against Mrs. Mu, Mu Juking requested her to take care of him. Mrs. Mu naturally agreed. On the other side, Mu Juking told his son, "Take care of the guests on father's behalf. Please enable JavaScript." Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Although Feng Weiming was unwilling since he didn't like communicating with people, Mrs. Mu was Mu Juking's relative. She wasn't an outsider. Even more, she also invited him over and took good care of him. Feng Weiming was indifferent but he knew his manners. As a result, he didn't reject them. He expressionlessly nodded, "Okay, good son." Mu Juking ruffled Feng Weiming's soft and light brown hair, immediately receiving a cold gaze. However, as his father, he was delighted. Only Third Master Mu or Mu Juking would act so childish in front of his son. This was because his indifferent son was too cute and handsome. He didn't feel good if he didn't tease him. Feng Weiming quietly turned around and ignored him. A few days before they arrived, everyone was trying to adjust to a different time zone. The adults were somewhat better, but the kids couldn't sleep well at night. During the day, they were on the verge of falling asleep. But everyone knew that they had to get used to it, so the kids tried hard not to sleep. Otherwise, their vacation would be gone to waste. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were used to this. Under Mrs. Mu's care, Mu Yuxi also acted sensibly. The kids stayed in the villa. Feng Weiming was a good young master. He generously opened the arcade and reading rooms. There were all sorts of books and study materials in the reading room. There was so much content in there that was enough for him to read from 3 to 30 years old. There were all sorts of toys and games in the arcade room as well. There were simple to intellectual types of games. But because Feng Weiming wasn't interested in it, the games were just left in the room. He enjoyed staying in the reading room more. Mu Yuxi, as the two siblings' best companion, was also pulled into the room. Feng Weiming watched as the two siblings started fighting over stealing Mu Yuxi to their side. Then, Mu Yuxi comforted them easily with a few simple sentences. The three ended up playing together. Out of politeness, Mu Yuxi invited Feng Weiming to join them as well. The latter remained unmoved. He indifferently plugged in his earbuds and started learning French, not caring about his surroundings despite Mu Yuki and the others causing a ruckus. Next, Feng Weiming brought them to see the two dogs he raised at home. One was an evil tyrant. He was purely black with a spot of white on his chest. He had a thick and solid body with short legs. His eyes were golden and he wore a ferocious expression. His name was Caesar. The other one was a Samoyed. He had a triangular face with snow-white fur. He was elegant and noble, half closing his eyes. He was delicate and small. His name was Louis. The two dogs were both male and grew up together. They were really friendly to each other. The housekeeper was worried that Caesar might startle the guests at home. This had happened before. After all, normal people couldn't accept Caesar's appearance. Therefore, he was temporarily locked up. Louis volunteered to be locked up with him as well. When everyone came to visit them, Caesar was lying on the ground, looking at them calmly and in alertness. He wagged his tail every now and then. Meanwhile, Louis played with his tail and rolled around on his stomach. L.B//JNN. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were stunned by the two contrasting dogs. Especially Caesar. They had never seen a dog like this before. Feng Weiming personally unlocked the cages and released them. The housekeeper widened his mouth. Seeing that Mrs. Mu didn't object to this, he swallowed his words. He knew how much this indifferent young master adored the two dogs. They just had to lock it temporarily because they had no choice. Hearing the sound of the cage unlocking and seeing Feng Weiming, Louis happily let go of Caesar's tail and sprinted over like a ball of snow. When Louis stood up, he was half the size of an adult. He appeared to be bigger than the skinny Feng Weiming. It seemed like he was about to pounce on Feng Weiming with how energetic he was. The bystanders all glanced in shock, worried. Sit. Feng Weiming said. Louis slowed down to an emergency brake, stopped right in front of him. He cutely stuck out his tongue, wagging his tail and acting cute. Feng Weiming patted his head to reward him. Louis wagged his tail even more happily, rumbling as if acting cute. At this time, Caesar also walked out of the cage calmly. Paired with his ferocious appearance, he appeared to be aggressive and assertive. Even the courageous Mu Yuki couldn't help but take a step back, a bit nervous. Mu Yuxuan directly hid behind Mu Yuxi, her soft hands clutching her big brother's clothes tightly. Mu Yuki was clearly stronger than Mu Yuxi, but Mu Yuki subconsciously trusted and relied on Mu Yuxi more. Not letting her down, Mu Yuxi also extended an alarm over in front of her, not taking a step back. Caesar looked back and forth between his master and outsiders, grumbling as if preparing to unleash his anger. In the end, he seemed to have recognized the one that was the weakest and easily bullied, walking straight towards him. Mu Yuxuan, who was originally peeking her head out from behind Mu Yuxi, was nervously and curiously glancing at Caesar. Seeing that his sharp gaze was locked on herself, she immediately widened her eyes in fear. She shockingly called out, "Big brother Teddy, he's coming." Right now, she was hidden straight under Mu Yuxi's shadow. She didn't dare look at Caesar anymore. "Don't be scared. Big brother will protect you," Mu Yuxi said like a knight protecting a princess. He didn't need to look back to feel Mu Yuxi's admiring gaze on him. "I'll also protect you?" Caesar had a strong imposing manner. Mu Yuki's legs felt like jello, but seeing how brave his big brother was, he also felt the need to do something. He straightened his chest and stood next to Mu Yuxi. Caesar squinted his eyes and smacked his lips as though saying, "Just you?" He fearlessly continued walking ahead despite there being an extra small boy blocking his way. He walked fiercely and swiftly, bringing along an invisible type of pressure. Caesar was closer and closer to them now. Mu Yuki was more and more frightened, his heart in his throat. Caesar barked threateningly. Mu Yuki trembled and unexpectedly blurted, "Woof." Without thinking, Mrs. Mu and the housekeeper, and Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi, were enjoying the show when they heard him woof. Mrs. Mu laughed loudly as the housekeeper lowered his head and chuckled. Feng Weiming slowly said, "Caesar." It was just a simple address, but Caesar paused his vigorous steps and turned around, leaving Mu Yuki and the rest behind without a care at all. He walked steadily towards Feng Weiming. He calmly raised his short but thick claws when he arrived by Feng Weiming's feet. He seemingly waved his paws in front of him, but knew about his young master's misophobia, so he didn't touch him. Then, he stood by Feng Weiming. His expression was still ferocious as if being a loyal guard. "Ah, brother Mingming, he is so obedient." Mu Yuxuan popped out from behind Mu Yuxi again after realizing there was no anger, forgetting how scared she was a moment before. She started calling out towards the majestic Caesar by Feng Weiming. "Caesar is the best." Feng Weiming placed his hand on Caesar's head, a bit moody. "Mingming, you did this on purpose." Mu Yuki shouted with his face red. He was about to break down after recalling how he barked like a dog. Caesar was obedient to Feng Weiming, so why did he allow Caesar to just scare them like that? Even more, Feng Weiming just had to call out Caesar's name after he barked like a dog. Mu Yuki felt attacked. He understood now. Feng Weiming looked down and kept quiet. Caesar detected his young master's mood. He looked up and thought about it, sticking out his tongue to lick Feng Weiming's palm. He who had misophobia didn't react, allowing him to lick him. Seeing that Caesar was licking the young master, Louis immediately turned around happily and joined in on the fun. He wanted to lick him too, but Caesar slapped his paw to the side. However, Louis happily returned and changed to licking Caesar instead. If Caesar could reveal an expression besides one of ferociousness, his expression right now must be frustrated face. Feng Weiming thought that it wasn't like he could say he wanted to scare Mu Yuxi instead. His Caesar was cute and smart, but his appearance was very deceiving. He remembered that Mu Yuxi made him unhappy, so he wanted Caesar to bully him back. Caesar was clever. He quietly raised his chin and Caesar went for Mu Yuxi, who knew that everyone thought Caesar's target was Mu Yuxuan. Even more, Mu Yuxi wasn't frightened. Even more, he acted like a big brother. Besides that, Mu Yuki tried to show off like Mu Yuxi, even barking. In order to prevent Mu Yuxi from continuing to lose his face, Feng Weiming called Caesar back. But Mu Yuki thought that he was purposely trying to tease him. As adults, they just found the previous scene cute and funny. However, since his son was so angry that he was about to cry as if taking a great blow to his dignity, Mrs. Mu felt like she shouldn't laugh at this time. Therefore, she came to save the day. Then they heard Mrs. Mu say, "Woof." She and everyone else looked at Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi tilted his head cutely. "Is that how you bark? Was Caesar playing with us?" "Woof, woof." He barked twice, glancing at Caesar with bright and sparkling eyes. "Caesar, Caesar, come here." He revealed a look of adoration and admiration. Feng Weiming paused and lightly patted Caesar. He looked at him before walking towards Mu Yuxi slowly. He stood in front of Mu Yuxi and glanced up at him. He wore an extremely ferocious expression, but his golden yellow eyes were very gentle and peaceful, unlike his young master. Mu Yuxi shyly extended his hand, hesitating for half a moment. Then he patted Caesar's fur under Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan's nervous gazes. Caesar calmly let him pat him, his tail wagging occasionally. Louis always wanted to be involved in everything, so he ran over. Because Feng Weiming didn't order him to sit, he pounced on Mu Yuxi and enthusiastically greeted him with his saliva. "Ah, Louis." Mu Yixi called out in shock, trying hard to duck. Everyone laughed right then. Even a small smile floated on Feng Weiming's lips. Because of Mu Yuxi's interruption, Mu Yuki had forgotten about his displeasure with Feng Weiming. Children were naturally interested in small animals. Louis was cute and hilarious. Not only that, even the majestic Caesar was very well behaved. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan had quickly forgotten about the fright. They were enthusiastic and also wanted to give it a try. Without Feng Weiming restricting Louis, he immediately ran around happily and played with them. Not only wasn't he angry that people were cuddling and massaging his fur, he became even more excited and happy. The entire time, Caesar was very indifferent. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan revered him, not acting as carefree and lax as they were with Louis. They summoned the courage to lightly pat his fur, trembling while doing so. After they touched his fur, they immediately held in their breaths and withdrew their hands, watching their reactions. Caesar looked at them and placed his paws down lazily. Mu Yuxuan and Mu Yuki immediately smiled. Please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dillon Foster. Mu Yuki wasn't even tired of playing with the pets all day long. He'd chase and cuddle them. Mu Yuxi had an adult soul while Mu Yuxuan acted like a young, wise, and virtuous young lady. They originally still acted quite reserved, but after Louis, whose fur was soaked in water, flopped around for a bit, they subconsciously let themselves become unrestrained. Laughter filled the room. Feng Weiming glanced at the group of children rolling on the grass. He naturally wouldn't join because of his personality. However, Louis and Caesar only listened to him. They obtained the advantage while playing around. Mu Yuki and the rest couldn't handle the dog's playfulness, so they were forced to ask Feng Weiming. He found it quite annoying, but had still call out the dogs' names at the right moment, having them stop. When Louis heard his voice, he turned around and humphed. Don't mention how wronged he felt. Young master, you're biased? There was once when a courageous thought bloomed in his heart and he excitedly pounced towards Feng Weiming. Caesar's lazy attitude immediately changed to that one of ferociousness. He leaped quickly and unbelievably, kicking Louis before chasing and biting him. The children were at first shocked and dumbfounded, but then they admired Louis' courageous action and started clapping. You go, Caesar. Everyone supported Caesar. Louis, QAQ. Caesar suddenly knocked Louis on the ground and he rolled on his stomach, limbs facing the air. They suddenly cheered, Mighty Caesar, yay! Caesar listened and stepped on Louis' snow-white stomach, acting like a great general. As for Louis, Louis felt lifeless, his head tilted to the side. He stuck his tongue out and pretended to act dead. But the moment Caesar let go of him, he immediately recovered his vitality. He barked and charged towards the group of children. Everyone shrieked before scattering. In the afternoon, after the housekeeper obtained Feng Weiming's approval, he brought everyone to come and shower for Louis and Caesar. The two dogs showered by the outdoor showering area by the swimming pool. They each occupied about 3 square meters of area and used a hose to shower. There was a little basket by the water pipe. There were some specialized bathing utensils for the dogs. Mu Yuxuan and Mu Yuki had never done this. They found it to be very new and odd, joining in enthusiastically. What made it shocking was that Feng Weiming actually rolled out his sleeves and was about to personally shower the dogs. The housekeeper explained, ever since Caesar and Louis came here, the master has always brought the young master to shower for them. Everyone nodded, not quite understanding. As the adopted father, Mu Juking must spend a lot of effort to help Feng Weiming get close to Louis and Caesar. Mu Juking and Feng Weiming spent their time together showering Caesar and Louis. Showering the dogs took up most of the time. Because there were a lot of people, they divided into 2 groups. The experienced Feng Weiming chose to shower Caesar while Mu Yuxi smiled shyly as he walked over. Feng Weiming's indifferent gaze swept over him, but he didn't object to this. The housekeeper led Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan to shower Louis. After the water sprayed out, the two sides were incredibly contrasting. For Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, Caesar remained unmoved as the water splashed on them. He'd lift his paws and legs when needed, incredibly calm and unflustered. Even if he became a soaked dog, he was still an extraordinary soaked dog. Feng Weiming carefully and delicately washed the dog. He applied the specialized shampoo for the dog and scratched his fur while he was at it. He washed the bubbles off after adjusting the water pressure. His exquisite and indifference face was focused as if he was doing something very important. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Mu Yuxi originally wanted to say something to him, but after seeing his expression, he decided to delay this. He focused on helping Feng Weiming in washing Caesar. He had a great sense of foresight. Feng Weiming didn't say anything, but the moment he slightly moved, he knew what he wanted. Then, he'd give help at the right time. He and Feng Weiming mutually understood each other. The scene where the 2 beautiful boys got along with a dog was very warm and loving. As for Mu Yuki and the others, it was a tragedy. Once the water was sprayed from the water pipe, Louis became incredibly playful. He foolishly laughed non-stop, scratching and biting at the water pipe. His fur got soaked, so he'd shake his fur firmly. The housekeeper, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan quickly became soaked. The housekeeper sternly scolded Louis as Mu Yuki wailed. Mu Yuxuan stepped to the side and refused to come over. Louis knew they were angered, so he became more obedient. He'd lift his paws and legs when he was asked to. He acted as though he had deeply realized his mistake and became gentle and docile again. Paired with his moist black and round eyes, he appeared very innocent and pure, softening everyone's hearts. Miyuki was deceived and Miyuki also came back. Only the housekeeper who knew Louis' personality was still on alert, but there wasn't anything he could do about him for now. As expected, once they started washing him, Louis became quiet for 1 minute before returning to his original state. He started playfully flopping around again. Even more, he changed his way of flopping, lying his heavy and wet body on Miyuki, hugging his waist tightly and licking him enthusiastically. This time, Miyuki couldn't even escape. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. They finally finished washing Louis, but the housekeeper and Miyuki were half soaked while Miyuki was fully soaked, as if he was fished out from the water. In contrast to Miyuki and Feng Weiming, they were clean and refreshing, making people envious of them. Mrs. Mew had been sitting by the side and watching them play. Although Miyuki and Miyuki were 6 years old and should start accepting Mew family's elite education, Mrs. Mew didn't plan on restraining their freedom. After all, this was a slow process and it wouldn't go well if she forced it upon them. Because the kids were young, there was no pet in Yulian Garden. But seeing how even Feng Weiming's indifferent personality had changed because of the pet, Mrs. Mew suddenly thought that it was a pretty good idea to let the children raise a pet, so that it could cultivate their responsibility. Seeing Miyuki and Miyuki's soaked clothes, Mrs. Mew brought them to change clothes. She handed the task of blow-drying Caesar and Louis' fur to Feng Weiming and Miyuki. The housekeeper brought the blow-dryer out and asked Miyuki, "Does young Master Shi know how to use it?" "Yes," Miyuki said. But seeing how the innocent-looking Louis had shrunk because his fur was soaked, he felt a headache rising. Feng Weiming picked up the blow-dryer and walked straight towards Louis. Miyuki looked shockingly at him. He knew that Feng Weiming wanted to tease him today. People were frightened by Caesar's appearance because they had rarely seen that type of dog before. In reality, Caesar was indeed a breed that had been recently cultivated. Its name was the American Bully, a synthesis of American Pit Bull Terrier and Staffordshire Bull Terrier's features. He appeared fierce and sinister on the surface, but he was very loyal and calm. He had a lot of patience and was extremely friendly and lenient on children. In a few more years, this type of dog would become the trend and it'd be common within families domestically. Miyuki had the memory of his past life, so he naturally recognized the breed. Feng Weiming raised Caesar. Without Feng Weiming's order, he definitely wouldn't walk towards him and Miyuki. Even more, although Caesar had a powerful imposing manner, his pair of golden yellow eyes were very gentle and warm. This was why Miyuki would try to be the hero and Feng Weiming's prank became unsuccessful. After the entire day, only at this time could Feng Weiming get his wish fulfilled. Letting him blow-dry the playful Louis was going to be a hard task. By the time he finished blow-drying him, he'd be soaked as well. Don't mention what sort of new tricks Louis would play on him. In the end, it wasn't like Miyuki could argue with a dog. Did he suddenly realize and changed his idea? Miyuki dried Caesar while wearing a questioning expression. Towards the fierce Caesar, he found it strangely cute. It might be because Louis had played around the entire day that he became a bit tired. Even more, Feng Weiming was more intimidating than the others. He was considerately more obedient. He just tried to act cute and bit on the wire of the blow-dryer in the beginning in order to attract Feng Weiming's attention. He let go once Feng Weiming looked at him, whimpering. Then, he lied down and had Feng Weiming blow-dry him. He comfortably closed his eyes and occasionally lazily rolled around. Feng Weiming stroked his fur, a faint glint of warmness flashed in his calm and indifferent eyes. Miyuki and Miyuki were children, so their moods passed by quickly. They were originally angry at Louis' playfulness and how he got their clothes wet. After changing their clothes, they didn't see Louis and Caesar, so they walked around as they called out their names. They spent the entire day playing with the two dogs, they adored them. They even chatted with Mew Jurong and Mew Juking about this for a while when they returned from work. They expressed their desire to raise a pet through their words. Mew Jurong didn't mind a pet, as long as it didn't disturb his work. He waved his hands and had them go nag Mrs. Mew about it. As long as she agreed, had to. He believed in his wife's capabilities. Hearing that Feng Weiming allowed Miyuki and the others to help wash Caesar and Louis, Mew Juking knew that his son and his elder brother's kids did indeed get along well. This was very rare. Mew Juking watched Feng Weiming's faint smile. The latter calmly drank his milk, acting the same like Caesar who was by his feet. Bustling about, it was time to sleep. Mrs. Mew carried the exhausted kids upstairs to their beds. After giving each one of them a good night kiss, she turned the lights off and left. Mew Juking had a large villa, enough for Mew Jurong's family to each take a room. Besides Mew Jurong and Mrs. Mew who slept in the same room, Miyuki, and Miyuki slept alone in their own rooms. After Mrs. Mew left, Miyuki opened his eyes. He wore Winnie the Pooh pajamas and walked out of the room quietly, knocking on Feng Weiming's door. Feng Weiming opened the door, astonished. This was the first time someone knocked on his door while he was about to sleep. Then he glanced at the fair-looking and elegant young boy with his hands behind his back wearing Winnie the Pooh pajamas. His smile seemed to be sparkling and bright under the warm yellow light's reflection. Feng Weiming got distracted for a second before he immediately thought of Miyuki. Next, he wondered why the two similar faces gave him such a different feeling. Miyuki was stupid, but he was genuine and pure, like an energetic ball of sunshine. Although Feng Weiming found him to be annoying, he didn't dislike him. As for the one in front of him, please enable JavaScript. Witchy Books Review, The Book of Yokai by Michael Dylan Foster. Feng Weiming closed the door without warning, but he wasn't surprised that he received resistance. Whilst Feng Weiming was stunned, Mu Yixi quickly pushed the door and squeezed it. The only thing that pleased Feng Weiming was that Mu Yixi's annoying smile dropped. Mu Yixi finally made it in after having the door almost closed on him. He couldn't help but ask, "Ming Ming, you hate me that much?" He felt very wronged. Maybe he was influenced in his previous life, but he shamelessly used his advantage in age to bully Feng Weiming, who didn't place him in his eyes. However, Feng Weiming was hard to deal with, just as he expected. He didn't gain much advantage either. Even more, he quickly realized that Feng Weiming assisted Mu Yixi, so Mu Yixi stopped making life difficult for him. In order to restore their relationship, he even took good care of him. But why did this little boy not appreciate his efforts and continue to frown at him? Annoying. Feng Weiming said this icily, without hesitation. Mu Yixi kept quiet. "Don't call me Ming Ming. Leave." Feng Weiming added salt to the wound. Anyone with an ego would probably not be able to endure his cold expression. Feng Weiming one-shotted many children around his age who dared to approach him because of his status. "I'm only 6 and I don't understand anything," Mu Yixi thought. He looked up at Feng Weiming and seemingly smiled. No, it sounded as though he wouldn't leave unless someone kicked him out. He refused to leave and he even closed the door behind him, turning around to observe Feng Weiming's room. Compared to how simple Mu Yixi and his room were, Feng Weiming's room was much more spacious and luxurious. Mu Yixi gave him the biggest room in the house, and the arrangement could be compared to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, but child-sized. Mu Yixi wanted Feng Weiming to entertain his companions in his room, so he made sure there was enough room to throw a party if needed. But for the past 2 years, Feng Weiming only made use of the bed, cabinet, and closet. He wasn't an ordinary child. He was arrogant and intelligent. He appeared to be sensible and quiet, but he was difficult to raise and please. Mu Yixi didn't expect Feng Weiming to approve of him like Mu Yixi had done. After all, he also didn't like him. He just hoped that he could be nicer to him than ordinary people, so that it wouldn't put his effort in pleasing him to waste. Now, it seemed like it was no use. "That's how you treat someone that helped you?" Mu Yixi crossed his arms over his chest. He wore an astute expression on his childlike face. It didn't seem out of sorts in any way. Feng Weiming looked expressionlessly at him. A glint of mockery flickered through his eyes. He finally stopped pretending. Mu Yixi knew that he had seen through him. "You ordered Caesar to scare me, and this made Xiaoqi misunderstand you. If it weren't for me, Xiaoqi would definitely be angry at you." Mu Yixi said the truth. "Shouldn't you repay me for helping you?" "So what?" Feng Weiming said in his cold child voice. "You weren't doing this for me." He had deep and meticulous thoughts. He long knew that Mu Yixi didn't want Mu Yixi to offend him, which is why he tried his best to maintain his and Mu Yuki's relationship. Feng Weiming knew that his uncle, Mu Zhurong, wanted his father's support. He must told the 3 siblings to get along well with him. Mu Yuxuan was too young and didn't understand. Mu Yuki didn't know how. He thought that he just had to be a big brother, so he did his best to let him do whatever he wanted. However, he was nevertheless annoyed at him when he was in a bad mood. Only Mu Yixi understood what he meant. He pretended to be nice to him. Feng Weiming thought that he had understood. Mu Yixi had seen through his thoughts and his heart trembled. Although Feng Weiming was a bit off, he was accurate in his thoughts for the most part. Imagine when he gets older. Mu Yixi started to wonder whether it was because Feng Weiming didn't place him in his eyes that he had won. If Feng Weiming had said about earlier on, who knew whether he would win or not. He was definitely someone he wanted to befriend. "No matter who I'm doing this for, you get benefited from this, no?" Mu Yixi refuted and tried to say honestly, "Ming Ming, you're really smart. You should know that I don't have any bad intentions." That was the truth. No matter what Mu Yixi's true intention was, he was considerately nice to Feng Weiming in everyone's eyes. He was one of the rare ones that didn't mind his cold expression, always smiling at him. He also knew how to take good care of people. He was gentle and considerate. Therefore, no matter how much Feng Weiming hated him despite him taking good care of him, he didn't actually reject him outside the door. If he really wanted to ignore Mu Yixi, he wouldn't have closed the door with that little strength. "But, you're very annoying," Feng Weiming said. Mu Yixi was defeated, glancing at him gloomily. He was sure that the words "I'm annoying" weren't written on his face. Even up till now, besides Feng Weiming, none of the people he interacted with hated him. Half of this was due to his cute and handsome face. One look at Mu Yixi and people could tell that he was a cute and handsome little boy. Even more, his bashfulness made people like and trust him more compared to Mu Yuki's playfulness. But why did Feng Weiming hate him that much? Was it because they weren't compatible? n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Mu Yixi didn't find Feng Weiming that annoying though. It wasn't fair. Since Feng Weiming saw through his act, Mu Yixi just exposed himself. "Then what do I need to do for you to not hate him?" Feng Weiming asked calmly. "Does it matter? After this vacation, Mu Yixi will probably only see him once a year. Even more, they shouldn't expect him to put good words for Mu Zhurong on their behalf even if they try to please him. Don't mention how he was indifferent in the first place. Mu Yixi wasn't stupid. He should know this. Therefore, does it matter whether he liked or hated him? It's important." Mu Yixi nodded without hesitation. The battle within the Mu family had always been very intense. Feng Weiming was an adopted son, but he obtained Mu Zhuking's love. To Mu Yuki, He was a great helper. Mu Yixi refused to let Feng Weiming's hate for him influence Mu Yuki. Feng Weiming paused before saying, I don't know either. He hated Mu Yuki because it was a natural feeling. Feng Weiming didn't know how to change himself. Mu Yuki saw a glint of confusion in Feng Weiming's eyes. Who knew how invulnerable Feng Weiming would be when he grew up? Seeing that I've helped you before, try to like me, okay? Mu Yuki asked. Feng Weiming stayed silent for a while. He reluctantly nodded after seeing Mu Yuxi's serious expression as if this was something very important. Mu Yuxi cheered softly, pouncing on Feng Weiming in a few steps. He kissed his face and jumped on him like Louis. Louis, why do you have to drag me? I'm clearly a very good dog. Look at my pure and innocent looking eyes. Feng Weiming didn't expect this. When he felt the soft and warm touch, he felt terrible. He hated Mu Yuxi. Asterisk. They planned on staying in France for 10 days. When the kids adjusted to the time zone, Mrs. Mu brought everyone out to play. Mu Zhurong had to work, so he didn't come along. However, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were used to this. They didn't think much about it. They carried the task of enjoying the vacation and going back to tell Mu Zhurong about it. Mu Yuxi snorted at Mu Zhurong for tricking them. Mrs. Mu basically took care of the kids, but he shamelessly claimed half the contribution. The pair of siblings looked up to Mu Zhurong in admiration. Mu Yuxi was unhappy with Mu Zhurong. He didn't try to please him like he did in his past life. The father and son were quite indifferent with each other. However, Mrs. Mu thought that Mu Yuxi was scared of Mu Zhurong and didn't want their relationship to be stiff, so she put in good words for both sides. After all, Mu Zhurong was still cold-blooded and indifferent towards Mu Yuxi despite knowing that he was his son. If there was a conflict in the future, it would probably be harder to mediate the two's relationship. Mu Yuxi was in a disadvantage. Mrs. Mu was worried that she may not be able to protect him. After all, the father's image influenced the child greatly. A mother couldn't replace this. Mrs. Mu hoped that Mu Yuxi could truthfully feel the atmosphere of a family. Since she adopted him, she'd be responsible for him. Towards their worrisome wife and mother, Mu Zhurong and Mu Yuxi indicated that they heard her words. They tried to relax themselves in front of her, but behind her back. Mu Zhurong, if he really treats me as his father, why isn't he trying to talk to me? He thinks that I can't tell that he genuinely likes my wife, but is reluctant towards him? What a little brat. Mu Yuxi, just ignore the slag of my father. I just need to act in front of Mrs. Mu. The two looked at each other in dislike. Mu Yuxi was happy that he didn't have to be with Mu Zhurong and that he got to go on vacation with Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki, as well as Mu Yuxuan. As for Su Qingli and the bodyguards, they weren't in his line of sight. Mu Juking sent a car to drive the group of people. He even sent 2 guides, one old and one young. The young one was naturally the indifferent Feng Weiming. Mu Juking naturally wanted them to get along. As the host, he went along with everyone. The old one was Mu Juking's assistant, Zhang Xinyu. It was a masculine name, but she was beautiful. She was Chinese and about 59. She wore the 10-centimeter tall heels as though she was walking on flat ground. She had wavy hair and wore exquisite makeup. Those that didn't understand Mu Juking would have thought she was Mu Zhurong's mistress. However, Mu Yuxi knew that Zhang Xinyu was Mu Juking's trusted aide, and Feng Weiming's in the future. Her power was not to be underestimated. Mu Juking didn't even send the bodyguards out with her by their side. They only sent a driver to drive. One could tell how much he trusted her. Mrs. Mu and the kids all knew Zhang Xinyu, so they greeted each other. The group got ready and into the car, preparing to head out. Their first stop was Disneyland. Disneyland in this era was definitely a rarity. This Disneyland in France was the 4th in the world and the only one in Europe. It had just been completed. There were 2 others in the United States and 1 in Japan. It was the first time for all the children present, including Feng Weiming, who had lived in France for more than 2 years. It was not that Mu Juking was unwilling to accompany his son, but that Feng Weiming didn't like to go to such a childish place and didn't appreciate his father's invitation. He had to come this time, and when he entered the paradise, he saw all kinds of games around, while he was surrounded by the noise of all kinds of children, so Feng Weiming's face was completely cold. It was a pity that he often had this expression, so those subtle changes were impossible to find out without very careful observation. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan had long been fascinated by the various novel and exciting things in the paradise. They pulled Mrs. Mu eagerly to play this or that, completely ignoring the cold face of their little friend. Mrs. Mu took the children to play, so she had changed into light clothes, and looked a few years younger than usual. She was beautiful and had a good temperament, and the few children she brought along all looked sculpted with jade and snow, which made them extremely eye-catching. Mrs. Mu had the heart to take care of Mu Yuxi more, thinking that he probably hadn't been abroad before, and he might not be used to it the first time he came out. Unexpectedly, Mu Yuxi had always behaved very well, not crying or making trouble, very sensible and worry-free. Fearing that he would suppress himself, she wanted to encourage him to have a good time. Mu Yuxuan was the youngest. Although the nanny Su Qingli was also there, if Mrs. Mu was there at the same time, she would always stick to her mother. Mu Yuxi usually played well with her and knew how to take care of his younger sister. Mrs. Mu planned to take the two together so that Su Qingli and Zhang Xinyu could look at Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming. However, Feng Weiming made it clear that he did not want to join the play team and sat to rest under the tree. Miyuki looked at his cold face and froze. He always felt that he was in a bad mood these past few days, and his slanted eyes even had murderousness, and did not want to sit with him, and moved slowly to Mrs. Mew's side, with a look of expectation. He looked at her, then he looked at Yixi. Little brother and him were the best friends? Zhang Xinyu wanted to take care of Feng Weiming and guarded him every step of the way. The other children were on Mrs. Mew's side, so Su Qingli had to go over and accompany Mrs. Mew. The seats in most games were for 2 people. Su Qingli saw Miyuki and Yuxuan rushing to ask Yixi to accompany them, and even Mrs. Mew was unable to compare herself with him, but Yixi was not daring to express his opinion, so he had to accompany to the ride that both sides were pleased with. After accompanying them for another ride, Su Qingli curled her lips secretly, unable to figure out the child's way of thinking. Didn't they realize that Yixi was useless? But no matter what she thought, on this occasion, in order to show her maturity and caring, she was responsible for carrying a bag and standing aside watching them play. After playing a few rides, Yixi came down. Miyuki and Yuxuan were reluctant to let go, but they didn't stop him. They watched him walk a few steps, and then became happy again to devoted themselves to the next ride. You could tell by looking at their expressions. They were having so much fun that Miyuki didn't dislike Yuxuan's hindrance anymore. Su Qingli hesitated when she saw him coming down. Yixi seemed to have not noticed her and walked towards Feng Weiming with a smile on his face. Su Qingli did not follow him, she still stood with her bag, her eyes turned to Miyuki and Yuxuan. When Mrs. Mew saw this, a faint unhappiness flashed in her heart. Seeing Yixi sitting steadily next to Feng Weiming, she withdrew her gaze and continued to play with her children. Why did you come down so soon? Yixi sat next to him. Feng Weiming didn't say hello, and even gave him a look with his eyes. His accent was a bit strange because he didn't often speak Chinese in France. His tongue curled slightly, adding more amorous feelings to the language. Zhang Xinyu took out a tissue and wiped the sweat on Yuxi's forehead. Tired. Yixi politely accepted the tissue and thanked her but didn't let her wipe it. My leg was fractured before and it is not good. He honestly said that and touched his leg unconsciously. Poor little guy. How did you get hurt? Did you walk too quickly and fell down? Zhang Xinyu asked with a smile. She looked at this little cutie with red lips and white teeth, and she liked him. Although he looked so similar to Miyuki, she knew that there must be some reason for it, but Mrs. Mew and her pair of children got along with him very well, so Zhang Xinyu alone could not ignore him. Unexpectedly, a simple question instantly caused Yuxi's expression to change. The blushing cheeks that had been flushed due to exercise fever faded and became pale and fragile. Zhang Xinyu suddenly noticed that he was thin and weak, and his stature was almost half an inch smaller than Miyuki. Miyuki called him little brother when he introduced him. Zhang Xinyu didn't know Yuxi's experience. Just now she only thought that her fracture was a child's bump. Seeing him as if he was touched on his sore spot, she secretly cried out. She glanced at Feng Weiming, wondering if he knew. Unexpectedly, Feng Weiming, who had been turning a blind eye to Yuxi, didn't know when it started. His face turned slightly to his side and looked at Yuxi blankly. Hey, the weather today is really good. It's time for you to come out to play. Zhang Xinyu changed the subject. But Yuxi was obviously still immersed in the question just now. He was silent for a moment, and then reluctantly said in a small voice, "It wasn't a fall, it was a me grandma," he said intermittently, and there was a little emptiness in his eyes. It was obviously not a good memory, and it was extremely difficult. He opened his teeth, but when asked, he couldn't lie. Zhang Xinyu was a human being and had a general idea by listening to the few words. Now she stretched out her hand and squeezed his cheek, interrupting his memory, and said with relief, "Ah, sweetheart, don't think about the past anymore. Isn't it good now? Mrs. Mew loves you very much." When Mrs. Mew was mentioned, Yuxi blinked and his expression eased, with a smile on his face. He squeezed the corner of his clothes and said softly, "Mother is the best. If the previous suffering was to meet Mrs. Mew and become her son, Yuxi thought it was worth it." As Mew Juking's assistant, Zhang Xinyu knew much about Mew's family. She briskly talked about Mrs. Mew's virtuous deeds, and also talked about some interesting things that happened when she saw Miyuki and Yuxuan before. As expected, she immediately attracted all Yuxi's attention and made him a little bit amused. He laughed, his smiley face was innocent and shy. Zhang Xinyu immediately liked this child. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xinyu went to the bathroom and asked the driver who was following to look at the two small ones for a while. Feng Weiming suddenly said, "Really? Huh?" Yuxi's lips were still curled up. "What is it? Your injury was because you were beaten by your grandma." Feng Weiming looked at him. Feng Weiming knew he had a leg injury when he was in the Mew's old house, but he didn't know how he was injured. Firstly, he didn't like him, and secondly, he was never a curious child. Feng Weiming didn't know who his grandmother was. But in his opinion, grandma should be the same important elders as grandparents. He couldn't imagine what it was like to be beaten to a fracture by his grandmother. He felt that Yuxi's words were both true and false, and it was difficult to tell. Originally, he could still see through him. Recently, Yuxi seemed to have befuddled him, making him confused. He didn't know which sentence was true or which was false. "It's true, I don't need to lie." Yuxi lay on the table with his chin resting on the back of his hand, tilting his head and looking at him. "This kind of lie, you can pierce it with just one shot. I'm not that stupid." Feng Weiming did not speak. Mu Yixi said mysteriously in a whispering voice, I know you hate me, feel that I am dishonest, and love to pretend, but do you know what I am most afraid of? What I am most afraid of is that my mother doesn't like me and wouldn't want me. She would let me go back to my grandmother I don't even know who gave birth to me. Of course, this was a lie. But if he didn't count the experience of the previous life, Mu Yixi, who was only 6 years old in this life, was indeed in such a situation. Mu Yixi analyzed it carefully and felt that Feng Weiming hated him for liking Mu Yuki, and it was probably because of his fakeness. Mu Yixi could really show himself. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with letting this high IQ preacher see his true temperament. Feng Weiming's mouth was tighter than a clamshell. Mu Yixi was sure that as long as he was harmless to Mu Yuki and the others, Feng Weiming would not interfere with him. Talking about his poor life experience and clarifying his difficulties, although Feng Weiming still had that ice cube face, Mu Yixi felt that he had listened to him. He was just thinking that selling misery might touch Feng Weiming's hard-hearted heart, but then Feng Weiming thought about it for a while, and said lightly, excuse me. It seemed that it wasn't enough, so he added, it has nothing to do with me. Looking at him, he always has a hippie smiley face, and things about grandmothers were estimated to have limited influence. Feng Weiming couldn't feel the precarious, trembling panic in Mu Yixi, and Mrs. Mu's character was worthy of trust. Since she adopted Mu Yixi, she wouldn't ask him to compromise. At least until now, Feng Weiming had only seen Mrs. Mu's care for Mu Yixi. So even if he was telling the truth, it was not worthy of sympathy.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Mu Yixi gritted his teeth secretly. The smooth wind and flow of his life was interrupted when he met Feng Weiming, and talking to him was like kicking an iron plate. The little thing that was not cute at all. Mu Yixi swallowed and suddenly smiled. He stood up abruptly, took Feng Weiming's hand, and said like an ordinary child greeting his friends to play together, hey, obviously, don't sit here all the time, go and play with me? Feng Weiming watched him laugh. He immediately became vigilant, but he didn't move fast enough. His hand was thus caught unexpectedly, so he struggled subconsciously. Mu Yixi was a small person, but his hands were like iron tongs, and he couldn't break away at all. Feng Weiming shot him with a small ice arrow from his eyes. If you refuse, I'll kiss you. Mu Yixi interrupted him with a smile, pouting slightly and making a cute gesture, which looked terrible in Feng Weiming's eyes. Why did he forget for a while that he knew he had misophobia but would deliberately kiss him, and talk to him again? Also, who allowed him to call him? Feng Weiming squeezed his small fist, his face paralyzed. At this time Zhang Xinyu came back and saw Feng Weiming and Mu Yixi holding hands and opened her mouth in surprise. Auntie Zhang, he is going to play with me? Mu Yixi announced happily. Have you rested? Zhang Xinyu glanced at Feng Weiming's cold face. The little ancestor did not seem to agree. Yes. Mu Yixi nodded. Then you guys have fun? Zhang Xinyu said. Feng Weiming turned his head to look at her, and Zhang Xinyu made a boss mouth shape to him. Mu Juking hoped Feng Weiming could have fun. The little ancestor sat withered under the tree for a day, and Zhang Xinyu would not be able to explain to the boss. Thanks to Zhang Xinya's help, Mu Yixi happily took away the unwilling Feng Weiming. They met with Mrs. Mu and the children. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were surprised when they saw Feng Weiming. Mrs. Mu laughed, let's play together. Zioxi will take care of Mingming, Zioki can take care of Xiaoxian. Huh? Yes, mother. Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki gladly/reluctantly agreed. The ride they were lining up for was the carousel. Boys didn't like this kind of gentle rides very much, but Mu Yuxuan liked it very much, so she was stomping to ride it, so Mu Yuki had to accompany her. Although Mu Yuxi came to Feng Weiming, he didn't know which rides he should play with him. The merry-go-round was used to test his acceptance. Moreover, just looking at his stern face and the small eyes that was firing frozen arrows, it was already worth the fare. Feng Weiming slightly pursed his lips. Because Mrs. Mu had spoken, he couldn't directly refute her. He didn't know who his mother was. Mrs. Mu had always felt the closest to his mother, and Feng Weiming respected her very much. The object of his anger was Mu Yuxi, who put him in this dilemma for no reason. As if feeling that Feng Weiming hated him even more, Mu Yuxi looked far away. Don't think he didn't know that Feng Weiming still hated him. Disneyland was very popular in the United States and Japan, and it had become a sacred place that children dreamt of. Of course, it had its uniqueness. However, some traditional rides were not much different from other children's playgrounds, but there were some more gimmicks, such as the carousel, which used the fairy tale Snow White as the theme. It was true that Snow White was a fairy tale character widely circulated in Europe. Little girls longed to be her since childhood, so it was still very popular. Feng Weiming was exquisite and beautiful, with a straight back and a clean and noble temperament. He was more attractive than the thin and cowardly Mu Yuxi and the obviously childish Mu Yuki. A little blonde girl pointed at Feng Weiming and shouted to her mother who was holding her, Prince. Prince? She spoke French and shouted as if she had discovered the new world. All of a sudden, many people's eyes were cast on Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming was slightly taken aback. Mrs. Mu naturally approached Feng Weiming, putting a hand on his shoulders, smiling generously and politely. The mother of the little blonde girl was a beautiful blonde woman. Seeing that Mrs. Mu and her group were Asians, she seemed a little overwhelmed, struggling to detain her daughter so that she not yell or encourage her to play with other children. Mrs. Mew smiled, she was immediately encouraged, and said with a smile, "Your children are very beautiful?" She spoke English with a strong French accent. "Thank you. Your daughter is also very lively and lovely," Mrs. Mew said in fluent French. The blonde beauty's eyes lit up and her attitude was several times more enthusiastic. She changed to French and said, "Your French is so good. Your children are like you, they are all beautiful. Are you Chinese?" Mom, I want to talk to him. Let's play together with the prince," said the little blonde girl, pulling on the skirt of the blonde beauty, her eyes fixed on Feng Weiming. There are also other parents with their children around. It was rare to see Oriental dolls with black hair and black eyes. It was just that Mrs. Mew's overall style and the rumors that Orientals were conservative and difficult to make friends with held them back, so they just gave them a few glances secretly. Seeing the blonde mother and daughter talk to them now, the beautiful and generous mother, who spoke fluent French, suddenly refreshed their mind. Especially those little girls who were quite old, when they heard the little blonde girl yell, their eyes also went to Feng Weiming. They were all princesses, so naturally there should be a prince? The blonde beauty looked at her daughter embarrassedly, and when she turned to Mrs. Mew, she looked expectant. "Pollen loves your little prince, why don't you let the children play together?" Feng Weiming's face turned black. He didn't like being close to his peers at all, let alone a squeamish and willful little girl. He was uncomfortable just being watched by them. If Mrs. Mew agreed even though he respected Mrs. Mew, it didn't mean that she could ignore his wishes and let him do this and that. His mouth moved to refuse. Yixi didn't know when he leaned against him, squeezed his hand, not letting him speak. Feng Weiming stared at him coldly. Yixi smiled at him, and pouted a little cutely, saying, "If you talk, I will kiss you." After accidentally knowing that Feng Weiming hated being kissed, Yixi threatened him with this trick very smoothly. Shameless? A thin layer of blush floated on Feng Weiming's white cheeks with anger. Because of his expressionless face, he seemed to be look shyer and more beautiful. "Oh my god, he's so beautiful," someone whispered. The air pressure around Feng Weiming's became lower. He believed in Mrs. Mew. Yixi scratched the palm of his hand, and Feng Weiming secretly threw away his hand. At this time Mrs. Mew spoke with a polite tone, "I'm really sorry, the children have not learned French yet, and they are shy and introverted," she only said halfway and paused apologetically. The blonde beauty saw Yuki and Yuxuan with ignorance. They really hadn't learned French and didn't understand what Mrs. Mew and the foreign aunt were talking about, while Yuxi and Feng Weiming lowered their faces shyly. She shrank to Mrs. Mew's side. They were talking quietly, and then looked at her daughter's posture that she wanted to rush over and rub others, and sighed with understanding. "I can understand. It's Pollen who is too lively, so you guys came here to play and are not settled in France?" "Yes, the children are on summer vacation, so I brought them to play. This park is run by Americans? It feels different from other places in France," Mrs. Mew said. The blonde beauty was like she had met a confidant, right? "The style is weird, not elegant and romantic at all, and the fare is expensive. Tisk, Americans." She talked while Mrs. Mew listened with a smile, and from time to time she replied, unconsciously. The more she talked, the more she did not want to stop. Mom, I want a prince. I want a prince." The blonde little girl stumped and acted like a baby when she saw that her mother was not fulfilling her wish. "Hey, don't make a noise, didn't Mom teach you how to be polite? Don't scare others." The blonde beauty taught her daughter. The blonde little girl was about to cry. Mrs. Mew took out the candy and said softly, "Pollen, the prince can only be with the princess when he grows up. Moreover, the prince does not like the crying princess, because crying makes her face ugly. The prince likes beautiful princesses, but doesn't like ugly princesses." The little blonde girl was a little shy towards strangers, but Mrs. Mew was beautiful and gentle, and the candy she gave looked very attractive, so she took it in confusion. After listening to Mrs. Mew's words again, she seemed to understand her and asked her mother, "Really? Of course?" The blonde woman said immediately and smiled at Mrs. Mew. "Pollen wants to be a beautiful princess, not an ugly princess," the blonde little girl announced loudly, and said to Feng Weiming with determination, "Prince, you have to wait for me to grow up?" Feng Weiming simply turned his face towards Mrs. Mew completely. Yuxi had a hard time hiding his smile, but he should have not understood French, so he turned around with Feng Weiming and shrank his shoulders in embarrassment. Because Yuki and Yuxuan could not understand, their eyes were like mosquito-repellent coils, and they leaned against Mrs. Mew unconsciously. "The little Oriental boy is so shy, but this little boy looks so cute," the Westerners present thought to themselves. Mrs. Mew and the four children played the carousel with the crowd watching and enthusiastic help. Zhang Xinyu stood outside the guardrail and looked at the children, taking pictures of Feng Weiming by the way. Because he was considered a prince, Feng Weiming sat on a tall white horse. His waist was straight, his expression was cold, and his manners were indeed very princely. The little girls in the back and forth turned their heads to look at him, babbling and yelling trying to attract his attention, and dancing around, making their parents dumbfounded. Feng Weiming turned a blind eye to them but was a little satisfied with his condescending position. Because Yuxi was sitting on a black pony next to him, Feng Weiming looked down at him, feeling quite relieved. But no matter how Feng Weiming treated him with his eyes, Yuxi always smiled, with a soft and docile appearance, which made Feng Weiming not like it anyway. After the carousel, they went to ride the Ferris wheel together. The huge, towering Ferris wheel that was erected was spectacular. The cockpit could accommodate 4 people. Mu Yuxuan was attached to Mrs. Mu. Mu Yuki didn't want to sit with Feng Weiming. He looked at Mu Yuxi with regret, and followed Mrs. Mu into the cockpit, and Su Qingli also went in. The remaining Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi were in the same cockpit, and Zhang Xinyu looked at them. Feng Weiming didn't want to sit in the same row with Mu Yuxi, but Zhang Xinyu felt that Mu Yuxi had some way to sit in the middle of the chair. Zhang Xinyu couldn't squeeze it, so he had to sit side by side with Mu Yuxi. The Ferris wheel slowly turned upwards, because Feng Weiming did not speak, so the cockpit was quiet for a while. There was still some distance from the most suitable height for overlooking, so Zhang Xinyu spoke in a lively manner. She was good at speaking, and Mu Yuxi cooperated with her childish speeches, so they could vigorously talk with each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Feng Weiming looked out the window. No matter how hard they talked, he didn't seem to have any interest. It was Mu Yuxi who first discovered that Feng Weiming was wrong. After the cockpit turned to a certain height, Zhang Xinyu also turned her head and looked out the window. As the head of Mu's overseas, Mu Jukin had a huge business to manage. As an assistant, she was very busy at work and could rarely accompany the young master on trips like today. There were very few opportunities to waste time. Sitting on the Ferris wheel overlooking the big city was also a pretty good relaxation. Mu Yuxi was not as emotional as she was. Although he also looked at the scenery outside the window from time to time, he was more interested in Feng Weiming. It was his instinct carved in his bones to observe his words and look for his weaknesses. It was rare for him to get close to Feng Weiming, the most troublesome opponent in the previous life, and Mu Yuxi would naturally not miss the opportunity to observe him. Then he found Feng Weiming's hand was shaking slightly. He squinted his head to look at Feng Weiming's face, and saw that his eyes were empty. His pupils did not focus on the scenery outside at all, and his body was slightly stretched. There was a flash of lightning in Mu Yuxi's mind, fear of heights. And this brave little thing desperately suppressed his reaction, not telling anyone, just holding back, pretending to be nothing. Mu Yuxi was amused and angry, moved a little and sat close to him, silently stretched out his hand to hold his little hand, and squeezed it tightly. Feng Weiming shook slightly. This time, he didn't shake it away anymore, and even curled up his fingers and squeezed back n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The trip to Disneyland consumed more than half of the children's physical strength. In the subsequent itinerary, Mrs. Mu mainly took them to visit the historical sites. The Louvre, the Élysée Palace, the Pompidou Center for Arts and Culture, the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe and other places had their footprints. Before Mrs. Mu took them on the tour, she would tell them some relevant information, which made the children who had never been in touch with them be confused. Then Mrs. Mu encouraged them to check it when they visited, like a connection, linking the introduction she talked to with the real thing, and whoever got the most links was the most correct and rewarded. The children suddenly became enthusiastic. In the end, Mu Yuki won. Feng Weiming, the primary school tyrant who lived in France, didn't bother to win, but Mu Yuxi, who had a lifetime knowledge reserve, deliberately gave in. The prize was an ice cream and a 10 yuan franc. Mu Yuki bought ice cream for the other children. The picture of each of the 4 children with a popsicle was filmed by Mrs. Mu. It was too cute to be seen. Zhang Xinyu immediately asked for one of the copies. Due to the strong request of Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, Mrs. Mu took them to the pet shop to buy pets. In China, the trend of raising famous dogs had not yet risen, and there was no formal organization specializing in breeding. If they really wanted to raise them, it was better to buy them abroad. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan went there expectantly. The cats and puppies in the pet shop were indeed very cute, but the excitement at the beginning passed. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan began to be picky about them. They started comparing them with Louis' liveliness or Caesar's mightiness in their short time together. They had developed a deep affection for Caesar and Louis. The final conclusion was, not as good as Louis and Caesar. So, they returned empty-handed and went back to continue to play with Louis and Caesar. That eager look made Feng Weiming feel a great danger, and he almost preferred to lock up Louis and Caesar from seeing them. When they left, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were the most reluctant to leave the 2 dogs. Caesar was very cool from beginning to end, but just waved his paws humanely. But Louis became crazy. He held Mu Yuki's calf and refused to let him go. Mu Yuki almost shed tears. But when Mu Zhurong couldn't see them, he personally asked Mu Juking for Louis. Mu Juking squatted down. He pointed to Mu Yuki and asked Louis, "Do you want to go home with this brother?" Louis opened his mouth stupidly and looked at him. Mu Juking said, "It means to send you away, and not stay here in the future." Send away? As soon as Louis' ears heard this, he immediately let go of Mu Yuki's trousers. He ran towards Feng Weiming and hid behind him. He stuck out his nose and black round eyes like a thief and looked around, as if to assure that he was not being sent away. Mu Yuki's reluctance immediately turned into an angry knot. Feng Weiming showed a slight smile despite the fact his father was about to give Louis to someone, and he reached out and rubbed Louis' head. Louis barked with joy. The difference between Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxi was also reduced. No matter what contradiction there was before, after 10 days of getting along with each other, the contradiction disappeared unconsciously. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan looked at Feng Weiming with expressions of dismay, and automatically forgot about his misophobia and hugged him. Feng Weiming accepted it quietly. Even Mu Yixi came over to hug him shyly. Feng Weiming also reluctantly hugged him, but quickly let go, with a cold sentence in his ear, "Your face is so ugly." Being pretentious was the most annoying. Mu Yuxi's peaceful and friendly mood immediately flew, and the gesture of ending the hug turned into a quick kiss on Feng Weiming's face with a crying voice, "Bye-bye, I will miss you." The onlooking people looked like, these two children are in such a good relationship. Mu Yuxi was also very cunning and didn't give Feng Weiming a chance to go crazy. After he finished talking, he immediately turned around and pounced on Mrs. Mu for comfort. Mrs. Mu patted him on the back and gently comforted, "You will meet again in the future, don't cry." Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan also comforted the little brother. "We can come again next time? Come visit Caesar and Louis and have fun with Ming Ming by the way." Mu Yuki had always been obsessed with Caesar and Louis. Coming again? Mu Yuxuan also squeezed her small pink fist. With Mu Yuxi, summer travel had become much more fun. She had a very good impression of France. Mu Yuxi, woo, come again, let's watch Caesar and Louis play together. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan nodded, yes, yes, haha, you are welcome, come and play with Ming Ming. The third uncle will charter a flight for you, Mu Juking said with a smile. He was happy to see his son playing with his peers. Mu Yuxi, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan, thank you, third uncle, Feng Weiming. Why did no one ask his opinion? Although he didn't object, how come everyone ignored Mu Yuxi's heinous act of kissing him? It was all Mu Yuxi's fault. So, Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming separated for the first time, and their impression of each other was, Feng Weiming, what an annoying child. Mu Yuxi, although I want to please him, but he is too unpleasant, I can't help but bully the little thing that is really hilarious when changing faces. After a few days of rest after returning home, the Yulian Garden welcomed visitors again. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. First, Mu Juan's wife Lu Pia came with her children. Mu Juan was 3 years younger than Mu Zhirong, and since childhood, he liked to compare with Mu Zhirong. Not long after Mu Zhirong married Mrs. Mu, Mu Juan married Lu Pia. He was only 23 years old, and Lu Pia had just turned 20 when they married. Mrs. Mu was born in a good family, beautiful and dignified, and Lu Pia's background was also not bad, coming from a scholarly family. She was beautiful, innocent and easy-tempered. Even though Mu Zhirong and Mu Juan were at odds with each other, the relationship between her and Mrs. Mu had always been quite good. Her children, 5-year-old Mu Yuran and 4-year-old Mu Yayun did not look like her, but like Mu Juan. Mu Juan's face was not as good as Mu Zhirong's, and he looked a bit serious. His children had followed him. In fact, Mu Yuran's personality had also followed his looks. At a young age, he was already quite serious. He liked ancient books and ancient poems. He had learned calligraphy from his grandfather Mu Jingui, and he was very scholarly. His sister, Mu Yayun, on the other hand, was quite arrogant and self-willed because of being doted on, and she liked to compare with Mu Yuxuan in everything. Mrs. Mu took out the souvenirs brought back from France for her nephew and niece. Sister-in-law has spent money, Lu Pia said embarrassedly. What's the matter? Mrs. Mu patted her hand, telling her not to say such things. We will also go to France in a few days, and my parents will also bring gifts for you. Mu Yayun took out a bracelet and gestured to her wrist in a clear voice. Mrs. Mu raised her eyebrows. Lu Pia was embarrassed. It's Juan who insists on going. Mu Juan said that Mu Juking could entertain Mu Zhirong's family, so he could also entertain them. Sometimes Lu Pia couldn't stand the competition between her husband and his brother. He was obviously a big man with an upright personality, but he had to compete with her brother, which made her unable to lift her head in front of her sister-in-law. Mrs. Mu comforted her, this is a man's business, and we can't do anything about it. It's okay to care about our own affairs. Lu Pia, who said it's not? The two wives started to talk. Mu Yayun didn't know that her casual sentence had caused embarrassment at home. All her attention was on the bracelet. This bracelet was exquisite and shiny, and she liked it very much. She couldn't clasp it alone and stretched out her hand in front of Mu Yuxi. Little brother, you can close it for me. The tone was imperative. When they were just introduced to each other, Mu Yayun already knew that there was a new little brother in her aunt's house. She didn't have too many thoughts in her mind, but seeing that Mu Yuxuan liked Mu Yuxi, she couldn't help but want to grab him over. She tried to snatch Mu Yuki before, but Mu Yuki didn't even want to deal with his sister, and even more didn't want to deal with his cousin. Mu Yayun had done useless work, and her heart was very upset, so she had never had a good expression for Mu Yuki. But before Mu Yuxi could speak, Mu Yuran had already grabbed her sister's hand, took the bracelet and put it back in the box. Go back and wear it again. Have you thanked Aunt yet? Mu Yuran was slightly fat. That reduced some of the majesty of Mu Juan's looks on his face. Mu Yayun suddenly became a little stunned. After Lu Pia gave birth to her, she was not in good health for a year or two, and Mu Yayun was sent to her grandmother's house to be raised. The Lu family was a scholarly family, and the two elders had a strong temper. Although the Mu family was prominent, they looked down on them. Coupled with the limited energy of the elderly, Mu Yayun was mostly led by her aunt. The eldest aunt was more realistic. She didn't dare to neglect the little lady of Mu's family. She was always close to her, and she also asked her children to let her have her way. Mu Yayun had too much of pampering, and her temper had risen, and she had become like this when she returned to Mu's house. Lu Pia could teach her softly, but Mu Juan and Mu Yurun couldn't let her be like that. Mu Yayun, who was cleaned up by her father and brother, suffered a lot. She cried and made trouble with Lu Pia. Lu Pia was soft-hearted and interceded with the two men, one large and one small in the family. Mu Yayun's discipline was not so strict anymore. She was a little bit crooked, but being stared at by her father and brother, she didn't dare to go too far. She withdrew her hand aggrievedly, and whispered, "Thank you, Auntie. Little Yun, go to play with your brothers and sister." Mrs. Mu said softly. Mu Yayun bit her lip. "I have other bracelets, do you want to see it?" Mu Yuxuan said. They were the only sisters in this generation. Although Mu Yayun was a bit annoying, Mu Yuxuan felt that she was her sister, so she was still responsible towards her. Mu Yayun reluctantly nodded and followed Mu Yuxuan upstairs. Mu Yurun was worried about his younger sister and followed behind. Seeing that Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki were also here, he said to Mu Yuxi, "Xiao Yun is rude, don't mind, little brother." He said politely. Don't mind." Mu Yuxi said shyly. Mu Juan and Mu Zhurong had fought for a long while, but his children have always been marginalized in the Mu's family. Mu Yurun became a professor in the Chinese department of the National University. Mu Yayun married early and experienced several marriages. Mu Yuxi did not take them seriously in the last life. "My brother is fine, so he won't care about the little girl." Mu Yuki interrupted, showing off with a little pride in his tone. Mu Yuxi nodded. They are all younger sisters. It was right to let this point be explained. Mu Yurun had a sad heart. Was that right? Because she was a younger sister, no matter how self-willed and arrogant she was, he couldn't leave her alone and make her parents worried and embarrassed. Mu Yurun thought that Mu Yuxi, who knew how to love his sister, was good. That's good. He was a little curious about Mu Yuxi's existence, but everyone was unfamiliar with it, so he didn't want to ask more. Qin Zhensin regretted now, she was also negligent back then. At that time, she took the initiative to pursue Yankai. She had always dared to love and hate. Yankai was not indifferent to her, but for a while, as if he was scrupulous, he never agreed to be with her. It was estimated that not until the wife and son in front of him disappeared, and he let go of the burden in his heart, that he finally accepted her. According to Yankai's statement, he was equally muddled back then. Although he did not ask, the wife and son were always on his mind. When he suddenly heard that they were gone, he was also extremely surprised and couldn't help but go back to find out the situation. According to his family, the mother and son accidentally fell into the river and drowned when they went out to fetch water. They weren't even able to salvage the bodies and they were directly washed away by the water. The family set up a burial mound for them and burned incense and worshipped them every year. Yankai couldn't accept the wife and child, but they were gone, and he was a little confused, as if he owed them something. The relationship between him and his family finally eased a bit, and at the same time he entrusted the village chief to give the wife's family a little money to help support their livelihood every once in a while. Yankai thought the matter had ended there. He could finally live a normal life and continue his life that should have been wonderful and bright without burden. He didn't talk to Qin Zhensin about this because he was too ashamed to talk about it, and because it was over. It wasn't until the two people who should have been dead for many years suddenly appeared that things broke out. After that he was forced to ask his family, and he found out that the wife and son did not drown in the river at all. Although the woman was lucky enough to conceive the baby in that summer vacation and gave birth smoothly thereafter, Yankai never went home to take a look, showing that he didn't take them seriously. The attitude of the family also changed from full of expectation to anger, thinking that it was because of her that the relationship between Yankai and the family was getting colder and colder. The woman thought she would climb to the top, but she didn't expect that the family couldn't hold Yankai at all, making her situation worse and worse. She had a lively mind, and it had been a long time since her husband came back to see her. She already knew that there was no hope, and the villagers knew everything, so it was difficult for her to bring her son and marry again. So, one day, taking advantage of the in-laws' family not paying attention, she took her son and ran away with someone else. When the family found out, they were naturally angry. When this kind of green hat for the husband was given, the whole family couldn't hold their heads up in the village, and they were even more afraid that Yankai would be angry. Not only would he not come home, but he wouldn't even give them money anymore. That's why they covered it up by saying that the mother and son had drowned. The process of Yankai re-encountering the mother and son was also extremely unbearable. He drove home after socializing in an entertainment venue, and halfway a child appeared in front of his car, followed by a woman with heavy makeup while a distraught, fat-headed half-naked man beat and scolded the child, and his language was vulgar and unbearable. Yankai was not a young child who had just entered society, so he naturally saw the clues. He didn't want to be nosy, but he hit someone and had to get out of the car to see the child's injuries. Unexpectedly, when the woman heard his name, her face changed drastically, and she yelled, "Yankai, you have no conscience." Only then did she realize that this woman named Yanheng Jiao was the wife, and it was him who hit his biological son. When Qin Zhensin married Yankai, she knew her husband's attitude towards her in-laws was very cold. The family members had a low level of knowledge and were always rude in front of her. Qin Zhensin could not bear it. The limited contact also let her know how bad the family was in supporting themselves. Even Yankai entered her family, and their child's surname was Qin. As long as he gave enough money, his family would have nothing to say. Yankai never let her worry about it, and he handled all the troubles from that family. Qin Zhensin felt the love of her husband, and was happy to be free, rarely intervening. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Unexpectedly, behind her ignorance, the family did a lot of things, and it was so bad that both her and Yankai were caught off guard. Yan Hongjiao's mind was not righteous, and seeing Yankai's development, her crooked mind moved. Fortunately, Yankai acted in a timely manner and controlled the people. Yankai finally got to where he was now, and it was easy to grasp the individual. Yan Hongjiao was not a problem. But Yan Hongjiao's son, Yan Yu, was sold to pick up guests by Yan Hongjiao when he was less than 10 years old. Yankai couldn't leave him alone. This is my debt, I have to pay it back. He had missed it once, but it returned to his hands after all. What about me? Must accompany you to pay back? Have you ever thought about me? Qin Zhensin quarreled with him. She couldn't forgive Yankai for hiding such a serious matter from her. For Qin Zhensin, these days were no different from a nightmare. The relationship between her and Yankai dropped to a freezing point, and they could not compromise with each other, and even talks of a divorce broke out. Yankai resolutely refused to leave. However, she refused to give in about Yanye's matter, and resented his concealment. He wants that son, doesn't want me and Qin he? Qin Zhensin said to Mrs. Mu and Zhong Ruijin. Zhong Ruijin thought, is this man stupid? Between the wife and child of the Qin family as his backer and the eldest son who he was forced to give birth to and who he has never been emotionally attached to, isn't it clear which one is more important? When the matter broke out, not whispering to coax Qin Zhensin back, clarifying the relationship, and carrying on with Qin Zhensin for an unknown thing, it was stupid. Mrs. Mu thought indifferently, if Yankai really ignored his own son once again in order to keep his relationship with the Qin family, it would be really scary. However, neither Mrs. Mu nor Zhong Ruijin said these words, because Qin Zhensin didn't come to solicit their opinions. She just came to vent and declare her position. She had always been proud of having her own job and felt that full-time wives like Mrs. Mu and others have confined themselves to 1 acre 3 cents of land at home, which was too narrow. You don't need to persuade me, I have already decided. Qin Zhensin threw a tissue that wiped her tears and turned into a strong woman. She would not let others see her joke. Mrs. Mu felt that she was being hasty, and thought about using euphemism and persuasion, but there was a noise outside. Madam, the several young masters are fighting outside. Su Qingli came in and said. The three mothers all thought of their sons, and immediately stood up and walked over after hearing the news. When they arrived, Mu Yuqi, Feng Kun, and Qin He had already rolled into a ball. Mother Wang, Mu Yuxi, and Mu Yuxuan were arguing among each other. Stop it! Mrs. Mu frowned and shouted. When Mu Yuqi heard his mother's voice, he paused first. Feng Kun took the opportunity to kick him. Mu Yuxi had already prepared to protect Qin He, and used his strength to block Feng Kun's foot, making him unsteady and fall down. Kunken? Zhong Ruijin hurriedly walked over to help her son, and said angrily to Qin He and Mu Yuxi, how dare you hit someone? Mu Yuxi blocked Feng Kun's kick very cleverly. Zhong Ruijin did not see clearly whether it was Qin He or Mu Yuxi who caused Feng Kun to fall, and when she saw them standing together, she scolded them together. Mom, Mu Yuxi kicked me, he beat me? Feng Kun grinned and said, it hurts? Ah, baby, where does it hurt? Zhong Ruijin immediately grabbed his clothes nervously. Because Feng Kun had no injuries on his face, he loved beauty and knew how to protect his face even in fights, so Qin He and all of them did not injure his face. She was worried that he was injured. Mom? Feng Kun flashed. How could anyone pull his clothes in public? There were girls there too? Zhong Ruijin thought she understood. This was not hurt, but an opportunity to sue. Feng Kun had done this before. Besides, she clearly saw Mu Yuqi and Qin He beating Feng Kun, and this was a lawsuit. Moreover, Feng Kun had even selected the best target, and it was the illegitimate son of the Mu family, the one who was easiest to fight. Zhong Rui's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Yuxi, but he saw a purple swelling at the corner of his eye, which was particularly conspicuous and shocking on his pale little face. Mu Yuqi said angrily, nonsense, obviously you beat Zioxi. Look at the injuries on his face. Both his and Qin He's faces were colored, but the most serious were only shallow scratches. Mu Yuxi's injury was the most serious. At this time, he also forgot that Qin He took the first action, and only remembered that his opponent beat his brother. He hit me first? Feng Kun shouted. Anyway, he bit at Mu Yuxi. Because he was an illegitimate child, he was most likely to be severely punished. Mu Yuqi and Qin He were guarded by Mrs. Mu and Qin Zhensin, and the result against them would be small. I hit you first. Qin He dared to act. Feng Kun looked at him like a fool. Fights were all behaviors that must be criticized, but you actually stood up and admitted it? Didn't you see that he even found a scapegoat? Shouldn't we push the boat along the water and push all the mistakes on him? You are lying? Feng Kun said. His eyes turned to Mu Yuxuan. Xiao Xianer, you say Mu Yuxi hit me first. He still felt that Mu Yuxuan was on his side. It was a pity that he persevered in targeting Mu Yuxi. In her head, Mu Yuxuan didn't think Feng Kun was anything good, especially since he had injured her brother. Mu Yuxuan kept watching. Her mind was the clearest. She knew it was Qin He who acted first, then Feng Kun counterattacked, then Mu Yuxi joined the battle. They waited for Mu Yuxi to exit with injuries, and then it was Mu Yuqi's turn to join the battle. But at this moment she only said one sentence, "You hurt brother." Feng Kun suddenly became angry. "You lie? You all lie?" Zhong Ruijin wanted to say something, but the four children had the same statement, and their injuries were obviously heavier than Feng Kun. When Mrs. Mu and Qin Zhensin watched, she couldn't say any biased words. "Okay, it's not right to fight. All stand for 15 minutes. Xiao Xian, take Xioxi in and apply the medicine," Mrs. Mu said. "Oh, you are all favoring an illegitimate child. You are crazy." Feng Kun didn't achieve his goal, his body was hurting again, and he cried out in grievance. What he said was quickly covered by Zhong Rui's mouth, but Mrs. Mu's face sank when she heard it. "Ruijin, you take Feng Kun home first," Mrs. Mu said. "By precept and deeds, children are most likely to be influenced by adults. If you continue like this, you can bear it yourself." Zhong Ruijin was embarrassed. Discussing in private was one thing, being yelled in public by her son was another. "Well, okay. Xiaoqin has been in a bad mood recently. The fight was not intentional. I will bring him over to apologize to Xiaoqi and the others," Zhong Ruijin said. "No, as long as he doesn't say bad things about our family and Qin He's family," Mu Yuqi said solemnly, and inadvertently cut Feng Kun with a few knives. Zhong Ruijin smiled stiffly. Qin Zhensin asked his son, "What's wrong?" Qin He stared at Feng Kun. "He talked about the wild species from outside my house." Qin Zhensin sneered at Zhong Ruijin. "This is your teaching? I think you are a good friend in your own words. Do you treat me as a joke?" Zhong Ruijin hurriedly said. "Zhensin, you misunderstood. It seems that I should go back." Qin Zhensin nodded to Mrs. Mu. "Qin He, let's go." After that, without looking at Zhong Ruijin, she walked to the door. "Zhensin?" Zhong Ruijin dragged Feng Kun to explain. She couldn't offend the Qin family. Feng Kun was unwilling to follow along. He looked back at Mu Yuxi, who had not yet applied the medicine, and glared at him as if he was saying, "You wait and see." Mu Yuxi thought, "I specialize in hitting hard to detect parts, and you will suffer when you go back." Compared to what Mu Yuxian had suffered before, he still felt that just one beating was not enough. After returning from France, the lives of the Mu's children began to get back on track. In addition to Mu Yuxian being unconstrained, both Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuqi had to conduct elite education as they were 6 years old. At this stage, the main things they needed to learn were etiquette and art appreciation, plus the calligraphy arranged by Grandpa Mu Jingwei, and they had to write 3 large characters every day. Mu Yuqi had the background and the growth environment, and it was not difficult for him to adapt to it. Mu Yuxi's performance was much worse than him, but he worked very hard. The teacher in charge was quite satisfied with the 2 students. Mrs. Mu didn't force them to have a too tight schedule. They only took 1 morning course, and the afternoon was all free activities, so they could write characters, do summer homework, watch TV, and play games. She took them out for activities, visiting relatives and friends or to play during weekends. Mu Yuxi met many people and received a lot of insight. But Mrs. Mu was calm. Those people knew that he was accepted by Mu Jingwei, so they didn't dare to say anything in front of Mrs. Mu. This was why Mrs. Mu first brought Mu Yuxi to her in-laws. But there were exceptions. One of them was Mrs. Mu's mother, Mrs. Fang. That was the gaze of the most unceremonious elder he had ever met since his resurrection. The old lady Fang was very annoyed by Mrs. Mu's action of adopting Mu Yuxi. Although he was claimed to be an adopted son, Mu Yuxi's true identity could not be concealed from the eyes of people who knew him well. The Fang family had been in politics for several generations, and in terms of status, their stature was even more than that of the Mu family. The Fang patriarch had 3 wives, and the old lady Fang was the second wife. She gave birth to a son and a daughter for the Fang family. After raising her son, he was young and promising. He married a virtuous and well-to-do girl from a good family. Her daughter was beautiful and dignified. The Mu family, which had been prosperous for several generations, immediately pulled up her status that had declined because of her husband's inconsistency. Compared with Grandma Mu's subtlety, Mrs. Fang had a much fiercer personality. She hated concubines the most in her life. At first, she liked the Mu family's ethos, but she didn't expect this to happen now. Her always wise daughter thought nothing of leading a wolf into her house. Regarding Mrs. Mu's stubbornness, Mrs. Fang said gloomily, "You will cry in the future." She said this in front of Mu Yuxi, not showing any emotion. Mrs. Mu didn't expect her mother to say something like this. "Mother, I won't hurt my mother. If I do, I will die," Mu Yuxi said firmly. Mrs. Fang's words stung him and reminded him of how ungrateful he was in the previous life. That is what he regretted very much. He would never repeat the mistakes. The decisiveness in his eyes was too frightening, and the old lady Fang was stunned. Staring at him for a long while, the old lady Fang said, "I will keep my opinion then and watch your performance." Afterwards, Mrs. Mu politely criticized him, "Don't take the words to heart. Mom believes you are good. Don't just say such inauspicious words." Mu Yuxi held Mrs. Mu's hand, bowed his head, and made up his mind again, never let Mrs. Mu be sad and disappointed. Otherwise, he will die. Mu Yuqi and Mu Yuxian had never forgotten the trip to France, and they missed Caesar and Louis in particular after returning. Later, Mu Yuxian almost forgot, but Mu Yuqi still thought about them. So, Mu Yuxi proposed to write to Feng Weiming. Mu Yuqi expressed his love for Caesar and Louis very seriously. Knowing that Feng Weiming was reluctant to send them to him, he racked his brains to come up with a way, which was for Caesar and Louis to breed to give birth to a puppy and let Feng Weiming keep one for him. Miyuki promised to take care of the dog like Feng Weiming took care of Caesar and Louis. After the letter was sent, Miyuki twiddled his fingers every day and waited for a reply. After finally waiting for a reply, Feng Weiming only replied 3 words, sterilized. Miyuki didn't know what sterilization meant, so he asked Mrs. Mew. After checking the information, Mrs. Mew told him, and Miyuki was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. Leaving aside Louis, the majestic Caesar was actually a eunuch, the kind of eunuch on TV with orchid fingers and a weird voice. Miyuki's 3 views were split. This blow calmed him down for a long time, but he couldn't ease his mind. When he went to Mew's old house to practice calligraphy with his grandfather Mew Jingwei, he met Mew Yurun. At that time, Mew Yurun's family had returned from traveling in France, but the process was obviously not as smooth as when his uncle's family went. Mew Yurun's chubby face was full of troubles. Miyuki shared with Mew Yurun his experiences of playing with Caesar and Louis but couldn't ask for him for his experience. He didn't expect that Miyuki and Feng Weiming had such a good relationship and they communicated with each other. Although Feng Weiming was as indifferent as ever, his willingness to reply was an unexpected thing in itself. Mew Yurun asked Miyuki to apologize to Feng Weiming on his behalf. Because Mew Yayun threw a tantrum when she was in France, she severely offended Feng Weiming. She patronized and burst into tears without apologizing to Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming locked himself in the room and ignored everyone. Feng Weiming did not appear until the family left. Miyuki couldn't help but curiously ask, what did she do? Mew Yayun broke a brass pendant of Feng Weiming. That pendant was the only ornament that Mew Juking found on Feng Weiming when he picked it up. It may be the only thing Feng Weiming's biological parents left for him. Seeing that the brass pendant was exquisite, Mew Yayun wanted it, but Feng Weiming didn't give it to her. Mew Yayun had never been neglected like this before. She was so angry that she grabbed the pendant and threw it to the ground. The pendant broke into several pieces in an instant. Mew Yurun was also there at the time, and for the first time saw Feng Weiming's face change. Mew Yayun broke the pendant, knowing that she was in trouble. She immediately let go of her throat and cried, pulling Mew Yurun as a shield. Feng Weiming knelt down and picked up the fragments of the pendant carefully. Without looking at them, he walked away with a cold face. Later, he learned from his third uncle Mew Juking the reason why Feng Weiming was so angry. Mew Yurun was guilty and ashamed, but he couldn't find an opportunity to apologize to him. Miyuki felt that it would not be good for him to write an apology on Mew Yurun's behalf. So, Miyuki suggested, if you want to apologize, you can also write a letter together. Put your letter with Xiaoki's letter in an envelope and send it to Mingming. After several times of getting along, Mew Yurun had already given Miyuki the label of a good brother with good ideas, and when he heard that it made sense, he agreed. Miyuki had no objection, but he said, I and Xiaorun are both writing. Xiaoxi, you can write it together too. You are so good to Mingming, he definitely remembers you. Miyuki was very skeptical, but he never refused Miyuki, so he readily agreed. The 3 brothers took out the modern Chinese dictionary and struggled to write letters. Before Miyuki wrote a letter with Mrs. Mew's help, then only he finally expressed the meaning clearly with his 6-year-old language level. Now they had to rely on their own strength to write, and they couldn't show it to others. Mew Yurun couldn't, Miyuki and Miyuki accompanied him. It was not difficult to operate. They worked so hard that they didn't even know when Mew Jingwei walked in or how long he had been there. Seeing Mew Jingwei, Miyuki reflexively covered the letter. Ah, Grandpa, you can't read it. Miyuki and Mew Yurun were so shocked. Influenced by Miyuki, they also covered their letter together. Now, they all turned around and looked at Mew Jingwei, with a shocked look. Hey, Grandpa won't look at it. Grandpa won't. Mew Jingwei made a gesture of peace and tranquility, stepped back and looked at them with interest. Who are you writing to? Don't you need Grandpa's help? All who? Old liar, you've seen all of them? The few children present were not foolish. Mew Yurun's face blushed right away, and he sternly said, Grandpa, it's wrong to invade other people's privacy? Because Mew Jingwei had always been amiable to his grandchildren, the children were not too afraid of him and dared to express their opinions. At this point, Mew Yurun, who was already pedantic at a young age, behaved particularly well behaved. It turns out that it's your privacy. Grandpa didn't look at it. Mew Jingwei smiled and said, just now Grandpa didn't know that this was your privacy. Those who don't know are not guilty. It sounded a bit wrong, but they didn't know how to refute it. Mew Yurun glanced at Miyuki subconsciously. Miyuki looked back at him blankly. Mew Yurun, was it his vision problem or the good brother with good ideas had changed to consoling a little girl in a second? Without Miyuki's help, Mew Yurun could not pursue Mew Jingwei's behavior in invading their privacy, so he urged him to leave and let them finish writing the letter. Mew Jingwei left with a good temper and turned around and added a large character to their daily calligraphy homework. Seeing 3 small faces that collapsed in an instant, Mew Jingwei touched the reading glasses and smiled kindly. Feng Weiming received 3 letters consisting of characters, pinyin, and patterns.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Feng Weiming, who had lived in France for a long time, had a very high intelligence quotient. He spoke fluent Chinese with his adoptive father Mew Juking, but his speed of word recognition was not as fast as that of speaking. He had to learn at least 3 languages, French, Chinese, and English each time, and the one with the worst progress for the time being was Chinese. The last time Yixi sent a letter, because the first time he received a letter was very novel, and Feng Weiming was worried that it was important, so he asked Jukin to read it for him. After understanding the meaning of the letter, firstly, in order not to expose his shortcomings, and secondly, he didn't want Yixi to miss Caesar and Louis anymore, he responded in concise words, hoping that he would not write any more letters he could call if something happens. He didn't expect another letter to come so soon. It was written by the 3 cousins together. Staring at the strange combination of words, pinyin, and patterns on the letter, Feng Weiming felt like he couldn't handle it. He didn't show it to Jukin again but put it on the shelf. He thought, if you need a reply, call me. It was a pity that he had waited for the call since then, and the letter was gone. Little friend Feng felt a little heartbroken for a moment. But this strange and insignificant emotion was quickly forgotten by him. In this way, the children's wonderful summer vacation time gradually passed, and the new semester started. Let's welcome the new classmate, Yixi. Teacher Chen laughed and took the lead in applauding. Yixi? There is only one word difference from Yixi's name. Ah, he and Yixi look alike? Is he Yixi's younger brother? It's strange. He's so beautiful. Amidst all the discussion, applause broke out in the classroom, and Yixi applauded particularly vigorously. Looking at Yixi, the smile on his face was big. After the summer vacation, Yixi was no longer shy and cowardly like when he first entered Mu's house. He became confident and clear-headed. The face similar to Yixi always smiled and looked delicate and gentle. Hello everyone, my name is Yixi, Yixi's elder brother. I would like to ask everyone for advice in the future. Yixi nodded slightly. At this moment, he calmly said his identity in front of everyone, which was completely different from the mood of his previous life. Because Yixi sincerely accepted him and treated him as an older brother, he was even proud of his identity. Under everyone's gaze, he walked up to the seat next to Yixi and sat down. This is what Yixi strongly requested, and he had been looking forward to going to school with Yixi for a long time. Mrs. Mu also worried that Yixi would not be able to adapt for a while, and asked Yixi to take care of his brother. Yixi slapped his chest and promised that he could not wait to turn into an old hen and circle around Yixi one. It was completely different from the attitude of dismissing Yixi as a dragging oil bottle too. Throughout the class, Yixi laughed and found that Yixi turned his head to look at him almost every 5 minutes. The teacher on the stage looked at them several times with warning but did not say anything to reprimand them. It was estimated that she was entrusted in advance. Most of the younger generation of Mu's family studied in Yan, and the family paid great attention to Yan, so there must be a lot of force behind them. As soon as the bell for class ending rang, Yixi couldn't wait to ask Yixi, Yixi, how do you feel? Do you understand what the teacher said? His tone was a little cautious, as if Yixi didn't speak well, he would immediately report to Mrs. Mu. This overwhelming sense of responsibility made people dumbfounded. Well, I'm fine, I can understand. Yixi said, if I don't understand, I will ask you later. No problem. Yixi said broadly, you just ask me. If I don't understand as well, we can ask the teacher together. Good. Yixi nodded obediently. Yixi was satisfied. Little brother was not hard to bring along. Hey, see who is here? Feng Kun came over with Feng Wei, his chubby follower, and cried out with a strange tone. Feng Kun, what are you doing here? Yixi frowned and said impatiently. The unpleasant contact during the summer vacation made his relationship with Feng Kun even worse. They also had a fight? Hello, Xiao Kun. Yixi smiled and greeted, it's been a long time. Somehow, Feng Kun saw his smiling face, and his body suddenly began to ache. After fighting with Qinhe, Yixi, and Yixi that time, his whole body was in pain for several days. His mother Zhong Ruijin thought he was sick and was so scared to death, she dragged him to do countless examinations. Although it proved to be okay afterwards, Feng Kun suffered a lot. Feng Kun firmly believed that Yixi caused him to be like this, but Zhong Ruijin only treated it as him hating Yixi and promised to avenge him in the future, but she didn't believe his rhetoric at all, making Feng Kun extremely depressed. On the first day of the new session, Feng Kun felt great when he saw the person he wanted to retaliate against. He would never let him get better in the future. But imagination was beautiful, and reality was cruel. When they really came face to face, Feng Kun found that he felt a little frustrated when he looked at Yixi, especially when he saw his smile. He always felt that he was digging a hole waiting for him to jump. But Yixi was staring beside him, and Feng Kun couldn't lose face. Humph, Yixi, just you wait. He gave Yixi a threatening look. Try it? Yixi shot back immediately. Don't worry, Zioki and I will wait. Yixi said. Feng Kun gritted his teeth, grunted heavily, and walked away. His follower Feng Wei couldn't speak from beginning to end and glared at them, then followed after Feng Kun. His facial features were so fat that they were crowded together. They were not scary at all, but rather funny. Yixi shamefully liked the competitive state of beating these opponents single-handedly. Sure enough, as long as Feng Weiming was not there, he could roll over these children at will. Zioxi, you call me wherever you go in the future. Yixi said, if Feng Kun sees you alone, he may try to bully you. Yixi narrowed his eyes and said, he bullied you like this? Does he dare? I would beat him. Miyuki raised his small fist, but I have seen him bullying others. He became worried again. He didn't like Feng-kun, even if he did not bully others himself. He encouraged his classmates to take action, keeping himself clean every time. Miyuki felt that this was not good. Of course, the matter of bullying someone who was inferior to him was nothing remarkable in itself. Oh, Miyuki understood. Feng-kun should have been taught by Zhong Ruijin to prevent him from touching people who can't be touched, such as Miyuki of course. If Miyuki starts it first, Feng-kun could fight back, just like the last time. But for people whose status and background were inferior to him, such as him, Feng-kun would really not be polite. He dares to bully you, I will beat him, you have to be careful, huh? Miyuki told Miyuki again. In fact, after long-term contact, Miyuki was not unaware that Miyuki was not as easily bullied as he had imagined at that time. His energy when beating Feng-kun was so fierce. But Miyuki's first impression of weakness and thinness on him was too deep, and Miyuki's desire for protection would unconsciously flourish when he faced him. Miyuki smiled and nodded in agreement. The primary school curriculum was very simple for Miyuki. Even though the level of Yan primary school was higher than that of ordinary primary schools, it was still not difficult for him. In fact, most of the students in the same class behaved very relaxed. The children who could study here were from good backgrounds, either with a particularly high IQ, or with a tutor at home to improve their level, so that they would not be dragged down when they came to school. Even when the teacher announced that a test would be conducted tomorrow, only a small number of people wailed. Chin-hee was in the same class with them. After not seeing him for a while, Chin-hee seemed to have changed. His original domineering and sharp temperament became a little gloomy, as if as soon as there was a disagreement, he would violently hit others. When he saw Miyuki and Miyuki, he just glanced at them and didn't speak. The classmates sitting next to him couldn't wait for him to be far away. His parents are getting divorced, Miyuki explained to Miyuki. Chin-hee's mother, Chin Jensin, had a strong personality, and she would rather not bend. Her husband Yenkai did not agree to her terms within the time she gave him. When there was no change in his stance about his son Yenyu, Chin Jensin became cold and determined to divorce. Yenkai finally said that he would respect her decision. The once happy and harmonious family has since disappeared. Chin Jensin and Yenkai had separated, and the lawyers were handling their divorce procedures. Chin-hee's surname was Chin, so he was to be raised by Chin Jensin, and Yenkai had no objection to it. But as the only son of the two, Chin-hee received a heavy blow. There was hostility between his eyebrows, as if he had become an explosive barrel that could explode at any time. Sure enough, on the first day of school, news came that Chin-hee was fighting with the classmates next door, and the school notified the parents of both parties. The next day, Chin-hee with the corner of his mouth turned green, and under the leadership of Chin Jensin, appeared in Miyuki and Miyuki's dormitory. Yan Primary School had a residential system. Students started living on campus at the age of 6, 4 people in a dormitory, eating in the school cafeteria, buffet-style, dormitory, and laundry was handled by housekeeping aunts. Other things had to be taken care of by themselves. Miyuki's dormitory 206 was originally not completely full, and only 3 people lived there. One of them didn't come back to live because he was going abroad, and only a little boy named Lin Xiaoyang remained with Miyuki. After entering school, Miyuki was arranged to live in Miyuki's dormitory. Miyuki and Miyuki both opened their mouths in surprise when they saw Chin-hee. Chin Jensin, with a haggard face, said to Miyuki, Chin-hee is in a bad mood recently. Can Zayuki help Aunt Xian look after him? This was the result of her careful consideration. She was exhausted during this period of time. She did not expect that the relationship between husband and wife for many years would not be able to match Yenkai's guilt towards Yenyu. She threatened Yenkai with a divorce, and Yenkai agreed for Yenye's sake. Chin Jensin suffocated her breath to sever ties with him, but Chin-hee couldn't turn the corner, and his temperament had become weird. On the first day of school, he beat a classmate into a pig head. His roommate saw his cruelty and cried and refused to live with him. Chin Jensin couldn't help but think of Miyuki. Although Miyuki's existence made her feel a little bad, but Chin Jensin could trust the children taught by Mrs. Mew. Chin-hee had a stubborn personality, and he was not quite able to play with his peers, but his impression of Miyuki was fairly good. Miyuki was obviously at a loss when he was asked by an adult in this way, and that too a strong adult like Chin Jensin. He looked at Chin-hee, who still had a surly face, and hesitated. Chin-hee used to be pretty good, but now on, they had never been familiar with each other. He couldn't help looking at Miyuki. Miyuki thought sarcastically that even all the luggage was moved over. Asking Miyuki's opinion was unnecessary. In order to show that he had obtained Miyuki's consent, he would have something to say to Mrs. Mew. Moreover, Chin Jensin only asked Miyuki's opinions, and arrogantly ignored him and Lin Xiaoyang as heir. If this character was not always protected by Yenkai, he was afraid that she would not know when she would offend a person who should not be offended. Now that Yenkai did not have to deal with her, it was only a matter of time. However, the friendship between Miyuki and Chin-hee in the previous life was indifferent, and Miyuki really didn't know that Miyuki and Chin-hee had been in the same dormitory. Chin-hee was also a well-known figure when he grew up, and he held great power in the Chin clan. Miyuki had a good relationship with him, so it was in his favor for Chin-hee to live with them. He gently nodded to Miyuki. Lin Xiaoyang had always followed Miyuki's decision, so he had no objection. Okay, Miyuki reluctantly said, "Welcome, Chin-hee." So, Miyuki's dormitory was full for the first time. However, Miyuki didn't expect that this time the fullness would not last for long, and soon they would be full for the second time, and the one who became their new roommate was actually Miyuki took to boarding life just like a fish in water. When he was raised by his biological mother Hu-chin in his previous life, he was strictly required to make progress every day. To become a person worthy of the status of the young master of the Mew family, he needed to be consistent, not let his true thoughts be seen through, and not be beaten in any way. He wanted to regain everything that belonged to the mother and child from Miyuki, the real eldest young master of the Mew family, who had never even seen him. Miyuki had never led a normal life as a primary school student. At this age, he was just like Chin he was now, always gloomy and depressed, and lonely. But now it was different. Elementary school courses were easier for him than drinking water. He didn't need to deliberately become the one with the best grades. He just listened to class every day and played with Miyuki and the other boys. He even joined the football team. Every day like an idiot, he competed with these young kids for a ball, and then laughed and forgot about it. There were little girls on the court cheering them, making the enthusiastic little boys more and more vigorous as they were playing. In the beginning, Miyuki had to imitate Miyuki to be like a normal primary school student. Afterwards, he gradually got used to it and didn't need to imitate anymore. Miyuki had already realized the pure innocence of happiness. Mrs. Mew was very pleased with the vivacious vigor of a child that naturally appeared on him. They returned to Mew's home to receive family education on the weekends. Mrs. Mew still didn't restrain them too much, and she encouraged them to relax and not to work too hard. However, Miyuki and him were both very self-disciplined. They played when it was time to play and learned when it was time to learn. It was clear that Miyuki has accumulated a lot of knowledge because of the memory of his previous life, but under this kind of education, he saw himself changing day by day and becoming better. The feeling of heart being full was extremely unspeakable. Miyuki felt that he had never been better. He loved his life now. Of course, campus life was not only good. Whenever and wherever there were people, there would be contradictions. The students in Yan were all basically born in a complicated environment. The composition of the students was not simple, and their hearts had a few more twists than their other peers of the same age under the long-term influence of their families. It was not uncommon for them to form cliques and fight in secret. There were so many different family background factors, direct lineage and collateral lineage each had their own faction, and legitimate children and illegitimate children each had their own factions. Although the means of competing against each other was relatively simple and immature because of the young age, but it was also a very interesting to understand the internal and external relationships of each family. Miyuki tried to guide Miyuki to use the intricate relationships between his classmates to establish his own network. But Miyuki was obviously not yet old enough to suppress his wishes for the sake of profit. Instead, he persuaded him not to worry too much. He would play with whomever he wanted to play with, and he would fall out if he hated them. "I am covering you," Miyuki said boldly. The children of their Mew family should be upright, not follow the stingy manner and go astray. Miyuki couldn't laugh or cry. Mew's family, Mr. Mew Jingwei was a fine old fox. Mew Zhirong was a scumbag in his private life, but his business vision was always sharp and precise. He had heard the news in advance about what was said earlier this year, and he had been preparing for business trips one after another. Why did he go to France to find Mew Jukin? Mew Zhirong was not really so brotherly, or he won't wait until now to remember to see his younger brother. Compared with the twists of an adult's heart, Miyuki was truly honest and sincere. But Miyuki's thoughts affected him. At this age, it was the right time to be frank and confrontational, and the friendships that had been established since this time among the children of high-ranking families were the true relationships. Couldn't he see that most of the friends gathered around Miyuki were of the same type? Smart but without having lost the heart of a child. Miyuki secretly reviewed. He had never experienced such a wealthy life. If he gave Miyuki an idea indiscriminately, it may be self-defeating. It was better to go with the flow and act according to the situation. He didn't trouble people, but trouble found him. In the golden autumn of October, the weather turned cold, and Miyuki played football in that weather. As he was blown by the cool breeze, he started showing signs of a cold the next day, and he was very groggy. His body suffered excessively under the torture of his grandmother Huil Jiao. Although Mrs. Mew later helped him to nourish and he looked much healthier, but still, he was a little weaker than normal children. Fortunately, the school doctor confirmed that it was a minor problem which would be resolved after taking the medicine. Miyuki stayed in the dormitory alone and drove away the worried Miyuki. Their class was playing a football game with the next class, and Miyuki was the main scoring player, so it was impossible for him to stay. Miyuki wrapped the quilt around him like a cocoon and closed his eyes to rest. He did not fall asleep but was focused on watching the movements around the dormitory. About 15 minutes later, the door of the dormitory quietly opened and closed again. Miyuki, Miyuki, someone whispered Miyuki's name, and stretched out his hand to push his quilt carefully. Miyuki closed his eyes, breathing smoothly, as if sleeping. The visitor carefully observed him for a while, and made sure that he was really not awake, and finally felt relieved, turned his back and began to act. Miyuki heard a squeaky sound, the sound of a zipper, the sound of objects colliding, the sound of breathing quickly because of doing bad things, and so on. The whole process only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. After finishing the work, the visitor left the dormitory lightly. When the other party walked away, Yixi opened his eyes, and the corners of his lips rose into a mocking smile. He lifted the quilt, pulled the Snoopy school bag on the desk, and opened it. As expected, there were some things that did not belong to him. There were a few children's watches from imported brands, the average price of whom was over $1,000. There was also a box of imported chocolates and a small pile of cash, with a minimum face value of 1 yuan and a maximum face value of 100 yuan, the total of which would be about 2,000 yuan. In an era when ordinary people's monthly salary was only 100 yuan, these things together could be regarded as a huge sum of money. If an adult stole it, he was afraid that they might go to jail for a few years. Yixi took out all the things and stuffed them into Lin Xiaoyang's clothes cabinet. One of his roommates, yes, he just entered the dormitory and stuffed Yixi's bag with stuff from unknown sources. People's thinking this year was still relatively simple, and children were even more innocent. There were no surveillance cameras in the school, and the cabinet doors and windows in the dormitory were not locked, which facilitated Yixi's actions. With Yixi's adult eyes, living together for a few months, neither man nor ghost could escape his eyes. Lin Xiaoyang regarded himself as Yixi's follower and trailed behind him and Yixi, and they couldn't get rid of him, making people think that he was Yixi's representative. But behind Yixi's back, he occasionally said domineering things in Yixi's name, or deliberately misinterpreted certain words of Yixi, quietly ruining Yixi's reputation. The stupidest thing was that he once tried to sow discord between him and Yixi. Considering the IQ of a 6-year-old boy, Lin Xiaoyang was definitely smart and cautious. It was a pity that he met Yixi. But as Yixi considered Lin Xiaoyang his friend, he didn't care about his small movements at all. So, Yixi had to pay attention to it. Later, he found out that Lin Xiaoyang was Feng Kun's person, and because he won Yixi's trust, he was taken seriously. Yixi really wanted to write a word of praise for these little guys, as they could play these games so well at this young age. Although he had the shallowness of a child, Feng Kun was smart and insidious beyond his age. Yixi knew that he was being targeted and wanted to show him a good look. The previous dormancy was just to reduce his and Yixi's vigilance. He had estimated that whenever there was a chance, Feng Kun would definitely use Lin Xiaoyang to make a big move. This time he was sick and staying in the dormitory, and other classmates were in the classroom, and he was alone on the entire floor. Wasn't it the best time to steal? The illegitimate child who can't be shown had greedy eyes. He could send Yixi away with a box of imported chocolates, haha. This time, he rolled up into the quilt and fell asleep on the bed again. This sleep was extremely heavy. When Yixi came to wake him up, the dormitory was already noisy. What's the matter, Zioxi? Yixi rubbed his eyes and asked in a deep sleepy voice. Are you doing better, Zioxi? Yixi's face was a bit dark at first. Seeing Yixi's face full of weakness, he couldn't help asking worriedly. Well, I'm better. Yixi nodded, looked at the crowded dormitory, and asked in confusion, why is everyone here? Even Teacher Chen is here? Teacher Chen, the head teacher, was surrounded by the students. His expression was complicated and helpless. Yixi, you stole our things, hand them over quickly. Feng Wei, the fat and strong man, said viciously. He was Feng Kun's follower. Student Feng? Feng Wei, shut up, my brother won't steal things. Teacher Chen and Yixi said at the same time. Everyone has gone to class, he is the only one in the dormitory, who else could have stolen? Feng Wei said. Yes, it must be him. Give me back my watch. My pocket money. It's too much. The several little boys echoed. Some of them were linked to Feng Kun, some were not, at least not on the surface. But without exception, their status was not as good as Feng Kun. Now Yixi knew who had generously provided Lin Xiaoyang with stolen goods, and how many allies Feng Kun had in the class. Neither Feng Kun nor Lin Xiaoyang spoke. Feng Kun stood aside, Feng Wei led the show, with a faint smile on his face, while Lin Xiaoyang shrank from behind and dared not step forward. What's the matter? Yixi frowned, confused. Stealing things? Yixi was upset and said, they are saying that you stole their things. Humph, ridiculous. I don't believe it. Zioxi won't steal things. The other dormitories have been searched, yours is the only one left. Feng Wei said, even taking Yixi with him. Then search. Yixi was not angry at all and said generously, Zioxi and I will definitely not steal things. I believe Teacher Chen will return us our innocence. Finally, someone who knew how to respect the teacher. Teacher Chen glanced at Yixi and said, since the other dormitories have been searched, let's search this one too. Teacher Chen was extremely annoyed. The status of teachers in this era was very high. Even when he came to Yan, Mr. Chen was respected by this group of delicate children. But this time the facts caught him off guard. There was a theft in the boys' dormitory. The students went back and found it quickly. When Teacher Chen received the news, Feng Wei had already searched through the other dormitories with several classmates who had lost things. It was too late for Teacher Chen to stop it. Feng Wei was Feng Kun's follower. He was so noisy, he must have Feng Kun's support from behind. This Feng Kun loved making trouble the most. He was slippery and never did things by himself. Teacher Chen couldn't get his handle. His mother Zhong Ruijin was extremely powerful and had never reprimanded him. At this time, Teacher Chen thought, I wonder if he is playing tricks this time. If so, who would be the unlucky one? When he arrived at dormitory 206, Teacher Chen's head hurt immediately. There were 2 children from the Mu family in this dormitory, and 1 from the Qin family. It was a pity that what he was afraid of did happen. The spear was pointed at Mu Yixi, because he was the only one who was sick today, lying in the dormitory to rest, and the other classmates had gone to class. However, after prospering for several generations, why would the rich Mu family shortchange their children? Even though Mu Yuxi's identity may be a bit problematic, the degree to which Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki cared about him was enough to show that he was favored. Moreover, the child was so sick that he fell asleep, and he woke up only after calling him several times. Teacher Chen was afraid that there was something wrong with him, so he almost called the school doctor just now. By now, the search for the dormitory could no longer be avoided. Seeing Mu Yuxi's attitude, Teacher Chen suddenly felt relieved. This was a kid with a plan. Feng Wei and the others were also made a little apprehensive by Mu Yuxi's generosity, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts, but now that it was difficult to go back, so they began to search. The first target was Mu Yuxi's school bag. Don't mess up my things. If you mess up, you have to clean them up. Don't break my things either. My mother brought my things back from France. They are expensive. If you break them, you will have to pay compensation. Yixi said in a leisurely manner, but the frightened searchers suddenly put their hands and feet lightly and did not even dare to breathe too loudly. No, the person in charge of searching the school bag was called Tang Zhizhong. He searched carefully but couldn't find anything that didn't belong to Mu Yixi. Feng Wei didn't believe it. He stepped forward and grabbed his school bag. I'll do it. He tried to search again and again, but still didn't find anything. He obviously said to put the stuff in the school bag. Feng Wei had been instructed by Feng Kun, and he was really puzzled at this time. He looked at Feng Kun subconsciously and saw the same stunned look on Feng Kun's face. Why, is there anything special about my school bag? Mu Yixi asked meaningfully. No. Feng Wei felt guilty as he said this. Just now, he was so aggressive, but all the aggression had out like air from a balloon being punctured. He slammed the school bag closed, trying to cover it up. What are you doing? Mu Yuki glared at him angrily. He was a big-time figure, and he usually engaged directly with Feng Kun. Feng Wei was a little scared when he got angry and looked even more daunted. Found it, here. Someone said loudly. Everyone turned their gazes at once and saw 4 closets side by side. One of the closet doors opened, revealing a handful of watches, chocolates, cash, etc. inside. The location was extremely conspicuous and clear at a glance. My watch? Ah, my chocolates? Really here? A lot of money. Someone immediately recognized their own things and started talking loudly. Feng Wei's spirit was revived, and he immediately said again, "Ha, I said it was you. That's Lin Xiaoyang's cabinet." Mu Yuki lowered his face and said coldly, immediately making Feng Wei choke. After watching it for a long time, if he could no longer see the truth, his head would be filled with straw. Mu Yuki looked at Lin Xiaoyang, who had been trying to hide behind everyone before, and was so angry that he could burn a hole in him. Lin Xiaoyang quickly became the focus of everyone. The person in front of him retreated automatically, revealing his figure. As a follower, Lin Xiaoyang was short and thin compared to Feng Wei's fatness. He had a sweet mouth and a very pleasing appearance. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head because of Mu Yuki's words. His face was full of disbelief. Impossible. It's all in your cabinet, what can you say? Thief? Mu Yuki said. The situation was unknown just now, and he did not speak. Now Mu Yuki uttered a voice, and naturally came out to support Mu Yuki. He didn't hesitate even though Lin Xiaoyang usually associated with them, which showed his popularity in the small circle. Lin Xiaoyang's face suddenly turned pale. I'm not a thief. Then how did everyone's things get into your cabinet? They have feet? Someone said. His tone was ironic. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't argue. His face flushed with anxiety. His eyes couldn't help but glance at Feng Kun. No matter how clever he was only 6 years old, and he was completely panicking at this time. Seeing that the situation was not right, Feng Kun immediately said, "It must be Lin Xiaoyang who stole them. When we were in class, he went to the bathroom for a long time." Lin Xiaoyang was shocked, and his eyes were hopeless. Feng Kun, yun/o/vel/b/c/om. Feng Wei said quickly, "Yes, Lin Xiaoyang must have stolen them. Yes, yeah, he disappeared for a long time. I wonder why he took so much time in the toilet? He said that he didn't have enough money recently. Stole our things? Thief? Thief?" The people who accused Mu Yuxi just now turned their spearheads to attack Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang's eyes were red with horror, and he opened his mouth several times to argue, but was interrupted by each of them. No one wanted him to speak. Feng Kun also kept warning him with his terrifying and gloomy eyes. Feng Kun had accumulated great power in Lin Xiaoyang's heart, and when he met his eyes, Lin Xiaoyang's words got stuck in his throat, and he began to feel desperate. "Teacher Chen, what do you say?" Mu Yuxi's husky childlike voice, which was still sleepy, was very penetrating amid the noise. The noise suddenly dropped by several decibels. Teacher Chen didn't know what to say. His scalp was numb, and his only feeling was, the children nowadays are terrible. Mu Yuki could see the problem, and Teacher Chen, who had a lot more experience than him, could naturally see it, and even sorted out the context. This was basically a trap aimed at Mu Yuxi, where they wanted to frame and then blame him for being a thief, so that he would become infamous. Among them, the mastermind was Feng Kun. Feng Wei and the other gang booing up here were responsible for coming out to attract attention. Lin Xiaoyang was the executor, and he put the stolen goods among Mu Yuxi's belongings. The whole plan combined the right time and place. When Mu Yuxi was sick, he used the roommate trusted by Mu Yuki to frame him. Lin Xiaoyang followed Feng Kun's instructions. Although the technique was not smart, if everything had gone smoothly, Mu Yuxi could definitely have gotten into a lot of trouble. At least Teacher Chen, as an adult, would not have been able to take the lead in this farce. He could only follow the trend. After all, he was somewhat concerned about their identity. Secondly, if the something had been stolen from the dormitory, it needed be thoroughly investigated and a search of the dormitory was inevitable. But Mu Yuxi, who was supposed to be ill, got to know in his sleep of the plan to frame him, and did not follow the script. The stolen goods that should have been found in his school bag magically appeared in Lin Xiaoyang's cabinet, and the stolen goods were found on the spot. Lin Xiaoyang was caught off guard. Only then did he realize what was going on and he panicked and wanted to ask the mastermind Feng Kun for help. Feng Kun immediately turned into the one who testified against Lin Xiaoyang. Because he couldn't let Lin Xiaoyang confess against him, and the other small accomplices had the same idea, so they followed Feng Kun and pushed all the charges on Lin Xiaoyang. All the people talked and directly nailed Lin Xiaoyang to death. Simple, direct, and cruel. This was the conspiracy of a child. He was confused when he didn't want to understand it, but he saw clearly now that there were many loopholes. If Teacher Chen was determined to investigate thoroughly, as long as Lin Xiaoyang was brought away and asked in detail, the child would probably not be able to withstand the pressure and would confess. But there was no definite evidence. Just based on Lin Xiaoyang's words, how could he punish a group of children with strong backgrounds headed by Feng Kun? They were not short of money, and they had no motive for committing the crime. He was afraid that even the victim Mu Yuxi would not stand up and say anything. No matter how they disliked each other and turned upside down, the relationship between the Mu family and the Feng family had always been very close. Feng Kun's amazing mother, Zhong Ruijin, sat with Mrs. Mu at every parent meeting, looking like she had a deep friendship with her. Couldn't he see that since Feng Kun turned on Lin Xiaoyang, Mu Yuxi closed his mouth and leaned on Mu Yuki softly, showing a naive and incomprehensible expression? His goal was not Feng Kun at all, but Lin Xiaoyang. As long as Lin Xiaoyang got enough punishment, Mu Yuxi would be satisfied. Feng Kun and the others, in the end, were not involved, and they had a suitable scapegoat, so they were equally satisfied. From the moment Lin Xiaoyang acted against Mu Yuxi, no matter what the result was, he was destined to be the cannon fodder of the game going on between the two sides. Once he dealt with Lin Xiaoyang, his class would be peaceful. Dealing with this group of people would not necessarily give results, and would even cause endless troubles, and he might not even be able to keep his job. The most amazing thing was that no matter what, Lin Xiaoyang couldn't escape responsibility. Teacher Chen sighed and said with a stern face, "Classmate Lin Xiaoyang, follow me to the office. The others go back to your dormitory immediately, and it is forbidden to discuss this matter." Lin Xiaoyang's face went gray and his whole body was shaking. He knew he was over. "Mr. Chen, wait," Mu Yuxi said suddenly. This was a very strange phenomenon. Since enrolling in school, Mu Yuxi had been very low-key in dealing with people, and he had not revealed any outstanding features. He had an ordinary personality, ordinary grades, and was ordinary in sports. He was almost inseparable from Mu Yuki. Where Mu Yuki went, there was his figure there. As long as Mu Yuki had spoken, he would stop expressing opinions and instead agree to support Mu Yuki's decision. The students gradually got used to Mu Yuki's brother as another supporter of Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuki's thoughts were equal to Mu Yuxi's thoughts. Mu Yuxi's sense of existence was getting weaker and weaker, but as if it was just a blink of an eye, this little boy with a face similar to Mu Yuki suddenly became three-dimensional and vivid, and his words and deeds made people feel shocked. At least Ms. Chen and Feng Kun were surprised. Teacher Chen felt that there was the feeling of a mantis stalking a cicada while an oriole was waiting behind them, and the children's intelligence quotient gave him a great shock. He once thought that Mu Yuxi was Mu Yuki's shadow, the simplest and easy to understand, but in the face of a trap specifically aimed at him, his calm way of coping was as if he had seen through everything a long time ago and was scheming against them. When everything happened as he expected, he fell silent again, watching coldly, letting his roommate who had lived with him for several months become the victim of the game, unmoved. Teacher Chen thought that all the dust had settled, but he unexpectedly opened his mouth again, and he couldn't guess what he wanted to do. Did he want to help Lin Xiaoyang intercede? Feng Kun also wanted to know what Mu Yuxi wanted to do. He hadn't figured out how his seamless plan would get such a result, but it must be inseparable from Mu Yuxi. Lin Xiaoyang stared at Mu Yuxi with hope on his face. Originally, Lin Xiaoyang was also a carefree little boy. His father was the most promising in his family. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth and grew up in the palm of his family's hand. He had been studying in Yan since he was in kindergarten, and his friends were all very rich. He was once the envy of many people. But this kind of pampered life ended a year ago. Not long after he entered the first grade of elementary school, his father failed in business and owed a large amount of debts. Unable to bear the blow, he jumped from a high building and committed suicide. His mother, who had never been out to work, had to work hard to raise him and pay off the debts. Those who used to smile at him and his mother changed their faces overnight, and even his little friends who had been called brothers and sisters stayed away from him, and even began to laugh at him. After Lin Xiaoyang suffered a series of blows, he quickly changed from a doted and ignorant child to what he was now. Lin Xiaoyang was grateful to Miyuki. Miyuki was the only person who had not alienated him after knowing what happened to him and was still friends with him. He also knew that this friendship was precious. However, he had to listen to Feng Kun. Because his mother could not bear the pressure of life even after hard work, she became the lover of someone using her beauty. The person who was raising her was Feng Kun's second uncle. Feng Kun knew all this and took Lin Xiaoyang's handle. As long as Feng Kun said this in public, Lin Xiaoyang would not be able to stay in Yan. If Feng Kun wanted him to frame Miyuki, Lin Xiaoyang might still consider it. But who Feng Kun wanted him to frame was Miyuki, an illegitimate child who had a natural opposition to Miyuki. Lin Xiaoyang didn't expect things to develop to this point. Hearing that teacher Chen asked him to go to the office with her, Lin Xiaoyang couldn't imagine how sad his mother would be when she knew about it. Yixi asked teacher Chen to wait. Lin Xiaoyang suddenly had hope in his heart. Maybe Yixi wanted to help him intercede. Both he and Miyuki knew about his family affairs, and they both sympathized with him and took good care of him. Miyuki was so kind and generous, his brother shouldn't be bad, right? By the way, Yixi listened to Miyuki. Would Miyuki believe he had not done it? And did he not know that he and Feng Kun were in the same group? Lin Xiaoyang looked at Miyuki with pleading eyes, only to be ignored. Miyuki moved a little uncomfortably. Yixi said, Teacher Chen, Feng Wei, and the others just came in and said I was stealing things. The facts proved that I was innocent. They slandered my personality without basis. Shouldn't they apologize? Lin Xiaoyang was not mentioned. Teacher Chen was taken aback for a while. Feng Wei yelled, no. The several classmates who booed before also looked unhappy. Oh, you did something wrong, but you are determined not to correct it, am I right? Yixi raised his eyebrows and hooked his lips unclearly. This charge was beyond the scope of the children's tolerance. Feng Wei and the others shrank back together by coincidence, and at the same time there was a sense of horror of being stared at by an extremely terrifying animal in their heart. I agree with Yixi. You should apologize. Miyuki said. Miyuki felt so angry when he thought that they had condemned them just now. Yes, you should apologize for doing something wrong, so that you are good boys. Obviously I didn't steal anything. You insisted that I stole it. I am wronged. After that, you didn't see the thing. I can also say that you stole it. Apologize? Yes, I apologize to Yixi and Zioki. The classmates who were close to Miyuki said one after another, and Feng Wei's face turned blue. Xiaokun, what do you think? Miyuki tilted his head and asked Feng Kun. Feng Kun was suffocated for a long time before he smiled and said without a smile, they should apologize. He looked at Feng Wei and the others, apologize, you can't do this again in the future. Miyuki praised, it's still Xiaokun who understands the truth. Feng Kun choked to death. Feng Wei and the others looked at each other, but Feng Kun had already spoken, and they had ghosts in their hearts again. So, one after another, even though they were unwilling, they had to apologize to Miyuki. I'm sorry, Miyuki, you shouldn't be wronged. I forgive you, but before you speak, please think about it. Zioki and I are surnamed Mew. Our family gives us anything we want, and we never need to steal. Miyuki said every word, his eyes cast heavily over the children who had accused him, and wherever his gaze went, the children were forced to bow their heads and couldn't look at him. After that, Miyuki and Miyuki invited the classmates to have a party at Mew's house in the name of celebrating their good results in the exam, so that they could get to know the richness and power of the Mew's family. The gifts Miyuki and Miyuki received casually were several times the total amount of the theft. They used facts to tell everyone that they wouldn't become thieves for small things and small money. It was meaningless to frame them for that kind of reason. He slapped some people's faces until they swelled up. This incident would be mentioned later. Miyuki forced them to apologize before this matter was finished. He didn't say anything until teacher Chen took Lin Xiaoyang away. Miyuki watched the hope and pleading in Lin Xiaoyang's eyes turn into despair and silence, feeling very uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoyang had always been his roommate. They had lived in the same dormitory for more than a year and had a good relationship. Miyuki did not expect Lin Xiaoyang and Feng Kun to get together and set up a situation to frame them. To harm his brother was also to harm him. This kind of betrayal came too suddenly and unexpectedly, and it severely impacted Miyuki's still very simple and pure three views. There were only the two brothers left in the dormitory. Miyuki figured out the ins and outs at Miyuki's advice. He asked Miyuki in a depressed manner, what punishment will Xiaoyang be given? Kicked out of school. Miyuki said. He had no second way to go. Theft was a very serious behavior in this era. Yan's school spirit and reputation would never tolerate such a student, and it must be dealt with seriously. The Lin family had quickly fallen after Lin Xiaoyang's father died. Lin Xiaoyang didn't have enough backing to keep things down. Miyuki couldn't help but say, Feng Kun is obviously the instigator. He must have forced Xiaoyang. Do you have any evidence? Miyuki asked. Miyuki said, Xiaoyang can testify against him. Miyuki did not refute him but said, Ms. Chen took him for questioning. If he doesn't want to be kicked out, he might testify against Feng Kun. Miyuki was looking forward to it. He didn't know what he was expecting. But Lin Xiaoyang dropped out of school calmly. It was said that teacher Chen asked his mother to explain the situation. His mother was crying and unwilling to accept, saying that she would call the police and return her son his innocence. Lin Xiaoyang was very excited thinking that there was still room for reversal, but after he said a name, his mother immediately covered his mouth and agreed to drop out without saying anything. Lin Xiaoyang walked away quickly. Yuki returned to the dormitory after class. Lin Xiaoyang's bed was already empty, and all traces of Lin Xiaoyang in the dormitory had disappeared, as if he had never existed. How could this be? Yuki felt uncomfortable and felt it was unfair. Lin Xiaoyang would rather drop out of school than tell the truth, so that Feng Kun, the initiator, was safe and sound. Yixi was not surprised at all. Feng Kun obviously held an important handle against Lin Xiaoyang. Zioki, even if Feng Kun was behind him, Lin Xiaoyang did something wrong. Yixi said, is it because Feng Kun was not punished? Shouldn't Lin Xiaoyang be punished? Yuki was stunned. Suddenly, I didn't think like this. Yixi said, have you ever thought that if I didn't take out the things Lin Xiaoyang put in my school bag, it would be me who was framed as a thief, and you would become a thief's younger brother, our mother would have a thief's son, and our muse children would be considered thieves while we study in Yan. Even so, do you think Lin Xiaoyang deserves our forgiveness? Nov. L. B//JNN. Yuki opened his mouth and thought. After a while, he was discouraged and said, I just don't think he is the worst one. The worst is Feng Kun? Humph, it's alright. If he really treats you as a friend and Feng Kun threatens him, he can tell us. Wouldn't we help him beat Feng Kun? Yixi said. Yuki was speechless. Because the answer was yes. If he knew Feng Kun bullied Lin Xiaoyang, he would definitely not let Feng Kun go. He was afraid that even Lin Xiaoyang knows this. But he never said it. Don't be sad, Zioki. Now we all know that he is not our friend, he is Feng Kun's subordinate. It is not worth it to be sad for Feng Kun's subordinates. Yixi touched his shoulders. I hate Feng Kun. Yuki said sullenly next to his brother. The worst was not punished, he was so angry. For Yuki's temperament, he would call whoever he hated by name, and that was really not annoying. Yixi was very satisfied. If Yuxuan still could think of falling in love with Feng Kun in the future, the opposition would increase. One day, he will be punished. Yixi said. He only pulled out Lin Xiaoyang's nail, although there was a reason why he couldn't move against Feng Kun for the time being. But after this incident, Feng Kun's influence on his subordinates would definitely be affected. For the subordinates who were so valued like Lin Xiaoyang and entrusted with a heavy task, Feng Kun turned his face against him after he was caught, trampled people to death, and also forced Feng Wei and others to bow their heads to their opponents to apologize. Feng Kun as the boss could be described as a lot of uselessness. The friends around him were all at an age of ignorance and acting domineering. It was impossible for him to hold a handle in his hand against everyone like he did with Lin Xiaoyang. Seeing that Feng Kun's character was poor and incompetent, they were almost implicated in doing bad things. Whether they would listen to him as before was still unknown. Now even the teacher Chen, the head teacher, saw Feng Kun's character, so he would intentionally or unintentionally favor them, which had become a favorable bargaining chip between the two sides in the future. The temporary silence did not mean that they will not retaliate in the future. Could Yuxi be framed casually? Moreover, for Feng Kun, his goal was not that simple. He wanted to let Feng Kun expose his nature bit by bit, tarnish his reputation, and ensure that he would never appear on the list of Mrs. Mu's son-in-law candidates when he grew up. A fierce light flashed in Yuxi's eyes, but they softened when he turned to Yuki. Zioki, I have to thank you. Fortunately, you believed that I am not a thief. You are my brother, I must believe you? Yuki said. Yuxi's heart warmed, and he said, then you have to believe me in the future. Yuki nodded, yeah. After thinking about it, he added, I have learned from Xiaoyang. Even if others are good, they can do bad things. Haha, it seems that he still learned something. But the connotation of this sentence was too rich. Yuxi smiled and nodded, and solemnly reiterated, I will tell you whoever I am good with, and everyone will be friends together. So should you, and whoever you are good with, also tell me? Yuki thought about it, and thought it was good. Without Lin Xiaoyang, he still had his little brother. The optimistic guy was happy again, it is settled. Yuxi was stubborn and stretched out his little pinky finger. Pinky promise. You are so naive, brother? Yuki chuckled, but still stretched out his little pinky finger and hooked with his. Whoever breaks the promise is a puppy? The two brothers said in unison, laughing at each other. Many years later, Yuxi felt very fortunate that he and Yuki had made such an agreement. And Yuki commented countless times, according to the punishment of violating the agreement of being a puppy, my brother should have changed into a puppy countless times. I am stupid, always thinking that he did not become a puppy. It's a terrible thing, I never dared to lie to him. Returning home on the weekend, during the routine mother-child exchange time, Yuki told Mrs. Mu about the theft in the dormitory. He first said, when we returned to the dormitory after class, Feng Wei and the others said that they had lost their things, and that they must have been stolen and wanted to search the dormitory. We were not happy and thought he had no right to do so, but they said they would need to search. It was a thief, so everyone agreed to search. The dormitory of Zioxi and I was the last to be searched. Because there was no missing item found before, Feng Wei and the others thought that the thing must be in our dormitory, saying we were the thieves. Zioxi asked them to search, but I didn't expect to find the stolen things in Lin Xiaoyang's cabinet. Zioxi asked the people who wronged us to apologize, and Teacher Chen took Lin Xiaoyang to the office. Lin Xiaoyang dropped out of school the next day. That's it. The whole thing was not complicated. An adult like Teacher Chen jumped out and found the problem. But at that time, Miyuki and the group of children were caught off guard at first, and they were led by the nose, even if what had happened was unintentional. Mrs. Mew said, if this happens, you should notify the teacher as soon as possible, and let the teacher deal with it. Miyuki nodded. Afterwards, Teacher Chen also severely criticized them and punished all boys to copy books. She said that every time an accident was caused by them, and the school was not able to operate normally. Mrs. Mew also pointed out a few strange places. For example, from start to finish, weren't Feng Wei and the others too purposeful? How could he suddenly gain such a big appeal in a short period of time? Miyuki's previous evaluation of him was that his IQ was not that high, and Miyuki deliberately did not describe the reactions of important people, such as Miyuki, Lin Xiaoyang, and others. This was different from Miyuki's previous chat habits. Mom is amazing. Miyuki lay on Mrs. Mew's lap and gave out flattery without hesitation. Mrs. Mew smiled and touched his head, and said to Miyuki, let's talk, what's the matter? Miyuki made a face to Miyuki. Originally, Miyuki didn't want to tell Mrs. Mew. He felt that he had grown up, and he could deal with the things that happened between his classmates. But Miyuki thought that even if they didn't say anything, Mrs. Mew would know eventually. Miyuki was puzzled, but Miyuki could not tell Miyuki. They were only 6 years old this year. It would only be strange if Mrs. Mew could really rest assured of them. Facts proved, Miyuki was right. Mom was too aware of everything and couldn't be easily fooled. Miyuki said it all honestly. Miyuki was only responsible for supplementing his paragraph. I felt uncomfortable and fell asleep at the time. I only vaguely knew that it was Lin Xiaoyang who came in and he was moving my school bag. When I woke up, I opened the school bag and took a look. I found a bunch of things that weren't mine. I thought it was Lin Xiaoyang's, so I put them all in his cabinet. I didn't expect everyone to come later with Feng Wei and say that I was a thief. Escaping from the trap of the dormitory theft became an accident in the mouths of the two brothers, and not something done deliberately. Mrs. Mew listened calmly, but there was a touch of coldness in the depths of her eyes. You all think it is Feng Kun who really wanted to frame you? Mrs. Mew asked. Miyuki and Miyuki looked at each other and nodded together. Mrs. Mew said, you are doing well. Brothers should help each other and trust each other. As for the rest, leave it to Mom, eh? Miyuki looked up at her, supporting his cheeks with both hands, but we have already grown up. And when you grow up, shouldn't your own affairs be handled by yourself? Do you think you can? Mrs. Mew asked seriously. Suddenly feeling that he was being entrusted with a heavy responsibility, Miyuki nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. Okay then. But I have 2 conditions. Mrs. Mew stretched out a finger and saw that Miyuki and Miyuki were both attentively listening. Then she said, first, no matter what happens in the future, including getting sick, quarreling with classmates, you should let Mother know. As long as it is not serious, Mother will not care about it, but Mother must know, otherwise I will be very worried. Second, when you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, find your mother as soon as possible. Mom will try to help you. Can you give me this opportunity? Okay, I promise you, Mother. Miyuki responded loudly for the first time. Miyuki was still thinking. Seeing that Miyuki couldn't wait to agree, he also said, I see, Mom, I promise you too. You are very good. And gave them both kisses on their cheeks. Miyuki blushed and enjoyed it. Miyuki yelled, Mom, I am a boy, and you are a girl. You can't kiss me casually. While Miyuki walked away, Mrs. Mew called to stop Miyuki. Mom? Miyuki blinked and looked cutely at Mrs. Mew. Zioxi, you put those stolen things in Lin Xiaoyang's cabinet deliberately, didn't you? You knew he had no good intentions. Mrs. Mew said softly. Miyuki was caught off guard and stiffened. What happened? What did Mrs. Mew find out? Was he inconsistent? Was it his shamelessness? Or his insidiousness? She finally knew that he wasn't so innocent anymore. Was she going to start guarding against him or staying away from him? Chaotic thoughts filled his head, and the emotions in Miyuki's eyes became dull and unclear, and he unknowingly paled with fright. Hush Zioxi, Zioxi? Seeing that Miyuki suddenly became nervous and uneasy, she hugged him with distress, and patted his thin back over and over again. Mom doesn't mean anything else. Zioxi did a great job. You protected yourself and Zioki? Mom is very happy. Miyuki grabbed Mrs. Mew's clothes and stayed like that for a while before whispering, really? You don't think that I was very bad? Mrs. Mew said, stupid. At that time, you had tried your best and did a good job. Harming others is not allowed, but when others hurt us, we must know how to fight back. It was deliberate. Miyuki was a little incoherent. He shouldn't tell Mrs. Mew these things, but he wanted to tell her. Mrs. Mew touched his little face, feeling some wetness. Just a few words had made him feel this uneasy. Zioxi, if you have to choose between hurting others and protecting yourself, I always hope you protect yourself. Understand? Mrs. Mew sighed. Miyuki grabbed the edge of Mrs. Mew's clothes tightly and held it well. He thought of his own bastardly actions from the previous life. Mrs. Mew wanted him to protect himself, but he just wanted to try to protect her. If he tried his best to compensate, would Mrs. Mew forgive him? Mom Miyuki buried his face on Mrs. Mew's shoulder, almost whispering. That night was destined to be unstable. Yixi lay on the bed tossing and turning for a long time, unable to fall asleep, entangled with him not knowing when to show his feet and when not to, so that Mrs. Mew could not see through him. This was something that had never happened in the previous life. But Mrs. Mew's reaction gave him a little bit of hope. If he wasn't as honest and upright as Miyuki, was it acceptable for Mrs. Mew? But when he and Miyuki grew up, would Mrs. Mew worry that he would fight Miyuki for Mew's clan? Would she not think that he was not a good person who was very scheming? Miyuki's head was about to explode. At this time, there was a noise that was not too big or small. Yixi was surprised. According to Mew's rules, there should be no noise at bedtime. He lifted the quilt and walked out of the room. The situation on the first floor was indeed a bit chaotic, because Feng Weiming, who was far away in France, had suddenly come back. He was carried into the house by Zhang Xinyu sideways. Feng Weiming had a high fever. His snow-white skin was flushed from the heat, his eyes were closed tightly, and he was curled into a small ball, looking fragile and stubborn, while he shrank into Zhang Xinyu's arms. Mu Juking's female assistant, Zhang Xinyu, came in with such pitiful-looking Feng Weiming, and Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mew were shocked. They didn't even change their clothes, just hurriedly covered their pajamas and came over. After probing Feng Weiming's forehead, Mrs. Mew hurriedly called for a doctor. Mu Zhirong asked, "What happened? What happened to Juking?" Zhang Xinyu said, "The third master is outside." Mu Zhirong, "Why didn't he come in?" Zhang Xinyu shook her head helplessly, and Mu Zhirong frowned and went out to find him. Seeing Zhang Xinyu's face full of fatigue, Mrs. Mew asked her to put Feng Weiming down on the sofa. Zhang Xinyu directly hugged Feng Weiming and sent him to Mrs. Mew's arms. Mrs. Mew was a little surprised but hurriedly picked up and hugged him into her arms. This movement caused Feng Weiming's eyelids to rise. He saw that it was Mrs. Mew and closed his eyes again without rejection. Mrs. Mew looked up and saw Zhang Xinyu's complicated expression. The doctor came soon to diagnose and treat Feng Weiming. After receiving an injection and taking medicine, they settled Feng Weiming in the room he had previously lived in. Mrs. Mew pulled over Zhang Xinyu and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Xinyu hesitated, then shook her head, "I don't know the details. I only know that the young master and the third master had a falling out. The young master was being stubborn and refused to talk to the third master. It was not unusual for children and adults to be dissatisfied with each other. It sounded like a small thing. But this time was different. Feng Weiming was an excellent child. Mu Juking had carefully raised him for more than 2 years and treated him as his own son. Feng Weiming respected and relied on his adoptive father. Usually Mu Juking loved to tease him. If he was ever really annoyed, he just ignored Mu Juking for a while, but he won't be really angry. But this time, don't know what happened, but the two father and son were extremely stiff with each other. Feng Weiming even wanted to leave his home in France, but Mu Juking was unsure about this. He shut himself in the room on a hunger strike without saying a word. Mu Juking became angry, and his temper came out. He found someone to force him to eat. Feng Weiming had little strength and couldn't resist, but he vomited out as much as possible, and so he abruptly became ill. When Zhang Xinyu was called by Mu Juking in a hurry, she personally heard Feng Weiming say to Mu Juking, who wanted to get close to him, "Go away, you are sick." Mu Juking stayed in place, revealing a tired and never-seen-before sad expression on his face. Then Mu Juking asked her to take Feng Weiming back to China to find Mrs. Mew. But because he was really uneasy, Mu Juking also followed. Just to prevent Feng Weiming from seeing him and making trouble again, he just fell behind instead of appearing in front of Feng Weiming. These things Zhang Xinyu didn't know how to tell Mrs. Mew. Mrs. Mew was extremely considerate. Seeing Zhang Xinya's expression, she didn't ask any more questions. She gently said, "You are also tired. I have prepared a room for you. You should go and rest first. Obviously, I will watch over him." Mu Juking cared about his son the most, and he couldn't watch over him personally. Zhang Xinyu naturally wanted to watch Feng Weiming for him. She could not be negligent even for the night, but if she left it to Mrs. Mew, it was estimated that Mu Juking would not be worried. She was very grateful and said, "Troubling you." Mrs. Mew said, "This is how it should be." Zhang Xinyu was sent away, and Mrs. Mew saw Mu Yixi when she turned around. He leaned on the wall and looked at her timidly. "Why did you get up? Did the noise bother you?" She squatted down. She touched Mu Yixi's hand. "Why did you only wear pajamas when you come out? Your hands are freezing." She took off her shawl and put it around his neck. Mu Yixi listened to her nagging happily, only feeling warm all over. After worrying about gains and losses for a long time, Mrs. Mew calmed him down with a single move. "Is Mingming here? How is he?" Mu Yixi asked. "He has a fever and is resting." Mrs. Mew simply said, "You should go back to sleep." "Can I see him? I am worried about him." Mu Yixi said. "Look at him tomorrow." Mrs. Mew said. Mom Mu Yixi acted like a baby. Mrs. Mew frowned and looked at him, and Mu Yixi blinked at her with energetic eyes. Mrs. Mew said, "You can only take a look." Mu Yixi nodded and made a salute gesture. Mrs. Mew gave him a blank smile and led him by his hand inside the room. Only a warm yellow light was turned on in Feng Weiming's room. On the bed was a raised small and thin lump. As he approached, he could see Feng Weiming lying on his side with his eyes closed. He slept unsteadily, his delicate little brows furrowed, and his lips pursed slightly. Mu Yixi saw the corners of his eyes had shallow crystals. This was the first time Mu Yixi saw Feng Weiming like this. He looked terrible, fragile, and pitiful. Jenner, come out for a while. Mu Zhurong opened the door and said in a low voice. Seeing Mu Yixi, his gaze paused slightly and then quickly turned away. Mrs. Mu looked at Mu Yixi hesitantly. Mom, I will stay with him for a while. I'll wait for you to finish talking with Dad. Mu Yixi said immediately. Let him stay for a while. Mu Zhurong said, reaching out and pulling Mrs. Mu out. Where is third brother? Mrs. Mu asked outside the room. Mu Zhurong said, he is gone, as he can't let go of his work abroad. Obviously, he will stay with us for a while. Take good care of him. Mrs. Mu, what the hell happened? The two father and son are this way. Third brother is usually the most concerned, but this time even the child was left behind. Mu Zhurong said indifferently, the child has a temper, it will be fine after a while. That is that. We don't have to worry about it, you take good care of him. He pondered, if he doesn't come to pick him up after a month, you can go to Yan to arrange for Mingming and Zioki to go to school together. Mrs. Mu looked surprised. Zioki and Mingming get along well. Juking also hopes for him to be more cheerful. Mu Zhurong said, it doesn't matter if Mingming stays for a long time. We are not short of a pair of chopsticks. Knowing that her husband did not have a passionate temperament towards children, Mrs. Mu immediately guessed that he had received benefits from Mu Juking's hands, for taking care of Feng Weiming. I will. Mrs. Mu nodded lightly. If you can't manage, let Su Qingli help you. Her ability is not bad. Mu Zhurong said. It's no trouble, it's easy to arrange. Qingli also has her affairs to be busy. Mrs. Mu said. Thanks for your hard work, Mu Zhurong said, leaning over and kissing Mrs. Mu's forehead. The new season's jewelry has come out. Take a look at the catalog, and I will leave it to you if I like it. The company that made jewelry. Mrs. Mu smiled as usual and nodded. Okay. Looking at his indifferent wife, Mu Zhurong suddenly felt that it was not enough, and added, the children's clothing designer who made clothes for Zioki and the others has changed. Who is the new designer? Now, when making clothes, let's have them made together with Mingming and Mu Yixi. When you have time, ask the designer to come over and remeasure the children's size. Now Mrs. Mu's smile became a bit more real. Okay. Mu Zhurong couldn't help holding up her face and kissing the corners of her lips. I will spare more time to come back to accompany you and the children. Don't tire yourself. Mrs. Mu stretched out her hand to wrap around his waist. The couple held each other for a while, then Mu Zhurong turned back to go to their room, and Mrs. Mu walked into Feng Weiming's room again. Mu Yixi sat on the ground. He had folded his hands on the edge of the bed and put his head on the back of his hands, looking sideways at Feng Weiming. He looked very well behaved. Mrs. Mu touched Feng Weiming's forehead, feeling that his fever had subsided a bit, but there was a light red mark on Feng Weiming's cheek. Mrs. Mu looked at Mu Yixi with some confusion. Mu Yixi did not squint but looked slightly guilty. He was also hot-headed for a while. Seeing Feng Weiming suddenly become so weak and pitiful, it felt novel. He remembered that he hated people kissing him the most. He wondered if he kissed him now, would he wake up and stare coldly at him as usual? He was thinking about this and then unknowingly bit him on the cheek, and he only realized when he tasted the smooth and tender taste. By that time Mu Yuxi's head was already covered with black lines. When did his IQ degenerate? But even after being tossed like this, Feng Weiming still didn't wake up, but his brows became tighter, and there was a small animal-like whimper coming from his throat, as if he was very sad. JNN. Mu Yuxi instantly lost the mood to tease him. The sick Feng Weiming was neither annoying nor likable. Mrs. Mu touched Mu Yuxi's head. Go back to your room to sleep. Mu Yuxi asked. Mom, you will keep looking over him? Mrs. Mu, he is obviously sick. He needs to be taken care of by mother. If you want to see him, get up early tomorrow to see. I want to accompany my mother. Mu Yuxi climbed into her arms. Zioxi is really good. But mother can do this alone. Mrs. Mu said. You want to be with your mother, you can be with me tomorrow. But who promised to just take a look just now? Mrs. Mu asked. If it was normal times, she would have let Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming sleep together. But now Feng Weiming was ill and needed to rest well. Mu Yuxi was weak and had just recovered from a cold, so he would have to suffer again if Feng Weiming passed the illness to him. Mu Yuxi retreated. It was 9 o'clock when he got up the next morning. He didn't sleep well as he woke up in the middle of the night and spent a lot of time with Mrs. Mu in Feng Weiming's room. Later, he went back to the room and continued to sleep. Mrs. Mu knew that he didn't sleep well last night, so she didn't let anyone wake him up when it was time in the morning. It was rare for him to get up late. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan had both got up, and there was no one in the room apart from him. Mu Yuxuan was eating breakfast downstairs alone, while Su Qingli accompanied her. Mu Yuxuan saw Mu Yuxi and warmly greeted him to eat together with her. Saying good morning to Mu Yuxuan and Su Qingli, Mu Yuxi asked, Xiao Xian, where is mother? Where is Zioki? Mu Zhurong ignored them. Elder brother is taking care of Mingming who is ill, and mother is sleeping to make up for lost sleep. Mu Yuxuan said with a milky voice. Mu Yuxi raised his eyebrows and ate a piece of bread slowly. After eating, he asked Mu Yuxuan, who was still struggling with the millet porridge, I'm going to see him, too. Is Xiao Xian coming with me? Mu Yuxuan shook her head with the porridge in her mouth. Duo hum. Then I will go ahead, and you eat slowly, huh? Mu Yuxian seemed a little reluctant, but her head still moved up and down a few times. When Mu Yixi came to Feng Weiming's room, Mu Yuki was poking Feng Weiming's forehead with one hand and his own forehead with the other. Perhaps he felt that both their body temperatures were about the same, so he nodded seriously, with a look of satisfaction. When he put his hands down, he covered Feng Weiming with a quilt, and he looked like a small adult who knew how to take care of others. Mu Yuxi couldn't help but smile. Mu Yuki turned to see him, and his eyes lit up. Zioxi, you are here. As Feng Weiming had not woken up, Mu Yuki kept his voice low. He's still sick, you can watch over him for a while. Why? Aren't you going to watch over him all the time? He also deliberately delayed in order to give Mu Yuki the opportunity to take care of Feng Weiming alone. The gurgling sound of Mu Yuki's stomach resolved Mu Yuxi's confusion. Mu Yuki blushed. Only when he got up in the morning did he know that Feng Weiming had come last night and was still sick. Mrs. Mu took care of him all night. In order to let Mrs. Mu go to rest, Mu Yuki volunteered to take care of Feng Weiming without having breakfast. Well, I will look after Mingming, you go to have breakfast. Mu Yuxi said. Mu Yuki hugged his hungry belly and left happily. Mu Yuxi walked to Feng Weiming's bed and reached out to probe his forehead. Unexpectedly, Feng Weiming opened his eyes as soon as he put his hand on his forehead. Their eyes met and the atmosphere froze. Mu Yuxi felt the temperature on Feng Weiming's forehead and said, the fever has gone. Then he calmly retracted his hand. Feng Weiming's cold eyes followed his movements. He wanted to say something, but his voice could not come out, and a touch of bewilderment flashed across his face. Mu Yuxi said, it's okay, you just have a dry throat. Seeing the warm water on the bedside table, Mu Yuxi sat on the bed and lifted Feng Weiming up. Perhaps it was because of illness and weakness or because Feng Weiming was embarrassed, but the spikes all over his body were softened against Mu Yuxi, and he sat up with Mu Yuxi's support, unusually docilely, leaning against Mu Yuxi's not generous chest. The body temperature and smell that belonged to Feng Weiming came over to Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi, the old soul in a tender shell, felt a trace of satisfaction, and there was a certainty that he had finally captured a corner of Feng Weiming. He picked up the water cup to feed Feng Weiming water, and when doing so, his movements were gentle and meticulous. Feng Weiming also felt the warmth that belonged exclusively to Mu Yuxi. As long as this person wanted, he could make people feel very comfortable. It was just that it was hard to tell whether he was being genuine or had other purposes. If it was Feng Weiming from before, he would have definitely pushed Mu Yuxi away when he thought this, and coldly sweep his eyebrows. But at this moment, Feng Weiming had no strength. After drinking water, his dry mouth and throat became more comfortable. Feng Weiming licked his lips unconsciously and asked, where is he? Feng Weiming's face was pale, his petal-like lips were red after being moisturized, and his small body appeared fragile and delicate. Mu Yuxi was so close that he could see clearly how much concentration was needed for him to ask this and couldn't help thinking, if he had been in this state, he would definitely not be able to ask about anyone. He knew that Feng Weiming was asking about Mu Juking. He was curious as to why the father and son fell out, and to the extent that it actually made Feng Weiming refuse Mu Juking to the point where he didn't even want to call him father or even Mu Juking's name. But in the end, they would surely reconcile. When Mu Yuxi entered Mu's house at the age of 12, he never heard that Mu Juking and Feng Weiming had any conflicts. The relationship between the father and son had always been harmonious, even better than between biological father and son, which was amazing. Mu Juking had not married or had any more children until Mu Yuxi's death in his last life, and only had Weiming as his son. The third uncle has returned to France. He was very worried about you and requested my mother to take good care of you. Mu Yuxi tentatively said, obviously, the third uncle is so good to you, don't be angry with him, huh? He is not at all good to me. Feng Weiming's eyes flashed fiercely, and his voice was extremely cold. He is a liar. Why? Feng Weiming almost blurted out, but then he saw the curiosity in Mu Yuxi's eyes, and he immediately became angry. You are also a liar? Get out. He reached out and pushed him. It was a pity that after the illness, his whole body was almost limp, and he wasn't able to push him. He even leaned back due to the reaction force and almost knocked himself against the headboard of the bed. Mu Yuxi responded quickly and gave him a hand to prevent him from knocking out that pretty little head. But Mu Yuxi was really confused. Why did Feng Weiming always say that when he changed his face? Why was he a liar? When did he lie to him? But looking at Feng Weiming again, his black, bright and clear eyes were already full of tears, and he was still biting his lip stubbornly to hold back, staring at him with wet and vicious eyes. It turned out that it was not an illusion last night, he really cried. Mu Yuxi found it funny but also felt a little angry. How could he compare with a kid throwing a tantrum? I'm not a liar. He reasoned with him. You are? You don't really care about me at all, you just want to know what happened between me and him? Feng Weiming said coldly. Mu Yuxi. He was speechless. Why was a 5-year-old so smart and sharp? Could he eat this intelligence? Don't show guilt at this time. Mu Yuxi calmly said, many people really care about you? Mom took care of you all night last night. I bet you, Zioki didn't even eat breakfast after getting up, and kept looking at you. When you woke up, he had just walked away. Well, his motives were impure, he admitted. But Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki are really kind to him, so he should go and thank them. And, if I want to know what happened between you and your third uncle, does that mean I don't care about you? What do you think you are like? Third uncle was so anxious? Everyone is worried about you and third uncle, I hope you hurry up and make peace with him. Feng Weiming pursed his lips and rolled his head to the side. No matter what the third uncle did, he is your father, and he is sincere to you. Can't you forgive him? Mu Yixi estimated that this was what Mu Yuki would have said to Feng Weiming. It was a bit high-sounding, and it would definitely anger this little ancestor that could get inexplicably angry. So let him do it? Anyway, he got used to Feng Weiming's character in the last life. Feng Weiming said this is my business with him, and it has nothing to do with you. Let's not talk about it, you go out. Sure enough, Feng Weiming said with a sullen face. Mu Yuxi shrugged and jumped out of bed. Well, I'll go out. If Xiaoqi has finished breakfast, I will ask him to accompany you. No need. I can be alone. Feng Weiming said. I'll call him. Mu Yuxi couldn't understand him at all. Feng Weiming glared at him. Mu Yuxi turned his back, did not see this and left while waving his hand. Feng Weiming glared at him until he went out of the room and disappeared. Feng Weiming took a deep breath, and Mu Yuxi, who had just left, suddenly poked his head from the door, causing Feng Weiming to suddenly choke. Mu Yuxi smiled and said, by the way, it's obviously the first time I heard you say so much. It's so good. Feng Weiming couldn't help but want to grab something and throw it over. Feng Weiming's fever came quickly and retreated quickly. In the afternoon, he had regained his strength enough to reappear in front of others. He was so stimulated by Mu Yuxi that he was not as depressed as others thought he would be. Facing Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu, he was quite calm and polite. He said very appropriately that because of family affairs, he needed to stay in the house of his uncle and aunt for a while. And he was very sorry to disturb everyone. Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu both expressed their welcome but didn't ask much else. Apart from resolutely refusing to contact Mu Juking, Feng Weiming was still the same Feng Weiming. But over time, everyone still noticed that he had changed a little. Although his personality was still cold and indifferent and most of the time he still had facial paralysis, but the feeling of rejection from thousands of miles away was not as strong, and he also felt a little softer. As adults, Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu were happy to see him make such a change. The children of the Mu family could be moderately arrogant and noble, but if they were too much, they would be seen as arrogant, rude, and lofty. The previous Feng Weiming had this tendency, but because of Mu Juking's pampering, everyone found it difficult to say it. Now that he knew how to adjust himself, it was naturally better. In addition, Feng Weiming's attitude towards Mrs. Mu had also undergone a subtle change. If the former Feng Weiming only looked at Mu Yuki a little differently, now when he was getting along with his uncle's family, there was another Mrs. Mu. Feng Weiming respected Mrs. Mu even more than before. In the beginning, he was a little unsure, he just sat and watched her quietly, but who was Mrs. Mu? When she saw that he wanted to get close, she deliberately sat next to him to talk to him. Gradually, Mrs. Mu would occasionally have a delicate and beautiful little thing lying on her lap. He did not speak, his face was expressionless, but he would listen to Mrs. Mu intently, treating Mrs. Mu as a real relative. This frustrated Mu Yuxi so much that he puffed into a balloon. Originally, that was Mu Yuxi's fixed position next to Mrs. Mu. He always stayed on one side and gave the other side to Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. But when Feng Weiming came to join in the fun, Mu Yuxi could only give in. Although he could hold on to the remaining side, what should Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan do? The two were not biological children, so could they completely squeeze the biological two away? He and Feng Weiming sat face to face, both looking bored. Forget it. Mu Yuxi chewed on the comfort candy that Mrs. Mu had fed him, thinking like a big brother. Feng Weiming lived in Yulian House for a month, but Mu Juking still failed to obtain his understanding, so he could only ask his elder brother and sister-in-law to take care of his son. Mrs. Mu arranged Feng Weiming to go to school in the primary school attached to Yan. In view of his level and personality, he was directly asked to skip one level and become a classmate and roommate of Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki. So dormitory 206 was full again. Mu Yuxi's birthday was December 20th of the Gregorian calendar, and Feng Weiming's birthday was December 22nd of the Gregorian calendar. Mu Yuxi was exactly 1 year and 2 days older than Feng Weiming. Because their birthdays were so close, the celebration party was scheduled for December 21st. Feng Weiming had just entered the Yan primary school and hadn't made any friends. He and Mu Yuxi were in the same class. This time they were all there as well as Mu Yurun and Mu Yan's classmates. The party was lively and joyous, and both Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming received many gifts. Feng Weiming did not return to France with Mu Juking but chose to stay in China. Although this was his own decision and he seemed calm on the surface, but he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. In a bad mood, he didn't have much interest in birthday parties, but Mu Juking sent Louis and Caesar over as birthday presents, and Feng Weiming immediately had a smile on his face. Mu Yuki was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high, and immediately rushed to hold Louis and didn't let go of JNN. After celebrating their birthday, the children ushered in the final exam. Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan took the first place in the 2nd grade of elementary school and the first place in the kindergarten class respectively and received a 50 yuan award from the school. Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming's results were in the middle reaches. Mu Yuxi did it on purpose. He didn't want to compete with Mu Yuki at all, and Mrs. Mu didn't take this seriously. Feng Weiming was still adapting to the difference between foreign and domestic education. It was surprising that he could achieve this result with just 1 month of study. Mu Yuxuan deeply remembered that in the summer vacation in France, Mu Yuki won the game and had gotten 10 francs as a reward. This time she got the reward from the school and immediately offered it to Mu Yuxi like a treasure. Brother Teddy, I invite you to eat ice cream. After speaking, she saw Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming and said, Brother Chicken, too. Let's eat with Ming Ming. Mu Yuki was now numb to the term brother chicken. Mu Yuxuan had become sensible and sometimes deliberately teased him. He had a lot of grown-up matters and didn't want to care about little girls. Who would eat ice cream on a cold day? Mu Yuki didn't care, just despised her. Finally, the bonuses of Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan were combined, together with the friendly sponsorship of Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu, and the family went out for a meal. Because this meal was invited by Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan in name, Feng Weiming, who didn't like to owe people, said, I will get a reward next semester. The subtext was that he would invite them next time. Naturally, the tone was as simple as drinking water, as if it was bound to be easy. Mu Yuxi, who did not speak, suddenly became the focus of attention. But Mrs. Mu tried to remedy the situation. As long as you work hard, it's good. Mu Yuxi wanted to get her the first place in the whole year immediately. It was the spring festival in a blink of an eye. On New Year's Eve, according to the usual practice, all members of the Mu family's direct descendants gathered at the Mu's old house in Ningxiang to observe the year's passing. From the first day to the third day of the new year was the annual Mu family gathering, when all the members of the direct and collateral members would gather together to worship the ancestors and set up a banquet. Mu family was scattered all over the world, and those who were far away had to leave several days earlier. Unless there were tens of thousands of urgent things, it was rare for someone not to come. This was the ancestral motto of the Mu family. No matter where you are or how long you have to travel, you must remember where your roots are. The three families of Mu family members gathered in the old house. There were only 6 children, and with the visits one after another, the originally spacious and quiet house suddenly became lively and crowded. Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu, Mu Juan, and Lu Piya, and Mu Juking were all put in separate rooms. The 6 children slept in the same room, with 3 1.5-meter wide wooden beds lined up. It was as if they were sleeping on the same bed. This arrangement had been around for a long time, and the purpose was to cultivate the feelings between the younger generation. At the age of 7, men and women would be separated, and they had to wait for a bed for themselves until the age of 10, but they would stay in the same room until they reached the age of 18. Mu Yuxi, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuran both slept in the same room in previous years as well, so they were not surprised by this arrangement. They privately called this room the small room, a room exclusively for juniors. The problem was Feng Weiming. Because in the past 2 years, Mu Jukin did not marry a wife, he occupied a big room exclusively, and directly carried Feng Weiming into his room to sleep, without letting him squeeze in with his cousins. This year Mu Juking also came, and when he saw Feng Weiming he wanted to approach, but Feng Weiming ran away without giving him face. He came to the small room with Mu Yuki and the others and seemed determined not to sleep in Mu Juking's room. But who would he sleep in the same bed with? Mu Yuxuan and Mu Yayun, 2 young girls, knew that they were reserved for each other at a young age. No matter how often they quarreled, they shook hands and made peace at this time and slept together. Because there were 3 beds, Feng Weiming didn't know where to sleep. In the past, Mu Yuki and Mu Yuran happily occupied one bed exclusively. Now that there were 2 more Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, they had to share their beds. Mu Yuki first pulled Mu Yuxi and announced, I and Zioxi will sleep together. Mu Yuran and Feng Weiming were both not good choices. One was fat and the other was like lying next to a refrigerator in winter. Mu Yuran's fat face twitched. At the birthday party of Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming, he pressed Mu Yayun to apologize to Feng Weiming. Mu Yayun cried and apologized. Feng Weiming didn't say anything, but he didn't give them a good face. After all, such an important brass pendant was broken, and an apology could not remedy it. Therefore, facing Feng Weiming, Mu Yuran still felt very embarrassed. Would they really have to sleep together? QAQ. Feng Weiming could see that Mu Yuran was uncomfortable. He calmly said, Achi. Mu Yuki's face immediately wrinkled into a bun, but he did not refuse. His father and his third uncle took turns instructing/pleasing him to obey/protect this cousin. Mu Yuxi gave Mu Yuki a helpless look. If he wanted him to sleep with Feng Weiming, it didn't matter. But Feng Weiming definitely didn't want it. He didn't even talk to him much, let alone sleeping in the same bed intimately. Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu looked at the children and grandchildren, with smiles on their faces. Mu Jingwei was okay. After retiring, he was happy and relaxed, and his career was left to the next generation, while he enjoyed living at a slow pace. Granny Mu had become kinder as she got older, and she liked her children and grandchildren coming to the old house more often. But the older ones had to work, the younger ones had to go to school, so the old house was mostly quiet. When the spring festival came, people gathered, and the house was full of excitement. She was very happy. On New Year's Eve, all the people who were a generation younger than her got big red envelopes. The 2 elders also knew about Mu Juking and Feng Weiming's fallout. They all found it very interesting to see the little grandson avoiding the little son, and to see that the little son was full of loneliness. Mu Juking was not a good-tempered person, but Weiming was liked by him, so he dared to show his expression to him. However, the 2 elders did not blend in to make peace. Mu Jingwei knew that Feng Weiming was not an unreasonable kid who made trouble. This time, the matter was by no means as simple as ordinary awkwardness. It had to be solved by the father and son. He didn't want to interfere, and Grandma Mu thought in her heart that it would be good for them to separate. Feng Weiming was too spoiled by Mu Juking, and his temperament was too big, and he could make troubles like this, and not give any face to his father. Since he was staying at the eldest son's house, Mrs. Mu taught him, but he became more sensible. Moreover, Grandma Mu was still looking forward to Mu Juking's marriage and childbirth. If he took Feng Weiming to get to know the girls, all the good prospects would retreat. Separation for a period of time also facilitated Mu Juking's emotional life. Therefore, for Feng Weiming to live in the eldest son's house, she was happy to see it happen, and she thought that Mu Juking didn't need to rush to pick him up. As the host, everyone in the direct line was very busy during this time. Although it was customary for them to gather together on New Year's Eve, they were already busy a few days in advance because they had to greet the relatives who were arriving one after another. Men had to socialize with uncles and brothers of the same generation, women had to greet aunts and sisters-in-laws, and children had to be friendly with their brothers and sisters of the same age. Mu Yixi was the oldest and should take on the responsibility of the elder brother. But he had a problem with his identity, and with a sudden increase in the number of people, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. Mu Yuki naturally became the leader. He was also the leader of the group of children in school, and Mu Yixi was there to help him wholeheartedly, but he did a good job. He spontaneously took care of a bunch of children surnamed Mu, played with them, and fairly dealt with occasional disputes, which relieved a lot of burden on adults. There were a few elderly people, staring at Mu Yuki several times, most of the time they nodded while stroking their beards. In the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Grandma Mu took everyone to make dumplings. The children joggingly tossed the flour to chase and slap each other and squeezed the dumplings into weird shapes. This fate was not escaped even by a cold face like Feng Weiming. His cheeks were stained with flour, and Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki couldn't help but laugh until their stomachs ached. The scene was funny and warm. Observing the passing of the year at night was done by the young and strong. The elderly and children still slept on time. The first to the third day of the new year was the main event, and the spirit could not be shortened. Mu Yixi had a lot of fun, and the smile on his face never came down all day. He ate dumplings at night and also got copper plates, which was a good sign. At his request, Grandma Mu took the red thread and put it on his neck. She laughed while she said, "Be healthy, grow up quickly, and have good luck in the coming year." Mu Yixi had never dared to think of such happiness. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Mu Yurun next to him was already asleep. He was a bit fat, but the 1.5-meter wide bed was more than enough for 2 children, and Mu Yurun's sleeping posture was very regular, which didn't bother Mu Yixi at all. Mu Yixi closed his eyes, and suddenly heard the sound of someone getting out of bed, and then the door opening and closing gently. He looked at the bed where Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming slept together, and vaguely saw that there was one missing person on the bed. He immediately guessed it was Feng Weiming. It was freezing cold, so why did he get out of bed so late? Mu Yixi hesitated for a moment, then got out of bed lightly and followed him out after putting on a thick coat. Festive red lanterns hung in the carved corridors, with long tassels swaying in the wind, and even the air seemed to exude a warm and joyful flavor of the new year. Feng Weiming leaned against a vermilion pillar with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky blankly, his figure depressed and lonely. Mu Yixi thought for a while, didn't go close to him, and just looked at him from a distance. With a sudden bang, fireworks were lit up somehow, and brilliant colors bloomed in the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. Feng Weiming's exquisite and beautiful face seemed to be pulsating, dispelling his cold and loneliness. Mu Yixi smiled and turned back to the room. He didn't see it, but at the moment he turned around, Feng Weiming turned his head to look at him, and a trace of puzzlement and confusion passed through his eyes. The busy winter vacation had passed, and the children had ushered in a new semester. However, Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki's relaxed and happy campus life was a little challenged because of Feng Weiming. Last semester, Feng Weiming stayed in school for a very short time only. He was in a bad mood and had too many things to adapt to. He had no time to deal with Mu Yixi and Mu Yuki. But when the new semester came, Feng Weiming seemed to have adjusted, so it freed his hands to lash at Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxi, who seemed to him as wasting time. In terms of IQ, Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki were only a little smarter than their peers, while Feng Weiming was a real genius. The reason why he only achieved intermediate grades last semester was because of his insufficient Chinese level. After a winter vacation, Feng Weiming, the school tyrant, killed everyone in the preliminary examination at the beginning of the semester and reached the top of the list. Moreover, he was a talent with all-round development including morality, intelligence, physical education, art, and labor. Regardless of his small face, which made him seem as if he would not love sports, his achievements in entertainment and sports were very impressive. He was also good at languages. The elementary school had only one foreign language, English. He could also speak French, German, Spanish, and Arabic. Among them, he was fluent in French, and the other 3 were at intermediate levels. Apart from English, Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki had zero knowledge of any other foreign languages. Yan Primary School also taught music. Feng School Tyrant could play the piano, and he played the simplified version of Beethoven's For Elise extremely smoothly. Since Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki were receiving the same elite education, the former chose the piano, and the latter chose the violin, but they were still at the stage of learning to read the music. Yixi and Yuki felt that it was indeed a little embarrassing to be crushed by their younger brother. It didn't matter if the level was low, the most important thing was to work hard to improve. Toys, books, snacks, this was all deemed meaningless for children who had any ambitions. In addition to proper exercise, they had to work on a book for elementary school students in their spare time, which also contained elementary school mathematical questions. Yixi and Yuki looked at Feng Weiming. Did he need to make such a strong demand for progress? It didn't match his usual cold style of conduct. Feng Weiming felt that their level was too bad and embarrassing. He continued looking at them coldly. He still remembered the few letters sent to him in France which had strange combinations of characters, pinyin, and patterns. It was just that his Chinese literacy level had not yet reached the level of overwhelming his two cousins, so he didn't particularly emphasize that they should be able to recognize words quickly. Although this younger brother's aura was a bit terrifying, but no older brother liked to be dictated by his younger brother. Yuki was about to show off his elder brotherly aura. But then Feng Weiming said, "You are not allowed to play with Louis and Caesar." Yuki's arrogance was immediately pierced. Now Yuki loved these two dogs so much, he was just barely restrained from hugging them to the bed and sleeping together. It happened that Weiming was the real master of them, and he could manage them well, such that they would not dare go to the east if he told them to go west. If Feng Weiming forbade them to play with Yuki, Louis and Caesar would stay by his side and never go anywhere. Even if Louis was not good enough, Caesar would force him to be good. Yuki gave in. To Yixi, "I will tell Yuki that you deliberately got a lower score." Yixi and Yuki were now learning at the same time, but when they got results, Yixi deliberately performed slightly worse. To this end, Yuki was still anxious for a while, and he wanted to ask the teacher how to improve his grades. If Yuki knew that Yixi deliberately did this, he would be angry. And once Mrs. Mu or Su Qingli knew, it would be even more troublesome. Yixi resolutely followed. Jesuis Votri Disposition 1. Feng Weiming, I knew you were pretending. In order to fully play the role of dorm boss, Feng Weiming would enter and leave with Yixi and Yuki at the school. In contrast, Qinhe in the same dormitory appeared to always be alone. It was not that Yixi and Yuki didn't want to be friends with him, but Qinhe had become withdrawn after his parents divorced, and after returning from winter vacation, he had become even more serious. He had also started hanging out with some seniors who liked to jump over the wall to go out to fight, causing his mother Qin Zhensin to be upset, and forcing her to make several trips to school. Qin Zhensin invited the three Mu brothers to dinner and asked them to keep an eye on Qinhe. Feng Weiming stated his stance first, expressing indifferently that he could do nothing. If it was Yuki who was soft-hearted or Yixi, who was an illegitimate son, Qin Zhensin had a way of dealing with them, but she could not deal with Feng Weiming who spoke like a firm-willed little adult. Qin Zhensin left disappointed. After Qinhe made trouble several times, the person who came was no longer Qin Zhensin, but Qin Zhensin's assistant. Qinhe became more and more lawless. It was also not that the school had not considered expelling him, but they had to be considerate of other students, and the background of these students was not easy to offend. Feng Weiming was also considering letting him move out. After all, Qinhe's behavior affected their work and rest. In this regard, Yuki was neutral, and Yixi expressed his opposition in silence. Because one person had one vote, it ended up being nothing in the end. One day, the three brothers went to the cafeteria for lunch together after class and met Qinhe on the way. Qinhe, who would pass by them without squinting his eyes before, cast a faint look of seeking help at this time, and his whole person seemed very stiff. A man in casual clothes stood behind Qinhe, looking at him gently. The man wasn't handsome in appearance, but he was mature and steady without any hint of aggressiveness, which was quite eye-catching. Yuki recognized the person and said in a low voice to Yixi and Feng Weiming, "It's Uncle Yan, Qinhe's father." After Yankai and Qin Zhensin divorced, according to Qin Zhensin's meaning, she wanted to let him go out of the house without anything. However, Qin Shishang did not wrong him, and assigned him a low-profit company under the Qin family, and then let him and the Qin family break their relation cleanly. Today, Yankai's life was naturally not as good as when he was in the Qin family, but as the boss of a company, he was an elite talent, and he had quickly established a foothold in the industry, thus his life was still quite decent. "Do you want to help him?" Yixi pointed to Qinhe in secret, and asked Yuki. Yuki hesitated. He and Qinhe had known each other since childhood. Although they had not been very familiar with each other because of character problems, but seeing Qinhe rush headlong in a bad direction made him feel a little sad. It was okay when Qinhe ignored them like some time ago. But at this time, he obviously needed help, so turning a blind eye and leaving seemed a little unrighteous. This hesitation caused the decision to be taken out of his hands. You are Yuki, Zioki, right?" Yankai asked kindly. He took advantage of the noontime to come to the school to visit Qinhe. Qin Zhensin still remained angry at him. The lawyer told both parties during the divorce that Yankai should have half of Qinhe's visitation rights, but Qin Zhensin had not allowed him to approach Qinhe. Yankai admitted that he was wrong first, and was very tolerant of Qin Zhensin, thus he even choked down the anger of not seeing his son during the spring festival. He waited and waited, but seeing that Qin Zhensin's attitude did not soften at all, he was worried that everything would be the same until he was stunned and old. Yankai really missed his son, so he came quietly. Finally, he found Qinhe and wanted to have a meal with him. He stopped for him, but he refused to look back at him. This was something that had never happened before. In their family, there had always been a strict mother and loving father dynamic, thus Yenkai and He had a very harmonious father-son relationship. During the divorce, because Yenkai insisted on not wanting to divorce, He was angrier with his mother. But just a few months later, He also refused to have a relationship with him. Yenkai felt even more that this could not go on. When the Mu family's 3 brothers passed by, Yenkai saw that He couldn't help but look over, and then the other party didn't go on, but hesitated about whether or not to come over. Yenkai immediately found a breakthrough and kept the people back first. He had seen Miyuki before, and he recognized him at a glance. The other two, one looked similar to Miyuki, and the other was cold and delicate. Yenkai pondered for a few seconds, and smiled at them in a friendly manner. There are also Miyuxi, Zioxi, Feng Weiming, Mingming, right? You live in a dormitory with Ziahe. Hello, I'm Ziahe's father, Yenkai. In contrast to Qin Jensen's snobbery and arrogance, Yenkai's non-discriminatory attitude could easily make people feel good. He was talking as the parent of a classmate, and he didn't assume a condescending adult posture because the other party was a child. Hello, Uncle Yan. Miyuxi and Miyuki said in unison. Feng Weiming nodded slightly. Hello. Thank you for taking care of Ziahe. Yenkai said gratefully. I am going to have dinner with Ziahe. Why not go together? Uncle wants you to tell me about Ziahe. Ziahe is stubborn. It is rare for him to have a few good friends like you. Miyuki blushed. He didn't pay much attention to He at all, and they and He weren't good friends either. He couldn't help looking at Miyuxi for help. Miyuxi saw He staring straight ahead but showing a slightly tangled look, with contradictory and nervous eyes. His face was not blushing or breathless, but he recognized the position of a good friend and asked, What does Ziahe say? He said with a straight face, At this moment, he was grateful to Miyuxi and the others. He didn't want to face his father alone. Yenkai took the opportunity to gently and without rebuttal put his hand around He's shoulders, then he brought Miyuxi and the others to a restaurant. The students in the Yan primary school lived in a closed dormitory. Without parents to pick them up, students were not allowed to leave the school from Monday to Friday. The place where Yenkai took them to eat was also on campus, but it was not a student restaurant, but a restaurant specially used to entertain foreign guests. The windows of the restaurant were bright and clean, and the atmosphere was high-end. There were not many people, but the service was still very attentive. Yenkai took the few small ones directly to a private box. The box was spacious and bright, and one person had already been seated from before. He was a child, about 10 years old, thin, and wearing a thick sweater, but he didn't look too bloated. He had a book opened in front of him. He turned his head slightly to look at them, and his face was delicate and calm. Yenkai called, Xiaoyu. He immediately felt his whole body shake. Xiaoyu? Yenyu? He didn't expect that his father would bring him to meet the culprit who destroyed his family. He was outraged. He couldn't wait to beat the boy in front of him. He forcefully broke away from Yenkai's restraint, and Yenkai had to move fast to catch him. Ziahe. He warned majestically.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He's eyes were red. At this moment, Yenyu had raised his head and saw Yenkai bringing a bunch of children in, then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Miyuxi squinted slightly. This person was not right. He stopped struggling suddenly. His eyes widened. Big brother, is it you? Guys, please rate and comment on this novel on novel updates so more people are aware of this novel. Since his parents divorced, his family had become deserted. Qin Jensen was originally a stern person. When she would return home and see her husband and son, she would become only slightly softer. Now that Yenkai was gone, she didn't even have a smile for him. In addition, Yenkai's departure from the Qin clan was also a great blow to Qin Jensen's career. Her second brother Qin Zhengfeng, who had been tit-for-tat with her before, suddenly gained the upper hand and began to suppress her. Qin Jensen had to work twice as hard to keep her position in the Qin clan, which made her very tired, so she did not care about Qin He as much as before. Qin He saw this, so he always felt suffocated in his heart, and wanted to vent it. He didn't want to stay in school. Because the news of his parents' divorce spread, those classmates who had not dared to approach him in the past seemed to always be pointing at him, using him as a topic, making fun of or sympathizing with him, and his cousins from the Qin family from the same school also pointed fingers at him. It seemed that their family was completely defeated, and there was no place for them to stand in the Qin family, and others could benefit from it. The whole world had become unpleasant. He really wanted to overturn it, and he did so. He became the bad boy in everyone's eyes. He didn't feel regret but instead felt relieved. But as the saying goes, you might face hell if you walk out too much at night. Qin He once followed his senior friend over the wall to get out of the school. After breaking the glass windows of a shop with a brick, he was chased by the shopkeeper and his wife with a broomstick. Those group of people fled, and Qin He ran into an alley alone. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, someone covered his nose and mouth from behind and dragged him towards the dark. That was Qin He's most terrifying experience in his life. Stink, suffocation, fear, and powerlessness, although it was only a short 10 seconds, it had become his nightmare. For a moment he thought he would die, in a corner that no one knew and that too in an extremely unbearable way. Qin He was saved when someone picked up a wooden stick, stunned the man, and pulled him out of the alley. The person who saved him was who He called Big Brother at this moment. At that time, He was in shock and returned to school under the leadership of his big brother with a frightened expression. When he reacted and wanted to thank him, the big brother had already left and didn't even leave his name. He didn't expect that the big brother who saved him was Yenyu, the person he hated the most. He's mood became weird now. Yenyu smiled and nodded slightly at him. Why, you two know each other? Yenkai asked a little unexpectedly after taking a look at the expressions of his two sons. When he decided to take He to see Yenyu, he expected a tough battle. With He's character, Yenyu was definitely not someone he wanted to see. As for Yenyu, to be honest, Yenkai couldn't understand this son. When he was young and energetic, he hated the schemes against him at home, which made him bear a bad fate. For this reason, he tried his best to escape. He once hoped that the so-called wife and son would not exist, because they were a stain on his life. Then he actually found that people were gone. At first, he thought it was a relief, but then he gradually realized that the burden of carrying two lives had always been with him. The discovery that they were alive inevitably caused a family crisis, but Yenkai breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. After all, there were some things that couldn't be solved by hiding and avoiding them. Yenkai regretted that Shingensen could not forgive him, but Shingensen had a temper that wouldn't let even a grain of sand in her eyes won, and Yenkai was helpless. He did not regret falling out with her for Yenyu. It was just that Yenyu didn't appreciate it. No, it couldn't be said that he didn't appreciate it. It could only be said that his attitude towards him was very strange. Yenyu, who had been abused by his biological mother for a long time, was in extremely poor health. The collision of Yenkai's car also knocked him and caused him a concussion. During his recuperation in hospital, Yenkai sent his mother Yan Hongjiao to prison. Yenyu's reaction was calmer than everyone expected. If Yenyu hated his mother and thought she deserved it for her sins, him calm about what happened to her would make sense. But to Yenkai, a father who he had never met, Yenyu was also very calm and accepted his care calmly. He treated him very calmly, so calm that it could be called strange. Yenkai had read about countless people and could see that his calm was not a late response after trauma, but a kind of broad-minded attitude when got only after experiencing too much. It was not surprising for an old man to have such broad-mindedness and tranquility, but a 10-year-old boy? Yenyu even persuaded him to agree to Shingensen's request not to divorce, because, I can take care of myself. If you really feel sorry for me, you can send me a little living allowance, not too often, just once a year. In fact, except for a little blood relationship, we are just strangers, you don't need to give up your home for me. He said it sincerely. He did regard Yenkai as his father, but his feelings were very weak towards him. Yenkai treated Yenyu with a redemptive heart, but after getting along, he had to admit that he somewhat liked this son. And he was worried about Yen's mental problem. After divorcing Shingensen, Yenkai took Yenyu to live with him. Yenyu didn't say anything, and still accepted it calmly. His persuasion in the past was only for that moment, but Yenkai didn't accept it, and he didn't care. He had his own world, and other people and other things were of little importance to him. Yenkai lived with him, more like a pair of gentleman friends than a father and son. Yenkai did not expect that Yenyu and he had been in contact in private, and Yenyu's attitude towards he was even a little bit warmer than that towards his father. After he knew that Yenyu was the big brother who had saved him, all kinds of conspiracy theories flashed through his mind for a while, such as he was deliberate, in order to approach me, in order to complain to my father / to get credit, or in order to make me owe him. But Yenkai's reaction proved that he was thinking too much. So, Yenyu was still his lifesaver? He felt awkward. Seeing everyone was seated, he dragged his feet for a second, then sat down with the mentality of a broken jar. His position was on the left of Yenkai, and Yenyu was on the right. He deliberately didn't sit there and walked up to Miyuki to sit next to him. The seat was facing Yenyu. He glared at Yenyu solemnly, and Yenyu looked at him with a trace of indulgence, as if he was watching an ignorant but cute child. He was very annoyed by this look. He saved me. He suppressed his violent impulse because of this reason. Xiaoyu, this is your younger brother, He. This is Xiaohe's roommates, Xiaoxi, Xiaoqi and Mingming. Yenkai introduced, Xiaohe, he is your big brother, Yenyu. He deliberately used He's name for Yenyu just now. He's I don't have a brother got choked in his throat. Hello. Yenyu nodded and smiled lightly. Brother Yenyu is good. Yixi and Miyuki said, and Feng Weiming nodded coldly. Xiaoyu is a 6th grader, your senior. If you are bullied, you can ask him for help. Yenkai said jokingly. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. He looked at Yenkai and Yenyu with an ugly expression. How could Yenyu enter Yan? Yenkai must have arranged for him to join. One of Yenkai's classmates was a member of the Yan school board. He was so good to Yenyu, but never came to see him. A father always knew his son. Yenkai was somewhat aware of He's thoughts, but he didn't reassure him for the first time. Instead, he smiled and took care of the Muse 3 brothers and asked them what they wanted to eat. It's okay, we are not picky eaters. The not picky eaters in Miyuki's words were actually very picky eaters. Miyuki and Feng Weiming glanced at him and said nothing. Miyuki thought that he must strictly follow his mother's instructions and work hard to make his little brother and Mingming develop a good habit of not being picky eaters. Yenkai guessed what children would like to order. Half of them were He's favorite. He heard it, and his stern face eased a little. Yankai chatted with them, and the content basically revolved around what they usually learned, how they played and what they ate. Only Yixi and Yuki answered one by one out of politeness. Yu listened with a smile and rarely interrupted. Feng Weiming's small face was as always indifferent. He had also shut up and was not ready to speak, but occasionally interjected a little. When it came to him, Yixi and Yuki couldn't answer for a while, and he had to speak up. He didn't want the good friend sign to be torn off. Yankai certainly saw that the relationship between he and the three Mu brothers was not as good as he had said. This was understandable. He had inherited the bad sides of both his and Jensen's characters. He had never had any good friends, not to mention the rough cousins from the countryside. He was not even close to his cousins from the Qin family. Yankai said that before just to pull the three Mu brothers to accompany he and make him more comfortable. But when he talked with the two brothers Yixi and Yuki, he saw that they were decent, quick-thinking, articulate, and had the demeanor of a noble family's son from a young age. Yankai couldn't help sighing that Qin family was 3 or 4 years behind them. Their children were not as sensible and educated. Especially Yixi. Yankai had heard from Jensen that this child had been taught so well in less than a year since he became the adopted son of the Mu family. The Mu family's education indeed received well-deserved praise. Like Jensen, Yankai also hoped that he could get along well with the Mu brothers and become good friends in the true sense. Yankai had the heart to help his son, and it could be said that the host and the guests were happy after the meal. While dealing with Yankai, Yixi secretly paid attention to Yu. He didn't know if anyone else had discovered it, but Yen's elegant dining etiquette was not like a child who had lived at the bottom of society for many years, but rather like a well-educated rich boy. According to his experience, this shouldn't be the case, but he didn't violate his intentions in the slightest, and it didn't look like a deliberate imitation. Yixi couldn't help being a little wary of him. But until the dinner was over, Yixi didn't talk to Yu either. Yankai watched the three brothers from the Mu family go away, squatted down, took He's hand and said, "Xiaohe, Dad will always wait for your mother, until one day she can accept me again. But you must know that whether Dad and your mother are together or not, we still love you a lot. I want to visit you often. Can you agree to meet me?" He was silent for a while, looking at Yankai's expectant expression, and reluctantly nodded. But there were conditions. Don't bring him. This him referred to Yu. Yankai said, "Okay." He got better again. It was like a child throwing a tantrum, turning the world upside down, reluctantly, while obliging the whole world to know of his existence, but in fact, he only wanted someone to take the initiative to stop him. Looking back, he felt he was so bearish and stupid, thus, he was embarrassed towards his roommates. After Yankai's treat, the relationship between He and the Mu family's three brothers gradually improved. Although He still liked to be alone like before his parents had divorced, he sometimes joined in dormitory activities, such as playing football with Yixi and Yuki, or participating in the study meeting that Feng Weiming compulsorily initiated to make them take courses beyond their current level of learning. Yuki was the first to accept He in the dormitory. He and He grew up together, and he didn't want He to turn bad and be expelled from Yan. Yixi also extended a friendly hand as he was aware of He's future achievements. As it was 2 votes to 1 vote, so even though Feng Weiming was unconvinced, he did not stop He's participation with his cold eyes. The 4 members of their dormitory all had good backgrounds, good looks, and good grades. Even Yuxi's grades have to be upped under Feng Weiming's tight marking, were good at sports, and they usually went in and out at the same time. Such a lineup could easily dazzle the crowds, so it was called the scenic line of Yan Primary School. The addition of He particularly enhanced the group's overall strength value. He had mixed with the seniors and brought a sturdy aura of his own, especially after he fought with Feng Kun's people and beat the opponent until they pissed their pants. Feng Kun dared not provoke the 206 dormitory anymore. Nov. L.B//JNN. Campus life had become more relaxed and enjoyable. That was the most carefree time in Yuxi's memory. He was even a little bit reluctant to let it go. It wasn't until he was faced with the reality that he realized that behind the happiness, the shadows always followed him. During the winter vacation, the Mu family was invited to attend a wedding. It was the wedding of Su Qingli's brother Su Zhao. The Su family was born as a servant family of the Mu family. After the branches and leaves were scattered, each generation still had someone dedicated to serving the Mu family. Until now, only Su's mother, Tang Yanhua, Su Zhao, and Su Qingli remained in the Su family serving Mu's family. Because 2 successive generations of Su's family, including Tang Yanhua's husband and her in-laws, died directly or indirectly for the Mu's family, Tang Yanhua and her pair of son and daughter had a comparatively high status in the Mu family. The Mu Jingwei couple's treatment of Su Zhao and Su Qingli was not much different from that of their own children. However, Tang Yanhua kept her status in mind and never allowed her children to exceed their station in life by even half a point. Su Zhao was Mu Zhirong's right-hand man. He was 32 years old this year. He had average abilities but won when it came to diligence and loyalty. He was more valued by Mu Zhirong than Su Qingli. Compared to his second brother Mu Zhuan, who always loved to sing against him, and his third brother Mu Juqing, Mu Zhirong's feeling of brotherhood towards Su Zhao was stronger. Su Zhao had to forget food and sleep for work, so even though he had had a couple of girlfriends, they couldn't stand his workaholic behavior and broke up with him. Su Zhao felt that women were really ignorant and lacked interest in marriage. Finally, 2 years ago, he found a girlfriend who was 5 years younger than him. The other party did not dislike his old age, and had a sincere relationship with him, which slowly moved Su Zhao. After 2 years, the relationship between the two had become very stable. However, Su Zhao never mentioned marriage. Although the woman did not complain, her identity gradually became embarrassing. This incident almost became Tang Yanhua's heart disease. That time, Tang Yanhua begged to see Grandma Mu, and everyone took turns to persuade Su Zhao to get married. Su Zhao slapped his forehead in astonishment. It's my fault, I forgot. Looking at his girlfriend's face again, he immediately remedied it, kneeling to propose, buying a diamond ring and a new house, organizing a wedding banquet. He put them on the agenda one by one. Tang Yanhua's anger turned into joy. So, the marriage of the only male in Su's family was held very grandly. As Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu were idle, they wanted to do their best in organizing the wedding, but Tang Yanhua turned them down in fear. Tang Yanhua would ask them for advice, but she would never let them do everything themselves. Mu Zhirong did not come forward to help himself, but specially approved a wedding bonus to Su Zhao, enough for him to pay the bill for the wine. On the evening of the wedding banquet, the Mu family were guests. Because it was the summer vacation, Mu Zhirong and his 4 children all attended. The banquet was organized outside the Su family's house in Ning village, and a banquet for hundreds of people was held. There was a lot of laughter and joy, and the scene was extremely lively. Because the banquet had not yet officially opened, Mu Yuxuan wanted to see the bride. After getting the consent of Mrs. Mu, she brought Mu Yuki along. Mu Yuki did not want to follow the girl alone, so he pulled Mu Yuxi along, and Mu Yuxi took Feng Weiming's hand in turn, and after getting a cold stare, the bunch of rice dumplings went into the new house mightily. The wedding was done in Chinese style. Just now, after the bride and groom worshipped heaven and earth, the bride was sent to the new house with a red veil. After completing a series of ceremonies of lifting the veil and drinking a cup of wine in the new house, the groom went out to greet the guests, waiting for the bride to fix her makeup and return, so they could toast the guests together. When Mu Yuxi and the others entered, the bride was applying makeup and the red veil had already been taken off. When the bride and the makeup artist saw the children, they all smiled and let them in. The bride's face that he didn't see clearly when he was in the hall, was also seen clearly now. She was a woman with a melon-shaped face, 3 point because of appearance and 7 point because of dressing up. She looked very beautiful at the moment. The makeup artist also received wedding candy, so she smiled and said, "Be good, don't mess up sister's things." Seeing her look, if she was not busy with her hands, she would have liked to reach out and knead the children's heads. Mu Yuki, Feng Weiming, and Mu Yuxuan took a step back together. But Mu Yuki was unfortunately pushed in front, because Feng Weiming and Mu Yuxuan retreated behind him tacitly, leaving him no room to retreat. But Mu Yuki soon moved again. Because Mu Yuxi didn't retreat but moved forward, he actually stood in front of them. "My brother is so kind to me? Awesome!" The very loyal Mu Yuki decided to stand with his brother bravely, facing the makeup artist who was obviously an aunt but claimed to be a sister. Mu Yuxi turned his head to see Mu Yuki next to him, and then looked at the strange aunt who was staring at them with bright eyes, reflexively stepped back, and backed behind Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki, oh, then. Oh, it's broken. Mu Yuxi paused after reacting, screaming in his heart. He accidentally exposed the nature of the deist who would rather die than let down the poor Dao one. He just didn't retreat in time, not because of his overwhelming brotherly love, but because he was stunned. He wanted to ask Mrs. Mu to show him a wedding invitation from Su Zhao so that he could confirm it. Because he didn't believe his eyes a little. He didn't expect Su Zhao's new wife to be her. Guling, his biological mother Hu Qin's half-sister, his aunt. The previous generation of Gus family was quite famous in Xinan City. At that time, the Gu family's head was Gu Guanghui. This man had little ability but loved to mess with women. When Hu Jiao was young and beautiful, he played with her and then kicked her away. The Hu Qin she got pregnant with was the kid of Gu Guanghui. Hu Jiao was just as bad to Hu Qin, but Hu Qin had a fierce temperament and a lot of schemes. Since she was sensible, Hu Jiao couldn't easily touch her. Later, Hu Qin don't know how got into contact with Gu Guanghui. Although she couldn't enter the door of Gus family, Gu Guanghui treated her quite well in private. After Gu Guanghui's death, the Gu family, which was once popular, quickly declined. People who had enjoyed wealth in the Gu family were unwilling to live a hard life. They made money through various methods, and still put on the pomp and air of the rich to the outside world. In fact, it was an empty shell. Gu Ling was the youngest daughter of Gu Guanghui and the last child born to him by his wife. She was a primary school teacher. But in the last life, she was not the wife Su Zhao married. The fall of Mu Zhirong in the previous life was the result of the wall being pushed down by everyone. Mu Yuxi especially did not want to understand why Su Zhao, who had always been loyal to Mu Zhirong, would add fire to the issue and betray Mu Zhirong. Even if his sister Su Qingli was involved, he shouldn't be shaken to that point. It wasn't until Mu Yuxi found out that Su Zhao and Gu Ling were involved that things became clearer to him. No one thought that the Gu family's children, who were so at odds with Hu Qin, would put down their weapons and join forces with Hu Qin. It could only be said that there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Su Zhao's wife in his last life was a gentle woman. How could it become Guling in this life? This was the first time Mu Yixi had encountered a change from his previous life since his resurrection. So, Mu Yixi, who relied on the prophetic foresight brought by his previous life experience to live happily and confidently, suddenly became gloomy and unclear. And if Guling had walked from behind the scenes to the front of the stage, where was Hu Qin, who was connected with her? Hu Qin was never a woman who would be happy letting go of her interests. Mu Yixi staying at Mu's house would only arouse her greed even more. Moreover, with Hu Qin and Guling alone stirring up the wind and rain, it was impossible to shake the Mu family. But the fall of the Mu's family in the previous life was indeed inseparable from them. Who was behind them pushing all this? Although he was a person with vested interests in the previous life, it was not that Mu Yixi had no doubts in his heart. It was just that the time he lived after he got Mu's in the previous life was too short to sort out everything one by one. In this way, Mu Yixi's peace over the past 2 years was like a gift. But there was always an unknown knife hanging over his head. In his current situation, if the opponent didn't take the initiative to confront him, he couldn't do anything. But seeing Guling, Mu Yixi had a hunch that the other party would find him. Just as he was thinking about it, Su Qingli came in. She saw Mu Yixi and smiled immediately. You come to see the bride? Is the bride pretty? Pretty, Mu Yuxuan said. She didn't dare to get too close to the over-enthusiastic makeup artist, but watched her make up the bride, keeping her eyes on her. Girls always had unlimited interest in dressing up. The bride, Guling, and Su Qingli, were very familiar with each other, and she smiled upon hearing the words, "This is the little girl you have brought up? Really cute." This year Mu Yuxuan turned 6 years old and officially entered the Yan primary school. Su Qingli stepped down from her position as a babysitter and successfully obtained a university diploma in adult education. Now she was working for Mu Zhurong and was Mu Zhurong's assistant secretary. As she didn't always stay in the Yulian garden, and children were forgetful, so the relationship between Su Qingli and Mu Yuxuan had turned somewhat cold. But every time she met them, Su Qingli was still very affectionate with the children of the Mu family. She also had a more active personality than when she used to stay in the Yulian garden. Because she finally got closer to Mu Zhurong as she wished, Su Qingli couldn't help but show her charm carefully and enthusiastically in front of her beloved man. When Mu Yixi heard this voice, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Standing in front of him was a pretty little girl with big eyes and willowy eyebrows. She was about the same age as Mu Yuxuan, but her raised chin, impatient expression, and casual stance showed the education gap between her and Mu Yuxuan. Her name was Hu Ankai, Hu Qin's youngest daughter, whose father was unknown, and was Mu Yuxi's half-sister. In the previous life, he and Hu Ankai were raised by Hu Qin together. If her treatment of Mu Yixi was always akin to being raised by a stepmother, then Hu Ankai was the little princess held in the palm of her hand. No matter how arrogant and self-willed she was, Hu Qin was willing to indulge her, as if to compensate her for everything she had missed. At that time, Mu Yixi, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan were close on the surface, but had deliberately drawn a line in their hearts, but he also couldn't get close to Hu Ankai in any way. He didn't like her willful selfishness, but because of Hu Qin, he tried to treat her as a younger sister, and always gave her everything she asked for, until she seduced Feng Kun to cause Mu Yuxuan to have an abortion. At this moment, looking at Hu Ankai, Mu Yixi found that her heart did not have any fluctuations. It was no different from looking at a stranger. No, it should be said that he was a little more vigilant. He didn't want Hu Ankai to get close to Mu Yuxuan at all. Even if Hu Ankai was just a little girl he could easily squeeze to death. Do you know where your mother is? Mu Yixi asked. I know, I don't know, so I want you to take me to find her? Hu Ankai said with her arms akimbo. Where to find? You just follow me. Hu Ankai backed her hands, leaping forward to lead the way. Mu Yixi slowly followed behind her. Go faster? Hu Ankai turned around and yelled at him, walking forward, looking familiar with the way she was going. Yeah. Mu Yixi still walked slowly. Was that your sister just now? Hu Ankai frowned and said, I saw you walking while holding her hand. It's useless to hold hands when you are so big. Don't hold my hand, or I will hit you. You are not my sister. Why should I hold your hand? Mu Yixi said. My mother said you are my brother? Hu Ankai blurted out. After speaking this, annoyance flashed across her face. Probably this sentence was originally forbidden to her. How come? I only have a younger sister, Xiaoxian. Mu Yixi shook his head calmly. Hu Ankai immediately pouted. I don't think you are my brother too. My brother can only have one sister. I don't want a brother who has other sisters. Mu Yixi nodded. Do you have any other brothers and sisters? No. My mother has only me, Hu Ankai said proudly. I have many younger brothers and sisters. They are all very good. My mother loves us very much. Mu Yixi also proudly said. No, my mother can only love me, Hu Ankai said. Who is your mother? Mu Yixi asked. My mother is Hu Qin, Hu Ankai said subconsciously. Then she opened her eyes and stopped abruptly to look at Mu Yixi. Mu Yixi didn't respond, and said indifferently, Hu Qin? Who is that? I don't know. At this moment, they had already walked to the backyard of the house. It was planted with trees and flowers, far away from the noise in front, and it was very secretive. How can you not even know your own mother? Hu Ankai asked angrily. Mu Yixi looked at her as if she was an idiot. Of course I know my mother. Hu Ankai exploded. Then you said you didn't know her again? Mu Yixi continued to look at her like an idiot and said patiently, "Of course I know my mother. My mother is Mu's wife Feng Zhen." "Nonsense. Your mother is my mother, Hu Qin." Hu Ankai jumped, feeling that Mu Yixi was stupid. "I don't know," Mu Yixi said quietly. Hu Qin, who had been hiding behind a tree and listening for a while, finally couldn't help but walk out. Without saying a word, her tears flowed out first. "Zioxi, I am your biological mother." Mu Yixi saw the stranger with a vigilant expression on his face and took a step back. Unlike the quick glance more than 2 years ago, this time, Mu Yixi looked at Hu Qin clearly. Although the Hu Qin he saw that time was still gorgeous, it was hard to hide the wind and frost brought about by the embarrassment of life, and her face was full of mean calculations. Now Hu Qin had changed a lot. She changed her hairstyle, dressed in designer clothes, painted herself with delicate makeup, and looked like a lady. In Mu Yuxi's memory, this should be her image that gradually changed after he entered Mu's house at the age of 12. Because Mu's family gave her a sum of money to let her give up his custody. However, he always remembered that their family life was difficult, and no matter what money gift he got, he would give it to her. Hu Qin's economic situation got better, and she began to live a life of luxury and profligacy. Even Hu Ankai was raised in the way of a rich lady, even getting the stars on asking. Now it seemed that even without Mu Yuxi's thrifty support, Hu Qin was still living very well. Maybe the poverty he was once forced to endure was just acting for him, in order to deepen his hatred of the Mu family. Mu Yuxi laughed at himself, how stupid he was in the previous life, that he would turn a blind eye to all this, and believe whatever Hu Qin said. Hu Qin was crying, as if she was very sad. "Zioxi, I really am your mother. You were born by me? You are Mu Zhurong's biological son, not an adopted child. Feng Zhen adopted you to guarantee her son's inheritance rights. She deliberately separated us mother and child. She is not a good person. Don't believe her and recognize that bitch as a mother." "You are bullshitting?" Mu Yuxi paled in shock, and he denied in disbelief. "You are the bad guy? You are not allowed to slander my mother. Look at what Feng Zhen taught you, even your biological mother is not being recognized. Did she never tell you who your biological mother is?" Hu Qin said. Mu Yuxi felt suffocated, as if he was hit. Hu Qin seemed to think that she held the bargaining chip of victory. "If you don't believe it, we can find a doctor for a paternity test. The doctor's words are definitely right. Believe me, Zioxi, you really are my son. I am your mother. Feng Zhen is not? It's not like this." Mu Yuxi shook his head in a panic, holding his head. 2 years ago, my mother adopted me, mom saved me," he said incoherently. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Hu Qin stopped her tears and asked tentatively, "Do you remember what happened 2 years ago?" The doctor's report had said that he suffered severe physical and mental injuries that caused his memory to be disordered. He no longer remembered being abandoned before the age of 6. Did he remember being abused? Mu Yuxi's expression was very dazed. He seemed to be trying to think back, and said with great difficulty, "It's mother, mommy. I wanted to take you away at that time, but your good mother Feng Zhen drove me away. I see you. Do you know how much mother missed you in the past 2 years?" Hu Qin cried again. Hu Ankai glared at Mu Yuxi angrily, and said, "Mom, don't be sad. He doesn't recognize you as your mother. We won't care about him." Hu Qin said, "Ankai, he is your brother. You can't say that to him. This is not his fault. Someone has been lying to him." Mu Yuxi's face tightened. He clasped his hands and looked at her tangledly and at a loss. After a long while, he whispered, "Don't cry." His attitude softened slightly. Hu Qin was overjoyed and immediately said, "I'm not forcing you to believe me right away. Think about it for yourself. But you must be careful of Feng Zhen and her children. They don't treat you sincerely. Mom is saying this all for your own good." Mu Yuxi said nothing, struggling with a contradictory expression on his face. Hu Qin was a little irritated, but she knew that Mrs. Mu had raised Mu Yuxi for more than 2 years, and she must have brainwashed him. It was impossible for Mu Yuxi to turn to her at once, so she must take her time and be subtle with him. After all, he had crawled out of her belly. As long as she put in a little thought and time, Hu Qin believed that Mu Yuxi could be of use for her. "I will visit you often. But don't tell Feng Zhen about our meetings. Otherwise, they will definitely separate us again," Hu Qin said. Mu Yuxi was silent for a while, then nodded gently. Hu Qin breathed a sigh of relief, said a few more concerned and provocative words, and led Hu Ankai away. As they walked away, the deliberate expression on Mu Yuxi's face quickly closed, as if he had wiped it with his hand, and he returned to his expressionless face. Just now when Hu Qin burst into tears, knowing that it was a delusion, he still couldn't control his hopes, hoping that his biological mother had feelings for him, even if he was only of use to her, he would be a little sincere if she treated him as a son. However, she cried so sadly, and she said so many times that he was her son, but even until she left, she didn't even think about hugging him, even if it was just to act like a qualified mother. Mu Yuxi felt that his last life was for her. Everything about himself was a complete joke. Mu Yuxi suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Have you seen enough? Come out." Feng Weiming silently came out from behind the tree and looked at him calmly. "Who told you to follow me?" Mu Yuxi asked unhappily. He had discovered that Feng Weiming had come before, but he faced Hu Qin and Hu Ankai without showing any signs. Feng Weiming could not say that because Mu Yixi had been out for too long. Mrs. Mu became worried, and Feng Weiming offered to come look for him, because he felt that something was wrong with Mu Yixi tonight, and he couldn't let others know. Over the past year, although Feng Weiming would occasionally be angry with Mu Yixi, but most of the time, Mu Yixi took care of him, and sometimes even treated him better than Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan. Weiming's heart was not made of stone. On the surface, he seemed to be relatively indifferent to Mu Yixi, but in fact, he had gradually identified with him in his heart and treated him as an older brother. So even though Mu Yuxi's tone was a bit bad at this time, he thought of what he had just heard, and Feng Weiming didn't care about it. "Auntie is looking for you," Feng Weiming said. When it came to Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuxi's face improved a bit. He approached Feng Weiming, suppressing his voice and warned, "Everything you saw just now, don't tell anyone." This sentence was extremely rude, and Mu Yuxi's attitude towards him at this time was very different, as if the mask he was wearing all the time had been torn apart, and he looked cold and emotionless. Feng Weiming's eyes were cold. Why? Mu Yuxi smiled and said, "You want me to tell Xiaoqi what your real relationship with him is?" Hearing a knock on the door, Feng Weiming opened the door, and when he saw who it was, he closed the door immediately. "Don't use this trick every time," Mu Yuxi complained, walked in with the door panel, and climbed onto Feng Weiming's bed familiarly. The bed was set by Weiming, and when Mu Yuxi lay in the warm bed, the chill that he had been feeling just now was completely dissipated, and he was so comfortable that he almost groaned. Seeing Feng Weiming's stern face wherein he did not approach him but glared daggers at him with his eyes, Mu Yuxi beckoned, and said warmly, "Come here, be careful of catching a cold." Feng Weiming still glared at him severely. Mu Yuxi said, "I apologize to you for the previous incident. I was in a bad mood, so I angered you. Forgive me," he said sincerely. Tonight, he saw Gu Ling at the wedding banquet first, and then met Hu Qin and Hu Ankai, which was really beyond his expectation. They evoked many bad memories for him and made him deeply feel the shadow behind the prosperity of the Mu family. It happened that he had little strength and couldn't do anything at all. When he was extremely depressed, Feng Weiming just became the scapegoat. Mu Yuxi couldn't control it for a while and lost his temper at him. Feng Weiming had never been the one to be submissive, so when he angered him, he ignored him completely with a cold face when they returned home. Feng Weiming's unilateral act of showing a cold shoulder towards Mu Yuxi often happened, and it was usually because Mu Yuxi deliberately or unintentionally did something to provoke Feng Weiming. But after a while, the two would speak again. Over time, everyone did not take it seriously. But Mu Yuxi knew it was different this time. If he didn't say things in time, Feng Weiming would not easily forgive him. Moreover, to be honest and ridiculous, since his first life, the only person who Mu Yuxi could really talk with the mentality and method of his 20s was only Feng Weiming. Due to this, Mu Yuxi did not want Feng Weiming to be truly offended. "Speak clearly." Feng Weiming asked for an explanation. "Come here first. Don't make trouble with your health." Mu Yuxi patted the pillow. Under his leadership, Feng Weiming had started laying down with Mrs. Mu, when she told a story at night, with Mu Yuki, with the courage to tease Mingming as his little brother, and with Mu Yuxuan, joining in the fun, and when they went to Mu's old house during the spring festival, Feng Weiming, Mu Yuxi, and Mu Yuki had slept together, so Feng Weiming's bottom line was pushed back again and again, and his habit of cleanliness was much milder than before. Even when Mu Yuxi occasionally crawled on his bed uninvited, Feng Weiming could barely endure it. Feng Weiming, who is making trouble? He was unwilling to climb into the bed. Even if he and Mu Yuxi were lying on the same bed, there was a gap in the middle, indicating that the line was drawn. Mu Yuxi couldn't laugh or cry, and habitually tucked him in a quilt, and wrapped the person tightly, before slowly repeating, "What you saw tonight, you have to help me keep it secret." "Why?" Feng Weiming asked. "As you can see, one of them is my biological mother and the other is my half-sister." Mu Yuxi said, "They came to me for another purpose. I need to know their purpose. I don't want my mother to be worried." "What can you do?" Feng Weiming was very suspicious. He was just talking about things. Now they were all students in a closed boarding school, staying at school till Friday. When returning to Yulian Manor on the weekend, Mrs. Mu would look after them. If Mu Yuxi's biological mother and younger sister did not live in Yulian Manor, it would be almost impossible for them to see Mu Yuxi without being caught. If you know that someone is going to hurt your most important person, but no one will believe you, what would you do? Mu Yuxi did not answer the question. Just as he knew that Su Qingli was not good and Su Zhao would betray them in the future, but he had no evidence, so he couldn't do much now. He could only watch the situation develop, secretly embarrassed. Feng Weiming did not hesitate to say, "If the most important people you are referring to are Aki and Axuan, I can help you. But if you refer to them, if they need the protection from an 8-year-old child, Mu's direct bankruptcy is also fine." Mu Yuxi was struck dumb. But when he thought about it seriously, he thought it made sense. Because he was originally an adult, he had been trying to deal with the hidden dangers of Mu's family with an adult's thinking. But at this stage he could simply worry about it. Just as Feng Weiming said, if Mu clan fell so easily in Mu Zhurong's hands, he and other people, either overtly or secretly, would not have had to plan for so many years in his previous life. And Mu Shi didn't fall down at that time, just changed the person in power. Besides, if Mu Shi and Mu Zhurong fell, did he really care? As long as Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan were intact, When his current body grew up, with his ability, couldn't he provide them with a worry-free life? Even if it was not as good as the one in Mew family, it won't be much worse. Mew Yixi still had this confidence. The same reason could be why Hu Qin came to him at this time. She certainly didn't think he could do anything. She probably just wanted to make a fool of him when he was young and coax him to stand on her side, so that she could use him in the future. It was kind of ridiculous that he was in a hurry now. Having been a carefree, happy, and comfortable child for more than 2 years, he had also deteriorated. It was only Feng Weiming, a real child, who saw the situation clearly. Mew Yixi couldn't help but glance at Feng Weiming more. Although it was difficult to please him, he looked pleasing to the eye and had a good brain. It was a good thing to have him. Have you seen enough? Feng Weiming said unhappily, taking out what Mew Yixi had said about him tonight and stabbing him. Not enough. Obviously, you are the most beautiful. Mew Yixi smiled. Feng Weiming's face turned black. He least liked people saying he was beautiful. This had not changed. Mew Yixi did it on purpose. Thank you for listening to me, obviously. Mew Yixi said emotionally after amusing himself. Feng Weiming turned his head and glared at him slightly. Mew Yixi used this skill of hitting with a stick then giving a sweet jujube thoroughly. Feng Weiming was already too lazy to get angry with him. He used to stretch his foot out to kick him, but Mew Yixi would take the opportunity to rush him to play with him. However, Feng Weiming's force was not worth his, and he was exhausted physically and mentally every time. Later, Feng Weiming also learned to behave, and no longer did anything to him. He was going to learn Taekwondo? Feng Weiming didn't speak up, and Mew Yixi didn't bother. He closed his mouth as well, rolled around in the quilt slightly, and pulled a part of the quilt over. Feng Weiming, ==. Mew Yixi continued to roll and rolled onto Feng Weiming's body. Before Feng Weiming reacted, he rolled off again, and he was far away. Feng Weiming, #. Mew Yixi turned his head to look at his expression, smirked under the quilt, his shoulders trembled with laughter, and all the depression of the night was gone. The muscles in Feng Weiming's mind broke, and he finally couldn't help but rush over, riding on him, and moving him left and right through the quilt. Are you only 3 years old this year? Mew Yixi wailed exaggeratedly and said something which stopped him in one sentence. Do you want to know what I mean by the last words? Feng Weiming's beating stopped. He immediately understood what Mew Yixi was referring to. He saw Mew Yixi meeting his biological mother and sister. Mew Yixi threatened him not to let him speak out. Feng Weiming didn't like his attitude towards him, and asked him why. But Mew Yixi said that he would tell Xiaoqi his true relationship with Xiaoqi. Feng Weiming was nervous all night because of this sentence. He was not sure what Mew Yixi knew. Seeing that Feng Weiming's eyes were at a rarely seen loss, Mew Yixi raised his hands in a surrender posture. Don't worry, I promise I won't say anything. I don't know what you are talking about. Feng Weiming's mouth had gone hard. Mew Yixi deliberately said, you and my mother are related, right? I mean, a blood relationship, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Feng Weiming's face was sullen, and a flash of shock quickly flashed in his eyes. How would he know? I guessed. Mew Yixi said softly. As a former enemy, Mew Yixi had a deep understanding of Feng Weiming. After getting along for a long time, Mew Yixi knew better than anyone that he was definitely not the kind of person who overflowed with love. On the contrary, he cared for very few people. Feng Weiming had no sense of belonging to the Mew family. The only thing he cared about before was Mew Juking, his adoptive father who spent countless thoughts on him after adopting him. But a year ago Mew Juking did something that Feng Weiming could not accept. No one knew what it was, so he unilaterally broke with Mew Juking, and he still hadn't reconciled with Mew Juking until now. Feng Weiming stayed in Yulian Manor and was being raised by Mrs. Mew as a son. His temperament gradually changed a bit, and he was not as rejecting as before. Many people thought that he had realized that Mew Juking was not sheltering him from the wind and rain anymore, that he was sent under the fence and had to recognize the situation clearly, so he became sensible. Mew Yixi scoffed at this. Living in Yulian Manor and receiving preferential treatment from Mew Juking, Feng Weiming felt at ease because he knew that his uncle Mew Zhurong had received benefits from his adoptive father Mew Juking. Since it was an equivalent exchange, why would Feng Weiming feel ashamed? Feng Weiming changed only because he was willing to change. One of his biggest changes was in his attitude towards Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan. He respected and was close to Mrs. Mew, and he also paid close attention to Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan. Others might not find it strange, because Mrs. Mew had always been very good to Feng Weiming. Feng Weiming had become sensible, and it was normal to want to return one or two things. If it was Feng Weiming, before the break with Mew Juking, no matter how good Mrs. Mew and the others were to him, he would not take the initiative to supervise Mew Yuki's studies, and still manage it every day. To put it simply, Feng Weiming used to treat Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan as 3 familiar strangers. Only Mew Yuki was a bit better. Now Feng Weiming treated them as relatives. That was a completely different attitude. Mew Yuxi guessed that in the process of breaking with Mew Juking, Feng Weiming learned something about Mrs. Mew. After Feng Weiming lost Mew Juking as his adoptive father, he involuntarily approached Mrs. Mew and started looking for family affection from her. If Feng Weiming had ever looked in the mirror, he would know that the way he treated Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan was the way he treated his relatives. Although he was cautious and not affectionate enough, Mew Yuxi understood the feeling. He guessed it was Mrs. Mu's side, because Feng Weiming's attitude towards Mu Zhirong had not changed. Looking at Feng Weiming's reaction, Mu Yixi felt that he was right. This also explained why Feng Weiming defended Mu Yuki so much in his last life. Mu Yixi asked, "Your parents are related to the Feng family?" The Feng family was Mrs. Mu's natal family. Feng Weiming turned away from Mu Yuxi and got back into the bed. Mu Yuxi guessed that the answer was yes. "Well, I won't ask. I will keep it secret." Mu Yuxi said, "You have to help me keep secrets about my affairs. Are you finished?" Feng Weiming said coldly, "Get out after you finish." "No, it's cold outside." Mu Yuxi covered himself with the quilt, turned around and turned his back to Feng Weiming. "I don't want to sleep with you," Feng Weiming said annoyed. Mu Yuxi, zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Feng Weiming, hashtag. "Hey, you dare to kick me? Want to fight, right?" He rolled over in the bed, hashtag at asterisk at hashtag. Huh. Obviously, you just didn't learn well. The pillow fell on the floor, and the quilt was kicked out of the bed. Mu Yuxi rolled Feng Weiming's hand back and pressed on him triumphantly. Feng Weiming glared at him from the corner of his eyes, and suddenly his white teeth flashed. Hiss. "Feng Xiaoming, you are a dog." They started fighting again for 300 rounds. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the car drove into the Yulian Manor. There were 4 people in the car. Uncle Rong, the driver, was in the driving seat and was responsible for driving. Su Qingli was in the co-pilot seat. She turned her head from time to time to look at Mu Zhirong and Su Zhao in the back row. Su Zhao was already drunk and lying on his back slantingly, almost unconscious. Compared to Su Zhao's lack of demeanor, Mu Zhirong, who had also drank too much, still looked personable. He held his forehead with his hands, closing his eyes as he rested. The car stopped and Mu Zhirong opened his eyes. Su Qingli quickly got out of the car, walked to the back seat and opened the door. "Brother Zhirong, how do you feel?" The voice was tender. She had worn a dress for the banquet tonight, with a one-shoulder design, showing her shoulders and a small bit of breasts. She had ditched her usual fresh style of dressing. Many people had stared at her tonight. The banquet was an informal commercial banquet, and the scene was a bit chaotic. Su Qingli was not required to attend. Mu Zhirong always took Tan Qinro there, but it was rare that Tan Qinro was unwell and could not go with him. Su Qingli volunteered to replace her. This was the first time Su Qingli had the opportunity to become Mu Zhirong's female companion alone, and she would never give up this opportunity. Mu Zhirong had nothing to say about it. Seeing that her work ability was not bad, he nodded in agreement. Su Zhao didn't approve of it, but Mu Zhirong nodded, and Su Qingli was eager to try again, so he had to take her to explain, telling her to be smart and follow them closely. It was a pity that Su Qingli really lacked experience in dealing with this kind of occasion. She was caught in the wrong place and was forced to drink. Mu Zhirong and Su Zhao couldn't leave her alone. They could only drink instead of her. Su Qingli felt annoyed that she was dragging them back, and at the same time she was happy that Mu Zhirong stood in front of her to give her a hand. And even if they were eating and drinking, when it was time, Mu Zhirong stood up to go home, not staying and in turn stunning those who had begun to show their ugliness. Those people didn't dare to embarrass him, at most they punished him to drink 2 more glasses, and sent him away kindly. Su Qingli could clearly see the love and envy in the eyes of the women present. They seemed to sigh, why did they fail to become Mrs. Mu? Su Qingli couldn't help thinking, when will she become Mrs. Mu? After keeping it down all night, with her cautious temperament, she carelessly showed a little affection towards Mu Zhirong. But Mu Zhirong looked the same as usual. In fact, his eyes were slightly dazed, he was obviously drunk and confused, so he hadn't noticed Su Qingli abnormality at all. Su Qingli reached out to help him, and he leaned against her directly. Mu Zhirong could stand firm by instinct. Su Qingli didn't need to exert any effort to hold his arm against his body. There was a feeling of a dream coming true, and her face flushed with excitement. Uncle Rong, the driver, wanted to help. Su Qingli cleverly blocked it. "Mr. Mu is fine, it'll be fine. Uncle Rong, please take care of my brother." Seeing Mu Zhirong's face, Uncle Rong saw no objection, so he did not insist. Su Qingli helped Mu Zhirong walk into the house all the way, wishing that the road under her feet would be longer. In fact, it would be better if there was no end. She thought she could send Mu Zhirong directly to the study lounge. Mrs. Mu should be asleep at this hour. In the past, whenever Mu Zhirong came back late, he didn't disturb Mrs. Mu and went to the study lounge for the night. The supporting facilities in the lounge were very complete, more spacious and comfortable than the guest rooms. She had just started to go up to the 2nd floor when Mrs. Mu, who was wearing a home-style dress, greeted her. Su Qingli was taken aback, and immediately calmed her expression as if nothing had happened. Then she smiled. "Mrs., you haven't slept yet?" Mrs. Mu nodded at her, looked at Mu Zhirong with concern, and stretched out her hand. "How can you drink like this?" Mu Zhirong took her hand and pulled her into his arms. Then there was no sound, and the whole person was lying on her in a relaxed manner. Su Qingli instantly fell to one side alone. A warm yellow light was on in the aisle of the stairs, and the light always remained on before the male owner arrived home. Under the warm light, Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu were intimately close together, as if they were one entity, and others seemed to be unable to intrude between them. Su Qingli's good mood for the night disappeared immediately. Her eyes darkened when she looked at Mrs. Mu. Seeing that Mrs. Mu was struggling to hold up the relaxed Mu Zhurong, Su Qingli hurriedly went over to help. Mrs. Mu smiled apologetically to her. The two worked together to help Mu Zhurong into the master bedroom. Mu Zhurong lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Like an outsider, Su Qingli watched Mrs. Mu take off his shoes and unbutton his shirt to make him sleep more comfortably. Mrs. Mu found that Su Qingli was still standing on the side. "Thank you for just now, Qingli. This is what I should do," Su Qingli said. "I'll get you a hot towel." Without waiting for Mrs. Mu's response, she turned and walked into the bathroom. Mrs. Mu was a little surprised and felt that it was not suitable for Su Qingli to stay here like this. With her usual cleverness, she should avoid it early, but she was so diligent that Mrs. Mu couldn't rush her clearly for a while. Of course, Su Qingli knew that she should say goodbye and could not rely on it to avoid being seen by Mrs. Mu. But she didn't want to leave like this, but she also didn't know what she could do. Deliberately procrastinating in the bathroom for a while, when Su Qingli came out with a hot towel, Mrs. Mu was no longer in the bedroom, only Mu Zhurong was lying on the bed with his clothes messed up. Su Qingli was stunned. When Mrs. Mu came back with the hangover tea, Su Qingli stood at the door of the master bedroom respectfully and immediately said, "Mrs., if there is nothing else, I will go back." Mrs. Mu said, "It's so late, you're a girl, why don't you just stay in the guest room for one night?" Su Qingli shook her head. "Thank you, madam. It's okay, I didn't drink, I'm sober, I want to send my brother back to return him to sister-in-law," she said mischievously. Mrs. Mu politely persuaded her with a few more words, but Su Qingli tactfully refused and insisted on leaving. Mrs. Mu had to say, "Then you be careful on the way back." Su Qingli smiled and agreed. When Su Qingli left, Mrs. Mu returned to the room and found that there was a dish of clean hot water beside the bed, and a neatly folded towel was placed on the edge of the dish. And Mu Zhurong was still how he looked like when she went out, without having been freshened up. Obviously, Su Qingli didn't do anything untoward. Just now Su Qingli stayed in the room. For a moment, Mrs. Mu felt that she wanted to take care of Mu Zhurong on her behalf. Mrs. Mu thought, Su Qingli still abides by the rules. The abnormality just now, maybe she was just tired. Mrs. Mu put the hangover tea on the table, twisted the towel to wipe Mu Zhurong's face, wiped it to the side of her neck, when Mrs. Mu was startled slightly. Because the towel was stained with a faint red. Very light red, like a little bit left after wiping the color of the lipstick. And just now when Mu Zhurong leaned on her and she touched this position, there was nothing on it. Mu Yixi rushed to throw the lipstick-coated tissue into the toilet, and then stretched out and beat back a big yawn. "You are not a good thing," Feng Weiming said after having been observing Mu Yixi for a few months. In order to dig a hole for Su Qingli to jump, Mu Yixi prepared for several months. Like a thief, he secretly recorded Mu Zhurong's schedule, presumably by Mu Zhurong's movements and through other people's words and deeds, to find ways to help Mrs. Mu see such a scene. Then he seized this opportunity at once and used the paper towel covered with lipstick lightly printed on it on Mu Zhurong's neck. It was almost seamless. The only fly in the ointment was that Feng Weiming, who was deliberately observing him, caught the plan. Because after Su Zhao's wedding banquet that night, Feng Weiming had been slightly wary of Mu Yixi. He always wanted to make sure that Mu Yixi was harmless to Mrs. Mu and the others. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Mu Yixi had a clear conscience on this point and generously allowed him to supervise, but he had to make 3 rules to prevent him from intervening in what he wanted to do. Feng Weiming agreed, and then watched the whole process of Mu Yixi's design and how he framed Su Qingli. Of course, it could not be said to be framing, but revealing Su Qingli real thoughts. Hearing Feng Weiming's brilliant summary, Mu Yixi seemed to curl his lips at him proudly. "Are you fighting the injustice against Su Qingli?" Mu Yixi said confidently. "I remember you didn't like her either." Feng Weiming, "She is not a good thing either. Her all actions were a very low-level thing in themselves." Su Qingli had a boyfriend? When they had come to Mu's old house to practice calligraphy, they saw that Su Qingli and her boyfriend had come to visit her elders. Seeing this, Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming looked at each other and were quite surprised. After pitting Su Qingli that night, Mu Yixi carefully observed Mrs. Mu's reaction. He didn't know if she really didn't care or concealed it well. Mu Yixi didn't notice any abnormalities in Mrs. Mu, and her relationship with Mu Zhurong was also the same as usual. It was still more than close but not enough. Su Qingli was also Mu Zhurong's assistant secretary, and Mu Yixi could meet her once or twice a month in Yulian manner. She was still respectful to Mrs. Mu, but her attitude towards him had improved a little bit more than before and she had become enthusiastic towards him. As for how Mrs. Mu and Su Qingli got along when they were alone, Mu Yixi had no way of knowing. This made him uncertain of their true thoughts for a while. But in Mu Yixi's impression, the Su Qingli who was so obsessed with Mu Zhurong that she had not married until the age of 40 in his last life, suddenly had a boyfriend. This boyfriend was Yu Yang, 26 years old, of medium build, average looks, had a family business and was from a small family. They were suited to each other. Su Qingli mother Tang Yanhua was extremely satisfied. She pulled him over to show him to Grandma Mu, who also thought she was a good boy. The two old ladies looked at the young couple Su Qingli and Yu Yang, smiling from ear to ear. Doubts arose in Mu Yixi's heart. Could it be that Mrs. Mu used a method? Or was Su Qingli finally wanting to open up, no longer clinging to Mu Zhurong? Mu Yixi was puzzled, and he thought about it when he started practicing calligraphy. He was criticized by Mu Jingwei for being inattentive, and he was fined to write one more article. When he went back, he dragged Feng Weiming to analyze it together, but Feng Weiming didn't understand it either. Feng Weiming intuitively disliked Su Qingli, but his understanding of her was superficial, and most of it was heard from Mu Yixi. Mu Yixi didn't say much, only that Su Qingli treatment of Mu Zhurong was unusual and might affect the relationship between Mu Zhurong and his wife. Feng Weiming only paid attention to it. When he was being raised by Mu Juking had no shortage of suitors. Many wanted to get close to Mu Juking through him. He saw a lot and knew a little bit about the relationship between men and women. He understood that Mu Yixi meant when he said that Su Qingli had other thoughts, which might ruin Mrs. Mu's marriage. So, Feng Weiming and Mu Yixi united against the same enemy. But it was said that since Su Qingli had a boyfriend, they had started talking about marriage. It seemed that the couple's success was ironclad, and Feng Weiming also found it very sudden. He didn't think Mu Yixi was lying, so since Mu Yixi was fine, Su Qingli must be the one who had the problem. Feng Weiming hesitated and pointed out the most obvious point. Everyone is happy. Su Qingli had a boyfriend, and everyone was very happy. Needless to say, Tang Yanhua was happy to find a good home for her daughter at the right age unlike her brother Su Zhao, so she was completely relieved. Grandma Mu had watched Su Qingli grow up and treated her as a daughter. She was also very happy. It was estimated that Mrs. Mu must also be happy since the woman who coveted her husband was going to marry someone else, and she didn't need to feel constrained because of her sensitive identity anymore. Mu Yuxuan knew that her sister Qingli was going to be a bride, so she could be a beautiful flower girl, so she must be happy too. It was a happy ending for everyone. Yu Yang's appearance as the leading actor was always in line with Tang Yanhua's vision. Mu Yuxi knew the problem. Su Qingli had done it deliberately. She had liked Mu Zhurong since she was a child. Whenever she saw any man, she would always use Mu Zhurong as a reference, with a very high vision. How could she suddenly like a man whose conditions were much worse than Mu Zhurong? Bringing such a man back was most likely for blocking Tang Yanhua's mouth, because in Tang Yanhua's mind, Su Qingli's status was only worthy of Yu Yang's type. It was not surprising that Su Qingli would find a boyfriend as a shield to prevaricate against Tang Yanhua urging her to marry, but how could she still be so natural and calm when it came to getting married? Although the date of the wedding had not been confirmed, she had shown no rejection towards getting married and had always laughed and said that she would marry him as soon as possible. But she should be very clear that if she got married, even if she was divorced in the future, she would not be able to enter Mu's house in this life. The Mu family treated her as if she were their own child. But when it came to marriage, the threshold for the Mu family was not low. What exactly did Su Qingli want to do? Although they were cautious towards her, they still needed to study hard. So, Mu Yuxi and the others had little contact with Su Qingli every day. Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu would obviously not take the initiative to talk about Su Qingli. Mu Yuxi only heard about her occasionally when he went to Mu's old house. If it was to be said in a few words, Su Qingli and her boyfriend were in a stable relationship, and good things were coming. After a long time, Mu Yuxi also let go. Because now there was no reason to guard against thieves all the time, so Mu Yuxi decided to bring Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan a little closer. Mu Yuki had no objection. He and Mu Yuxi were used to being inseparable. And no matter what Mu Yuki wanted to do, whether it was exercise or studies, Mu Yuxi could keep up with him. The two brothers had similar interests, so they didn't get bored together. Mu Yuxuan complained sweetly, "Brother, you are about to become a second mother." 10-year-old Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki, who were in the 5th grade, already had the demeanor of handsome teenagers. Mu Yuxi often took Mu Yuki to the 3rd grade classroom downstairs to see Mu Yuxuan, followed by Feng Weiming, the most recognized young man in the school, and Qin He, a big-time student at the Yan Primary School. As soon as this lineup came out, it immediately attracted the attention of the entire floor. Mu Yuxuan was their sister, the only little girl who dared to approach the 4 of them in one breath. Further, she was still very doted on, and had become the existence of whom all her little girlfriends were envious and jealous of and had to flatter. Mu Yuxuan got so much face, so there was no need to mention how proud she was. She was a small person with a strong backing. Oh, Q. So this complaint was not true. Mu Yuxuan liked her brother Teddy the most. On Friday, Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki ordered Feng Weiming to get out of the physical education class first, and then they went to the 3rd grade floor to meet Mu Yuxuan together, but they didn't expect that she would be nowhere to be found. A little girl plucked up the courage to come over, her face flushed red, as she stammered, "Just now, someone came to see Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian went out with her. Xiaoxian asked me to tell you that she was at the gate of the school, waiting for you." Mu Yuxi recognized her as one of Mu Yuxuan's best friends, named Lu Yunyan. He smiled gently at her. "Sister Yunyan, thank you. Did Xiaoxian tell you who was looking for her?" Lu Yunyan didn't expect Mu Yuxi to remember her name. She had become flattered and said with encouragement, "She didn't say, but she seemed to know that sister very well, and I seemed to hear her calling her Qin sister." "Sister Qingli?" Mu Yuxi asked. Suddenly, Lu Yunyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's the name. Thank you," Mu Yuxi said hurriedly, turning his head and rushing to the school gate. Feng Weiming frowned and quickly followed. Mu Yuki was taken aback by their reaction. "Zioxi, Mingming, why are you running?" Mu Yixi didn't answer his question, his whole body stretched tight. Nothing happened. Then why did Su Qingli come to the school specially to find Mu Yuxuan? Mu Yixi did not forget that the two dangers Mu Yuxuan experienced when she was a child were related to Su Qingli. One was the kidnapping case when Mu Yuxuan was 3 years old, and the second was a traffic accident when she was 9 years old, and in both incidents, Su Qingli played the role of savior, thus gaining the full trust of Mu Yuxuan and Mrs. Mu as well as the Mu family. When Mu Yuxuan was 3 years old, there was already a kidnapping case, and Su Qingli gained a credit and was remembered by the Mu family. Mu Yuxuan was 8 years old this year, 1 year before the traffic accident had happened in his previous life. But after the variable where Gu Ling married Su Zhao, Mu Yixi had long been less sure about the past he knew. After Su Qingli made a boyfriend, he intuitively felt that she was planning something, and he followed Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan closely. Su Qingli hadn't moved, but now she had made a move, and this caused Mu Yixi to immediately heighten his vigilance. He wanted to rush to Mu Yuxuan's side as soon as possible. When he ran to the school gate, he just saw Su Qingli smiling and handing Mu Yuxuan an exquisite box. Mu Yixi shouted, "Xiao Xian?" Su Qingli and Mu Yuxuan raised their heads together. Mu Yuxuan smiled sweetly, holding the box and presenting her treasure to Mu Yixi. "Big brother, Sister Qingli bought us cakes from Candy House." Candy House was a well-known cake shop in Xinan City. It was said that people were always lined up to get an order of cakes. So, they were always booked, and you couldn't order it without a week's notice. In such a long time, Mu Yixi and the others had only eaten it once, and the sweet-loving Mu Yixi and Mu Yuxuan had never forgotten the cake shop. Mu Yixi breathed evenly, winking at Feng Weiming behind him, asking him to drag Mu Yuki away. He walked over to Mu Yuxuan himself and took the cake box with one hand, and took Mu Yuxuan's hand with the other, and smiled. "We've troubled you, Sister Qingli. Sister Qingli doesn't have to go to work today? How come you have time to come over? Uncle Rong asked for a leave today. Xiaohe and I happened to pass by your school on a business trip and came to pick you up. Don't worry, your father knows," Su Qingli said, pointing to the car parked on the opposite road. Xiaohe, the driver who had been newly allocated to Mu Zhirong, stretched out his hand from the car window and waved to them. "That's it," Mu Yixi observed Su Qingli face. Seeing that she had no trace of abnormality, he wondered if he was being too worried. "Brother, let's go home and eat cake," Mu Yuxuan said softly, her big eyes gleaming with desire. "Okay, let's go." Mu Yixi led Mu Yuxuan carefully across the road, leaving Su Qingli behind intentionally or unintentionally. Su Qingli said, "Look carefully at the road and be careful of the vehicles." As school had gotten over, many students and parents were gathered at the school gate. There were other people crossing the road with Mu Yixi and Mu Yuxuan. Mu Yixi sent Mu Yuxuan to the side of the car, half-heartedly. At this moment, it was impossible for Su Qingli to arrange a traffic accident to save Mu Yuxuan, unless she was so frantic that she didn't take the lives of other people seriously. Su Qingli might be paranoid, but she was not a murderer. Suddenly there was a harsh brake and engine noise coming from not far away, and a car appeared in the middle of the road without warning. The car twisted around in the shape of a snake, and then rushed towards the school gate. Many students and parents stood there. The screams came one after another. It was too late to say that it was fast. A heavy motorcycle came out of nowhere, hit the car at full speed from one side with all its strength, and knocked the car away from the school gate. The car skidded and crashed into the parked vehicle opposite the school gate. The one that was hit the most was the one with Xiaohe. "Xiao Xian?" Mu Yuxi woke up with the smell of the disinfectant around him. "Zioxi. Brother? Brother?" Seeing him open his eyes, Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki along with Weiming who were guarding the bed surrounded him, and Mu Yuxuan who was lying on another hospital bed turned over and sat up, craning her neck to look at him. Both Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki's eyes were red. Feng Weiming did not have red eyes, but his complexion was not good. They stared at him without blinking. Mu Yuxi blinked slowly. His memory still remained at the moment the car was knocked over. A huge black shadow shrouded him from above in an instant. He didn't even have time to escape. He reflexively hugged Mu Yuxuan and lay down, firmly guarding her under his body. He felt a pain in his head, and then he didn't know anything. "Where is Xiao Xian? Is Xiao Xian okay?" Mu Yuxi regained consciousness and asked immediately. He was startled because when he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and dry, and because he was too excited, he felt dizzy. At this time, he also noticed a tightness on his head, so it was probably wrapped in gauze. "Brother, I'm here, I'm fine," Mu Yuxuan immediately said loudly when she heard him asking about her. As she said this and started sobbing, Mu Yuxuan's swollen rabbit eyes appeared beside Mu Yuxi's bed with those swollen rabbit eyes setting off against her pale face. Mu Yuki hugged her shoulders like a guard, and a lingering fear flashed across his face. Mu Yuxuan didn't seem to be in serious trouble but had some slight abrasions on her forehead and hands and feet, which had been properly handled. But for safety reasons, she needed to stay in the hospital for observation for 1 or 2 days. In order to facilitate care, she and Mu Yuxi were placed in the same ward. Mu Yuxi breathed a sigh of relief, only then did he have the intention to look at his own situation. He moved cautiously, and there was pain in his left hand, but it was not intolerable. Apart from the suffocation in his chest, he didn't seem to be hurt. The overall situation was much better than when he had woken up after being beaten into the hospital by his grandmother Huil Jiao. So, he pulled the corners of his lips and smiled at everyone to comfort them. Mrs. Mew's tears flowed down. You Mrs. Mew choked up, not knowing what to say for a while. She was scared to death in these 2 days. There was an accident at the school, and news of the injuries of the 2 children reached her, and her whole body was weakened. She immediately rushed to the hospital with Mew Jurong, and learned that Mew Yuxuan had only suffered minor injuries, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Mew Yuxi's unconsciousness made her heart race again. When the police came to explain the situation, Mrs. Mew got to know how dangerous the situation was at that time. A man suspected of suffering from mental illness drove a car and wanted to rush into school. He was smashed away by a man driving a motorcycle. The car changed its direction and crashed into a parked car on the other side. Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuxuan happened to be beside the car, and the whole body was pressed on them after the car turned over. If it weren't for Mew Yuxi's quick response, as he got into the car holding Mew Yuxuan and hugged Mew Yuxuan tightly in the bumps to protect her, what Mrs. Mew would see would be the bodies of the 2 of them. Thinking about this, Mrs. Mew was terrified. With Mew Yuxi's ability to react, he could have actually escaped in time, but he chose to protect his sister. Mrs. Mew was angry at his boldness and desperation, but if it weren't for him, Mew Yuxuan would not have been able to keep her small life. Mrs. Mew expressed her sincere gratitude to Mew Yuxi, and then she was shocked to realize her selfishness. Although she had always treated Mew Yuxi very nicely, treating him just like a parent would their child, and never differentiated among the several children, but at this critical juncture, the first thing she thought of was her biological child. If Mew Yuxuan was gone, she would probably be half dead. Perhaps this was nothing wrong, but Mrs. Mew felt guilty towards Mew Yuxi, and she couldn't face him for a while. Seeing Mrs. Mew's tears, Mew Yuxi suddenly went silly. When had he seen Mrs. Mew's feelings so exposed? She had always been graceful and indifferent. So, he hurriedly said, "Mom, don't cry. Xiaoxian and I are fine in /o/vel/b/in.c//om. You stupid boy." Mrs. Mew was deeply touched, and she cried straight in his arms. Mew Yuxi didn't know where to put his hands and feet, so he winced helplessly at Mew Yuki and the others. But Mew Yuki and Mew Yuxuan were close to each other. Watching him squash their mouths, their tears flowed down their faces. Facing the horrible scene of a car accident and the brother who they were getting along with day and night lying motionless on the hospital bed with a white face, they were all terrified. At this time, Feng Weiming was the most reliable one. He calmly said, "Auntie, Zioxi has just woken up. We need to call a doctor and feed him water." When Feng Weiming reminded her, Mrs. Mew barely restrained her emotions and rang to call the doctor. The doctor came soon. After a series of examinations, Mew Yuxi knew that his left hand was fractured. There was a slight concussion, but his injury was not serious. It was a miracle in such a serious accident. 7 people were injured in the accident. Among them, the most injured was the motorcycle driver, because he crashed into the car with a person and a car under the condition of only wearing a helmet, and at one time he had needed to be sent to the ICU for rescue. The second was Mew's driver, Xiaohe, who turned over with the car while sitting in the car. His injuries were not minor, but fortunately his life was saved. The third was the car driver. Mew Yuxi's injury ranked 4th, and the others, including Mew Yuxuan, had minor injuries. The motorcycle driver had become a hero. If he hadn't dared his life to prevent the car from rushing into the school, the consequences would be countless times more serious than now. But his collision also led to the near death of Xiaohe, Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuxuan. The Mew family couldn't appreciate the motorcycle driver at all. Only Mew Yuxi became interested in him. After Mew Yuxi woke up, Mrs. Mew took meticulous care of him. Mew Yuxuan could be discharged from the hospital but was not willing to be discharged and wanted to stay to accompany Mew Yuxi. Mew Yuki refused to leave, preferring to sleep in a bed in the hospital. He was behaving a little nervously and had turned into an old hen staring at Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuxuan all the time. He had to see them in his sight alive so that he would not be restless. Feng Weiming said, "I will stay with Aki." Mrs. Mew simply asked them all to leave, but everyone wanted to stay with Mew Yuxi. Many people came to see Mew Yuxi and Mew Yuxuan. The school principal, some teachers, classmates, and the police also sent a friendly female policeman over who asked a few questions from them gently and carefully. From Mew's family, Mew Jingui and Grandma Mew came, and Grandma Mew took Mew Yuxi in her arms and sighed at her for being a good boy. Mew Juan and his wife Lu Piya also came with Mew Yurun and Mew Yayun. Lu Piya shed tears as she had become afraid after listening of the scene from Mrs. Mew. Both Mew Yurun and Mew Yayun were studying in Yan. Mew Yayun and Mew Yuxuan were at the same level only in different classes. How could this happen? What was that person thinking? Lu Piya had become a frightened bird and was extremely worried about the safety of the school. The lunatic who drove the car into the school was said to be from a rich family, but his business failed, and he fell into the quagmire. But at this time, it was too late to regret. The nature of the matter was too bad, and the students at the Yan primary school had a hard background, so this matter would definitely be dealt with severely. Armed police had been stationed in Yan recently, and it was estimated that they would not be withdrawn in a short time. Mrs. Mew couldn't be more distressed that the children had suffered from this unwarranted disaster. She hated the driver who caused the accident. This kind of people who only dare to vent their anger on unarmed innocent children were the most hateful. Because of this scare, Mrs. Mew's mood was a little unstable. She looked at the children at home all the time, and even Mu Jurong was annoyed by her for 2 days. For more than 2 years, Mu Jurong's attitude towards Mu Yixi had neither been salty nor indifferent. Occasionally, one more glance and one more question were all because of Mrs. Mu's face. This time Mu Yixi protected Mu Yuxuan, and Mu Jurong finally looked at this son. Recover well, Dad will not let go of those who hurt you, Mu Jurong said lightly. Mu Yixi was very suspicious. But he also hoped that Mu Jurong would seriously check whether the accident was really an accident. Mu Yixi believed that with Su Qingli cautiousness, she didn't have the courage or ability to make such a fuss. But the timing of her appearance was too coincidental, and Mu Yixi couldn't help but think about it. Both Su Zhao and Su Qingli came to visit, especially Su Qingli, who came several times, very hospitable and enthusiastic. But both Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki's attitudes were rather indifferent. The driver Xiaohe and Su Qingli went to pick the children, hurting 2 of them in the process. Su Qingli carelessness was certain. And when Mu Yuki saw the accident happen with his own eyes, Su Qingli did not hesitate to leave Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuxuan to escape. Mu Yuki was very upset, and afterwards told the situation to Mrs. Mu. They could understand Su Qingli behavior intellectually but could not accept it emotionally. No matter how much Su Qingli liked the Mu family's children before, and seemed to treat them as her relatives, this critical moment showed how true Su Qingli really was towards them. Even if she was not to blame, the intimacy over the years had disappeared. Mu Yuxi also found that Su Qingli had a guilty conscience. He inquired from the nurse sister that Su Qingli had visited the motorcycle driver who had saved many people. When the news that the motorcycle driver woke up came, Su Qingli was just there. Her face had changed slightly on the spot. Although it returned to normal soon, Mu Yuxi clearly saw it. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Su Qingli regretted until her intestines were all blue. She never thought it would be such a big trouble. Obviously, everything was well planned. Her mother, Tang Yanhua, had been concerned about her marriage since her brother Su Zhao got married, and she kept talking about it in front of Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu, which bothered Su Qingli. In addition, when Mu Jurong was drunk that night, and she returned him to Yulian Manor, she helped him upstairs. After meeting Mrs. Mu, she did something stupid and couldn't help worrying whether Mrs. Mu had seen anything. If Mu Jurong knew that she had thoughts about him that she shouldn't have, in order to protect Mrs. Mu, she wouldn't be allowed to stay in Mu family anymore. Under the double pressure, Su Qingli had an idea and found Yu Yang. Yu Yang did have a family background and work, which would definitely satisfy Tang Yanhua, and Mrs. Mu would get to know that she had a boyfriend. Even if she was suspicious in the first place, it would gradually disappear afterwards. It could be described as achieving multitude of things in one fell swoop, but when it came to marriage, Su Qingli was just talking. Of course, she would not marry Yu Yang. Because even without Mu Jurong's comparison, Yu Yang was not a good match. He was honest on the surface, but in fact he had a lot of troubles. If she hadn't got a handle to catch him, he wouldn't be so obedient as to help her. Su Qingli waited for a suitable time to break up with him. The two had been communicating for almost a year, and Tang Yanhua's urging of marriage had become more frequent. Fortunately, Su Qingli thought of another way to do it in one fell swoop. This was the inspiration she got from Mu Yuxuan's incident where she was almost kidnapped when she was 3 years old. At that time, she saved Mu Yuxuan in a muddle, and benefited greatly from it. The Mu family's attitude towards her changed, and even Mu Jurong finally saw her differently. But in the past 2 years, she stopped working as Mu Yuxuan's nanny. Although Su Qingli was able to get closer to Mu Jurong, her relationship with the older and younger generations of Mu's family had become estranged. She wanted to win the attention of the Mu family again and couldn't help but replay the old trick. She hired someone to drive over and hit Mu Yuxuan. Hit cleverly and hard, and then she would desperately save her. In the process of saving people, it was best to suffer a little serious injury, so that Mu's family would be grateful and guilty to her. Then Yu Yang would take the opportunity to break up with her and leave her when she needed him most. She would act hurt and heartbroken, then she could stay away from feelings. What a moving story. When Su Qingli made this plan, she felt that no one in this world admired Jurong more than her. See how much she was willing to sacrifice for him? It took a full week for Mu Yuki and Mu Yuxuan to come down after the accident. During the period, Mu Yuxuan developed a high fever, which was caused by fright. With the care of Mrs. Mu and the company of her several older brothers, she had to lay in bed for 2 days before getting better. Later, she and her several older brothers received psychological counseling to prevent psychological shadows. For several nights after the accident, the children couldn't sleep well, sometimes waking up yelling from nightmares. When they returned home a week later, it happened to be the weekend, and so they could take another 2 days off. When Monday arrived, all the other children would go back to school except for Mu Yuxi. The family classes on weekends stopped. Mu Jurong and Mrs. Mu talked about how the children could live easily. Mu Jurong also gave the 4 children a Nintendo handheld game console for each of them to play the most popular pocket game around the world. The game console was all in English, but with Feng Weiming's continuous demand for improvement in recent years, except for Mu Yuxuan, all 3 boys could play smoothly without being stumped by the language.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Mu Yuki suddenly fell in love with it. Whenever he had time, he would hold the game console and snap it on. Even Caesar and Louis retreated from the first spot for a while, changing from being the most favored to the second favored. When Yixi saw Mrs. Mew looking at Yixi with a smile as the latter stared at the screen of the game console unconsciously, Yixi silently lit a candle for him. Feng Weiming only played for a while and then put it aside. Yixi was very puzzled, but because Yixi had a broken hand, he couldn't play for the time being. He could only ask Feng Weiming to share his game experience, and enthusiastically suggested, obviously, let's compete. Feng Weiming calmly picked up the game console and it took him a second to defeat him. Yixi, I hate top students. QAQ. However, it was not the first time that Yixi had been so abused. The pressure-resistant lever quickly resurrected and went to Yixi's side for comfort. The two brothers met and played the game together. Yixi couldn't do anything, so he gave him opinions, and cooperated with Yixi tacitly, and he immediately reached the next level, making Yixi as happy as if he had won a big prize. With such a diversion, Yixi gradually walked out of the shadow of the car accident. Yixuan's situation was worse than Yixi's, that was, after the illness, she had become clingier than before, and especially liked to stick to Yixi. Yixi accompanied her patiently. Then Yixi discovered that he and Feng Weiming had become estranged. Feng Weiming had been in Yulian Manor for 3 years, and his relationship with Mu Juking had gradually improved, and it was not as stiff as it was when he had returned to China. However, Feng Weiming never returned to France, and Mu Juking seemed to give up afterwards, allowing him to stay in the country, and came and had a look at him when he had time. Because of Feng Weiming's presence, Mu Juking had returned to China more times in the past 3 years than he had in the previous 20 years. When he came back, it was natural that he would go to the old Mu house to visit his parents, and Grandma Mu was extremely happy about it. She hoped that Feng Weiming would continue to stay, and repeatedly asked Mrs. Mew to take care of him. According to this development, it was estimated that Feng Weiming would continue to stay in Yulian Manor. He, Yixi and Yixi grew up together. They were classmates and roommates, and their relationship was extraordinary. Feng Weiming's indifference to Yixi was relative to Yixi and Yixuan, and it was a mountain stronger than ordinary people. This time Yixi was injured in a car accident. When he was in the hospital, Feng Weiming still inadvertently revealed his concern for him. Fearing that he would get bored as he healed, he quietly returned to him the little book from him and Yixi that he had taken before. Yixi didn't notice how much distance had come between him and Feng Weiming. It had probably happened during the time when he was busy taking care of Yixi and Yixuan and ignored him for a while. You must know that in order to maintain a good relationship between the children living in the same house, Yixi spent half of his mind on him when everything was peaceful, because his character was the most difficult to deal with, and his IQ was too high to fudge. In this incident, he was not injured, and his spirit was not as fragile as Yixi's. From the beginning to the end, he was calm and sensible. Everyone felt relieved by him, and most of their energy was put on Yixi and the others who had been facing problems. He himself was a character that rarely took the initiative to move forward. Without Yixi in the middle, his side was deserted. In the evening, Yixi followed Feng Weiming back to the room. Yixi opened the door of his room and said, "Weiming, could you do me a favor?" Feng Weiming turned his head and looked at him blankly. Yixi raised his left hand tied with gauze. Feng Weiming paused and walked into his room. Feng Weiming rarely entered Yixi's room. When he wanted to chat, Yixi usually went to him, lying on his bed cheekily and not leaving. Feng Weiming looked around Yixi's room slightly. This room was roughly the same size and had the same layout as Yixi's room, and it was very clean and tidy. There were some books on the bookshelf, and the rest were all kinds of gifts, all gifts from Yixi and Yixuan, including birthday gifts, spring festival gifts, and so on. The most conspicuous one was a half-human assembly robot called Tiger, which was given to him by Yixi when he met Yixi for the first time. Yixi cherished it very much. He did the cleaning and maintenance every year. He held the tools and wiped it little by little. Feng Weiming had seen it once with his own eyes and was a little shocked by his concentrated and contented expression. He really admired Mrs. Mew, Yixi, and Yixuan. Feng Weiming had seen many brothers and sisters get along at school, not to mention half-brothers and sisters, even if they were from the same mother. It was quite rare for Yixi and Yixi to be as good as they were to Yixuan, especially after getting older and becoming aware of the ensuing conflicts of interest. Yixi and Yixuan were of good character, but as for the bonding, it was Yixi who was the eldest brother and the one who promoted this family relationship. Feng Weiming saw everything with his eyes. Although Yixi treated him very well, Feng Weiming knew that he treated him differently from Yixi and Yixuan. Very reasonable. After all, he had no blood relationship with them. It could be said that they were cousins, but it was all fake. Feng Weiming didn't admit, but he was a little envious. After the accident, Feng Weiming didn't know how to describe his feelings. He watched Yixi dig out a candy box, French fudge, and a box of souvenirs he received from his adoptive father Juking last time. This soft candy was low in sugar and rich in vitamins. It was one of the few candies that Feng Weiming could accept. Feng Weiming knew that this was given to him by his adoptive father, but only because he was afraid that he would refuse it again, so he said that it would be given to all the children. Yixi handed him the candy box and smiled and said, "Oh Ming, help me open it." Feng Weiming, don't eat candy before going to bed. Although he said that, but after he saw Yixi sticking it up, he took the box from the bandaged hand, unopened it and handed it back to him. Yixi did not take the candy box back but twisted out a soft candy from the inside. Feng Weiming thought he was going to eat and decided to stare at him so as not to let him eat more, but Yixi stretched out his hand and quickly stuffed the soft candy into Feng Weiming's mouth. The soft and springy faint sweet candy taste spread in the mouth. Ming Ming, eat candy? Don't be stern, smile. Asking him to laugh, Yixi laughed first, and smiled crookedly at Feng Weiming, warm and eager. Feng Weiming usually was the angry one, but he was bluffing as he expressed his dissatisfaction with a glare. At this moment, Feng Weiming took the candy and slowly ate it. Then he put the candy box on the desk and turned around to leave. Yixi was taken aback and pulled at him. Ming Ming, what's the matter with you? Feng Weiming said, I'm done. Didn't you ask him to come and help? Now that he had finished helping, could he go? Yixi frowned. He looked at Feng Weiming's expression carefully, and he didn't understand how he was suddenly not being coaxed or stimulated. He had tried this trick on Feng Weiming before. Ming Ming, are you angry with me? Yixi asked. Why should I be angry with you? Feng Weiming asked rhetorically. That's it. Yixi held his injured hand in front of Feng Weiming, not letting him go. I don't know, you tell me the reason. Feng Weiming glared at him and his hand. Now he couldn't even push him away to go to his room. He knew it would be no good to enter Yixi's room. This bastard? Feng Weiming turned aside, looked at Yixi's bed, thinking about the possibility of him jumping up to sleep under the quilt and ignoring the bastard. You didn't change your pajamas, you didn't brush your teeth, your face, or your hands. Yixi saw through his thoughts and said immediately. Feng Weiming, who had a good upbringing engraved in his bones, could not go to bed just like that. Go away, Feng Weiming said, pointing at Yixi intolerably. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Yes. Why are you angry with me? Yixi asked. He was really puzzled. Feng Weiming was fine before the accident, and he did not do anything to provoke him during this time. Why was he angry again? This little thing was more restrained to others, only when facing him would he be so angry? Because I recently patronized Xiaoqi and Xiaoxian and ignored you? Yixi asked tentatively. Could it be that Feng Weiming finally realized how good he was to him, developed a desire for monopoly on him, and wanted to compete with Yuki and Yuxuan for his favor? Feng Weiming was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Okay. Yixi also knew that it was a bit of a joke. Given the degree of Feng Weiming's care for Yuki and Yuxuan, he was more likely to compete with him for their attention. I'm not angry. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Weiming said sternly. He was not angry. Why would he be angry? What to ignore? If it weren't for Yuxi's words, Feng Weiming hadn't noticed that he had been ignored at all, but he was quieter than usual. Really? Feng Weiming gave him a slightly impatient look. But I want to thank you, obviously. Yixi said suddenly and solemnly, thank you for pulling Xiaoqi at that time. I owe you one. At that time, he suspected Su Qingli had a problem and motioned to Feng Weiming to drag Yuki. Feng Weiming did it to keep him away. If it were not for him holding Yuki all the time, if Yuki had followed him and Yuxuan, the consequences would have been disastrous. Fortunately, Feng Weiming was willing to believe him. Feng Weiming's face had become extremely ugly. He stared at Yixi, gritted his teeth and squeezed out, did you deliberately? He held these words in his heart for a long time. No one knew that after the car accident, he closed his eyes and saw that the car was knocked over, instantly engulfing Yixi and Yuxuan, the picture of his brother and sister, time and time again. He was calmer than Yuki because he had a huge question in his heart. Yixi told him about Su Qingli. When Yixi heard Su Qingli picking up Yuxuan, he hurried over, and seemed to have expected Su Qingli to do something bad. He even had the foresight to warn him to prevent Yuki from approaching Su Qingli, but he didn't directly say that Su Qingli was a dangerous person, and it would be dangerous if they approached. Then, in the blink of an eye, a dangerous situation happened. Yixi used his own life to protect Yuxuan, and received admiration from the Mu family. Feng Weiming suddenly felt that Yixi was strange. Did he do it on purpose? Going forward knowing that there was danger? Did he really want to save Yuxuan just to save her? Or was it to win Mu's gratitude afterwards? But if it was deliberate, was all this worth his life to risk? Was Mu family more important than his life? Feng Weiming was completely confused. Yixi couldn't think that Feng Weiming had such an idea. Was he behaving too abnormally, guilty conscience, or was he usually too bad, guilty conscience? Yixi stretched out his hand to pinch Feng Weiming's cheeks and pulled out, trying to make his exquisite features ugly, not, and said angrily, what are you thinking about? Xiaoxian is my sister and Xiaoqi is my brother. They have something, can I just leave it alone? He sighed and added, I thought I was going to die, but even if I died, I didn't want Yuki and Yuxuan to have an accident. They were Mrs. Mu's darlings, and no matter which one of them had an accident, it would be hurting Mrs. Mu's heart. At that time, Yixi couldn't think of anything, and instinctively chose to protect Yuxuan, although he died without regrets. Anyway, his life was extra in this life, and it was okay to give it back for the sake of Mrs. Mu and the others. Yixi discovered that he was not particularly afraid of death. These remarks were plain, but the sentiment contained in them was touching. Feng Weiming's heart trembled when he heard it, and suddenly a feeling of guilt arose. Obviously, when he was suspicious, he was entangled and depressed, but as soon as Mu Yixi denied it, Feng Weiming believed it all at once. It could be seen how convincing Mu Yuxi's actions were in dealing with Mrs. Mu, Mu Yuki, and Mu Yuxuan. Feng Weiming finally admitted that he was envious. He thought, if it was him this time, would Mu Yuxi fight for him? He was also his brother. But he quickly stopped thinking about it. Don't do this again next time. Feng Weiming said, don't worry about your mother, believe it or not. If you think it is dangerous, just say it, don't take risks by yourself. Seeing Su Qingli in the hospital, others might not feel anything, they would just think she was being diligent out of guilt, but Feng Weiming, who knew the intricacies, saw her guilty conscience. Feng Weiming completely believed in Mu Yuxi's judgment. This car accident had something to do with her. Mu Yuxi touched his nose and smiled bitterly at him. Feng Weiming remembered what he had told him about the difficulties before entering Mu's house, as well as his embarrassment in this house. He used to think that he was gaining his sympathy, actually, but he didn't know which sentence was true and which was false, but now, he knew what he said was true. Because of his identity, he needed to be cautious and couldn't make mistakes. Only Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuki were the only ones who really took him seriously in Mu's family. For other Mu family members, he was estimated to be worse than Su Qingli, an outsider. This time, Mu Zhurong was able to find out Su Qingli good news. If he couldn't find it out, then Mu Yuxi talking about his suspicion might be useless. But how could Feng Weiming know that Su Qingli was malicious and leave her alone? Could he once again watch his brother and sister in danger? How many lives could Mu Yuxi save? For the first time in 3 years, Feng Weiming took the initiative to dial Mu Zhuking's number. Dad, Su Qingli wants to hurt us. Madam, young lady, please forgive Qingli. Tang Yanhua knelt on the ground and kowtowed, crying and begging. Su Qingli knelt beside her and had lowered her head, her eyes full of humiliation. She was too young. The reason why she didn't notice the little things she did before was because everyone didn't think about her in this regard. But when someone wanted to investigate, what she did would not stand up to scrutiny, and she was exposed everywhere. Feng Weiming's actions were timely and effective. He took the initiative to call Mu Zhuking, which had already flattered the father who cared about his son. Feng Weiming said that there was something wrong with Su Qingli. Even if Mu Zhuking didn't have a deep impression of Su Qingli, he knew that the Su family had a lot of weight in the Mu family, so Mu Zhuking would certainly check on her. Besides, the car accident really made Mu Zhuking very annoyed. Like other parents of the primary school attached to Yan, he couldn't help but put pressure on all parties, urging them to find out what happened. When Feng Weiming mentioned Su Qingli, Mu Zhuking naturally would not let her go. Mu Zhuking didn't bother too much. He called Mu Zhurong directly. He didn't say it was Feng Weiming who contacted him. He only talked about the accident that happened near Yan. Brother, Su Qingli may have a problem. After hearing these words, with Mu Zhurong's character, he would definitely find out everything and give him an explanation. Mu Zhurong was indeed a little surprised. Because it was found that the cause of the car accident had nothing to do with Su Qingli, their family was at most a little dissatisfied with Su Qingli's behavior of leaving Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuxuan to escape at a critical moment. But it didn't make sense to blame her too much. After all, Su Qingli also needed to protect her own life. But Mu Zhuking was never a person who was aimless. He said there was a problem, then there must be something he knew. He was just not sure yet, so he was leaving it to him to check. The driver of the car who caused the accident was imprisoned within the hospital bed and interrogated every day until he was ready to talk even about the 18th generation of his ancestors. The motorcycle driver was a hero. After several rescues, he finally got out of the dangerous period and was taken care of by the hospital with the highest standards. He also accepted cross-examination after waking up but received great preferential treatment. The police only asked some routine questions very politely and did not dig deeply. Mu Zhurong clicked on the file statement he obtained and took someone to see the motorcycle driver in person the next day. The motorcycle driver was Mo Xingai, 23 years old this year, from a well-off family. After finishing secondary school, he came out and did a lot of jobs with low technical content. Each job didn't last long. The money he earned was either used to support himself or spent on his precious car. His most expensive hobby was racing. Racers needed regular maintenance and modification of their motorcycles. The motorcycle he used to hit the car was a heavy motorcycle. If his motorcycle didn't have that tonnage, he couldn't have swerved the car at once. When Mo Xingai saw Mu Zhurong come in, he thought he was another parent who came to thank him. He had already received a lot of gratitude since his recovery from his serious injury, including some big names who he had only ever seen on TV. His ward was also filled with gifts of thanks from all parties. This made him feel proud and uneasy about his actions. When Mu Zhurong said coldly and politely, "Hello, Mr. Mo, I am the father of the 2 children who were the most injured in this car accident. My surname is Mu." The smile on Mo Xinghai's face froze immediately. After he woke up, he had already learned about the situation. At that time, he knocked the car away and saved a lot of people, but after the car turned around, the person opposite the school gate, who had been fine earlier, suffered disaster. A car was knocked over by the car, and the driver was seriously injured. The 2 children were pinned under the car, but fortunately the injuries were not too serious. Mu Zhurong was the father of those 2 children and the cause of the bitterness of Mo Xingai. I'm sorry, Mo Xingai stammered. I really didn't have time to think. I saw the car was rushing towards the school. I didn't want to. Mu Zhirong took out the picture of Qingli and pushed it in front of him, and he asked in a clear tone, "Do you know this person?" Mo Xingai glanced at it and his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Mu Zhirong nervously, and Mu Zhirong looked at him indifferently and solemnly, his eyes full of pressure. He knew everything? Mo Xingai had this thought in his mind, his face instantly turned grey, and his whole portrait collapsed all at once. "If you explain honestly, I may consider taking it lightly," Mu Zhirong said. There was a convincing poise in his voice. "I'll explain," Mo Xingai said painfully and explained it honestly. It sounded simple enough. A friend of Mo Xingai received a job. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Pretend to bump into this little girl, and then this woman will rush to save her. When she is rescued, I will bump into her and cause minor injuries. Mo Xingai took 2 photos to identify the person and listened. When he saw the job content introduced by his friend, he said, "Is this a rich man's show?" The friend said casually, "The little girl looks like a young lady who is raised in the palm of someone's hand. You bump into her and collect 10,000, maybe someone will even give you 100,000 yuan. They said that they need someone with good skills. Will you accept it?" Mo Xingai had never done such a thing, but he had been in need of a lot of money recently, and his motorcycle needed to be upgraded. In the end, he thought that he wouldn't really hurt the little girl. The one who would be really hurt was probably malicious. That day, he received a notice to work, and waited for the 2 targets to appear near the entrance of the primary school attached to Yan. The target person appeared, but Mo Xinghai's attention was caught by a sneaky sedan. Based on his years of experience in drag racing, he judged that something was wrong with the sedan there. When he saw the car rushing towards the school, and that most of the school gate was filled with innocent children, his mind became hot, and he didn't even realize stepping on the accelerator to the maximum and rushed over. "That little girl is your daughter?" Mo Xingai asked with a face full of guilt. "I received the deposit, but the job didn't work out. I really didn't mean to hurt your daughter. I swear I will never do bad things again in the future. Can you forgive me?" Mu Zhirong's face sank following Mo Xinghai's explanation. Who was he? After hearing Mo Xinghai's description, he was sure that the person who hired him was Su Qingli. He never thought that Su Qingli would have the courage to do such a thing. What was she planning? Saving Mu Yuxuan. How grateful would the Mu family be to her? It just didn't make sense. In an instant, Mu Zhirong's anger made the entire ward go silent. Although Mu Zhirong's emotions were quickly suppressed and he returned to calmness, it had still made Mo Xingai feel uneasy. Mu Zhirong didn't plan to let him go easily, so he didn't say anything, just got up and left. It wasn't until Mu Zhirong's figure completely disappeared that Mo Xingai let out a sigh of relief. There was a reason why he was so frightened by Mu Zhirong, but another reason was a letter he read after waking up. The letter began with the sentence, "I know about your being hired to bump into people," which immediately made Mo Xinghai's guilty heart tremble. He was already deeply aware of how big the trouble was. Thinking of the limousine driver who was still in prison while lying on the hospital bed, if his bad motives were revealed in the first place, he would have absolutely no good fruit to eat. However, the letter then gave him an analysis of the current situation and suggested that he be frank to the right person at the right time, so as to reduce the possibility of being held accountable or get some leniency for his merits. Mo Xingai was still skeptical. But as soon as Mu Zhirong appeared and mentioned his 2 injured children, Mo Xingai decided to follow the advice in the letter and confessed to Mu Zhirong. This was what he owed people. Mo Xingai deeply realized that he was not made to do bad things. He just hoped that this angry father could vent his anger on the culprit as much as possible, and ignore him, a little guy who had not done anything other than collecting money for doing things. Mu Zhirong got Mo Xinghai's words, and immediately checked Su Qingli after returning, then he took all the evidence back to Mu's house. Everyone was shocked and outraged. Tang Yanhua stared at Su Qingli in disbelief. So much hatred from her daughter made her speechless. She beat her hard a few times, then she threw Su Qingli down on her knees before Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu. Ang Yanhua knelt down in front of Mu Jingwei and Grandma Mu, but it was Grandma Mu and Mrs. Mu who she was beseeching. She had served the Mu family for many years, and she was well aware of the nature of the Mu family's men. They looked gentle and decent, and seemed to be very kind to everyone, but in fact, they were extremely cruel and cold-blooded in one aspect. What Su Qingli did this time deeply offended them, not because of hurting Mu Yuxuan, but because she played the Mu family like a monkey, and actually came up with this method to get the Mu family's gratitude and attention. Tang Yanhua didn't know that her daughter's purpose was much more than that. In the final analysis, everything her daughter did was to get Mu Zhirong. She was still glad that Mu Yuxuan was not hurt too much, otherwise there would be absolutely no room for turning this matter around. She was young and ignorant, and she didn't follow the rules well. She was afraid of being fired because she couldn't contribute, so she took the risk. She definitely didn't mean to hurt the young lady, Tang Yanhua said tearfully, but this was utterly belittling to Su Qingli. Silly child, why did you think so? Grandma Mu was also angry at Su Qingli, but seeing Tang Yanhua, who had been with her for so many years and was like a sister to her, crying and kneeling because of her daughter, she couldn't bear it again. But she was not one of Mu Yuxuan's biological parents and was also not the master of Mu Zhirong and Mrs. Mu. If Su Qingli was really let go, others would follow suit, and they would kill first and save later, and the thief would shout to catch the thief. Wouldn't the Mu family be a mess and the children would be put in needless danger? Nov. L. B //JNN. It was my fault, please punish me. Su Qingli was dazed by her mother deliberately belittling herself, but she also knew that this was not the time to be self-willed. Things had come to light, and she must minimize the bad influence. Tang Yanhua had defended her, and she must put on an expression of extreme remorse and deeply admit her mistake. It had to be said that Tang Yanhua really got the pulse of the Mu family men. The reasons she gave were also reasons they could accept. Su Qingli was not as capable as Su Zhao, and she would definitely lack a little to get their attention based on the mutual affection of the Mu Su family, so she came up with this idea to increase her weight. Then they would think that Su Qingli was more capable. After all, no irreparable damage was caused. Looking at the two men of the Su family who had passed away, the treatment of Su Qingli would probably amount to a small punishment and a big admonition. It looked severe, but it was actually tolerant. As the head of the family, Mu Jingui said, "Zhurong, it's about your children, you and your wife decide." Mu Zhurong looked at Mrs. Mu, who quickly said, "I will listen to you." Mu Zhurong pondered for a moment, then he said to Su Zhao, who looked embarrassed, "Zhao, within this year, send your sister abroad." This had the meaning of expulsion. Everyone was surprised. Leaving one's hometown was a very serious thing in this day and age. Especially if the new patriarch of the Mu family spoke in person, it was a very severe punishment. Tang Yanhua immediately burst into tears. To let her daughter leave her was like separating her flesh and blood while digging out her heart. "Brother Zhurong, please." Su Qingli was really sad. She looked up at him in disbelief and pleaded, "Zhurong, have you really decided?" Grandma Mu couldn't help but ask. "Go out and see the world, don't limit your eyes." Mu Zhurong said lightly, "When you are about to get married, the wedding should be held in China." Now everyone was relieved. Tang Yanhua thought that Su Qingli already had a stable boyfriend. Did the eldest young master mean that her daughter could stay in the country after getting married? If this was the case, the punishment for Su Qingli this time was definitely light. After figuring this out, Tang Yanhua glanced at Mu Zhurong gratefully, and then at Su Qingli eyes that had suddenly changed. She wanted her daughter and her boyfriend to get married sooner. If Su Qingli noticed Tang Yanhua's expression, she would definitely be very repelled. However, Su Qingli didn't have time to pay attention to her mother for a while. Her face was turning pale, and she was disturbed by what Mu Zhurong seemed to mean. What did he know? He knows, and he wants to expel her from the country or ask her to marry. A faint resentment rose in Su Qingli's heart. Everyone didn't know that Mu Zhurong's disposal was the most severe punishment for Su Qingli. In fact, they even thought that Mu Zhurong really treated Su Qingli as a sister and took into account the affection between them from childhood to adulthood. Grandma Mu didn't need to intercede for Tang Yanhua and Su Qingli now, so she did not say anything. Su Zhao had no position to say it, and others would not say it, but they fully respected Mu Zhurong's decision. Uncle Rong took Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu back to Yulian Garden. The couple sat in the back seat. Mu Zhurong patted Mrs. Mu's hand lightly and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Mrs. Mu pursed her lips and smiled but did not answer. Mu Zhurong didn't plan to expel Su Qingli from the country at first. In fact, he just planned to expel her from the Mu family and forbid her from entering their house in Yulian Garden. But Mrs. Mu said to him, "You were drunk that night, and when Su Qingli sent you back, she left a lipstick mark on you." Mu Zhurong's expression changed immediately. Wanting to get the attention of the Mu family and being interested in him were two completely different things. The former could still be tolerated on the merits of several generations of the Su family, but the latter directly threatened his marriage and family. And if he let a woman who had plans for him get close to him, the experience of being played in Hu Qin's hands was Mu Zhurong's greatest shame. He would not allow anyone to do that to him again. "You always knew?" Mu Zhurong stared at his wife. Mrs. Mu glared at him slightly and shook her head. "I've never been sure. I didn't see her with my own eyes, I just felt something, and after she left, I found a lipstick mark on your neck." Her tone turned cold. "Jenner, you know me." Mu Zhurong's lips curled up as he said softly. "I didn't expect her to be this kind of person. She has no shame." Mrs. Mu's brows flashed cold anger, and it was rare to see her swear so rudely. "Are you sure that when she did such a thing, her purpose was really that simple? Being with you? It was not a pleasant thing to be adored by a woman who he didn't like, even a little bit now." The corners of Mu Zhurong's upturned lips were pulled down. "I remember. Don't worry, I will protect you and the children. I don't want her to appear in front of me again." Mrs. Mu leaned on Mu Zhurong's shoulder and said coldly. So, Mu Zhurong drove Su Qingli far away. His wife rarely made demands of him, so every time she asked something of him, he tried to satisfy her. Mrs. Mu did not say a word of thanks to Mu Zhurong. No matter how others interpreted Su Qingli behavior, Mrs. Mu only remembered that she had gone against her child. Su Qingli coveted her husband, so she could slowly think about how to bypass Grandma Mu and deal with her. But daring to reach out to her child, Mrs. Mu would never tolerate it. Thinking about Mu Yixi and Mu Yuxuan who had almost died, Mrs. Mu even wanted Su Qingli to die. Deportation alone was not enough to completely relieve her hatred. Didn't she like Mu Zhurong? She would never get him. Even if she, the current Mrs. Mu, died, Mu Zhurong would not give her a second look. Mu Zhurong asked Su Qingli to either go abroad or get married, and in this manner, he cut off her paths without hesitation. Mrs. Mew could have done nothing to make Su Qingli more uncomfortable than this. After she finally got close to Mew Zhurong through unremitting efforts, she completely beat her back to her original shape and forced her to stay far away, with a remote identity. This is how it should be. Mew Zhurong and Mrs. Mew didn't leak a word to the children about Su Qingli, especially Mew Yuxuan. Su Qingli had taken care of Mew Yuxuan for many years, and Mew Yuxuan still had a lot of affection for this nanny. If she knew that she was only the target of Su Qingli use, she would definitely be sad. Mew Yuxi got the news from Feng Weiming. Mew Zhurong didn't tell the children, but he had to explain it to Mew Juking. Mew Juking did not expect that Feng Weiming would really use his feeling to catch a fish that was hidden so deeply, and he attached great importance to Feng Weiming's feeling ever since. He didn't say much about Su Qingli filth, but simply told Feng Weiming, Su Qingli has been sent abroad. If you think someone or something is wrong in the future, call Dad immediately, you know? Feng Weiming was on the phone, he gave a soft and there was no second sentence. But Mew Juking was already satisfied. This time, the two father and son had broken the ice one. From the moment he picked up Feng Weiming, Mew Juking felt that this son should belong to him, and it was no exaggeration to say that he spoiled him. Although Feng Weiming acted a little old for his age and his reaction was a little intense, but father and son were always father and son, and Mew Juking never thought that they would become strangers. No, he knew he had to wait patiently and the opportunity would come. Feng Weiming's feelings for Mew Juking loosened a little. Although he was not injured in this car accident, he was only one step away from danger. If he and Mew Juking still didn't reconcile before he died, he would definitely feel very sorry. Mew Juking was his father. Feng Weiming, who missed his father, worked hard to clear up his mood and told Mew Yuxi about Su Qingli's situation. Mew Yuxi happily threw himself on him. Thank you, Ming Ming. Without Feng Weiming's help, things would definitely not have gone so smoothly. Even if Su Qingli was not killed, it would definitely be a good thing for the Mew family to be wary of her. Feng Weiming, it's not my credit, it's because of my father's help. You reconciled with the third uncle? It's great. Mew Yuxi said, you've been arguing for a long time. A rare blush appeared on Feng Weiming's snow-white face. He said seriously, I didn't make trouble. Mew Yuxi winked at him. Feng Weiming clenched his fists and whispered, actually, the eldest aunt is my aunt, my biological mother's sister. Mew Yuxi was shocked and immediately pricked up his ears. He had always been curious about the reason for Mew Juking and Feng Weiming's falling out, but now Feng Weiming was finally willing to speak up. Feng Weiming seemed to find a little hard to say, my father liked my biological mother, that's why he adopted me. Speaking of this, his expression suddenly became a little sad and lost, and a faint grievance flashed in his beautiful eyes. He thought that Mew Juking adopted him and loved him because he was him, but it wasn't. He was adopted only because of his relationship with his biological mother. Mew Juking loved his biological mother, a married woman. His adoptive father coveted his biological mother, so Feng Weiming, who was obsessed with cleanliness, found it completely unacceptable. Then your mother is now. Mew Yuxi held his hand and asked. Dead. Feng Weiming said without emotion, the car accident happened when I was 3 years old. I remember it all. Originally, he didn't remember anything, but when he heard Mew Juking admitted himself that he liked his biological mother, he was stimulated and remembered everything. Perhaps his biological mother died too early, but Feng Weiming had a vague impression of her, and he remembered more scenes of Mew Juking taking good care of him. I don't dare to say anything else, but third uncle, he must really love you. Mew Yuxi took his shoulders and comforted him warmly. I know. Feng Weiming moved his finger, but how much of this love is because of my mother? And how much was because of him? Feng Weiming was still on the cusp of this issue. It's all because of you? Mew Yuxi smiled and said, you are so pretty and cute, who wouldn't like you? Feng Weiming glared at him immediately. What was pretty and cute? Humph. What I said is true. Mew Yuxi said solemnly, why do you think so much? If you want others to really like you, you should also really like the other person. There is no love for no reason. If you want to get it, you must first pay for it. Feng Weiming was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, is it like this for you? Mrs. Mew, Mew Yuki, and Mew Yuxuan were kind to him, so he also showed his heart to them, sincerely. Mew Yuxi smiled, it turns out that you know me so well? Be serious. Feng Weiming couldn't help but glare at him again. Yeah, Feng Xiaoming. Mew Yuxi pinched his cheek, like I've been nice to you, when will you be nice to me? Feng Weiming patted his hand and said, don't be so bad, Ilnov, L.B//JNN. Mew Yuxi looked at him eagerly. Feng Weiming continued reluctantly, I'll be nice to you, Yuxi. After Su Qingli went abroad, Mew Yuxi felt an undercurrent in Mew's house, which quickly subsided. Including the Yulian garden and the Mew family's old house, all the servants who could get close were sorted out, and a few people disappeared quietly, replaced by new more respectful and cautious faces. The atmosphere of the entire Mew family was solemn, but Mew Yuxi felt that even the air was fresh. He could finally put down his cautiousness and be a carefree child. Soon after, Mew Yuxi, Mew Yuki and Weiming had to sit for their entrance exam. Yan-affiliated primary school entrance examination followed the pattern of the city's unified examination, and people who did not pass the test would not be admitted into Yan-affiliated high school. About 1/5 of the vacant seats would be reserved for gifted students with average family background but outstanding achievements. Mu Yixi and the three of them were all promoted to Yan High School with excellent grades, and Feng Weiming's grades ranked first in the city. Given his level, the school had asked Mrs. Mu and Feng Weiming whether he would like to skip a grade. Mrs. Mu respected Feng Weiming's decision, and Feng Weiming shook his head without thinking. After entering junior high school, the three Mu brothers and Qin He, who also successfully entered the school, were still arranged to live in the same dormitory. The four little masters of Yan Primary School became the four little masters of Yan High School. Less than 2 months after school started, Mu Yuki received the first love letter in his life. He was stunned, shy, when he got it. Because Ming Ming's popularity was very high, Feng Weiming was the most sought after because of his appearance. Little girls couldn't help blushing and stuttering when they saw him. He had received many love letters, but neither his brother, nor his friend, Qin He, received them. Mu Yuki's self-esteem, self-confidence and vanity were greatly satisfied, and he felt that he was a big step ahead. Mu Yuki returned a letter to the other party very seriously and happily, and then stayed away from the female classmate. Because he was so embarrassed thinking that his female classmates liked him and wanted to be his girlfriend, so he was too shy to know what to do, and whenever she accidentally glanced at him, he would immediately turn his eyes away and stiffen. The female classmate received a reply letter which contained the words, "Mom and brother said it's wrong to be in early love, we should focus on studying, you're fine, but I'm sorry I can't have a girlfriend for the time being." And then looking at Mu Yuki's ruthless rejection face, red-eyed, she and her team of friends rushed to cry, and she did not dare to approach Mu Yuki again. Mu Yuki, who was staring at the various conspiracy theories of the female classmates, was blinded by the innocent and young feelings of the children. But Mu Yuki had become relieved too early. Mu Yuki, who in the first grade of junior high school, was so shy because of a love letter, the same Mu Yuki, in the third grade of junior high school, entered the rebellious period and fell in love early. It's way from the third class, special enrollment. One of Mu Yuki's little friends, Fu Yunzao, said in a low voice. Mu Yuki was sitting on the steps. At the age of 15, he was 1.75 meters tall, slender, handsome in appearance, stable and gentle in temperament, and looked like a modest gentleman with a good temper. Mu Yuki's friends liked Mu Yuki, but somehow, they were afraid of Mu Yuki. When Mu Yuki had to find them for something, almost no one would say no to him. After entering junior high school, although students still lived on campus, they were no longer as confined and closed in as they were in elementary school and could freely enter and exit the school gate. The scope of activities of Mu Yuki and Mu Yuki had also become inconsistent. Mu Yuki joined the school's football team and continued to sweat on the green field, and once even wanted to make it a career. However, he and Mu Yuki had been in contact with Mu's business since they were 12 years old. The Mu family had high hopes for him. Mu Yuki also knew that this idea was not realistic and had never mentioned it in public. His love of football followed the enthusiasm of today and tomorrow, so that later when he was injured too much, hurting the tendon on his leg, he became completely insulated from the sport. Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming chose taekwondo in their spare time. Compared with hobbies, they preferred substantive things that could enhance their personal strength. Mu Yuki and Feng Weiming were each other's best sparring targets. Of course, compared to Feng Weiming's tireless efforts, Mu Yuki would occasionally let him beat him. This was based on the fact that Feng Weiming couldn't beat him, and Feng Weiming was very persistent in learning. If he couldn't win all the time, he would practice harder. Mu Yuki had a hunch that when Feng Weiming could really beat him, he would definitely not end well. Therefore, Mu Yuki decisively chose to pretend to lose to coax others. Mu Yuki couldn't follow Mu Yuki and watch him, so naturally he had to find a way to grasp Mu Yuki's movements. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Mu Yuki's little friends had become his godly ears. This was also approved by Mu Yuki. No. When Mu Yuki just got to know that his friends whispered to Mu Yuki, he was so angry that his head smoked, and he went to question Mu Yuki with a dark face. However, just as he was questioned, Mu Yuki's tears came down. "I'm sorry, Zioki, but I'm the eldest brother, and I have the responsibility to take care of my younger brothers and sisters. If I don't know what you are doing, I will be very worried, so I can't help asking everyone. I won't interfere with you, I just need to know you are Xiaoxian's brother, and you should take good care of Xiaoxian. Do you know how she is today, Bala?" Mu Yuki, who had not seen his brother cry for many years, suddenly went weak. "Okay, big brother, if you want to ask, just ask. Surrender." Mu Yuki openly asked Mu Yuki's friends to report his movements regularly. But about having a puppy love, Mu Yuki covered it up tightly, and Fu Yunzao also got to know it by chance. He saw Mu Yuki sneaking people to see a movie. He checked it out later, and then immediately told Mu Yuki. "I see, thanks for your hard work." Mu Yuki nodded to Fu Yunzao. "It's okay, it's wrong to fall in love early. Young Master Shi, you also care about young Master Qi." Fu Yunzao could speak quite well. It was also a last resort for them to lean towards Mu Yuki behind Mu Yuki. If Mu Yuki was the kind of person who would try his best to help others if others asked him for help, Mu Yuki would silence others if someone provoked him, but he would be humane in helping others. But they were really brothers, and he always did the right thing for the good of Mu Yuki and for his own good. It was undoubtedly smarter to choose Mu Yuki. Fu Yunzao reported to Mu Yuki and left, his back suddenly light from the load. Feng Weiming, who who was reading a book sitting near him, looked on with cold eyes, and said to Yixi, "Don't you think you care too much?" Now, even after they had become adults, he was still racking his brains so as not to take away even half of Yix's brilliance, working hard for Yixi secretly, without taking any advantage. Feng Weiming had a blood relationship with Mrs. Mu, Yixi, and Yuxuan, so Feng Weiming naturally hoped that the three mother and children would have a good life, so he used to be vigilant about Yuxi's existence. After so many years, Feng Weiming believed in Yuxi's sincerity, but gradually felt that he had gone too far. It was not really that simple anymore. It was more like he thought treating them well as the purpose and meaning of his existence. Such selfless dedication was quite inconsistent with Yuxi's own character. In the eyes of the elders of the Mu family, the division between men and women was nothing. The men of the Mu family seemed to be born with a lack of affectionate cells. They were always more rational than emotional. They could be loyal to their wives, but when love conflicted with reality or interests, they would choose the latter without hesitation. But Yixi was a little different. When he met Xia Weiwei, he was innocent and pure, so he gave all his affection to her, and he couldn't get out of it later. As for Yixi, who was committed to making Mrs. Mu and her half-siblings live a happy life, he didn't know how to pay them back. Now that he knew about this relationship, of course he couldn't sit back and watch Yixi fall into the same pit as his last life. So, Yixi didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. If it was Feng Weiming and he had the experience of reliving his life, he would probably intervene as well. However, Feng Weiming felt it was inappropriate. That's Yixi's own business. Even Aunt didn't ask. Mrs. Mu knew her son well, so the matter of Yixi having a puppy love, he estimated that she probably knew about it. But even Mrs. Mu didn't intervene. However, Yixi, the eldest brother, paid close attention and planned to break them up. It was really weird. That girl is not a good one. After so many years, Feng Weiming was the person who knew his true temperament best. Yixi had many things that needed his advice and cooperation. Facing Feng Weiming's doubts, Yixi couldn't help revealing the truth. Feng Weiming paused and asked, "How do you know?" Since Yixi joined the football team and he and Yixi learned taekwondo together, Feng Weiming stayed with Yixi most of the time. His unsociable personality had remained the same, even in junior high school. So, he didn't have many very good friends. He was unwilling to play together with people, except for Yixi and Yixi. Feng Weiming was assured because of his excellent memory that this was the first time he heard Xia Weiwei's name from Yixi's mouth. When Fu Yunzhao reported just now, he only gave a rough account of Xia Weiwei's identity and background. It was rare to be able to even find out this, and as for Xia Weiwei's personality, he didn't mention a word about it, and it was estimated that Fu Yunzhao himself did not know much. There had always been a clear distinction between the children of the powerful families and the special enrollment students in the Yan High School. The children of the powerful families regarded the special enrollment students as scumbags, and the special enrollment students also thought that the children of the powerful households were without real talents and practical learning, so there were many contradictions between them. How could Yixi suddenly know so much about a special enrollment student? Although he had grown up, Feng Weiming's skills in choking Yixi were still there. Yixi was speechless for a while. It was because he and Feng Weiming were so close at ordinary times. However, Feng Weiming was sharp and clear, so he couldn't hide it from him if he didn't bother about ordinary things. Moreover, Yixi was too lazy to hide it. She is a special enrollment student. Yixi reluctantly gave a reason. There was no shortage of strong prejudices among them. Auntie doesn't care about this. Feng Weiming's expression was almost unhappy. You don't care either. Yixi's background was not honorable, and he didn't care about his identity background at all. Feng Weiming felt that Yixi was treating him perfunctorily. Yixi had nothing to do. My intuition? If you don't want to say it, forget it. Feng Weiming closed the book and stood up. Hey, Mingming, it's not that I don't want to say it, I just don't know how to say it. Yixi took his shoulder. Feng Weiming squinted at the face that was so close at hand. Wait and see, soon you will know that I am right. Yixi and Feng Weiming walked into the cinema, and soon they saw Yixi and Xia Weiwei walking together hand in hand. Yixi also saw them. His eyes widened at first. He hesitated when looking at them, then as if thinking of something, he looked back at them confidently again. Xia Weiwei was a beautiful girl with phoenix eyes 1 and melon seed face 2, tall and slender, with a bit of scholarly restraint between her brows. Following Yixi's gaze, she saw Yixi and Feng Weiming, and immediately shook off the hand held by Yixi, created half an arm's distance from Yixi, and lowered her head slightly. Yixi and Feng Weiming approached them. Yixi smiled at them while Feng Weiming looked indifferent. Brother, Mingming. Yixi greeted. Since Yixi protected Yuxuan when the car rolled over, Yixi no longer called Yixi Zioxi, but instead called him Big Brother seriously. You can really do it, Zioxi? Yixi glanced at Xia Weiwei and looked at Yixi mockingly. Yixi's face was originally like a dead pig who was forced to pretend to be calm and not be afraid of boiling water. 3. He had been told by Yixi more than once not to fall in love early. At this time, Yixi was not angry or shocked, but showed him an indescribable expression that he could not understand, so his heart was suddenly relieved, and his face was not tense anymore. I've always been better than you and Mingming? Yixi couldn't help being a little nervous. He received love letters earlier than Yixi and Feng Weiming, and also fell in love earlier than them. In addition to sports performance, the biggest point of comparison between boys was girls. No matter how popular Yixi and Feng Weiming were with girls, they were not as popular as him. Yixi punched him. Is it okay to hide it from us? If I didn't happen to meet you today, wouldn't you tell us? You are with somebody of the opposite sex. This is inhuman. Yixi was beaten. Resisting, he begged for mercy and said, I know I'm wrong, brother. Even if the teenager in the second phase of the middle school obviously committed a mistake, he hated others criticizing him the most. In this era, puppy love was shouted at like a rat crossing the street. It was rare to see a big brother who understood him and was his best brother. Yixi was instantly moved. During this period of time, their estranged relationship was suddenly pulled back. Yixi patted his head, snorted lightly, and said with a smile, "Want you introduce her to me and Mingming?" Yixi's hand was thrown away by Xia Weiwei just now, and he didn't hold back because he knew that she was thin-skinned, but the tone of the introduction still showed a hint of pride. "My girlfriend, Xia Weiwei. Weiwei, this is my eldest brother, Yixi. This is my other brother, Feng Weiming. You should have heard of them." Xia Weiwei's face turned away. Being introduced by Yixi in public, she couldn't say what she originally wanted to say. Of course, she knew Yixi and Feng Weiming. The former was the most popular student union president in the history of Yan-affiliated middle school. Because the football team led by Yixi needed the most adequate resources, Yixi ran for the student union president and fully supported him, and the latter was recognized as Yan-affiliated high school's most beautiful boy and the first genius. However, except for the few people in the same dormitory, it was as if he did not take anyone in his eyes, and was an unattainable male. God.nov, L.B//JNN. Compared with Yixi's cheerfulness and generosity, Yixi and Feng Weiming were more attractive, but also more difficult to approach. Before dating Yixi, Xia Weiwei was a person who would not even be able to appear in their eyes. But now, Xia Weiwei said hello to them with a voice like a mosquito, causing Feng Weiming to glance at her, while Yixi smiled at her tenderly and kindly, and Xia Weiwei's face turned red all of a sudden. "Yuki?" A sweet voice sounded in surprise. Then a pretty figure floated over with a fragrant wind and hooked her arm around Yixi's arm. "Payer?" Yixi exclaimed in surprise. Lin Payer, one of the Mu family's fiancé candidates for Yixi, looked up at him with a clever smile. The circle of the upper class had always been very small, and there were only a few families who could match with each other. This circle might not have the sharpest political and economic vision, but it was extremely closed and conservative in the concept of marriage. For example, as soon as their sons started growing up, marriage candidates for them were already chosen. In terms of marriage, they advocated marrying women from high-class families. But it was still okay for boys to say that they would marry someone lower in class than themselves, therefore they had many choices, but girls had it a bit more difficult. If they wanted to marry higher the family, the fewer eligible people there were. Therefore, many families who loved their daughters started looking for their son-in-laws from an early age. Those who concurred would come to an agreement when both the parties reached adulthood, and the in-law relationship between the two families would then be determined. The wedding would be held once they reached the legal marriage age, and there would be very few changes in the middle. The reason for that was that once they changed their minds, the two families would immediately become enemies, and they had been taught right from childhood that they must use all means to maintain the dignity of the family. The Mu family was clean and upright, and they were prosperous. Thus, in the circle, they were one of the first choice for marriage. Yixi was the eldest grandson of this generation. Although he had the eldest brother Yixi on his head, Yixi's external identity was the adopted son of the Mu family, which did not affect Yixi's status in the Mu family. Yixi was outstanding in appearance, was cheerful and also graceful. He had a good reputation in school. He had been involved in the family business since he was 12 years old. With his excellent ability, he was undoubtedly a popular candidate for son-in-law. Just like Mu Zhurong at the beginning, Yixi also had several marriage candidates. As for the final choice, Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu had 1/3 right over it. The overseas representative of the Mu family, Mu Juking, had 1/3, and Yixi only had the remaining 1/3. Although he had only 1/3 of the decision-making power, but because Mu Zhurong and Mrs. Mu were not authoritarian parents, and Mu Juking respected the opinions of his elder brother and sister-in-law, Yixi still had considerable autonomy in his marriage. This was also an important reason why he could be entangled with Xia Weiwei for nearly 10 years in the past life. Seeing her son's firm attitude, Mrs. Mu even taught Xia Weiwei carefully and helped her adapt. It was a pity that Xia Weiwei was disappointing even after all that. Lin Payer was the only daughter of the third branch of the Lin family. Although she was only one of Yixi's marriage candidates, she was very much loved by her family. In order to increase her likelihood of being selected, her parents sincerely expressed that if Lin Payer married into Mu's family, from the 5% shares of the Lin family that belonged to the third branch, 1% of the shares would be given to Lin Payer's biological child. Lin Payer herself was also a very good daughter. She had outstanding looks and versatility, and she also liked Yixi quite a bit. As a smart and precocious girl, she knew very well that Yixi was a good choice for her. But she didn't show her thoughts on her face like the other marriage candidates. Instead, she stayed near Yixi like a friend. She was the Secretary General of the Student Union. In supporting the football team led by Miyuki on behalf of the school, she assisted the student union president Miyuki a lot. She was one of the few girls that Miyuki treated as a friend. Although Miyuki had noticed that Lin Pei liked him, but since she had never made it clear and had also helped him a lot, and also they could be said to be childhood sweethearts, so when they met, Miyuki couldn't treat her coldly. Why are you here? It was such a coincidence that Miyuki looked at her suspiciously, and then at Miyuki and Feng Weiming. Are you going to watch the movie too? Lin Pei said happily, do you also want to watch Late Night? I heard that it was very scary, so I forced the president to watch it together with me. But the president said that I was not his girlfriend, so he could not watch it with me alone, therefore he also brought Ming Xiao along. She whined slightly, but her eyes were shining. Obviously there were two handsome guys who were going to watch the movie with her, so she was still very proud. In Yan-affiliated high school, apart from Mu Yuxuan, who had a natural advantage, she was unique in having such an experience. But she quickly added, if I knew you would come, I wouldn't want the president and Ming Xiao. Her tone was light and natural, which quickly dispelled Miyuki's doubts. The charming and playful words also made Miyuki smile. You're not my girlfriend, so I won't see the movie with you alone. Miyuki said half seriously and half jokingly. Miyuki, you're so bad. It's in vain that I like you so much. Lin Pei squeezed her little fist and punched him, pretending to be angry. Miyuki laughed. Hey, who is she? Is she watching the movie with you? Lin Pei looked at Xiao Weiwei casually and asked curiously. Miyuki found that he had neglected his girlfriend, and subconsciously said, she is Xiao Weiwei, my friend. Reason stopped him and he swallowed the word girl back in time. Yixi and Feng Weiming were tight-lipped, letting him know that it was okay. But if Lin Pei knew, she would definitely be angry. If it was accidentally leaked to his teachers and parents, him and Xiao Weiwei would be in big trouble. Lin Pei took Miyuki's arm and nodded to Xiao Weiwei. Hello, I'm Lin Pei. Then she pestered Miyuki and said, let's watch a movie together. I want to sit next to you. Miyuki still remembered that his girlfriend was watching, so he refused and said, no, you sit next to my elder brother. Why not? Are you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous? Lin Pei gave Xiao Weiwei a suspicious look. No, hey, if you like to sit, you can sit. Miyuki said in order to cover up. Lin Pei immediately showed a triumphant smile. The two were familiar with each other and talking intimately, then Lin Pei dragged Miyuki to the screening room with a smile. Miyuki only had time to give Xiao Weiwei a soothing glance before he followed Lin Pei in. Since Lin Pei's appearance, Xiao Weiwei's whole body had gone stiff. Lin Pei didn't know her, but she knew Lin Pei. She was first class in matter of appearance, family background, and even brains. She was also the Secretary General of the Student Union, and the princess of the junior high school affiliated to Yan. She was envied and admired by all the special enrollment girls, and she was called Miss by every one of them. She was unattainable for them, similar to Yixi and Feng Weiming. Even if she spoke delicately, her every move showed good upbringing. Even though she was standing so close to Miyuki, no one would think that she was frivolous and shameless, instead she would be called innocent and cute. Lin Pei made no secret of her affection for Miyuki, looking at her as if she was looking at the dirt under her feet, indifferent and unconcerned. Xiao Weiwei felt insulted. And Miyuki, her boyfriend, allowed such a girl to approach him and denied that she was his girlfriend in front of that girl? Are you okay? A gentle voice sounded beside her, pulling Xiao Weiwei back from her embarrassment and grievance. As soon as she looked up, she saw Miyuki's gentle and concerned face. After growing up, Yixi and Miyuki still looked 6 points similar. They didn't go to the primary school attached to Yan, so those who didn't know their background thought they were twins. The two brothers always smiled tacitly and did not deny it. However, their temperaments were quite different. Miyuki was sunny and bright, while Yixi was gentle and kind. The latter was more like a personable prince. I'm fine, Xiao Weiwei whispered with a blushing face. Yuki and Pei went in. Let's go in too. Did you want to watch Late Night? Did you buy a ticket? Yixi asked thoughtfully. Well, the tickets are with Miyuki? Xiao Weiwei thought, annoyance flashing across her face. It's okay, take mine first, and I'll buy another later. Yixi gave her his ticket. Don't be angry with Xiaoki, Pei is like our sister. Xiaoki didn't say you were his girlfriend because he was protecting you. Xiao Weiwei, whose self-confidence and self-esteem had just been trampled by Lin Pei, looked at him gratefully. Thank you. You're welcome. As long as you are sincere to Xiaoki, we all support you. Yixi smiled. His handsome face seemed to be glowing, which looked extremely attractive. Xiao Weiwei accidentally stared at him for a few extra seconds. Yixi still wanted to increase his presence, but Feng Weiming, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly grabbed his arm and looked at him with a sullen face. After receiving Feng Weiming's warning, Yixi had to give up. Late Night was a horror movie, especially suitable for boys and girls to watch together. In the pitch-dark theater, the boys opened their arms and waited for the terrified girls to throw themselves in their arms. Even if they kissed, no one would accuse them of being immoral. The atmosphere among Yixi and the others was very strange. Lin Pei was sitting next to Miyuki, and she was really frightened. She hugged Miyuki's arm and buried her face in his chest. Her shoulders trembled with the terrifying sound effect, and she looked pitiful. Miyuki, thinking that his girlfriend was nearby, hardened his heart and wanted to push her away, but as soon as he touched her face, he felt a little wet. Then he found that she was actually scared enough to cry, and his heart softened immediately. After hesitating, he patted her head and comforted her softly by saying, "Don't watch it, it'll take you out." Lin Pei shook her head and said pitifully, "My legs are shaking, I can't walk." The two of them were not a couple but looked like a couple. Seeing that, Xiao Weiwei, who was sitting in the back row, was so angry that she turned her face away and concentrated on watching the movie. But the movie was really scary, and Xiao Weiwei couldn't stand it, so she involuntarily approached Mu Yixi who was sitting beside her. Mu Yixi found out, hesitated for a moment, then he patted the back of her fisted hand, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's just acting." Xiao Weiwei's heart warmed, and she felt that in terms of tenderness and consideration, Mu Yuki was really worse than Mu Yixi. Mu Yuxi's attention was mostly on Feng Weiming, who was sitting on the other side, because Feng Weiming was looking at him coldly as he courted Xiao Weiwei, and the air pressure around him was very low. Mu Yuxi was very puzzled. Feng Weiming must know that he was acting, so he shouldn't take it seriously, then how could he be so angry? After watching the movie, Lin Pei sobbed and asked Mu Yuki to take her home. Since it was the weekend, they all could go home. "You can send Pei, Ming Ming and I will send Weiwei." Mu Yuxi winked at Mu Yuki. Mu Yuki had no choice but to agree and he left as he made a begging gesture towards Mu Yuxi. Mu Yuxi smiled and signaled him to be rest assured. Mu Yuki and Lin Pei walked away. Mu Yuxi stood to the right of Xiao Weiwei and let her go inside the cab first, making a faint protective gesture. Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but say, "President, you are really what you look like." "Oh, what do I look like?" "A gentleman." Xiao Weiwei thought for a while and said. After watching the movie together, she found that Mu Yuxi was very approachable and not as indifferent as she imagined, so she also let go of her fear of talking to him, and was not as restrained as she was at the beginning. "Hehe, we are boys, we must protect girls," Mu Yuxi said seriously. After that, he was kicked secretly by Feng Weiming. Mu Yuxi took advantage of the time when Xiao Weiwei turned her eyes away and glared at Feng Weiming. "What is up with you?" Feng Weiming did not speak but kept looking at him a cold face, and his beautiful eyes seemed to be throwing knives at him. After sending Xiao Weiwei off, Mu Yuxi was in no hurry to go back, so he dragged Feng Weiming to a nearby park for a walk. "This is what you wanted me to see? You took away a cheese girlfriend to prove that she is not good?" Feng Weiming shook off Mu Yuxi's hand and asked with a slightly raised voice. Mu Yuxi's expression immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. "How is it possible?" Feng Weiming looked at him distrustfully. Mu Yuxi had never had a girlfriend, but the number of girls who liked him were like crucian carps across the river, and he would always be gentle with those who had the courage to approach him. However, that kind of tenderness always carried an indescribable sense of distance, which was enjoyable but at the same time there were no mistakes about his intentions. It was the first time Feng Weiming saw him take the initiative to court a girl. That gentle and considerate look was annoying to look at. Feng Weiming didn't find that Xiao Weiwei had any special advantages over the other girls they had met. Why did the brothers Mu Yuxi and Mu Yuki treat her differently? Mu Yuxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and raised his hand. "I promise I have no intention of robbing Xiaoqi's girlfriend." "Then why are you courting her?" Feng Weiming looked at him coldly. Xiaoqi only cared about Lin Pei and ignored her. "I'm helping him make amends," Mu Yuxi said solemnly, but in less than 2 seconds, he broke down, his slender fingers pressed against the center of his lips, and he smiled a little badly. "Ming Ming, do you still think this girl is worthy of Xiaoqi's love? Is Lin Pei all right?" Feng Weiming asked without answering. Lin Pei was specially found by Mu Yuxi. She wanted to be Mu Yuki's girlfriend. In fact, what she had been doing around Mu Yuki was always establishing the image of I am Mu Yuki's girlfriend. Everyone had tacitly accepted it, and the one who was still outside of this circle of knowledge was maybe only Mu Yuki. But he was also subtly influenced so that he naturally accepted some of Lin Pei's intimacy. Mu Yuxi didn't need to do anything, as long as he suggested that Mu Yuki was getting close to a girl, Lin Pei immediately responded. So, with today's coincidence Mu Yuki guessed right, today's meeting was not an accident, but a deliberate arrangement. This move really stimulated Mu Yuki's current girlfriend Xiao Weiwei, making people see her inferiority complex, pretentiousness, and lack of confidence. Another point was that she didn't have deep feelings for Mu Yuki. Although Mu Yuki was stumbled by Lin Pei, he always remembered her, but with Mu Yuxi by her side, she could ignore Mu Yuki and enjoy Mu Yuxi's tenderness and consideration for herself. Coupled with the close admiration she unconsciously revealed when she called him her friend. Feng Weiming agreed with Mu Yuxi and felt that this girl was quite ordinary and not worthy of Mu Yuki. But in comparison, Lin Pei seemed to be too calculating. For a big family like them, sometimes they would rather have a partner who was stupid but didn't cause trouble than someone who is too smart and cunning. Xiao Weiwei didn't seem like a troublemaker, and at least Mu Yuxi could suppress her, but not necessarily Lin Pei. Mu Yuxi had always gotten along well with Lin Pei. Lin Pei became his secretary general, and it was a pleasure to work with her. It's hard to say. Xiao Weiwei is not good anyway. Mu Yuxi sold out. In the last life, Lin Pei spent so much effort and could only be called the best supporting actress, so unless Mu Yuki's character had changed in this life, killing Xiao Weiwei's ideas with a woman who was doomed to fail was also a good choice. Lin Pei'er was good as a friend and subordinate, but as a partner, nobody would be able to let their guard down. You don't like them? Feng Weiming asked sensitively. Mu Yixi smiled and said, I know you're worried about Zhaoqi. Don't worry, I don't like all the girls related to Zhaoqi, and I won't rob him. Feng Weiming felt that something was right, but something was wrong as well. He should be worried about Mu Yuqi. With Mu Yuxi's cleverness and cunning, he could easily sell out Mu Yuqi. It was estimated that after he was sold, Mu Yuqi would even have to count the money for him. He should stare at him for Mu Yuqi. Feng Weiming clearly thought. He warned, it's enough out of you. A kid's own life should be his own responsibility. Mu Yuxi shrugged and changed the topic. Obviously, this is the first time I heard you mention a girl. Zhaoqi is already in love, do you like anyone? Feng Weiming pouted lightly, boring. He never thought about this question before. Obviously you can't do this, girls are sometimes quite cute. Mu Yuxi shook his head. He never thought that he would grow up with Feng Weiming and become his elder brother. Speaking of which, they had hardly discussed the topic of girls. Should his big brother teach him the physiological knowledge of puberty? Brothers getting together to surreptitiously watch pornography was also an experience that he had never experienced, but it was interesting to listen to. Why don't they try it one day? However, with Feng Weiming's misophobia, it was estimated that he would immediately show disgust when he saw the blatant display, and would rush out of the door, right? Thinking of that picture, Mu Yuxi unconsciously bent his lips and smiled. Feng Weiming looked at Mu Yuxi's expression, paused, and asked, who do you like? Mu Yuxi was stunned, and immediately knew that Feng Weiming had misunderstood. He joked, well, I like my mother, Zhaoqi, and Xiao Xian, and Ming Ming. Feng Weiming's face flushed, and he didn't know if it was because Mu Yuxi was being perfunctory or something else, but he said, I don't like you. Mu Yuxi had become trained to be indestructible against Feng Weiming's ruthless remarks. At least he used to hate, but now he just doesn't like him. It doesn't matter if you don't like me, as long as I like you. Mu Yuxi said sweetly. Feng Weiming's face turned even redder, shut up. I'm not gay. The last 3 words were said lightly. He had seen gay people in France and had a broad horizon, but at home, homosexuality was definitely not a good thing. Mu Yuxi was a little surprised by Feng Weiming's seriousness, and quickly said with a smile, just kidding, you are my brother, I like you because you are family, not because of other messy reasons. Actually, for Mu Yuxi, this messiness was not enough. It didn't matter, he didn't even care if his partner was male or female, as long as the other party could make him hard yes. In the last life, Mu Yuxi had always been impotent. He had a physical reaction when he was alone, but no matter how beautiful a man or woman who was stripping naked in front of him was, he did not get hard. He hadn't been moved by anyone. He could smile softly at anyone, but his heart was always steady. In this life, his focus was on Mrs. Mu and Mu Yuqi and Mu Yuxuan, and he had no time to think about these things. If he watched porn with Feng Weiming, he should be able to harden up, right? Mu Yuxi thought uncertainly. If it really didn't work, he could close his eyes and pretend that Feng Weiming didn't exist. Mu Yuxi made up his mind happily, but by then he could only see the back of Feng Weiming who had gone away. The back was so straight that he looked tense, as if it contained infinite anger. Mu Yuxi blinked. How could he be so angry? What did he say wrong again? Hey, Ming Ming, wait for me? He quickly chased after him. Then, Feng Weiming heard his voice and started running in front of him. Mu Yuxi was completely dumbfounded. It was impossible for Feng Weiming to do such a childish thing. It must be his delusion, but pinching his arm, it hurt. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In the end, Mu Yuxi resigned and ran after him, thinking while struggling, how long would it take him to coax this little ancestor this time? In the clean and tidy restaurant, Xia Weiwei noticed that the boy sitting opposite was looking at her all the time, so she turned her head and asked coquettishly, what are you looking at me for? This boy's name was Gao Yuanxiang, a second-year special enrollment student of Yan-attached high school. His appearance was not as flamboyant and refined as the children of the powerful families, but he looked quite good, and his character was gentle and considerate, approachable, and he was very comfortable to get along with. Xia Weiwei received help from him, who was a third-year student when she entered the first year of junior high school, and they had become friends since then. In the past few years, the two had not broken contact, and Gao Yuanxiang had helped her a lot in secret. Xia Weiwei knew that he liked her, but for some reason, she never agreed to his obscure pursuit. Gao Yuanxiang was not in a hurry and continued to use his water-grinding the stone skills to please her. Even though he knew that she had become Mu Yuqi's girlfriend, he never gave up, but it was inevitable that he was saddened, which made Xia Weiwei feel a little guilty, and so she treated him even better than before. Gao Yuanxiang smiled lightly but was unable to hide his concern. Weiwei, your face is not very good. Is the pressure of the high school entrance examination too much? Xia Weiwei's heart warmed, and she lowered her head and shook it gently. For special enrollment students, Yan was a good place to stay because tuition and miscellaneous fees were all free. In fact, there was even a monthly living allowance, and you could even get generous scholarships for excellent grades. However, in addition to normal exams, the special enrollment students were also subject to the last place elimination system. Students who ranked at the bottom of the grade for 2 consecutive semesters would be transferred to the poor class. On the contrary, if the students in the poor class met the standard, they could be promoted to the good class. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. From Gao Yuanxiang's mouth, Xia Weiwei also learned that the purpose of Yan's admission of special enrollment students was not only to improve the school's overall performance in the citywide examination, but also to reserve talents from all walks of life. Many of the children of industry leaders were studying in Yan, and there was nothing more intuitive in examining the character of a special enrollment student than becoming their classmate. Those special recruits who couldn't get along with the powerful children were the stupidest. Xia Weiwei also had her own restraint and pride at the beginning of their relationship, but after Gao Yuanxiang's reminder, it was inevitable that there would be more worries in her heart. She had fantasized about marrying Mu Yuki, the eldest grandson of the Mu family. He had an outstanding appearance and was worth a lot of money. If she could really catch him, not only her, but also her family would become prosperous. But Lin Peier's appearance gave her a severe blow. What if Mu Yuki just wanted to play with her? What if she gave him her most important body and heart, and he got tired of playing with it and kicked it away? Since the meeting in the movie theater, Xia Weiwei had felt the hostility of Lin Peier. Lin Peier had the most appeal among girls. She had just hinted that Xia Weiwei should be isolated and excluded without a trace. And Mu Yuki didn't give her any reassurance at all. In fact, he appeared in front of her even less often than before. Once she saw him with Lin Peier, the two were happily talking about what they did together yesterday. Xia Weiwei was upset. The high school entrance examination was imminent, and she was in a very bad state. Because she was not a very smart top student, but a 7-point effort and 3-point smart one, trying to maintain her current ranking was not easy, and when she was disrupted by the love affair, her ranking had dropped a little. Mu Yuki didn't even notice this, and while dating her, he never cared about her studies. It was Gao Yuanxiang who took the time to tutor her, until finally her situation got better. Xia Weiwei didn't know if it was a wrong decision to sacrifice time and energy for a relationship that she could not see the way forward for. Because of your boyfriend, Mu Yuki? Gao Yuanxiang asked bitterly. He's not my boyfriend. Xia Weiwei said suddenly. She never admitted that Mu Yuki was her boyfriend in front of Gao Yuanxiang. Every time Gao Yuanxiang mentioned it, she laughed without saying a word. But she remembered the harsh "she is my friend" when Mu Yuki introduced her to Lin Peier in the movie theater that day. If she couldn't catch Mu Yuki, she didn't want to give up on Gao Yuanxiang. The only way in which Gao Yuanxiang was worse than Mu Yuki was his family background. As for someone with a family background, the faces of Mu Yuki and Mu Yuki flashed across Xia Weiwei's mind. She probably couldn't stand tall in front of them. Fortunately, she and Mu Yuki had only reached the point of holding hands and kissing, and they didn't go any further. Xia Weiwei denied Mu Yuki's boyfriend identity for the first time, so Gao Yuanxiang's expression showed an inexplicably surprised look. You and him broke up? I have nothing to do with him. After one sentence was spoken, saying the second sentence was much easier. Xia Weiwei said flatly. Gao Yuanxiang smiled and said, yes, the most important thing for you now is the high school entrance examination. You should focus on the high school entrance examination. I will continue to tutor you on weekends. Xia Weiwei said, except you, who is willing to spend time to teach me? I will always be willing. Gao Yuanxiang suddenly boldly stretched out his hand and placed it on the back of Xia Weiwei's hand. Xia Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Gao Yuanxiang. Gao Yuanxiang didn't look away from her, but his ears were bloodshot. Xia Weiwei blushed and didn't break away from his hand. We are still students, don't tell anyone about the tutoring. Xia Weiwei said. I know. Well, make an appointment to go on a date when you go to high school in Yan. Gao Yuanxiang said thoughtfully. It's not a date, it's a tutoring session. Xia Weiwei said, her tone annoyed. Gao Yuanxiang held her hand and nodded solemnly. Yes, it's tutoring. Xia Weiwei looked at him with a sweet smile and gave him a fake angry look. Suddenly she heard the sound of dishes turning over. The seats in the hotel were all card seats with high backs. When she heard the sound, Xia Weiwei turned her head sideways and looked up to see Mu Yuki with angry eyes that seemed to be on fire. Mu Yuki? Xia Weiwei exclaimed, her voice sharply changing. She quickly retracted the hand being held by Gao Yuanxiang and stood up. Mu Yuki's voice popped out between her teeth. Xia Weiwei, you are doing great. Yuki, listen to my explanation. Xia Weiwei panicked and stepped out of the seat to reach for him. Mu Yuxi and Feng Weiming were also sitting on the deck on Mu Yuki's side. Thinking of her words and reactions just now being heard by them, Xia Weiwei blushed, full of grievances and embarrassment. No need to explain. Mu Yuki shook off her hand. I'll stop here with you. He strode out of the hotel. Xia Weiwei wanted to chase, but Gao Yuanxiang held her shoulders from behind and asked worriedly, Weiwei, are you okay? With this interruption, Mu Yuki walked away, and Xia Weiwei couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. She suddenly felt that her heart was missing a piece, and she was filled with sadness. She lay her head on Gao Yuanxiang's shoulder and wept bitterly, so she didn't see Gao Yuanxiang and Mu Yuxi quickly looking at each other. Today's show was actually prepared by Mu Yuxi. Now that he knew Xia Weiwei's existence, of course Mu Yuxi couldn't really wait for something to happen between her and Mu Yuki before he started. He had made arrangements from Xia Weiwei's entrance. He found the person who liked Xia Weiwei in the last life, Gao Yuanxiang, and gave him money to take care of Xia Weiwei first. Gao Yuanxiang was a child of a single-parent family. The mother who raised him was sick and needed to spend a lot of money for her care. Gao Yuanxiang was precocious and shrewd. He deliberately approached her, and took the opportunity to get acquainted with Xia Weiwei. In the past few years, Gao Yuanxiang had taken care of Xia Weiwei not only because of Mu Yixi giving him money, but because he also gradually fell in love with Xia Weiwei. Gao Yuanxiang was unhappier than anyone else to see Xia Weiwei and Mu Yuki together, but he also didn't want to offend Mu Yuki, so he set up a trap together with Mu Yixi, using Xia Weiwei's words to let her take the initiative with Mu Yuki and separate them in this way. Xia Weiwei's performance today was enough to seriously damage Mu Yuki's feelings for her. With Mu Yuki's pride, it was impossible for him to bear such an insult. Mu Yixi was very satisfied with this result. He glanced at Xia Weiwei and Gao Yuanxiang, who had lovers finally getting married look, smiled vaguely, and pulled Feng Weiming out to chase after Yuki. When Mu Yixi and Feng Weiming found Mu Yuki, he was breathing heavily while leaning on the tree trunk with one hand, his face full of anger, mixed with some loss and sadness, looking like his self-esteem was hurt a lot. Luckily, they didn't get too deep. Mu Yixi whispered, "Zioki." Mu Yuki raised his head abruptly, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, you did it on purpose."